After obtaining a doppelganger, the world has finally transformed to mirror my essence. Note: it contains elements of twisted crawling and voracious biting, intended to amuse. What compels the enchanting fox maiden to gnaw at her own thigh while contorting her way forward? What drives the beautiful and spirited golden-haired angel to pluck out her own eyes, transforming them into shrieking orbs, evolving towards the archaic celestial beings? What causes the earth spirit, which ought to cradle all creation like a virtuous wife and mother, to taint the living with blood and flesh? In response, Bai Yong proclaimed, "I have no idea." System: didn't we agree to save the world? Look at what you've actually salvaged. The heavens are capricious. This is the nature of permanence. In this realm, crises abound, and war rages incessantly. To survive. Trial mission objective: rescue the Slime Queen. Completion reward: special doppelganger summoning card, goodwill from the Slime Queen, and a high-tier lottery draw. Note: before time expires, this space-time will loop infinitely, but there is only one challenge opportunity each day. The Blue Star calendar begins on September 7th. Remaining time: 6 days and 6 hours. Current long-term task: reverse the predetermined future of reality's demise. Silence. Allow me a moment of peace. Who tosses a person into battle right from the start? And what on earth is the Slime Queen? Bai Yong, clad in a casual white outfit, displayed a languid gaze that betrayed a hint of bewilderment. Before he could finish his thoughts, a spear hurtled toward him from a distance, prompting him to crouch just in time to narrowly evade it as it grazed his scalp and embedded itself 7 inches into the ground. Foolish system. Regaining his senses, Bai Yong cursed inwardly, but before he could raise his head, he caught a glimpse of a towering green-skinned figure approaching from behind. With a swift kick, the figure dislodged the spear from the ground. Raising a massive axe the size of a door, fear of death propelled him to disregard the pain, pushing off the ground to roll aside just in time. Thud! The blood-red axe descended like a fallen star, striking the earth with a thunderous sound that jolted Bai Yang's heart. The colossal axe embedded itself half a meter deep into the ground, sending a shower of sand and stones cascading onto Bai Yong, leaving streaks of crimson in its wake. Seizing the moment while the adversary retrieved the axe, Bai Yong hastily distanced himself, but scarcely had he taken 2 steps when an ominous gust of wind surged above him. Whoosh! The sound echoed eerily, reminiscent of the roaring flames rising from a fire bellows in his childhood. Yet now, this noise was amplified countless times, descending from the heavens. Instinctively glancing upward, he beheld a colossal dragon with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath. The searing breath swept through, melting steel armor into molten metal, transforming the savage beastman into a blazing ember. The descending breath carved a path of flames nearly 100 meters long across the chaotic battlefield, where countless souls wailed, desperately fleeing amidst the inferno. Some buried themselves in the earth, others plunged into water, while some, unable to withstand the agony of their burns, chose to end their own suffering. Silence enveloped the buried remnants, as if they had melded completely with the gradually vitrifying earth. Even those plunging into the water would find, at the moment of their emergence, flames surging forth anew from the fissures of their crimson, cracked surfaces. The fiery breath of the crimson dragon clung to them like maggots to bone, an ever-burning curse that refused to be extinguished. By the gods, this is even more terrifying than white phosphorus. In a fit of panic, Bai Yong rolled on the ground, extinguishing the flames that had ignited his clothing and hair due to the searing heat wave moments ago, in an attempt to evade the savage onslaught of the beastmen. He had narrowly escaped the dragon's fiery breath. Yet, the oncoming heat wave still ignited his garments and hair, nearly searing the skin on his back. Wait, why is there still a fire burning? Having just quelled the flames, Bai Yong suddenly noticed that his sleeve was reigniting. Instinctively glancing down, he was overtaken by an agonizing realization. The sharp pain from his back now a distant memory as it surged through every nerve ending. To his horror, he saw that his arm was now marred by several embers of dragon fire. The terrifying heat effortlessly charred flesh and scorched marrow, with the body's oils acting as the ideal accelerant. The burn spread beneath the skin at an alarming rate. Internal combustion. Amidst the agony, the remnants of his rationality compelled Bai Yong to seize a relatively sharp blade from the grasp of a lifeless, diminutive creature. This arm was likely beyond saving. The flesh was akin to a forest ablaze. Whether he chose to scrape away the charred flesh or sever the bone, Separation was imperative. Otherwise, he would soon become nothing more than a handful of us. To be burned alive was a profoundly torturous demise, one he wished to avoid at all costs. At that moment, entirely focused on his arm, Yang failed to notice that the warriors of various races, who had previously regarded him with indifference, suddenly shifted their attention towards him. Today, I too shall make a bold sacrifice. Just as Yang resolved to strike with the blade, he felt an unexpected chill at his chest. His muscles seized instinctively, and the strength drained from him like receding tides. His arm fell uncontrollably, the blade clattering to the ground. Looking down, he saw several bloodied spears protruding from his chest. Struggling to turn his head, he beheld a cadre of dog-headed warriors preparing to withdraw their weapons. Behind them, he noticed an arrow, entwined with frost, magnifying in his vision. Dog system, I curse you. With that final thought, darkness enveloped him in an eternal silence. When Yang next opened his eyes, he found himself in a pristine white space. Dungeon location: Otherworld, Deskava Dragon Burial Battlefield. Trial task: failure. Survival time: 13 seconds. Enemies killed: 0. Saves: 0. Injury sources: Savage Beast Men. 2. Crimson Dragon 23. 7 Dog-Headed Warriors 70. Frost Elf 5. Killer: Frost Elf. Score: G. Evaluation: a true man lasts at least 13 seconds. In the brief span of 5 seconds you narrowly escaped death 3 times, a truly astonishing feat. Yet your body attracted the attention of 7 dog-headed creatures, and together, you all succumbed to the Frost Elves, an unfortunate exchange of 7 for 1 that evokes deep regret. Rewards received. Guaranteed reward: 1 ordinary lottery draw. First blood reward for newcomers. 1 advanced lottery draw, and 1 random ordinary avatar summoning card. Dungeon rewards: 5 experience points and 1 physique point. Death reward: 7 dog-headed spears white equipment. Enemy kill reward: none. Dungeon reset time: daily at midnight. Dog system: observing the brevity of his survival, Yang couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. While other systems assist their hosts in rampaging through foes, his own system seemed intent on dragging him into chaos. Binding me is akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. You wretched. Yang's furious tirade in Zhuan dialect failed to provoke any self-reflection from the system. Instead, it retorted vehemently. 13 seconds. A mere 13 seconds. How pathetic. Binding a fish like you is the true misfortune of this system. Unbind me at once. Upon hearing this, Yang, who had just begun to calm himself, erupted in fury. You bound me. How can I unbind myself? Can't you use that pig brain of yours to think? This is an Srank battlefield. How could anyone be tossed into such peril from the very start? That is the result of automatic program execution, beyond my control. Besides, you didn't truly die, did you? You've been revived. A fish lacking even the slightest combat prowess. Dog system: I shall expose you in due time. Listening to the system's irritating remarks, Yang felt his gums itch with rage, yet he found himself at an impasse. Expose me? With your 13 seconds? TSK. Yang? Automatic censorship of excessive Zhuan dialect. Half an hour later, perhaps feeling fatigued from venting, Yang chose to claim his rewards. The system refrained from further mockery, and an unusual peace was momentarily reached between them. After all, rather than inflicting harm upon each other, it was preferable to accept their mutual existence. Reward distribution complete. Please check your inventory. This time, the voice was a standard mechanical tone, indicating that the system's intelligence had returned to a calm state. Name: Yang. Physique: 13 exceeding limits. The maximum for humans is 10. Mental strength: 20 exceeding limits. The maximum for humans is 10. Spiritual power: 13 exceeding limits. The maximum for humans is 10. Mystery: 20. Oh. Talent: Golden Legend. Golden Legend: each day, one can randomly enhance any item to a quality between gray and gold. After 99 enhancements, the 100th enhancement will become Golden Legend Enhancement, guaranteeing a result of gold grade quality. Golden Legend Enhancement count: 99. The next enhancement will be Golden Legend. Talent upgrade condition. Accumulate 10 enhancements of gold quality. Grade division. Colorful. Stellar, red primordial, pink mythical, gold legendary, purple epic, blue fine, green excellent, white ordinary, gray inferior. Settlement complete. Shall we return? Chapter 2. The limits of race. In the pristine expanse of white, Yang fell into a tranquil state, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. The lingering aura of death attempted to envelop him, only to discover that it could not prevail. The quarrel with the canine system had dulled the immediacy of that moment of death. In retrospect, Yang could only express that the sensation of dying and then reviving was truly exhilarating. He found himself yearning for another experience of that nature. Of course, this was merely a casual remark. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid death as much as possible, for pain is indeed real. While one may grow accustomed to pain over time, does that not verge on the path of abnormality? Such a notion is unacceptable. He has no desire to be perceived as a deviant in the eyes of others. He must temper his impulses. As his thoughts surged, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. Yet, Yang chose not to immediately return to the realm of reality. The uncertainties therein warranted a more prudent approach. He resolved to utilize the rewards before making his return. After all, these rewards would not generate minor benefits if left untouched. The sooner they were employed, the sooner he would reap their advantages. Speaking of which, this system possesses instances, and the rate of growth and safety within these instances surpasses that of the battlefield in the Cosmic War domain. As for the Cosmic War domain, it is a wondrous place that, 500 years ago, unexpectedly selected the blue star. It is reputed to encompass all realms and expand into myriad worlds. The civilizations chosen had no right to refuse, yet the individuals within those civilizations retained the power of choice. This is because the domain permits entry only to the capable within the chosen civilizations. The term capable refers to those who, by any means, manage to surpass the racial value limits in their comprehensive attributes. For humanity, this equates to a comprehensive attribute above 30 points. However, this is no trivial feat, as evidenced by the very term racial limits. It denotes the utmost potential of a race in its natural state, rather than that of an individual. What, then, are racial limits? For instance, in terms of physical prowess, a limit of 10 points in physique can be simplistically viewed as the pinnacle of human physical capabilities prior to the emergence of the Cosmic War. Achieving this was nearly impossible before the advent of extraordinary powers. However, following the emergence of the Cosmic War, while the challenge remains significant, it is not insurmountable. Take, for example, Yang, who reached the racial limit at the age of 18. At that time, the average punch force was 600, and the average kicking power could easily exceed 1 ton. He could complete a kilometer in 92 seconds, and hold his breath underwater for a maximum of half an hour. His reaction speed was generally within 100 milliseconds, only twice as slow as that of felines. If 12 marbles were scattered randomly in various directions at his height, he could accurately catch more than 10 of them. His muscle density, bone density, and organ resilience were all capable of keeping pace with such vigorous activities. In the era before the Cosmic War, this would have been deemed superhuman. Yet in the present context, it remains within the realm of ordinary humans, at least. That was the case prior to the awakening of his talents. This condition is known as the reserve forces of the war domain. In contemporary times, while such cases are rare, they are not unheard of. The cultivation of reserve personnel has now been integrated into the curriculum of compulsory education. Regardless of whether one enters the battlefield or not, relevant training is mandatory. Even for those who do not engage in combat, this training equips ordinary individuals to survive more effectively in increasingly perilous environments. The foundation of population lies at the heart of civilization, and human civilization transcends all else. As thoughts flitted through his mind, Yang began to inspect his harvest. Personal warehouse experience points. 5. Used for purchasing avatars, lottery tickets, and other items in the marketplace. Items. 1 ordinary lottery ticket, 1 advanced lottery ticket, 1 ordinary avatar summoning card. Note: only system-produced items can be stored in the warehouse. Non-system items cannot be stored. First, there are experience points, akin to currency within the marketplace, primarily intended for acquiring various avatar summoning cards and similar items. Next are the lottery tickets, which are categorized into ordinary, advanced, and supreme tiers, offering a chance to obtain talents, skills, equipment, and more, essentially encompassing a vast array of possibilities. Lastly, there is the avatar summoning feature, which he has yet to thoroughly explore. However, from the layout of the interface, it is evident that avatar summoning, along with otherworldly experiences and lotteries, constitutes the three principal functions of the system. Glancing at the avatar summoning cards in his warehouse, Baiyang casually opened the avatar summoning list. Random ordinary avatar, 200 experience points upon use. One may obtain an ordinary avatar. The base panel of the ordinary avatar is locked, unable to grow through training, and cannot wear attribute-based equipment. Attribute gains belong solely to the main body. It can share and diminish 3 characteristics from the main body. Random intermediate avatar, 2,000 experience points upon use. One may obtain an intermediate avatar. Attribute gains belong solely to the main body. It can grow through training and wear attribute-based equipment. It can replicate 5 characteristics from the main body. Random advanced avatar, 5,000 experience points upon use. One may obtain an advanced avatar that inherits all skills from the main body. The advanced avatar can accrue various benefits while additionally providing an equal share of benefits back to the main body. It can replicate all characteristics of the main body. Random special avatar, not for sale upon use. One may obtain a special avatar that additionally inherits all talents, skills, and characteristics from the main body. When the special avatar gains benefits, the main body receives an equivalent share and vice versa. Avatar description. 1. All avatars can be considered as extensions of the host, controllable by the host's conscious will or entrusted to the subconscious. In special circumstances, they may also be managed by the system. 2. Upon the death of the main body, it will be reborn with the avatar. When the avatar dies, the main body gains all base attributes, talents, and skill enhancements of the avatar. 3. Avatars may be utilized for executing training tasks, assisting in daily life, aiding in cultivation, marrying and raising children, mining, farming, and even deep-frying food. Baiyang? Upon reading the final explanatory notes, Baiyang felt as though his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Deep-frying food? Are you certain you are a legitimate system and not a perverse imposter? Baiyang instinctively rubbed his temples, feeling a slight ache in his head. The first 2 points seemed relatively normal. He could even comprehend the notion of marriage and raising children. But what on earth is this deep-frying business? What a surprise. So, it seems we are acquainted through our avatars, aren't we? The system retorted with conviction. If you find it distasteful, then refrain from using it. Moreover, who decreed that avatars must solely be human? What if you happen to draw an avatar of a pig? Would you not consume it merely to keep it for breeding? This argument appeared rather compelling. Never mind, let us proceed with the lottery. After contemplating for a moment, Baiyang resolved to set aside his dilemma and promptly utilized all his rewards. 2 lottery tickets and 1 avatar card shimmered with iridescence before dissipating into 2 white and 1 red glow. Do you have drawn the equipment? Sandstone worm nest, white, from the ordinary lottery. You have drawn the talent, harmonization of man and artifact from the advanced lottery. You have acquired an ordinary avatar, a member of the Qingqiu Fox clan, unnamed. Simultaneously, Baiyang hurriedly began to peruse the information. Sandstone worm nest, white equipment attributes. Basic physique enhancement of 10. Worm nest. Upon utilizing this equipment skill, you will permanently lose it, placing it upon a sandstone terrain, where it can produce a sandstone worm to fight for you every hour. The tier of the sandstone worm is equivalent to that of the user, but cannot exceed tier 2. Talent. Harmonization of man and artifact, colorless special. Effect. Resonates and merges with any 3 pieces of equipment, resulting in an additional 400 enhancement of equipment attributes. When the quality of the equipment is high, additional characteristics may also be acquired. Awesome, system. I never expected you to be quite considerate of me. Baiyang's eyes brightened. The talent of harmonization of man and artifact, combined with his enhancement talent, is truly tailored for him. The system interjected, "Who is taking care of you, you insignificant creature? If it weren't for your forceful coercion of me." Anyway, That was merely the outcome of the lottery program's automatic operation and has nothing to do with this system. Upon hearing this, Bai Yong couldn't help but smirk. He believed the system's claim. With that thought in mind, he summoned the worm nest. A flash of light passed, and it felt somewhat heavy in his hand. Before activating its skill, the worm nest resembled a necklace, with a crystal of earthy yellow speckled with white hanging below. That was the core of the nest. Though the equipment's tier was not particularly high, its skills and attributes were remarkably potent. Regardless of the bombardment-like skill it possessed, the noble percentage attribute enhancement alone could rival many green-grade equipment in value. After being selected by the universe battlefield, in addition to his own extraordinary abilities, several exceptional pieces of equipment emerged. These pieces, disregarding quality classification, could be divided into three main categories. The first category includes those with added attributes such as armor, sharpness, burns, and toxins, which are the most common attributes. The second category comprises fixed attributes, which enhance a specific attribute by a fixed value. This type of equipment is particularly favored by newcomers. Finally, there are percentage attribute enhancements, which are the rarest type. Even if they possess lower quality, their value is several times that of other equipment types. Should the percentage attribute equipment be of high quality, it could even move the hearts of top-tier warriors. The reason is simple. It involves a theory of passive enhancement of fundamental attributes. When the disparity between the attributes of the equipment becomes excessively pronounced, the foundational attributes will gradually enhance until they align with a certain ratio of the post-equipment attributes. As for the limits of this enhancement method, no one is currently aware. Consequently, due to the restriction that an individual can only benefit from a maximum of 7 attribute-enhancing pieces of equipment, donning ordinary gear will soon lead to a state of equilibrium, resulting in minimal attribute improvements. In contrast, once percentage-based equipment accumulates to reach its enhancement threshold, the augmentation becomes a continuous flow. Although the rate of improvement through this method may be slow, over time, it manifests as a formidable power. Thus, within the already exceedingly rare realm of high-tier equipment, it is nearly impossible to encounter items from the percentage series. Yet, at this moment, he possesses a perfect prototype. Without hesitation, he grasped it firmly and instantly reinforced it. An instinct compelled him to proclaim, "You shall become a legend." Chapter 3. The splendor of the white poplar. As the words fell, a faint golden light began to shimmer from Bai Yang's hand, instinctively directed towards the sandstone worm nest. In an instant, the golden radiance became blinding, reminiscent of the sun blazing in the sky. The void resounded with a cacophony, as if a myriad of beasts were roaring in unison. The commotion startled Bai Yong, yet he felt reassured in the system's return space, where even the most thunderous disturbances could not breach reality. Had this occurred in the real world, it might have attracted the attention of the entire city, perhaps leading to unforeseen troubles. After all, his gift hinted at a stable yield of golden equipment, which could easily incite envy or malice in others. As the tumult subsided, the once dull yellow pendant transformed into a lustrous and enigmatic purple-gold hue. Its size remained akin to that of a quail egg, yet its weight was virtually imperceptible. It appeared to possess a mysterious force, allowing it to float freely in the void. Even if released from his grasp, it would hover in place without descending. Sandstone worm nest, white, void worm nest, gold, type, special equipment attributes, physique enhancement 80 void, increases the wearer's spatial perception. Additionally, every hour, it refreshes a void barrier that converts all incoming damage into the void upon contact. The void barrier can sustain for a maximum of 1 second. Worm nest. Upon utilizing this equipment skill, it can be placed in any space, generating 1 void creature every minute to fight on the user's behalf. The void creature's tier corresponds to the user but cannot exceed the peak of tier 8. The type of void creature varies based on the placement location. Note: once this skill is used, it cannot revert back to equipment and cannot be relocated. Upon witnessing such extraordinary attributes, Bai Yong could not help but laugh heartily, promptly choosing to equip and resonate with it. As the fusion of man and artifact commenced, the void worm nest around his neck began to radiate luminescence, gradually merging into his chest. Simultaneously, a dark purple circular pattern emerged on his torso, forming a continuous ring. A surge of heat began to build in his chest. Thump, thump, Thump. His heartbeat roared like an engine, a torrent of warmth flooding his limbs, instantly invigorating every sinew. His bones crackled, blood surged like a tide, and his muscles quivered, each breath resonating with the sound of thunder, akin to a tiger's roar in the forest, exuding an innate majesty. The body, honed from years of training, became even more solid, the sinews and bones appearing as a seamless entity, lending him a slightly leaner appearance, imbued with an aura of returning to primal simplicity. Once everything settled, Bai Yang reopened his eyes. His pupils, unbeknownst to him, had taken on a subtle golden gleam, adding an air of noble elegance to their deep, night-like hue. With a light exhale, Bai Yang clenched his fist. With the completion of the fusion, his physique, originally enhanced by 80, now surged an additional 320, quadrupling the increase. He glanced once more at his stats. Physique, 1370 theoretically. A physique of 13 multiplied by 5 should yield 65. However, there has now been an increase of 5 points. Even without equipment, basic attributes would rise to 14 instead of the original 13. This exemplifies the influence of gear. Moreover, the enhancement continues to progress gradually. Bai Yang made a simple calculation regarding the rate of improvement and estimated that, on average, it takes about 8 hours to gain an additional point in basic attributes. Reflecting on this, Bai Yang couldn't help but lament. After 20 years of arduous training, braving the biting cold of winter and the sweltering heat of summer, not to mention the awakening, he had only managed to achieve a little over 10 points in physical attributes. Now, merely by resting for 4 days, one could attain similar gains. It is no wonder that upon seeing exceptional percentage gear, people behave as if driven mad. With 3 points of attributes gained daily, that translates to over 1,000 points in a year, enabling one to engage in fierce combat. Even with a lackadaisical approach, one could possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas after a decade. Who wouldn't be driven to madness by such prospects? Of course, the synergy between man and equipment extends far beyond mere numerical enhancement. In addition to the attribute bonuses, it also bestows extraordinary traits: new status, man-equipment fusion, void insect nest, new trait void sustenance. Life essentials can be directly supplied by the void: air, moisture, food. These are no longer necessities. When the void supply remains largely untapped, physical attributes increase by an additional point each day. New trait void affinity significantly enhances affinity with the void. A protective barrier from the void refreshes every hour. When damage is sustained, it transforms into a void shield, absorbing all attacks and lasting for 1 second. New trait void insect nest. Upon use, the equipper permanently gains 1 void creature equivalent to their own strength every minute, up to a maximum of 8 tiers, but will permanently lose the equipment. The type of creature generated varies according to the user. Hiss. It feels as though one is evolving towards an ultimate being. Bai Yang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. If the traits hold true, his survival capabilities could be significantly enhanced in the early stages. With this thought in mind, he immediately began to hold his breath. Time passed second by second. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical attributes, his body's oxygen retention capacity improved remarkably. Even after expelling the air from his lungs, it took a while before he began to feel the slightest discomfort. However, soon after, the warmth in his chest began to circulate rapidly, and the slight feeling of suffocation vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the passive enhancement of his physical attributes slowed momentarily. Only after resuming normal breathing did the supply of oxygen restore the passive enhancement to its previous state. After several attempts, Bai Yang chose to return. Although the void sustenance could not support excessive consumption at the moment, maintaining a stable state was more than sufficient. In Huagua, Luoshi, Riverside Villa District, the process of returning was fleeting, akin to awakening from a profound dream, yet accompanied by an indescribable sense of peculiarity. Ugh! The glaring sunlight is quite bothersome. The afternoon sun cheerfully streamed through the uncurtained windows, making it difficult for Bai Yang to open his eyes. Instinctively, she reached out to shield herself from the light and to draw the curtains, but soon realized that something was amiss. How enchanting is this voice! It is crisp and gentle, reminiscent of the tinkling of bells swaying in the summer breeze. infused with an ethereal quality akin to a gentle zephyr gliding through a long corridor. Bai Yong jolted upright, her gaze descending to discover a magnificent form that obscured much of her view. The weighty presence of the being made her acutely aware of her own discomfort. Her skin as fair as snow, smooth and delicate, reflecting the sunlight. Not a single stray hair marred her flawless appearance. She was undeniably one of the legendary 4 divine beasts. 2 fluffy, bushy foxtails behind her told tales of her identity. Could this be her doppelganger? A wave of anxiety coursed through Bai Yong. This manifestation was not what she had envisioned. While she had indeed desired a doppelganger, she had never anticipated transforming into a fox maiden. Just as sorrow began to envelop her, another perspective emerged, dispelling her previously brewing emotions. He beheld a white-furred fox maiden seated upon the bed, her countenance sorrowful and on the verge of tears. Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, her brows frosted and as pure as snow, her enchanting eyes slightly glazed, bearing traces of nascent tears, her skin a flawless white tinged with a rosy hue. A pair of snow-white fox ears occasionally quivered, and her fluffy tails swayed involuntarily, wafting a subtle fragrance of gardenias. Looking down, he recognized the familiar palm and flat chest, clearly his own true form. As his body gazed upon the fox maiden, she in turn directed her gaze at him. The youth possessed a tall, slender physique, his muscle lines flowing gracefully. Clad in a jacket, he might even appear somewhat lean. His youthful visage, still bearing a hint of boyish innocence, was equally captivating to both genders. His pitch-black eyes resembled an endless void, with flecks of gold adding a touch of mystery. 2 distinct perspectives, 2 separate sensations, 2 independent bodies intricately intertwined within the consciousness of Bai Yong. Surprisingly, Bai Yong felt little discomfort. Rather, curiosity regarding her doppelganger began to blossom. Speaking of which, was that tail truly real? Bai Yong gazed at her doppelganger's tail, her hands itching with desire. Instinctively, she guided her doppelganger to extend it towards her. Reaching out, she grasped it and gave it a gentle tug. The next moment, 2 gasps echoed. It wouldn't budge. It seemed it was not a mere appendage. The doppelganger's face flushed crimson as she clutched her tail, and Bai Yong found herself in a similar predicament. With lingering trepidation, she touched the non-existent base of the tail, confirming the sensory connection. This was indeed a shared corporeal experience. Yet, rather than feeling bewildered by this intricate sensation, Bai Yong found herself adapting and eager to explore further. 10 minutes later. This is utterly bizarre. I can hardly bear to watch. Then don't look. Bai Yong rolled her eyes. After 10 minutes of acclimatization, she had fully mastered the state. At that moment, one was on the bed while the other was on the floor. One was playfully waving her hands, while the other was practicing driving. Multitasking with seamless harmony. I haven't even granted you the multitasking passive ability yet. Why are you so proficient? The system's voice, tinged with confusion, echoed in her mind, for she had yet to bestow the additional ability upon Bai Yong. In response, Bai Yong merely raised the corners of his mouth in disdain, questioning the understanding of talent. Furthermore, how could one expect rapid mental fragmentation when one is spread too thin? The doppelganger, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, stated matter-of-factly that indeed, a competent adult must be capable of mental fragmentation at any moment. Both the doppelganger and the original responded simultaneously, articulating their thoughts fluidly. Although Bai Yong was uncertain why he was so adept at this, it did not deter him from increasing the complexity of the task. As the third subject commenced, the doppelganger's fluffy tail swayed rhythmically behind her, complementing her curvaceous figure with an intoxicating allure, while she maintained her icy, expressionless visage. The unique charm of the Fox clan added a beguiling touch to the frosty facade. Innocent yet enticing, her impact was undeniably potent. Bai Yong found himself momentarily entranced, his perception of both entities' movements seemingly slowed. Wow, my doppelganger is truly stunning. By the way, do the Japanese break the law? System. Chapter 4. The White Fox's Avatar Ahem. I merely spoke in jest. System. Why do I feel as though you are not joking? I do not require your perceptions. I seek my own. Bai Yong, somewhat awkwardly, turned away while urging his avatar to hastily don appropriate attire. This system is truly perverse, refusing to even allow the avatar to wear clothing. In an effort to divert his attention, Baiyang silently accessed the Avatar's panel. Avatar, ordinary avatar 1 name, unnamed, Baiyang, race, Qingqiu Fox clan gender, female rank, 2nd tier, two-tail, strength, E physicality, 50, base attribute values locked, mental power, 150, base attribute values locked, spiritual power, 100, base attribute values locked, talent, green fox essence, enhances initial goodwill towards non-hostile entities, slightly improves luck, significantly enhances temperament, charm, and the effectiveness of allure-type skills by 50. Skills, quantity locked, allure, greatly enhances temporary goodwill, then uses mental power to enslave the target. Fox illusion, creates a mental illusion to confuse the target. Demon fire, conjures a high-temperature flame to incinerate the target. Tail concealment, the tail possesses a space of 222 meters for item storage. Current equipment, none combat evaluation. Not suitable for direct confrontation, but capable of standing against 10 Baiyangs. Baiyang, the last statement can be omitted. Hee. What a ridiculous response. Baiyang twitched at the corner of his eye, feeling an impulse to strike the system. Yet, regrettably, the system lacks a physical form, rendering his strike futile. Reflecting on this, Baiyang suddenly recalled the description of the avatar. An ordinary avatar, it seems, can be temporarily controlled by the system. Would you assist me in managing the avatar? Baiyang proposed. However, the system saw through his intentions. I refuse. Do not think I am unaware that you merely wish to exploit this opportunity to strike me. As long as I lack a physical form, you cannot harm me. Hehehe. Baiyang. The resolve has hardened, fists clenched, just as Baiyang prepared to unleash a Zon spell in conjunction with his avatar. A sudden clap of thunder echoed outside. A serpent of lightning danced past the window, heralding a torrential downpour. In less than 5 seconds, the radiant sunshine had vanished entirely. The thunderstorm descended with the heavy rain, quickly transforming the streets into several inches of water. A fierce wind swept through the window, bringing with it a chill as raindrops splashed against the avatar. This interruption curtailed Baiyang's brewing Zon spell. The maritime battle has commenced. In the face of such peculiar weather, Baiyang deftly commanded the avatar to swiftly shut every window. Such occurrences are no longer surprising. This marks the signal for coastal battles to commence. At such times, the continent is invariably drenched in heavy rain. The greater the enemy's combat strength, the wider the range of rain clouds and the more intense the downpour. It seems this year, grain prices are set to rise once more. Baiyang sighed softly. This marks the 3rd instance this year. The previous 2 were manageable, as the front lines would issue notifications before the onset of battle. However, this time, it is likely an unforeseen assault from the opposing side. Yet, this matter bears no direct relevance to oneself. The malevolent deities of the sea and the aquatic races are beyond one's capability to confront. The aberrations of the ocean primarily stem from the punitive repercussions of the cosmic battlefield several decades prior. While the cosmic battlefield has ushered in opportunities, it has also brought forth crises commensurate with those opportunities. Unlike the systematic battlefield replicas, which one can enter alone and where death poses no real consequence, the cosmic battlefield within the current universe signifies a true demise upon death. Furthermore, anyone whose comprehensive attributes transcend their racial limits to achieve the extraordinary may enter, or rather, they must enter unless they choose to permanently reject the battlefield. Should one refrain from participation for over 3 months, they will be forcibly drawn into it, regardless of their desires. However, those who attain the qualification to enter typically do not relinquish this chance lightly. For once one departs from the battlefield, ascending again becomes an arduous endeavor. Additionally, beyond the individual or regional reward and penalty mechanisms, there exists a ranking system among the myriad star races. All races are ranked based on their cumulative performance in various battlefields over the years, with evaluations conducted every 3 years. The top 10% of races receive blessings and fortuitous circumstances, while the bottom 10% face calamities and misfortunes, albeit accompanied by corresponding opportunities. Simultaneously, the battlefield environment is updated annually, subsequently categorizing newcomers based on their awakening year. When the time is ripe, it may even initiate a merger of zones. A mechanism reminiscent of a game, yet straightforward and brutally effective in filtering the masses. At present, the state of human civilization on Blue Star is rather bleak. In most instances, Blue Star's humanity can only maintain a position within the bottom 20%. Over the past 5 centuries, Blue Star's humanity has encountered 3 significant downturns. The first occurred when the collective intellect of the Blue Star populace diminished, leading to rampant conflicts. To compound the misfortune, another civilization set its sights upon Blue Star. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, a 9th-tier powerhouse emerged, single-handedly quelling the internal strife, restoring the rationality of the populace, and voluntarily stepping into the cosmos, ultimately transforming foes into allies. Initially, people did not regard this punishment with much seriousness. After all, conflicts were commonplace, and extraterrestrial civilizations were numerous. Everything seemed mere coincidence. Most powerful individuals are cautious of their lives and prefer to abandon battlefield benefits upon reaching a bottleneck, returning to Blue Star to exert their influence. Consequently, the second downturn into the bottom 10% soon followed. This time, fissures from the abyss manifested directly, with thousands of them appearing simultaneously, the largest even opening on the moon, unleashing an endless tide of abyssal creatures under the moonlight. Thus commenced a protracted war against the abyss spanning centuries. People had to strive to protect their homeland while desperately seeking to elevate their rankings. Thankfully, amidst the prolonged conflict with the abyss, the average combat prowess of the populace saw significant advancement. Moreover, the occasional emergence of rare resources from the abyss allowed them to miraculously stabilize their rankings. Regrettably, as the greatest abyssal rift was on the verge of closure, the malevolent entities launched their final counteroffensive. In the aftermath of that cataclysmic battle, only 5 factions remained on the Blue Star: China, the Northern Realm, the Southern Isles, the Western Alliance, and the Eastern Lands. Following the war, the heavily afflicted Blue Star inevitably plummeted into the lowest decile, with the third punishment looming ominously. The malevolent deities of the abyss began to stir, rendering even 9th-tier warriors powerless, and the deep sea became a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. Concurrently, this era witnessed the emergence and evolution of aquatic civilizations. Certain marine creatures seemed to undergo evolutionary processes at an accelerated rate, giving rise to mermaids, octopuses, and sea beastmen, among others. Fortunately, not all aquatic beings stood united against humanity. A small faction fostered amicable relations with humans. To this day, although humanity has somewhat recuperated from the cataclysmic abyssal disaster, they remain beleaguered by sporadic appearances of minor rifts and confront new threats. Maritime defenses are increasingly fortified, all in preparation for the inevitable conflict with the foes lurking beneath the waves. Chapter 5. The Flowing River of Life Amidst a Torrent of Thoughts. Yang stood before the window, simultaneously gazing outside through both her own perspective and that of her doppelganger. The duality of her consciousness, merging the viewpoints of her true self and her avatar, initially posed a challenge for adaptation. However, with the system's innate ability for multitasking, she soon acclimated to this novel sensation. It was akin to transforming from a singular, narrow viewpoint into a panoramic vista. With the aid of both perspectives, she could observe the front and back simultaneously, perceiving the essence of each side and their mutual experiences. Perhaps influenced by her elevated status, the vision of her fox doppelganger was markedly superior to that of her original form. Even a person leaping into the river from 100 meters away was rendered crystal clear before her eyes. Yet another soul daring to challenge the flowing river of life, Yang thought, shaking her head slightly. This river often witnessed individuals plunging into its depths, yet none had ever succeeded. It seemed as though an extraordinary force protected the waters. Those who jumped would invariably be returned to the shore in a brief span of time. Even those who, in their foolishness, bound stones to their feet and leapt, found themselves unable to sink. This peculiar phenomenon had attracted numerous researchers, yet tests revealed the water's density was ordinary and devoid of any supernatural energy. It was, indeed, mere water. Nonetheless, the miraculous truth that no one drowned therein led many to regard it as a sacred locale, naming it the flowing river of life, signifying that life would not be extinguished here. As anticipated, The individuals soon found themselves propelled to the bank by the current at a bend in the river. Shortly thereafter, a buoyant log collided with her chest, sending her tumbling while expelling a mouthful of water as she finally reached the shore. Moments later, she regained consciousness, and though it appeared to be mere coincidence, such occurrences happened with remarkable regularity, evoking a sense of wonder. As the rain fell more heavily, the vision of her doppelganger began to obscure the distant landscape. If all was well at the front, it would surely be a clear day. However, it seemed likely that trouble was brewing. After observing for a while, Baiyang withdrew her gaze. Rather than concern herself with these matters, it would be wiser to ponder how to address the issue of sustenance should the downpour persist for 3 consecutive days. Having indulged in late-night snacks from the emergency food supply just 2 nights prior, she realized that her stock was alarmingly insufficient. Although she could endure hunger, the emptiness in her stomach was palpable. At that moment, her doppelganger felt an acute pang of hunger, yearning to nibble on anything in sight. This sensation extended to her original self, who also felt a slight craving. In response, Baiyang deftly commanded her doppelganger to rummage beneath the bed, retrieving half a box of instant noodles, which she clutched and hurried downstairs. 3 minutes later, Baiyang and Bai, the name she had bestowed upon her doppelganger, sat side by side, each embracing a bowl of noodles. Bai enjoyed the spicy flavor that had just begun to absorb, while Baiyang savored the fully cooked tonkatsu variety. One of them was engaged in replying to messages on her phone, while the other was engrossed in the television. Each was engrossed in their own pursuits, their expressions and demeanor distinctly different from one another. Even if one's biological father were to arrive, discerning any connection between the two would be quite challenging. An urgent announcement interrupts. At 14:32 this afternoon, the Eastern Sea Garrison was assaulted by the forces of the Abyss. It is anticipated that heavy rain will persist nationwide for the next 3 days. The populace is advised to prepare for potential flooding. The 3-day forecast indicates that the situation remains manageable at the front, albeit with considerable pressure. Should the duration extend to a week, inland reinforcements would be necessitated. As long as it is not an indefinite crisis, we can cope, Bai remarked, her petite hand deftly changing the channel. At this time of the grain in ear festival, the sudden downpour will undoubtedly lead to a decline in this year's grain yield, raising concerns about how to address the impending surge in grain prices. We now invite an expert to share insights. A seemingly well-dressed middle-aged man ascended the podium, casually blowing into the microphone before speaking in a leisurely manner. Regarding the issue of grain prices, I shall briefly share my thoughts. First and foremost, grain prices refer to the cost of food, commonly known as grain prices. In conclusion, I suggest that if grain prices rise again, we might consider reducing our consumption. Upon hearing this, Bai could no longer contain her frustration and promptly turned off the television. What nonsense from a so-called expert. Could he possibly be a spy? Bai's ears twitched in indignation. She noted down the individual's information and, in a fit of anger, submitted an anonymous report. Regardless of whether he was a spy, it was prudent to report through the appropriate channels. What if it turned out to be a fortunate stroke? Now valuing at 1 million. Meanwhile, Baiyang was engaged in responding to his parents' concerns. Mother. Little Bai, it's all right if you haven't awakened. Lack of cultivation talent is inconsequential. It's merely a minor gift. Without extraordinary abilities, we still have technology. Focus on your studies, and after graduation, I will take you to the research institute. Our future lies in the stars and the sea. We may not be any less than others. Father, son. I heard you're considered a waste. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Just roll with it. Mother. Old Bai. Preparing for battle GIF, father. Ahem, what I meant was, there's no gambler who continually loses, and no son who perpetually cries. Perhaps little Bai possesses profound fortune, and one day, a spirit guide might take notice of him. Baiyang could only laugh helplessly as he read through the group chat, and he promptly made a phone call. The call was almost instantly answered. Baiyang, Mom, Dad, I'm fine. This morning's talent awakening ceremony was underwhelming, but my talent has just awakened on its own. Although I'm uncertain of its rating, it seems that self-awakened talents are generally strong. As for you two, please refrain from visiting the coast for a while. I have a troubling feeling that something is amiss. As he finished speaking, He could hear the excited chatter of his parents on the other end. Simultaneously, Bai Yong felt a weight lift from his heart. Based on his reading experience, the emergence of a system often heralds a tumultuous shift in destiny, marking the dawn of a new era. Unfortunately, those closest to the system's host often bear the brunt of the consequences. However, if one must sacrifice those around him to gain power, he would rather lead a life of mediocrity, seeking only the well-being of his parents. How presumptuous! This system never intended to choose you. If it were not for your interference, the system would have long been united with its originally designated host. Was it not you who strayed from the path and collided with fate? Bai Yong rolled his eyes. This morning, during the awakening test at the university, he was entirely dismissed. Stung by this rejection, he was on the verge of completely giving up when suddenly a moment of clarity struck him, awakening some unspeakable memories. He glimpsed the end of time, a cataclysmic demise. He beheld the new life of the next world, a budding sprout born from the cycle of reincarnation. The wandering soul was crushed, reformed in the grinding wheel of the great cycle, and was subsequently absorbed and redirected under the flow of the laws, reincarnating once more. The universe is no exception. All realms follow this pattern. If one were to claim any distinction from the multitude of beings, it would likely be that fortune favored him, leaving him unshattered. In that moment of confusion, he extended a hand. When Bai Yong regained his senses, he found himself back at home, accompanied by a system that claimed it sought to save all worlds, pleading for him to unbind it. Unfortunately, unbinding was not an option. Subsequently, under the system's flowery words, he embarked on a journey of trials. And then, just 13 seconds later, how could this system possibly be mistaken? If you hadn't suddenly grabbed. It's all your fault. Chapter 6. This is called self-respect and self-love. Alright, it's my fault. Is that sufficient? Bai Yong, feeling disinclined to quibble over trivialities with the system, embraced Bai Yi, gently caressing her fluffy, snow-white fox ears. Soft and warm, they were delightfully plush. Ahem. In any case, the tactile sensation was quite pleasant. After all, it was all about oneself. Being a little narcissistic is hardly a crime when one is as striking as oneself. Bai Yi rolled her eyes, though I must say, this feels rather strange. In response, Bai Yong muttered to himself, I understand, but the comfort of my own perception is all that truly matters. Bai Yi and Bai Yong were essentially two facets of the same consciousness. What appeared to be a dialogue was merely a soliloquy brought forth by a split psyche. System. You are indeed peculiar. This is called self-respect and self-love. My teachers have always imparted this wisdom to us. Bai Yong lazily adjusted his posture and corrected himself. Meanwhile, the excited clamor from the phone's other end gradually subsided. Yet the voices continued to flow. Yang Qingqi, don't worry about us, Mom and Dad. We're currently ensconced in the lab and going nowhere. As for the matter of talent, please refrain from making hasty assumptions, and there's no need to rush to us with news. Dad tends to blabber when he has had a drink. As for what is appropriate to disclose, you must weigh that in your own mind. Any talent that awakens on its own possesses an extraordinary uniqueness. What if it turns out to be something remarkable? Bai Yong nodded. Understood. Bai Luan. Just as I expected from my own flesh and blood. I knew you couldn't possibly be a waste of space. Not bad. Just like your mother. Ha ha ha. Bai Yong. Fine. If I'm a waste, then I take after you. If I'm a genius, then I take after Mom, right? With that, Bai Yong couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, one must acknowledge that a father who is so candid and open in front of his child is quite rare. Yet, in terms of innate talent, his father had indeed not awakened any, and his aptitude for ordinary cultivation was rather poor. Nevertheless, luck had favored him, as he began his journey as a spirit-contracted individual, with his contract partner being his mother. His mother, on the other hand, was a hybrid with a divine weapon talent awakened from another world. In simpler terms, this represents a unique type of talent, derived from the first arrival of the spirit realm to Blue Star, fused with the local bloodlines of Blue Star. This talent is predominantly awakened in females, allowing them to transform into divine weapons and grow together with their contractors. Thus, the father was elevated by his mother, ultimately becoming a third-tier weapon bearer, while his mother reached the 4th tier as a weapon wielder. Together, they could even face enemies beyond their rank, earning a modest reputation as formidable experts. However, the tier of his mother's weapon was merely green, and due to tier limitations, reaching the 3rd tier was already considered the theoretical maximum. Breaking through to the 4th tier would be a near-impossible miracle. Later, in a significant battle, the couple made remarkable contributions on the battlefield, earning the honor of retirement. With the belief that their talents had reached their limits, they gallantly withdrew from the battlefield permanently, returning to reality to establish a family, supported by the nation. Additionally, with both of them having ample free time, they began to delve into various civil engineering technologies, and their financial situation was quite stable. As thoughts ebbed and flowed, Bai Yang instinctively considered his mother's artifact. I wonder if my talent could enhance my mother's artifact? He buried his face into the 2 fluffy tails of his doppelgänger, lost in contemplation. If it were possible, he desired to elevate his mother's artifact to a golden quality. Naturally, he needed to possess formidable strength first, as golden quality artifacts are exceedingly rare. A golden artifact talent corresponds to a maximum level of 8, allowing its contractor to transcend any limitations and advance alongside the artifact, with their rank only 1 tier below that of the artifact talent. Across the entire realm of artifact spirits, only a little over 30 have emerged in a millennium. He understood the principle of a commoner is innocent, yet possesses a treasure. A moment later, his parents were engaged in their usual banter, but Bai Yi felt a peculiar sensation in her body. "Stop it, I need to use the restroom," she said, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her voice. Bai Yang nodded, his expression slightly unnatural, and decisively released his grip. "Goodness, I just talked to myself again. That's rather alarming." Bai Yang mused. "Foolishness. This is merely a comprehensive act, to avoid revealing anything in the future." Watching Bai Yi dash towards the restroom, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. In terms of split personality, he was quite serious. Yang Qinwu interjected, "What split personality? Little Bai, you're grown up now. When will you and Luo Tianqing be together? I'm looking forward to playing with grandchildren." "Huh? Oh. Let's talk about it later." Upon hearing this, Bai Yang's gaze instantly dimmed. The Luo Tianqing his mother mentioned was his childhood sweetheart, a bond forged in innocence. Yet, 3 years ago, on her 18th birthday, she mysteriously vanished for half a year, and no one knew her whereabouts. The family reported her missing, but to no avail. He scoured the corners of the earth, plastering missing person notices city by city. Eventually, his parents leveraged military connections and enlisted the aid of several powerful figures, employing extraordinary tracking methods, but all were futile. Ultimately, she returned on her own. Yet since her return, she exhibited extreme aloofness towards him, or rather towards everyone. Her personality had undergone a drastic transformation, as if she had been possessed. Despite his numerous inquiries, he found no answers, and in the end, they drifted apart. In his heart, he believed the Luo Tianqing he once knew might as well be dead. Sigh. One should love oneself more than another, Bai Yang thought. Yet before he could finish his lament, his expression suddenly froze, and he hung up the phone. Simultaneously, a gasp emanated from the restroom. Meanwhile, at the Ancient Research Institute in Haicheng, Bai Luan stared blankly at the phone that had just been disconnected. He was about to call back when Yang Qinwu abruptly seized his phone. Confused, Bai Luan looked at the alluring, intellectual beauty before him. "Wife, why are you taking my phone? I just heard a girl speaking on the line." He chuckled. Her voice was so soft, I thought I wouldn't hear it. Yet that foolish boy could never have anticipated that we had consumed otherworldly fruits, endowing our senses with extraordinary acuity. The voice, however, did not quite resemble that of the lad named Tianqing. "Quick, hand me the phone. I must listen in," she demanded. In response, Yang Qinwu concealed her phone behind her back, extending a finger to tap White Luan's forehead with mild irritation. "What a simpleton. Knowing there's a girl involved, why must you insist on dragging your son into this conversation? Are you determined to play the third wheel even from a distance?" She rolled her eyes, bemused by her companion's remarkably straightforward nature. With a huff, she thrust the experimental report she held into White Luan's hands. "This item we retrieved yesterday. Please assess whether it can still be utilized." "All right, leave it to me," he replied, diving into his tasks. As she observed the industrious man, Yang Qinwu lowered her gaze in contemplation. Her reluctance to allow the young white to speak of talent stemmed from concerns regarding the safety of their communication. Talents that could awaken autonomously were indeed exceptional, yet some were fraught with peril if spoken aloud. After all, it is not the improbable that one fears, but rather the potential for catastrophe lurking within the unlikely. Chapter 7. The Tale of My Grandfather. Two piercing screams echoed in succession, and fortunately, Bai Yang reacted swiftly, his fingers trembling as he disconnected the call. Immediately afterward, he gritted his teeth and dialed the maintenance number for the property management. In the bathroom, a tempestuous wind surged into the room, accompanied by torrential rain. On the previously sealed window, an enormous gaping hole had mysteriously appeared. The floor and walls were charred black. Pipes lay shattered, the toilet was cracked, and the mirror lay in ruins. The entire scene resembled a place that had just been struck by a missile. In the corner, a massive hand resembling a withered tree, albeit missing a finger, was engulfed in flames. The fire emanating from the hand radiated a terrifying heat, softening the glass and turning the floor a fiery red. The palm, nearly half a meter in diameter, was cautiously directed toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi, meanwhile, gently cradled her tail, which had been singed over a large area, its once pristine, fluffy fur now reduced to charred remnants. My beloved tail. Ah! Ha ha! The icy expression on Bai Yi's face grew increasingly menacing as she regarded the monstrous creature before her. Moments ago, driven by the urge to relieve herself, she had been oblivious to the commotion within. As soon as she stepped inside, this creature had ambushed her, seizing her tail. Her tail, already sensitive by nature, could hardly withstand the sudden assault and let out a cry of distress. Her body reacted instinctively, twitching in pain, though her core remained relatively unscathed. Bai Yi, however, was directly incapacitated by the excruciating agony. After a brief moment, Bai Yi regained control over her convulsing body. Give it to me, die! With a surge of murderous intent directed at the creature now suppressed by her spiritual power, she yanked out the water supply pipe and charged at her target. As the torrent of water met the hand, a series of ear-piercing hisses erupted, accompanied by an unpleasant burnt odor. Only after 3 minutes had passed did the fiery hand transform into a heap of acrid, charred remnants, prompting her to finally cease her assault. What a stroke of misfortune to have allowed such a creature to invade. As Bai Yi's fury subsided slightly, she tenderly touched the singed tips of her tail. At that moment, her burns had mostly healed, aided by the nurturing properties of her spiritual energy. Although she lacked healing skills, the innate qualities of her power significantly accelerated her recovery. Yet, for her fur to regrow, it would take 3 to 5 days even with the spiritual sustenance. Contemplating this, she advanced to deliver a final kick, pulverizing the pile of charred remains to her satisfaction. This creature was a being from the abyss known as a soul severer, depicted as a flaming severed hand. It possessed an exceptionally high resistance to fire and had a penchant for grasping any flammable objects, its flames capable of scorching both flesh and soul simultaneously. According to her studies, the soul severer was a low-tier demon from the abyss, emerging with the appearance of fissures in the void. Once the fissures vanished, they might remain behind. Furthermore, the soul severer had a profound aversion to water. A substantial amount of water could prove fatal within a short span. Given the downpour, it was likely seeking shelter from the rain. It is indeed the first encounter with a wild abyssal creature. Once she calmed down, Bai Yi gazed at the charred mass with a tinge of curiosity. According to the tomes, this entity, when consumed raw, is said to invigorate the blood and strengthen the bones. However, if extinguished and then eaten, its flesh turns to cinders, merely satiating hunger. Naturally, these words are but a direct quotation from the texts. It is difficult to fathom the mental state of our ancestors during those years of battling the abyss. Almost every abyssal entity is accompanied by a suffix suggesting it is consumable. Do you wish to eat? Surely, one cannot even entertain the notion of consuming such a thing. Bai Yi, intrigued, leaned closer to sniff it and nearly choked back tears. Strictly speaking, foxes belong to the canine family, possessing a sense of smell far superior to that of humans. The odor, reminiscent of a foul sister combined with rotten eggs, undoubtedly challenged the limits of her olfactory senses. Yet, as it was not suitable to remain indoors, she reluctantly pinched her nose and scooped it into a bag, subsequently tossing it out through the broken window. Littering an act of demerit. Following this incident, Bai had no choice but to proceed to the bathroom on the upper floor for cleansing. Observing this, Bai Yang instinctively wished to follow and assist her, but after a moment's consideration he withdrew. While he had a penchant for peculiarities, he was not so impatient. They were soon to enter the battle realm. It was best to refrain from actions that might disrupt their focus. Ultimately, it was primarily due to treating his own body through the lens of his avatar, which felt exceedingly odd, unless the original self transformed to resemble the avatar, a charming maiden. Upon this thought, Bai Yang quickly shook his head. Preserving his masculine dignity was paramount. At worst, he could summon another avatar and engage in mutual teasing. Yet, what mattered most now was to enhance his strength. Other matters could wait until he was more capable. The avatar could accompany him into the battle realm, effectively doubling their pace of growth, which was of utmost importance. After all, in this world, a lack of strength could lead to imminent death. Just recalling the previous encounter with the Soul Severer, had he faced it in his unawakened state, he would likely have been incinerated in a single glance. Even if he survived, he would be left crippled. At this moment, Bai Yang's yearning for power surged anew. If the Soul Severer could infiltrate his home today, tomorrow, who knows what malevolent entities could lurk in his bedroom. Somehow, that image flashed vividly in his mind, sending a chill down his spine, a shiver racing up his back, ultimately causing his scalp to tingle. Absurd, utterly absurd. Bai Yang endeavored to cast away such bizarre thoughts. One should not dwell on the malevolent. Overthinking could truly invite awareness from such entities. Surely, he was simply fatigued. He patted his head and collapsed onto the sofa, soon succumbing to slumber. Although the avatar remained unwearied, the original self was indeed fatigued. An early awakening, a failure, followed by a twist of fate and then being battered in the instance, his original self was already feeling mentally drained. Thus, instinctively, he shifted most of his consciousness to Bai Yi. The essence of one's mental strength is merely 20 points, and after experiencing the tumult of emotions, fatigue easily sets in. However, the doppelganger is entirely different. Bai Yi possesses a mental strength exceeding 100, and even now, she remains invigorated, as if she has just enjoyed a refreshing respite, with an indescribable lightness of spirit. Chapter 8. Luo Tianqing. As Bai Yang succumbed to slumber, Luo City University. The torrential rain fell in sheets, battering the ground with a thunderous roar. A fierce wind surged through the curtain of rain, weaving it into a gossamer veil that rendered the verdant willows, merely a few steps from the window, shrouded in a haze. In stark contrast to the desolate downpour outside, the auditorium was teeming with students. The tempest outside rattled the tightly shut doors and windows with a resounding crash. Even with the barriers secured, the wild gusts infiltrated through every crevice, carrying with them the unique scent of damp earth. Perhaps this deluge would lead to widespread flooding, quietly submerging the homes of many. Yet none of this could extinguish the fervent passion igniting the students within. Here gathered either awakeners or those who, through relentless trials, had ultimately transcended their racial limitations. But they all shared a singular purpose at this moment. They were qualified to enter the cosmic battlefield. They had prepared for 20 years for this moment of glory. Not even the rain, nor the threat of landslides, could deter their resolute advance, for ahead lay the cosmic battlefield, the cradle of extraordinary power in the world. It was the most direct path to gaining strength, combating natural disasters, protecting their families, and realizing their lofty aspirations. Had they not been driven to the brink, they would surely not relent. As time slipped by, the din within the hall grew increasingly tumultuous until the stout figure of the principal emerged from the void. With a mane of white hair and clad in black attire, the principal, his disheveled slicked-back hair framing a somewhat portly face, bore droplets of blood upon his visage. Before his feet even touched the ground, an icy aura of menace swept through the auditorium like a tempest. Over 1,000 students felt their hearts constrict, and the cacophony abruptly fell silent. All eyes turned in unison towards the podium, where the principal stood, stained with fresh blood, its origin unknown, whether his own or that of an adversary. Although much of the blood had been washed away by the rain, the pungent scent of iron was hard to ignore. Observing this, several directors hurried forth, only to be halted by the principal's raised hand. "I'm fine. The situation at the front is urgent. Please summon a purification doctor for me." With that, the principal slumped into a chair, momentarily disregarding his stature, and seized the microphone to address the assembly. "Cough, cough. Students, please quiet down. The battlefield will open in half an hour, so I shall be as brief as possible. Firstly, once inside, your positions will be dispersed, so exercise caution. Those who can regroup should do so. For those who find themselves alone, prioritize your safety. Secondly, while you cannot bring any non-battlefield items into the cosmic battlefield, you will have an opportunity to select initial equipment upon your first entry. Remember, make your choices wisely. Among the options, there is a minuscule chance of encountering percentage-based attribute equipment, but do not allow greed to lead you into peril. In the initial stages, your attributes will be low, rendering percentage-based equipment of little advantage. Strive to select fixed attribute gear to maximize your margin for error. Those skilled in techniques may consider equipment with additional attributes. The principal emphasized the foundational knowledge that is reiterated daily from the podium. Yet, it is precisely this knowledge that tempts a rare few each year into making erroneous choices. Such individuals, even if fortunate enough to survive, are likely to be eliminated upon re-entering the battlefield. It is vital to understand that, in the early stages, both equipment with additional attributes and those with fixed attributes can significantly surpass percentage-based gear. This is especially true for equipment with additional attributes, which demonstrates remarkable combat prowess in the initial phase. A spear endowed with an additional 10 points of sharpness can effortlessly penetrate the body of one possessing merely 10 points of physique, as physique is a composite attribute and does not equate to a direct measure of armor. However, the drawbacks are quite evident. Such gear offers minimal reinforcement to the wielder's own capabilities, resulting in a lower margin for error. Therefore, overall, fixed attribute equipment stands as the most forgiving and optimal choice. The principal spoke for over 10 minutes. During this time, several medical personnel hurriedly arrived, disregarding the decorum of the situation to swiftly unbutton the coat of a nearly centenarian gentleman. A series of ghastly wounds were revealed, some penetrating the abdomen, others lacerating the chest with blood gushing from the injuries. These wounds, under the strain of formidable physique, continuously healed only to be torn open again by a wave of crimson light. Soon, a pool of blood formed beneath. Nevertheless, the principal robustly reiterated the critical points of the battlefield, particularly regarding equipment selection. Once he concluded his discourse, he rose and addressed the assembled students, his tone softening. "The battlefield is indeed a realm of combat. You may suffer injuries far worse than mine. If you have any reservations, fears, or wish to reconsider, you may exit through the back door now. Those who do not change their minds in 3 months will find their exceeding values erased. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will be forcibly drawn into the battlefield. There is no room for fear in combat. Rather than face death, your parents may need you more. Is there anyone contemplating departure?" He mused that one day the old tree may wither, but the seeds of new life must sprout. As the principal, his role was to nurture these seeds into growth. Possessing the ability to teleport, he was the first to arrive at the front lines, returning with wounds and blood to wash away the last vestiges of innocence from the hearts of these tender shoots. He took solace in the fact that no one chose to leave. It was likely that, apart from a handful of gifted awakeners, most had prepared for this moment since childhood. The trials endured had inherently sifted out those lacking in cultivation talent or resolute will. At this moment, in a corner of the grand hall, Luo Tianqing was absorbed in his phone, his fingers flying across the screen, standing in stark contrast to the excited throngs around him. His innate aura deterred many students from approaching, yet they were inexplicably drawn closer. Luo Tianqing is widely recognized as the campus belle, yet throughout her years in university, she has inadvertently sent no fewer than 20 individuals to the hospital. These individuals, driven by ulterior motives, attempted to approach her with inappropriate intentions, only to find themselves on the receiving end of her formidable kicks. However, setting aside the reasons behind these confrontations, one cannot help but ponder. If she possesses the strength to break others' limbs, Could it not be said that she is equally capable of enduring such harm? Thus, her immediate vicinity has transformed into a veritable forbidden zone for men. Yet, should anyone dare to approach and gaze upon her now, they would undoubtedly witness a startling spectacle. At that moment, she was typing messages with a slight tremor in her hands, producing a flurry of text only to delete it moments later. She then crafted an extensive message, but before hitting send, she erased it all once again. This cycle of hesitation continued, culminating in a mere two-character inquiry. "Are you there?" Perhaps finding this routine too monotonous, she deliberated for a while before finally composing a more serious message. Immediately after, without glancing at the replies, she tucked her phone into her pocket and feigned indifference as she gazed out at the torrential rain. In her previous life after her disappearance, there was a period of time during which she drifted aimlessly, struggling to recall the specifics of those days. However, she knew that during that time, she had irrevocably lost someone dear. Years later, as if awakening from a profound slumber, she searched tirelessly across mountains and rivers, yet found no trace of him. Ultimately, in a tragic twist of fate, she met her demise at the hands of Baiyang, who had succumbed to darkness. Now, although 3 years have passed since that state of confusion, with 2 more years still anticipated, she has returned at last. In this lifetime, she does not yearn for a rekindling of their shattered bond. Yet she cannot accept the fate of Baiyang's transformation into darkness, for she distinctly remembers that his descent into malevolence was not a typical one. Baiyang was not so fragile as to succumb to darkness over matters of the heart. Rather, it was a manifestation of pure malice towards the world, a deep-seated hatred for all living beings. She remains unaware of the tribulations Baiyang endured, but this time, she resolves not to remain passive. Chapter 9. I shall venture to the battlefield to support you. In the living room, the incessant buzzing of a mobile phone notification roused Baiyang from his slumber, causing him to furrow his brow and turn over increasingly often. Just as he was on the verge of awakening, a soft, fluffy tail gently draped over his cheek. The comforting touch of the dry and supple tail soon lulled Baiyang back to a deeper sleep, even more profound than before. I am quite curious to see who is bombarding me with messages. Is it not possible to let one sleep peacefully on such a rainy day? Noticing that the main body had fallen back asleep, Bai retracted her tail and glanced at the incessantly noisy phone. At that moment, her state was rather peculiar. Although her main body was in deep slumber, she could still control the activities of her avatar. It was as if the energy levels, health bars, and other attributes of both the avatar and the main body operated independently. Instinctively, she redirected much of her consciousness to Bai, allowing her main body to replenish its energy through sleep. In a sense, each avatar created by the system could temporarily assume the role of the main body at will. Her consciousness flowed like water, capable of traversing each body at any moment. If one were to distinguish between them, it would be that her main body could not be entrusted to another and possessed a unique identity. As she opened her phone, to her surprise, it had even sent a message. Quite a rare occurrence. Perhaps she had discovered something intriguing, for her snow-white fox ears quivered slightly. Upon opening the message, she was greeted by a familiar yet seldom contacted chat background. Latest message from Luo Tianqing, I miss you. Luo Tianqing, upon entering the battlefield, do not move from your spot. Wait for me to find you and follow me up the mountain. If I do not locate you within 3 minutes, proceed to the surrounding mountains and do not linger in the plains. Also, ensure you find a way to conquer a snow beast's habitat. Be sure to select gear that enhances physical strength or provides warmth. The message had been sent mere seconds ago, and upon reading it, Bai's pupils constricted in surprise. This statement did not seem like something she would utter, but rather it felt more akin to Luo Tianqing himself. Yet, why would he suddenly express such sentiments? Moreover, the only individuals aware of her awakening and breaking limits were her parents. It was implausible that news could have spread in less than 10 minutes. With lingering questions, she continued to scroll upward. Luo Tianqing. The required medicinal herbs include ginseng and radish. Luo Tianqing. Do not recklessly consume forbidden drugs. You are now nearing the limits of human potential. Follow my prescribed method of cultivation, and within 24 hours, you shall undoubtedly break through and enter the battlefield. After skimming through 7 or 8 messages, Bai finally paused. Her amber eyes were filled with astonishment, and even the tail that had been swaying behind her came to a standstill. This is rather peculiar. Bai Yi meticulously scrutinized Luo Tianqing's messages, and the more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. Setting aside the content of the last message, the mere certainty with which he insisted that she slay a snow beast posed a significant dilemma in itself. The battlefields each year present a different environment, subject to unpredictable refreshes. This year it may be a desert, next year a rainforest, and the year after a polar glacier. The creature known as the Snow Dweller emerges solely in the frigid terrains of high altitudes. While its individual combat prowess is not particularly formidable, it is inclined to gather in groups and build nests. These nests possess a faint domain effect that can ward off snow burial events. Yet, Luo Tianqing seemed utterly confident in her intent to slay a Snow Dweller, as if she had already foreseen the type of battlefield that awaited them, almost as if she had anticipated the unfolding events. Could it be that she possessed a reincarnation script? Or was it due to her unique innate talents? Or perhaps it was mere speculation. Bai Yi found herself pondering this, but after a moment, she relinquished her thoughts. Regardless, the two of them were merely gradually estranged friends at this point. Nothing more. Although she was deeply curious about the myriad of happenings surrounding the other, she was no longer the same Luo Tianqing of the past. However, considering that the other had only good intentions, Bai Yi responded from a friend's perspective. "I see," she replied. After sending the message, she turned her attention to other notifications. Wenruo Sheshing, Big Brother Xiaobai, don't be disheartened if you haven't awakened. Once I succeed, I can help you soar. I possess a physique that doubles its benefits permanently, and my father directly gifted me 3 spirit fruits to enhance my physique. I'll reserve one for you to break through. Once inside, I'll have your back. My only request is that you call me foster father in the future. Ha ha ha. Upon reading this, a faint smile crept onto Bai Yi's lips. This big brother was her childhood friend, Yi Chang'an. As for his online moniker, it simply required reading in reverse. He was a formidable individual who could uproot a magnolia tree even before awakening. With an innate absolute spirit constitution, all of his spiritual attributes were allocated to physique and mental strength. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, combined with his training in Bejiquan and modern combat techniques since childhood, his physique was a marvel of explosive power, exuding a subtle sense of pressure merely by standing still. He was astute and quick-witted, valuing loyalty, often jesting that he had the mind of Zhuge Liang but the prowess of El Bu. He was one of Bai Yi's childhood companions. I'm not going just yet. Luo Tianqing just provided me with a breakthrough formula that I intend to try first. Establish your footing on the battlefield, and once I enter, you can protect me, she messaged. Barely had she sent it when responses began pouring in. A few seconds later, Wenruo Sheshing, Big Brother, that's a minor issue. Alas, it's a pity that the sun isn't going this time. No one will witness my bravado. I asked what's wrong with the sun. Wasn't he the first to successfully awaken? Although his talent may seem lackluster at first glance, he has awakened nonetheless. Why isn't he joining? Wenruo Sheshing, Big Brother, after awakening, he didn't even attend the Grand Hall. He went straight for revenge. Oh, elaborate. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, as she didn't recall the sun having any enemies. Wenruo Sheshing, Big Brother, his family's company was backstabbed, and the betrayer was his girlfriend's family, who also cheated on him. He broke up with her right after awakening. He needed to take a deep breath before he was willing to venture into the battlefield. He lamented that his girlfriend had betrayed him, and he felt compelled to find a way to reciprocate the betrayal. An eye for an eye seemed the only way to quell his anger. I remarked, "But you've already broken up. How can you reciprocate?" The frail scholar, a big lad, replied, "He has hired a top-notch makeup artist for one-on-one training and is even preparing to learn to disguise his voice. You know how delicate and fair his little frame is." I responded, "I'm astonished beyond measure. Perhaps we should remove Big Sun from the family tree, for I am frightened." The frail scholar concurred. As time flew by, it soon approached 5 in the afternoon. Bai Yi set down her phone, placed Bai Yang in a room on the 2nd floor, and then proceeded to the door. With only 5 minutes until the battlefield opened, it was time to prepare for departure. She zipped up the last bit of her raincoat, donned her white ice cream socks, and slipped into her waterproof knee-high boots. Finally, she pulled her rain hat snugly over her head and donned a transparent rain mask before stepping outside. I am Bai, with the character for white representing both my name and the sentiment of reluctance. Now I shall venture into the battlefield to work and support you. Please take good care of yourself. As she stepped outside, Bai suddenly turned back with a smile, gently closing the door behind her. Is it really necessary to put on such an elaborate act? Absolutely, Bai said, hands on her hips. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps her split personality wasn't quite complete. With this thought, she tightened her raincoat and hurried towards the school auditorium. As she jogged, the large, heavy raindrops pelted against her rain mask with a rhythmic sound. With a physique rated at 50 points, she effortlessly sprinted through the accumulating water, maintaining a speed of over 20 meters per second. When heading to the battlefield, nothing from the real world could be taken along. Thus, it sufficed to be well-fed and hydrated without any additional preparations. However, when entering the battlefield for the first time, it was crucial to gather in a location where other participants from the same session were congregated. Entering the battlefield within a minute's time frame to trigger the collective teleportation mechanism, ensuring a safer landing spot. This was her reason for rushing to the auditorium. Of course, individual teleportation was also an option, but since the battlefield had no record of an individual's historical coordinates during the first entry, there was a minuscule chance of appearing in perilous locations such as a volcanic crater, the depths of the ocean, or a ferocious beast's lair. Most people would not gamble on such odds. After all, should they win the lottery, it could truly spell disaster. Chapter 10. The Domain of War. The frigid plateau, the howling wind surged, stirring endless dark clouds. The ominous clouds loomed over the city, with thunder rolling like a dragon in turmoil. The tempest did not relent with the impending onset of battle. Rather, it intensified. While a localized downpour might allow a city's drainage system to redirect water and significantly mitigate flooding, the occurrence of torrential rains across nearly half a continent rendered such measures laughable. In mere moments, the water on the streets had risen to above the ankles, reaching halfway up the shins. The gale and lightning precluded any ordinary aerial routes. The catastrophe of flooding was evidently manifest. At this juncture, the populace could only traverse by foot. Among them was Bai, who was no exception. However, her thoughts were far from the impending deluge. After all, such events were not unprecedented. Following the initial surprises, the nation had swiftly established organizations composed of extraordinary individuals dedicated to addressing the flooding issues during heavy rains. At this moment, her focus was entirely on her own body. With a deep breath, her long, supple legs exerted a slight force, propelling her onto a high platform. Yet, upon landing, the buoyancy of her chest caused her cheeks to flush slightly, prompting her to awkwardly support herself. Alas! The size was indeed a hindrance to her movements. At that instant, she found herself less enamored with the ample proportions. The vigorous bouncing during her leaps elicited unnecessary sensations and disrupted her balance. An example of being visually appealing yet functionally lacking. Surely, this is the doing of that absurd system. I could at least function as a secondary damage dealer in Azure. With that thought in mind, Bai steadied her footing, endeavoring to minimize jostling while maintaining her swift pace. Each stride propelled her a considerable distance of several meters. Though a physique score of 50 may seem modest, it represented 5 times the limit of an average human. Furthermore, her attributes, reflexes, resilience, endurance, strength, agility, were all elevated comprehensively. Even as a mage, Bai possessed enough strength to overturn a small vehicle. Naturally, it would be preferable if her body were not so sensitive. Please refrain from disparaging remarks. I wonder which pervert designed this. Clearly, the main consciousness has awakened, yet it remains tethered to the avatar. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Bai felt a surge of discontent, her brows arching in annoyance. What do you mean? Tethered here? Is this not my body? Although this form was generated by the system, it was fundamentally rooted in her own template, with soul and flesh perfectly aligned, only capable of harmonizing with herself. In a certain sense, the distinction between the avatar and the true self was akin to that of a person's left and right hands. Furthermore, given the rapidly changing and perilous nature of the battlefield, it was imperative to concentrate her attention here. Otherwise, what could ensue from a misstep? Unless you are willing to take over the avatar and serve me. How naive. You are quite the rogue. Then be silent.
Bayi Juliet her lips in disdain.
Recognizing the dogged vigilance of the system towards her. As she sped forward, the atmosphere in the school auditorium grew increasingly somber with the impending opening of the battle domain. Once they entered the battlefield, they would confront not only humans and monsters, but also a myriad of alien races and the unpredictable natural environment. Particularly, the unknown environmental factors posed the gravest threat to newcomers. It is essential to understand that upon entering the battlefield, one is not even permitted to carry in undergarments. Only a selection of initial gear would accompany them. Under such circumstances, the quality of the environment significantly impacts newcomers, with approximately 60 of those eliminated each year falling victim to the harshness of their surroundings. Please, let it not be extreme cold or desert. Let it not be extreme cold or desert. In a corner, Yi Chang'an fervently prayed. The battle domain would randomly select an environment from a vast database, tailored to the various races. For humans, the most common environments included the frigid highlands and arid plateaus. The former begins at a bone-chilling 50 degrees below zero, characterized by scarce food, thin air, and fierce winds, often resulting in avalanches. The monsters here are particularly ferocious, including a creature known as the snow desert muscle beast, whose formidable physique can overpower even second-tier warriors with a single blow, reveling in the destruction of heat sources. Conversely, the latter starts at a sweltering 50 degrees above zero, with daytime temperatures soaring close to 100 degrees, lacking in water and food, and featuring a thin atmosphere with few monsters. However, the overall elimination rate in this environment is even higher than that of the frigid highlands, with historical rates of 88, 86, and 99, 83, ranking second and first, respectively. For the average person, encountering these environments would call for the most rational decision, to withdraw immediately to avoid injury or death. In stark contrast to the anxiety surrounding her, Luo Tianqing remained remarkably composed. The frigid highlands were merely a challenge she had thoroughly mastered. Restricted by her physical capabilities, she recognized that while she may not be able to unleash chaos, she could at least bring along a few companions to thrive. In her previous life, Bai Yang, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, had recklessly consumed forbidden substances to enter the domain, only to vanish shortly after returning to reality 2 months later. In this life, she was determined to keep a close watch on her counterpart, ideally locating them within the battle domain itself. Lost in her thoughts, the sudden toll of a bell resonated through the air. The universal battle domain has opened. You have been granted qualification. Shall you proceed immediately? In that instant, the once boisterous auditorium fell silent. As the first beam of teleportation light illuminated the space, thousands of glimmers flashed simultaneously. Soon, only a handful of teachers and the principal remained. The children have departed. It is my time to enter the battlefield. The principal, now donned in battle armor, was joined by several formidable professors. Only those focused on theoretical or technical instruction remained behind, for they were better suited to nurture the next generation than to sacrifice themselves at the front lines. Wishing you all great fortune in your martial endeavors. Meanwhile, at the rear entrance of the school, a mere 2 walls away from the auditorium, Bai Yi also arrived in a timely manner. Due to her current identity and image issues, she was unable to enter the school and thus had to make do in such a place. As a flash of white light flickered, Bai Yi vanished from her position. Welcome to the universe battlefield. Here is the 521st newcomer battlefield, located in the 28th division, on the 10,259th battlefield. Environment type: frigid plateau. Description: the average altitude is 8,000 meters, with the highest reaching 24,000 meters. Temperature fluctuations range from -50 to -10 degrees Celsius, with an average boiling point of water at 75 degrees. Wind force is classified between levels 3 to 7. A concentrated teleportation has been detected, and the impending arrival point is Tranquil Basin Valley. Target location temperature: -5 degrees, light snow. Target altitude: 3,000 meters. Wind force: level 3. Duration of this instance: 60 days, 1,440 hours, during which natural withdrawal from the battlefield is prohibited. Current battlefield limit level: Tier 3. Battlefield exploration threshold: development value 80, currently at 0. Upon reaching the target value, the next time one enters the battlefield, they may choose to exit the newcomer battlefield. Nature of the battlefield. Survival, forbidden zone exploration. Battlefield characteristics. Daily temperature decreases by 1 degree Celsius. Participating races in this battlefield. Humans, Merfolk, Qingqiu Fox Clan, Tool Spirits, Ancient Wood Clan, Sheepmen, Dust Clan, Sunlight Clan, Moonlight Clan, Fire Elementals, Winged Clan, Lizardmen. Channels for acquiring battle merits. Defeating monsters, capturing high grounds, and expanding mountain ranges, among others, can yield battle merit points. Consuming battle merit points allows for tier upgrades in the battlefield domain, thereby enhancing combat power. Battlefield rules. Tip: in the presence of pressure differentials, the thinner the air, the greater the wind force tends to be. Note: the phrase fortune in martial affairs originated from the Southern Cheese rewarding virtue poem, May the Martial Fortune Prosper. This expression was later adopted by the Little Days School and evolved into the saying of enduring martial fortune. Chapter 11. Equipment Selection, Battlefield Rule 1. Do not light a fire at night. The heavy snow abhors all flames. Battlefield Rule 2. Avalanches may occur at any moment, and one might also face a snow burial. When the snow turns crimson, swiftly ascend to higher, open areas to evade it, avoiding direct contact with the red snow. Battlefield Rule 3. Building a snowman is a perilous endeavor. Battlefield Rule 4. Do not gaze into the night. Battlefield Rule 5. When the deceased reappear, immediately light a torch, even if it incurs the wrath of the heavy snow. Battlefield Rule 6. Avoid contact with the seawater beneath the plateau. Battlefield Rule 7. Exercise caution when mysterious footprints appear in the snow. Be wary of those around you. Note: all external beings must adhere to the aforementioned rules, unless they surpass the world. As this information flooded into her mind, Bai Yi could not help but feel a jolt of surprise in the pristine white expanse. The addition of a sequence of rules indicates a grim fate for this cohort. The rule sequence, civilization sequence, and natural disaster sequence all belong to the probabilistic enhancement series, which are additional conditions based on the environment. For instance, in this frigid plateau, the rule sequence randomly imposes several conditions. However, if a civilization sequence were to be added, it might introduce some extreme cold civilizations under such circumstances. The probability of sequences appearing in the early stages is exceedingly low. Throughout 5 centuries, the newcomer battlefield has experienced only 3 instances of series enhancements. Now, this marks the 4th occurrence, and with the already high elimination rate of the frigid plateau environment, the addition of several outrageous rules significantly amplifies the difficulty. To illustrate, simply prohibiting fires at night could elevate the elimination rate to 95. As her thoughts raced, the pure white space began to collapse gradually. Once her vision cleared, a distant rumble echoed in her ears. Before her lay a pallid world. Half the sky was shrouded in clouds, while the other half basked in sunlight, casting a cold white glow on the snow, making it difficult to open her eyes. A gentle breeze stirred the falling snow, soaring toward the sun, only to descend in mid-air, ultimately merging with the pristine white snow below. In the distance, the cries of unknown creatures reverberated among the mountains, faintly blending into the wind, their sounds unclear yet echoing ominously, startling several avalanches that boomed like thunder and surged like torrents. Fortunately, the basin where Bai Yi found herself was relatively expansive, and the avalanches were occurring on the opposite side. Even as the avalanches cascaded down for miles, they did not encroach upon her location. As she regained her composure, Bai Yi suddenly sensed something amiss in her peripheral vision and promptly examined her own state. Looking down, she discovered that her entire body was somewhat translucent, resembling a ghost detached from the world. Upon entering the battlefield, all external elements were rendered inaccessible, leaving her in a state of complete nudity, unadorned by any coverings. The snow-capped peaks towered, and the white tiger sought its prey. Under the sunlight, she shimmered brilliantly. Ahem! Bai Yi's cheeks flushed. Although she had seen everything with her original form, the allure of this body was undeniable, strikingly impactful no matter how many times she gazed upon it. Thus, hastily and somewhat awkwardly, she used her still intact, fluffy white tail to obscure 2 critical areas, concealing the pristine mountain peaks within the mist. Simultaneously, A notification resonated in her ears. Fresh blood on the battlefield. Please select an item of equipment and then embark on your journey. As the voice faded, a fiery forge interface materialized before her, showcasing 5 distinct pieces of equipment or items. This was a benevolent gift from the battlefield to newcomers. Within an hour, a choice must be made, after which she would irrevocably step onto the battlefield. Opening the interface, she perused the options carefully. The first item that caught her gaze was a torch resembling a war hammer, featuring an unknown material for its handle and a fist-sized, spiked head ablaze with azure flames. Combat torch, inferior. Type, item durability, 1010, can burn for 240 hours. Automatically destroyed when durability reaches 0 sturdiness. 15, exceeding the sturdiness value will result in equipment destruction, armor shatter. 5 additional attributes. 110 points of burning damage, can ignite, burn targets, damage armor, and provide a heat source. Infusing with spiritual energy can temporarily elevate flame temperature and burning level, accelerating durability consumption. With a maximum of 6,000 degrees Celsius. Description: a torch that is difficult to extinguish once infused with spiritual energy, sustaining a constant temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, even when buried in snow, submerged in water, or covered by sand. When grasped, its warm flames illuminate the path ahead. Generally speaking, the cumulative attributes of inferior equipment are capped at a total of 15 points. It is noteworthy that attributes such as sharpness and armor shatter are not contingent upon the equipment's inherent conditions. For instance, a fluffy ball of cotton could possess 30 points of armor shatter attribute. In a confrontation with steel armor boasting 20 sturdiness and 10 defense, a mere gentle strike would suffice to shatter the armor, requiring no force at all. Naturally, if it were a spiked hammer with 30 points of armor shatter, it could easily obliterate even sturdier defenses when enhanced by striking force. The same logic applies to defense and sharpness attributes. Additionally, item-type equipment leans more towards consumable nature, bound by either a limit on usage or time. Even with the restriction against igniting fires at night, this item is indeed a formidable tool. In light of this auspicious beginning, Bai felt a flicker of joy within her heart. Although low-level clones cannot equip attribute-based gear, they can utilize these items with additional attributes. However, she did not rush to make a selection but continued to examine the options. Returning wine sword, inferior. Type, additional attribute equipment sturdiness. 9, exceeding the sturdiness value will result in equipment destruction. Sharpness. 11, description. A sharp sword. This one was rather mundane, lacking any distinctive features. Overlord S-Finger Tiger Right, inferior. Type, fixed attribute equipment sturdiness. 15, physique. 15, description. A quality inferior item, when paired, can be elevated to white quality.
Bai.
Not wearable, utterly useless. Overlord's Claw Left, inferior. Type, hybrid equipment durability. 15, physique. 10, armor shred. 5, description. A high-quality piece of inferior equipment, when combined with its counterpart, can be upgraded to white quality. Useless. Next. Giant White Radish Sword, inferior. Type, special equipment durability. 1 attributes granted when equipped. Physique 1, mental strength 1, spiritual power 1, sharpness 1, armor shred 1. Growth. Skill produces 3 small radishes daily. Consuming these grants a temporary boost of 10 points to physique for 1 hour, with extended duration for consecutive consumption. Sacrifice. Skill consuming the giant white radish sword directly grants a temporary boost of 30 points to physique for 1 hour. Description. A peculiar radish that can be consumed or wielded, though excessive consumption may lead to burping and flatulence. Bai. What the heck? A giant white radish. Bai was rendered speechless, promptly opting for the first piece of equipment. Although the torch might contravene Rule 1, it could also circumvent Rule 5, thus serving as a small artifact in its own right. At worst, she could forego the torch at night. Upon making her choice, a snow-white bear-skin robe materialized around her, draping down to her calves, resembling a dress. Simultaneously, a 1-meter-long torch hammer appeared in her hand. As she became enveloped in this attire, the seemingly ordinary coat provided Bai with a sense of security that no equipment could offer. Though she spoke of her split identity, It was her first experience in a female form. Wearing the garment was manageable, yet the absence of cover would instantly invoke a peculiar sensation within her. It felt as though countless eyes in the void were scrutinizing her every move. Chapter 12. The origin of the little fox maiden. The biting wind whispered through the air, sending shivers down by Yi's spine. After completing her selection of gear, her form gradually shifted from ethereal to corporeal. The chilling gusts of the battlefield began to reveal their fangs, as temperatures plummeted to over 50 degrees below zero, causing her exhaled breath to crystallize instantly. Flurries of snowflakes danced upon her face, her hair, her ears, and her tail. Her pristine white ears twitched slightly, shaking off a few snowflakes that tumbled into her embrace, only to melt into water, which, upon being whisked away by the wind, felt even more frigid against her skin. Could this robe not be a bit larger? It fails to wrap around me securely, Yi mused with exasperation, tightening her hold on her garments. It seemed this battlefield was rather impoverished, unwilling to provide ample leather for their attire. Fortunately, with her attributes sufficiently elevated, she could adapt to such frigid temperatures, grounded in a physique of 50 points. Even if the cold were to intensify, a modicum of spiritual energy could easily shield her from the worst. Or perhaps, if she were to transform into her white fox form, this place could become her domain. However, not everyone was as fortunate. Although the distances between them had been magnified upon their arrival, the vastness of the plain allowed for clear visibility. One by one, the others completed their equipment selections, yet their expressions froze in place. Mere moments prior, they had been inhaling the warm, humid air of a 30-degree day, and in the next instant, they were assaulted by the piercing cold, plunging below 50 degrees. The icy air invaded their nostrils, filling their lungs with an unbearable chill. Frost quickly formed along their respiratory tracts, and with each breath, it felt as though they were inhaling shards of ice, their lungs filled with sharp needles, eliciting a sickeningly sweet metallic taste with each labored breath. The acute pain in their respiratory systems compelled them to instinctively cover their mouths and noses, and a few involuntary coughs stained their hands with rapidly congealing blood. Simultaneously, the relentless cold whisked away the remnants of warmth from their bodies, rendering their seemingly thick fur coats inadequate against the harsh climate. The warm vapor that had clung to their skin swiftly transformed into frost, encasing them in a brittle layer of ice, while their brows and eyes were swiftly adorned with a coat of frost. Coupled with the thin air and lack of oxygen, those with merely a meager physique of 10 points found it nearly impossible to endure. In just a few minutes, dozens of individuals wavered on the brink of collapse, ultimately choosing to forfeit their participation with bitter resignation. While their resolve was to retreat only in the face of absolute despair, what could be more disheartening than the merciless environment? Imagine, merely breathing the air and enduring the biting wind for just a few minutes could cost one a significant portion of their vitality. How could one possibly glimpse any hope? Of course, only a small fraction chose to withdraw. Some were simply unfortunate, while others lacked the skill to navigate the harsh conditions. However, the majority made prudent choices in their selection of equipment, opting for gear that bolstered their physical attributes, elevating them to over 20 points, thus allowing them to survive in this icy realm. Others chose spiritual equipment, which pushed their spiritual energy beyond 20 points, enabling them to project a protective barrier, allowing for a more prolonged existence in such dire circumstances. Additionally, there were those who selected gear designed to ward off the cold, or who possessed remarkable innate talents. For instance, there exists a certain beast endowed with dual corporeal talents. Are you feeling cold? I am not cold at all, my dear. I am warm in my embrace. Would you care to join me for some warmth? What? How did you know my physique exceeds 70 points? Ha ha ha. Such mere frigidness is insignificant. Yi Chang'an laughed heartily, shaking off the frost and snow from his body, his vitality swirling within him, transforming him into a veritable human furnace, his voice resonating as if to ensure that all were aware of his prowess. Even prior to his awakening, he possessed an impressive physique of 15 points. Back in his freshman year, when Bai Yang and Lin Tian were cornered, he, upon realizing the situation, uprooted a 4-meter-tall magnolia tree at the dormitory entrance to wield as a club. Consequently, before he could swing it twice, dozens of onlookers fled in terror, allowing him to put on quite the show. After awakening his talent, his base physique soared to 20 points, and upon consuming 3 spirit fruits before his arrival, he gained an additional 3 points. While selecting equipment, he chose the Overlord series, donning the Overlord bracers, which added another 15 points to his physique. Following the doubling of his talent, his physique reached an astounding 76 points. Though he had yet to ascend in rank, he was already stronger than his second-tier mage counterpart. Of course, with every advantage comes a drawback. This individual's physique surpassed its limits early on, yet he had not been drawn into the battlefield, largely due to his almost non-existent spiritual power, which held him back. This also implied that he was unable to utilize any spirit-based skills. However, during this early phase, when nearly everyone lacked skills, he was indeed a formidable presence. At this moment, he flaunted his prowess like a peacock displaying its feathers, and to his surprise, a young lady approached him. The girl stood around 1 meter 50 tall, slender and somewhat frail, but possessing ample assets, making her quite the adorable figure. This young lady, known to Bai Yi, was named Mu Qingqing, who had been Yi Chang'an's deskmate since high school and continued through university. Could be said that they shared a significant bond. Seeing this, Yi Chang'an's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached her. He had long harbored feelings for her, but due to his previous physical limitations, he had refrained from making any advances. Now that he had finally awakened, he felt no need for restraint. Ah, truly, Yi Jinfu is indeed one to relish in contrasting physiques. Observing as he unabashedly pulled the girl into his embrace, Bai couldn't help but twitch her lips. Discussing romance amidst the battlefield? This fellow is utterly ridiculous. Perhaps he should be expelled from the family tree. Contemplating this, she glanced around once more, only to spot Luo Tianqing making her way towards her. Clad in a gray wolf cloak, clutching a large white radish while nibbling on a smaller one, she appeared utterly unfazed by the cold. Why did she choose a radish? Bai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The radish sword is commendable, but it requires team coordination to manifest its true value and is ill-suited for such harsh conditions. Meanwhile, as Bai Yi pondered, Luo Tianqing was also lost in thought. If her memory served her correctly, Bai Yang had also arrived on the battlefield shortly after they entered. Moreover, the location was precisely on the periphery of the line connecting Yichang'an and the highest peak. Yet now, why was he unable to find anyone? In a moment of perplexity, Luo Tianqing hastily devoured the radish and quickened his pace towards the other party. You have gained a beneficial effect. Warm, nourishing radish. Physique increased by 10 points. You have triggered a talent effect. Benefit solidification. You have obtained a non-stacking, passive warm, nourishing radish, granting an additional permanent increase of 10 points to physique. Current physique, 33. Temporary enhancement, 10.
Moments late.
As he approached the outermost boundary of the group teleportation zone, he still failed to catch a glimpse of that increasingly unfamiliar figure from his memories. Could it be that I must venture further out? Or is it due to my prescription that they could not arrive promptly? With such thoughts, Luo Tianqing leaned more towards the latter. Compared to the harmful drugs, the prescription he provided was far more gentle. It would not only avoid harming the body but also aid in the repair of hidden ailments. Thus, a slower absorption rate was only to be expected. Oh no, have I inadvertently done a disservice with my good intentions? A chill ran through Luo Tianqing's heart. If Bai Yang were to arrive a bit later, he would undoubtedly miss the tail end of the group teleportation and would have to resort to individual random teleportation. In such a case, he would still remain elusive. If fate truly existed, then Bai Yang would inevitably relive the experiences of his past life. Ah, this wicked world. It is utterly doomed. Luo Tianqing cast a sorrowful gaze towards the sky. She had once believed she could alter everything, only to realize that was merely a delusion. At that moment, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to show the world a splash of color. All it would take was a swift motion across her neck, staining the earth with crimson. Let the world witness why it is so red. Contemplating this, she raised her hand but reluctantly lowered it. Never mind, a radish cannot serve as a blade. Ultimately, Luo Tianqing could only gnaw angrily at the large radish in her hand. Perhaps a weapon for self-termination would be more appropriate. This world is far from beautiful. Though she thought so, Luo Tianqing had no intention of following through with such actions. for she had yet to uncover the truths behind Bai Yang's descent into darkness. An early demise was not her desire. In a daze, she wandered a distance before suddenly noticing something moving against the pristine white backdrop. Is that a fox maiden? Tip: a high physique does not diminish one's sensitivity to temperature. Rather, it enhances one's awareness of temperature fluctuations. Luo it also makes one less susceptible to frostbite or heat damage. Mu Qingqing Chapter 13. I want to see a river of blood. The moment Luo Tianqing's eyes brightened, she recognized the distinctive features before her. A fox clan. This unique race from other realms, which only began to connect with Blue Star a year after her previous life, had unexpectedly appeared here. If she could bring this being back to Blue Star ahead of time, the pace of integration for this realm could potentially accelerate by several months. As she pondered how to approach for a conversation, the sounds of battle suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. The first phase of the extreme cold plateau battlefield begins. Objective: survive until dawn. Reward: a random skill and a map of a 300-mile radius, which can provide a maximum of 0.5 exploration value. Message: survive until dawn to prove your eligibility for further exploration. With this announcement, the struggle for survival commenced. The once vibrant crowd fell silent, including Bai Yi. Yet, as she observed Luo Tianqing, who was evidently approaching with intent, and recalled the last line from the communication, Bai Yi hesitated momentarily before hastily retreating. Even if I were to find 100 heartless women and be heartbroken, I would never return to such folly. With this thought, she quickened her pace. Her spiritual energy enveloped her jade-like feet, radiating outward as she sped across the snow. Dressed in pure white, she seamlessly blended into the snowy landscape, becoming one with the world. What need have I for a companion? My own doppelganger suffices. Moreover, my immediate priority is to level up. Here, leveling up refers to ascending in rank. Defeating monsters, exploring environmental nodes, destroying monster settlements, and developing terrain will all yield military merit. In Blue Star, the conditions for advancement were obscure and success was elusive. However, here on the battlefield, the criteria for advancement became crystal clear. Name: Bai Yi. Current rank: second rank. To advance to third rank requires military merit 20, 000, 020, 000. Additional condition 1. Defeat 100 second rank enemies. 100. Not satisfied, defeat 1 third rank enemy. 1. Additional condition 2. Possess a talent of white or higher. Current talent fox essence is green. Condition satisfied. Advancement reward: random skill 1. Gain 50 to all attributes, 150 free attributes. It is noteworthy that rank is not achieved by reaching a certain attribute threshold. Rather, one must surpass the rank to acquire the corresponding attributes. The specific combat power, however, depends on the attributes themselves. Generally speaking, those of higher rank possess greater combat prowess, as attributes typically improve slowly under normal circumstances. A single rank advancement can yield more attributes than a lifetime of training. Of course, those of lower rank are not necessarily weak. Should fortune favor them and they start with 7 divine artifacts adorning their being, they could potentially rule Blue Star. However, such extraordinary individuals have yet to emerge. Until now, the entire Blue Star has only possessed a handful of divine artifacts, each a national treasure. Even if one were to combine the hidden ones, it remains uncertain whether they could amass 7. The so-called battle merit is essentially akin to experience points. Once the battle merit is maxed out, one can submit a promotion task to ascend. However, this promotion task is not easily accomplished, particularly when it comes to talent. Countless individuals find themselves stuck at this juncture. Unless a miracle occurs, they may never break free from the shackles of their innate abilities. Currently, it seems that Bai Yi's potential cap is at the 4th tier. Within the realm of extraordinary beings on Blue Star, this is already considered quite remarkable. Although Bai Yi, as an ordinary avatar, cannot reap additional benefits, all gains will revert to the main body, including the attribute enhancements following promotion. This truly embodies the perfect innate laborer. Bai Yi mused, already mapping out a growth trajectory in her mind. She could allow Bai Yi to first accrue promotion benefits for the main body, then have the main body ascend and reap the rewards again. In fact, She envisioned the possibility of the system generating 100 or even 180 avatars, dedicated solely to augmenting the main body's attributes, leading to a meteoric rise. As she contemplated this delightful prospect, Baiyi's eyes gradually glazed over, and her lips curled upward uncontrollably. Such beautiful thoughts, yet you cannot even conquer the dungeons. Where will you find the experience points to purchase items? 100 or 80 avatars. Selling you wouldn't even fetch that price. Oh, my pitiful host, so impoverished yet still dreaming in broad daylight. Woe is the fate of this system. How bitter it is. The system's mocking tone interrupted Baiyi's reverie, delivering an effective blow.
Baiyi.
My resolve has hardened. My fists clenched. There are times when I truly wish to drag you out and give you a good beating. Baiyi spoke through gritted teeth. Do not even think about dragging me out. Upon uttering these words, it appeared that a certain keyword had been triggered, causing the once arrogant system to falter in its tone. How about you refrain from getting angry for now? If you really cannot contain yourself, why not take on a couple of snow howlers instead? Let us agree on this. If I fight them, you must not retaliate against me. Without granting Baiyi a chance to respond, a map dotted with red points manifested before her. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that a multitude of red dots from all directions was converging towards her position, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Is this a small-scale beast tide triggered by an avalanche? No, you are sending me to fight a beast tide. You wretched system. Come out. Are you attempting to dispose of me and switch to another host? Baiyi felt a surge of anger. Please, you are merely an avatar. Furthermore, these are just low-tier or newly promoted beasts. What are you afraid of? You are currently at the second tier, a force to be reckoned with on the rookie battlefield. This is merely a horde of insignificant creatures. Strike them with a hammer. Burn them with demonic flames. Tear them apart with your hands. Crush them. I want to see rivers of blood flow. After hearing the system's words, Baiyi fell silent for a moment. She realized that she had been influenced by a habitual way of thinking, instinctively believing that these beast tides would be terrifying. Now, with the system's reminder, she recognized that while she was indeed a newcomer in the battlefield, she was also a bona fide second-tier being, with a composite attribute soaring to 300 points and possessing 4 skills. If the system's assertions hold true, that the foes encountered are either unranked or just newly ranked, then it is indeed plausible for her to wreak havoc and emerge unscathed. Reflecting on this, Baiyi licked her cherry lips, her heart stirred with excitement. Just imagine the valor points she could accumulate if she were to eliminate them all. She conceded that, at this moment, she too felt a thrill for the prospect of a river of blood. Thus, she pivoted and hastened towards the direction of the snow-howling beast tide. 30 minutes later, in a secluded corner of the basin, Luo Tianqing was leading several hundred individuals to seek refuge upon a nearby mountain. Although she had initially intended to engage in conversation, the other party had fled with remarkable swiftness. With the impending beast wave, she was compelled to prioritize survival. The sudden onslaught in her past life had been utterly unforeseen, resulting in the elimination of nearly 90 of her school's cohort. In this lifetime, she sought to avert such a calamity, yet ultimately, she lacked the necessary authority. Consequently, only a small fraction chose to follow her, most of whom did so out of respect for Yi Chang'an. After all, it is human nature to cling to the strong for warmth. At this moment, Luo Tianqing led the way, guiding her team along the gentle mountain path etched in her memory. This route was relatively easy to traverse, and it harbored a nest of snow-dwelling beasts. With over 300 of them, they were more than capable of seizing the lair as a stronghold without sustaining injuries. Chapter 14. Otherworldly. People? Hey Yi Chang'an, what are you staring at? Hurry up and catch up. At the corner, as Luo Tianqing ascended the mountain, he caught a glimpse of Yi Chang'an gazing at a spot like a fool, prompting him to remind his friend urgently. Yi Chang'an, as Bai Yang's childhood companion, was naturally familiar with him, given their long-standing bond. I was just pondering whether Xiao Bai truly hasn't arrived, Yi Chang'an replied, cradling the lethal little girl in his arms, and quickly caught up. He trudged through the thick snow, which engulfed his calves, forging a path with determination. He will come, but perhaps not at this moment. Stay close behind me and remain vigilant of our surroundings, Luo Tianqing instructed, concern etched on his face. In his previous life, Yi Chang'an had found himself besieged by a horde of beasts while trying to protect this girl. Although he possessed great strength, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. After retreating from the battlefield, he faced a series of humiliations and setbacks. It was only after Mu Qingqing was slain during an invasion by the Sea Tribe that he embarked on a path of vengeance. Without the advantage of the battlefield, he had forcefully ascended to the 7th tier. Invincible among his peers, he could defeat enemies of higher ranks with ease, and his combat prowess was comparable to that of seasoned 9th-tier warriors, making him a formidable opponent even for himself. At that time, his declaration, Yi Chang'an, the mortal martial artist, struck terror into the hearts of countless sea creatures. Yet, no matter how strong a mortal might be, they ultimately could not transcend the constraints of their status. Especially when lacking sufficient spiritual energy, they would suffocate without air and starve without food. In the end, he was slain by a malevolent deity from the abyss, his blood staining the vast ocean. To be honest, she was quite curious about how far he would have progressed had he not lost his battlefield qualifications so early. Of course, the most crucial matter was that if Bai Yong were to vanish again in this life, Yi Chang'an, provided he did not let hatred cloud his judgment, would become a significant asset in the quest to locate Bai Yong. Your physique is formidable. The path you forge can clear the way for others, Luo Tianqing added hastily, worried that Yi Chang'an might recklessly rely on his strength. Understood. Yi Chang'an nodded thoughtfully, then shifted the conversation. Why do I feel like you're different from before? He suddenly focused on Luo Tianqing's cheek, narrowing his eyes. You seem more mature than before. In terms of temperament, what keen perception. Luo Tianqing was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chang'an's unexpected inquiry. However, he masked his surprise with a hint of confusion that quickly transformed into a knowing smile. Perhaps it's because we've reached the battlefield. If I don't exhibit a semblance of maturity, it would be challenging to gain respect. With that, he quickened his pace. Indeed, your decision to ascend the mountain is quite wise. Yi Chang'an shrugged in response to Luo Tianqing's remark, following closely behind. Yet, his half-squinted eyes remained fixed on the figure ahead, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the basin, a group of individuals was frantically fleeing. They are the newcomers of the southern city, though their fortune has not favored them. Just as they landed, an avalanche occurred nearby. While it did not directly affect them, mere minutes later, as they began to acclimate to the biting cold, they found themselves targeted as prey by countless snow howlers emerging from the avalanche. These creatures, known for their tendency to move in packs, stand approximately 1.5 meters tall, resembling large white gorillas but possessing wolf-like heads and mouths akin to those of a lamprey. Their limbs are disproportionately large, with claws that are both resilient and sharp, and their bodies exhibit remarkable resistance to pressure. They excel at emitting special sound waves that trigger avalanches, effectively burying or driving away their quarry. Individually, they are not particularly formidable. A mere weapon could easily vanquish one. However, at this moment they are in the thousands, the snow reaching up to their calves, crunched underfoot with each step, creating a series of muffled sounds. Meow! Why must you all appear in such numbers? Now we are in danger of being devoured. Woe is me! A discordant voice arose from the crowd, revealing a petite girl with cat ears, her snowy white fur blending into the surroundings as she dashed through the throng. Despite her short legs, she moved with remarkable agility, quickly reaching the forefront. This sparked the curiosity of those around her. Are you a local resident? What do you mean local? I, the cat, found myself here quite unexpectedly just yesterday. After painstakingly building my snow house, you lot arrive and dismantle it, attracting the snow monsters. As she lamented, Rushue felt tears welling up in her eyes. Just the previous morning, she had been attending classes at the Magic Academy, but upon stepping out of her dormitory, she suddenly found herself in this strange place. Were it not for her superior physique as a demi-human and her considerable knowledge of magic, she would have perished from the cold upon her arrival. Are you an otherworldly visitor? A perceptive individual nearby pondered her words. His interest piqued. Ever since the battlefield's emergence, it seemed the gates to other realms had gradually opened. Occasionally, beings from other worlds would be inadvertently drawn into the conflict. The arrival of such entities often heralded the beginning of a new world merging with this one, with the location of the merge typically related to where the unexpected being had exited the battlefield. To escape this realm, these visitors must be accompanied by the denizens of this world. The last encounter between Blue Star and an otherworldly visitor occurred 2 centuries ago in the realm of artifacts. This was a small world, roughly the size of the Tibetan region of Huagua. At the time, it faced a severe abyssal crisis, and given the universal win-win nature of the artifact beings, the 2 realms managed to harmonize without significant friction once the secret realm of Blue Star was formed. The first individual to bring back an artifact being achieved a status and position that eluded the common person throughout their lifetime. Should someone successfully escort an otherworldly visitor back, it would undoubtedly bring immense glory and wealth. Otherworldly? Are you referring to the demon realm? Upon hearing this, Rushue gazed up at the sky before shaking her head. The demon realm is far more terrifying than this place. It must be some sort of teleportation trap, and the fact that it leads to a place like this surely indicates the involvement of those cold-hearted frost elves, those warmongers. Ruashue let out a cold snort as she surveyed the surrounding individuals, yet her eyes soon filled with bewilderment. Despite considering herself reasonably knowledgeable, she found herself unable to identify the race of these beings. They bore a resemblance to her own form, yet lacked the fluffy tails and ears, the sharp fangs and claws, or the pointed ears characteristic of elves. Taller and more slender than dwarves, yet frilier than the savage orcs, they were indeed strange creatures. With a curious thought lingering in her mind, she accelerated once more. She certainly did not wish to be devoured by those abominable snow beasts. There were still so many things left undone. She hadn't embraced her sister Slime yet, nor had she shared a tender moment with her sister Forest Elf, and she had yet to savor the essence of her sister Succubus. She was not ready to perish. With such thoughts fueling her determination, her pace quickened, leaving the others far behind. However, she remained blissfully unaware of the uneven terrain ahead, and in the next moment, Ruashua lost her balance, rolling several times before ultimately vanishing into the depths of the snow. Chapter 15. Snow Lotus Grass. At this moment, Bai was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding ahead. She was seated upon a colossal piece of cold jade rock, rising more than 3 meters above the ground, with a top area scarcely exceeding 5 square meters. Here, she took a respite while observing the movements of the beast tide through her small map. This basin was indeed substantial. After running for over 10 minutes, she had yet to encounter the beast tide. Thus, she wisely chose to rest in a favorable location. Judging by the beast tide's trajectory, it seemed poised to traverse this basin. Rather than exhausting her energy by confronting it head-on, she deemed it prudent to wait patiently in a strategic position. How large is this map system? Bai occasionally zoomed in and out, only to discover that the map was far from complete. This represents approximately 1/8 of this planet. It will suffice for now, the system replied. Is there no real-time map available? Bai inquired, her curiosity piqued. Setting aside the inherent dangers, the scenery of this world was quite captivating. Particularly, the dramatic elevation changes and the presence of the ocean suggested that this region was likely abundant in breathtaking fjord landscapes. If you wish for one, you must purchase it. 100 training points. No negotiation. Is there an option for credit? Bai asked. Absolutely not. How stingy. Bai pouted, clutching her previously burned tail. In her other hand, she held a jade-like ice block, methodically applying it to the charred area. The once scorched and raw skin was now enveloped in a fresh layer of pristine fluff, indicating that it would soon regain its original softness. The effects of this ice jade were indeed remarkable. With a slight surge of her spiritual energy, she crushed the jade and applied it entirely. This treasure she had stumbled upon during her journey was akin to a consumable spirit stone, but with the distinction that it restored bodily condition and slightly increased the limits of her physical and mental capacities. Perhaps it was due to her fox lineage that she had experienced a string of fortuitous events on this journey. First, she had stumbled upon a cache of ice jade while traversing the snow, and then, a large bird had descended from the sky, dropping a snow lotus grass that permanently enhanced her physique right at her chest. While resting, she discovered the cold jade rock beneath her, which slowly nourished her body. This experience had allowed her, a long-time unlucky soul, to relish the joy of fortune. Soon, the ice jade was completely absorbed with the aid of her spiritual energy, and her tail began to regain its fluffy appearance. If only I could find some thermal leggings next, Bai Yi mused, wrapping her tail around to cover the gaping hole in her bearskin robe, which offered little protection. While standing, the bearskin provided excellent wind resistance. However, once seated, the chilly breeze seeped in, much to her discomfort, prompting her to use her tail as a makeshift shield. In light of this, Bai Yi shifted her focus to the system. I strongly recommend that you add some daily necessities to the shop. Next time for sure, came the system's perfunctory response. TSK. In light of the system's indifference, Bai Yi resolved to nibble on the snow lotus grass she had just collected. The grass takes the form of a long, slender, milky white vine, approximately 20 centimeters in length, slightly thicker than a chopstick. Remarkably, even in such frigid weather, it remains unfrozen. When held, it exudes a faint warmth. Snow lotus grass rank. First effect. Consuming it enhances physique by 1 point and slightly increases cold resistance. Maximum efficacy, 10 times. Current efficacy, 0. Note, higher ranks yield better effects. Consuming a higher rank will automatically override the effects of lower ranks. Bai Yi grasped a handful of snow, meticulously cleansing it before placing it in her mouth. Initially tasteless, it revealed a subtle sweetness upon further savoring. Not bad, she remarked, rolling it onto her fingers and consuming it in one bite. As a spiritual entity, it is rich in natural spiritual energy and various nutrients. A single bite released a warm juice that flooded her mouth and transformed into a soothing warmth coursing through her limbs. The stamina and spiritual energy depleted from her earlier exertions were swiftly replenished, even providing a surplus that enhanced her corporeal form in the present world. Consuming snow lotus grass, the restoration speed of physique, stamina, spiritual energy, and mental energy has significantly increased within 30 minutes. Once her state was adequately adjusted, Bai Yi seized the torch hammer. In the distance, she could faintly discern white waves surging. It was a throng of countless snow howlers charging forth, their piercing cries audible from afar. The sheer number was indeed daunting. Bai Yi narrowed her eyes, feeling the torch hammer warm in her grasp. As thousands of snow howlers surged forward, the oppressive aura they emanated was overwhelming. Despite knowing their rank was not high, a sense of tension stirred within her. Such a chaotic scene reminded her of the bustling crowds she had witnessed at her school gate during summer vacation. Yet, awe aside, she knew she had to confront them. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. As the chaotic horde drew closer, Bai Yi began to channel her spiritual energy into the torch hammer, causing the flames to soar in temperature, gradually shifting to a brilliant violet hue. The intense heat caused the fur of a nearby bearskin robe to curl slightly. Ultimately, her internal spiritual energy surged forth through her pores, forming a faint protective membrane around her body under the control of her mental energy, preserving her attire. Simultaneously, the durability of the torch was diminishing rapidly, now losing a fraction of its endurance every 10 minutes. As the flames reached their zenith, the first snow howler collided with the icy cliff. The torch's intense heat drew the ire of most snow howlers, who instinctively sought to bury any high-temperature object within the snow. In their eyes, the blazing torch and the warm, moving creature represented the greatest provocation. A sharp cacophony of roars resonated as the snow howlers clung to the rugged stone walls, striving to ascend. Yet, before they could reach any height, a hammer struck one directly upon its skull. The immense force obliterated its cranium, instantly erupting in a mist of sanguine spray. Brain matter mingled with blood. Yet fortunately, Bai Yi had enveloped herself in spiritual energy beforehand. The crimson liquid did not splatter upon her. Instead, it merely stained the pristine white snow with a glaring shade of red. Kill a non-tier snow howler. Merit value 1. Oh. They are rather fragile, aren't they? Bai Yi glanced at the snow howler, its head utterly crushed, and as it plummeted, the intense flames ignited its fur and fat, causing its body to gradually succumb to the fire. However, this spectacle incited the wrath of the other snow howlers, who hastily churned the snow to extinguish the flames engulfing their companion. Such fur, to be burned, is truly a pity. Contemplating this, Bai Yi willingly reduced her supply of spiritual energy, retaining only a standard flame to attract the ire of the snow howlers. Just as the system indicated, these insignificant creatures did not warrant her full effort. I never claimed I wouldn't give it my all. Chapter 16. The The snow burial incident. Species: snow howler. Rank: non-ascendant. Talent: snow howl, can trigger avalanches through its shriek. Possesses remarkable adaptability to most frigid environments. Description: a mere variant of the snow howler, yet even the lowly possess their wrath. Any presence of high temperature drives them into a frenzy. However, even these insignificant creatures do not warrant such a considerable expenditure of my spiritual energy. Perhaps having heard the system's remarks too often, Bai Yi has been somewhat influenced. As she spoke, her arms rose and fell in rapid succession, akin to a whack-a-mole game, and several more snow howlers met their demise, blood spraying forth like columns, staining the icy rock below a vivid crimson. The expanse of this icy jade rock is limited, and before the area can be filled with corpses, the number of snow howlers that can ascend simultaneously is quite restricted, making it easily manageable. However, due to the diminished flow of spiritual energy, these snow howlers did not ignite as the first one did. They merely fell heavily, causing those behind them to tumble down as well. Just as Bai Yi unleashed her fervent assault upon these snow howlers, akin to ants scurrying up a tree, a first-tier snow howler seized the opportunity amidst her onslaught and lunged at her with ferocity. Its gaping maw was lined with spiral-shaped fangs, and its massive claws glistened with a chilling sheen. At this moment, Bai Yi's right hand was already engaged in a motion that was difficult to halt. Her center of balance disrupted, rendering her unable to react swiftly. This snow howler had evidently found the perfect moment to strike. Unless one could multitask with precision, executing different actions simultaneously, the ordinary second tier might have found themselves bitten by this clever beast. Yet for Bai Yi, who could control two bodies at once, the concept of multitasking, of ambidextrously battling, was almost childish play. In the face of the incoming snow howler, a delicate hand moved faster than the beast's pounce, appearing feeble yet imbued with remarkable strength. With a precise motion, her slender palm struck the creature's jaw, the force directed upward, crashing into its mind. Just as the snow howler was about to be sent reeling backward, she tightened her grip on its jaw, pulling back with force. This exchange transpired in an instant. The combined forces from both directions caused its fragile brain to tremor violently, momentarily robbing it of its ability to act. Following this, Bai Yi harnessed the momentum of her grasp, driving the snow howler's head downward into the skull of another that had just climbed up. The sound of impact was akin to a ripe melon hitting the ground, as the two corpses were propelled several dozen meters away before finally landing. Eliminated a first-tier snow howler, earning 5 battle points. Additionally acquired the equipment ice-cutting blade, Gray, automatically stored in the battle domain backpack. Eliminated a non-ascendant snow howler, earning 1 battle point. Having completed her task, Bai Yi savored the sensation. The fur beneath the first-tier snow howler's coat was remarkably soft, rivaling her own tail, suitable for crafting a pair of autumn trousers. With this thought, her efficiency in dispatching foes surged even further. As her right hand wielded the battle torch, her left hand retrieved the newly acquired ice-cutting blade. Measuring approximately 1 meter in length, it was slightly shorter than the battle torch, with a broad blade, thick spine, and a sharply pointed, gracefully curved edge. Felt cool to the touch, yet not frigid. Bai Yi wielded a blade in one hand and a combat torch in the other, adeptly multitasking as she dispatched her foes with increasing efficiency. As more and more snow-singing beasts converged upon her, her slaughter intensified. Perhaps the effects of the fox essence were truly remarkable. After slaying around 100 of these creatures, she unexpectedly obtained an item, the warm scarf, Gray. Glancing at it casually, she draped the scarf around her neck. Although her ordinary doppelgängers could not don attribute-based gear and thus could not benefit from its properties, wearing it still provided warmth. At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware of the blood-stained snow beneath her, which was growing increasingly crimson. A headless snow-singing beast emerged from the bloodied snow, and astonishingly, a bloody head materialized atop its neck, seemingly sculpted from the scarlet snow. The resurrection of this creature triggered a frenzied response from the surrounding snow-singing beasts, which began to scatter in all directions. One particularly slow beast was seized by the resurrected creature. Upon mere contact, the crimson snowflakes began to climb its arm, enveloping it. The snowflakes, appearing almost sentient, commenced their feast upon the ordinary snow-singing beast, swiftly replicating and expanding. In less than a minute, the unfortunate beast was entirely consumed and assimilated, subsequently doubling its speed as it raced away. What? What just happened? Bai Yi blinked, her expression clouded with confusion as she surveyed the suddenly desolate surroundings, momentarily at a loss. However, it wasn't long before the snow-singing beasts that had fled returned at an even greater speed, while large patches of snow began to turn red. At that instant, Bai Yi became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. According to the battlefield rules, both the bloodied snow and the resurrected beings were classified as rule events. The simultaneous emergence of both phenomena took her completely by surprise, and given the current circumstances, it was evidently a consequence of her relentless slaughter. Snow-singing beast. The returned rank, 1st tier physique, 96 mental power, 0 spiritual power, 60 talent. Blood dye. Direct contact with the flesh will apply a blood dye buff to the target, gradually eroding it with the blood snow until it is assimilated into a returned. Note: this state can be gradually dispelled near flames. Skills. None. Description. When you see it, do not hesitate. Ignite a fire immediately. The searing flames will protect you. What kind of novice battlefield opens with such intensity? Bai Yi's expression fell as she observed the resurrected snow-singing beasts. Although their rank remained unchanged, their attributes had dramatically doubled. Her confidence in recklessly slaughtering the beast-tide had stemmed from her overwhelming attribute advantage and the oppressive control her mental skills exerted over low-tier creatures. Yet now, following the enhancement of the rules, while ordinary snow-singing beasts posed no significant threat, those first-tier beasts had gained the power to potentially slay her in close combat. As the crimson tide of beasts surged forth, returning with increasing ferocity, Bai Yi resolutely intensified the flames of his torch. Simultaneously, a battle alert echoed in the ears of every individual within this basin. The snow burial event has been triggered. All pioneers in the quiet basin are advised to prepare and avoid contact with the sanguine snow. Exercise caution around the deceased entities. Event objective: await the next heavy snowfall to cover the blood snow, or personally melt away all traces of it. Event rewards: survival reward of a choice of white equipment or 20 points of freely allocatable attributes. Note: freely allocatable attribute points may only be selected once per battlefield. Chapter 17. Digging 3 and filling 1? 20 attribute points. How absurd. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and promptly intensified the supply of spiritual energy to her torch. It is well known that the relative richness of battlefield rewards often reflects the perilous nature of unexpected events. Previously, humanity had encountered snow burial incidents more than once in other non-novice battlegrounds. Generally speaking, a typical snow burial event yields rewards equivalent to approximately 5 of the average comprehensive attributes of the current battlefield. If translated to this novice battleground, it would roughly amount to around 2 attribute points. However, the current situation reveals an astonishing 10-fold increase. The true difficulty is likely beyond mere descriptions of life and death. This is certainly not merely a consequence of an additional rule prohibiting the lighting of fires at night. The azure and violet flames flickered in Bai Yi's eyes, warming the icy rocks below and causing them to crack. The surging heat mercilessly struck Bai Yi's hands, yet a thin barrier of spiritual energy mitigated its intensity, leaving only a gentle warmth upon contact with her skin. At this moment, she was contemplating the present circumstances. The primary challenge of the event lay in how to survive the night. First, the prohibition against lighting fires at night posed a significant dilemma. Yet, if the resurrected beings emerged, they could only be repelled by flames. However, this would incite the wrath of the heavy snow, which had now transformed into the blood snow of a snow burial, presenting an exceedingly high danger, as any contact would lead to infection. Additionally, one must not gaze into the darkness for extended periods. According to Luo Tianqing's warning, one should not stare into the shadows for more than 5 seconds. Thus, the most prudent course of action, as Luo Tianqing suggested, would be to seize a snow beast's territory early, clear the accumulated snow for protection, and then kindle a fire for the night. Yet, she found herself in the center of a basin, surrounded by blood snow, with no foothold in sight. Unless she could fly, ascending the mountain was utterly impossible. Without the ability to ascend, survival through the night would be exceedingly difficult. This was a rule of death. Having higher attributes would not suffice to avoid it. Ah, how vexing! This body has yet to savor the pleasures of existence. Cough, cough. It has yet to create sufficient value. How could it end so soon? Bai Yi fiercely tugged at her silken, cascading white hair with one free hand, causing a single snow-white tuft to stand upright defiantly amidst the flowing silver strands. Although this was merely a clone, it was still fundamentally herself. In true peril, death and pain would be inescapable. No, I must devise a plan. Perhaps I could use the torch to melt a path through the blood? No, that would be too slow. Or I could harness spiritual energy. Just as Bai Yi was deep in thought, preparing to attempt something, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Beware behind you. Instinctively, she turned around to find a blood snow construct of a returner emerging from the snow burial a mere 5 or 6 meters away, immediately lunging toward her. Without hesitation, she hurled a sphere of demon fire while simultaneously swinging her torch forward. Faced with the intense heat, the returner exhibited evident resistance mid-leap, attempting to retreat, yet its body continued to lunge forward under the influence of inertia. First, the torch, hotter than the welding flame, struck her face, instantly melting away a significant portion of her opponent's body. Reluctant to concede, the demonic fire swiftly followed, evaporating the remaining fragments. Ultimately, all that remained before her was a damp, warm essence of blood. You have slain a first-tier snow howler, the returner, earning 10 battle points and acquiring a gray-grade universal military shovel. Universal military shovel, gray, durability, 15, sharpness, 15. Description: an exceptionally versatile tool weapon, suitable for construction, combat, clearing pathways, and cooking. Upon witnessing this, Bai couldn't help but roll her eyes, followed by a soft sigh. I need this to be a usable shovel. Had I known, I should have listened to Luo Tianqing and gone up the mountain from the start. Bai Yong scrutinized the double-handed shovel in his grasp. Its pitch-black surface blended seamlessly, the edges emanating a sharp, cold gleam. Though it would typically be considered a formidable tool, in the face of these returners, it paled in comparison to the torch, rendering it rather superfluous. Wait, just as Bai Yi felt a tinge of disappointment, she seemed to recall something, her gaze flickering as ancient memories resurfaced in her mind. Nightfall approached. Dig 3, fill 1. Dig 3, fill 1. Bai Yi's expression brightened. Although the heavens offered no path, the earth was not without its entrances. Her main body resonated with the void insect nest. Although her clone could not benefit from the attribute enhancement, it could share the nourishing effects of the void. As long as her main body was well-fed and well-watered, the surplus nourishment could be utilized by her. Since I cannot ascend the mountain, surely I can descend into the earth? Hope flickered in Bai Yi's eyes as she hugged her tail. In a state where breathing, moisture, and sustenance were unnecessary, and even the heartbeat and blood supply were irrelevant, what could be safer than burying oneself? With this thought, Bai Yi unleashed a ball of demonic fire, clearing a patch of snow below, but the writhing blood snow quickly approached. In response, she hastily hurled the torch into the cleared area, embedding it deep into the ground, causing the surrounding blood snow to halt its advance. Without delay, Bai Yi leaped down into the freshly cleared space and began frantically digging at the earth with her shovel. To enhance efficiency, she even employed mental and spiritual energy to assist her efforts. With each strike, she removed large chunks of frozen soil. You truly intend to bury yourself? The system was taken aback by Bai Yi's actions, realizing that its host was not merely eccentric. Did she not fear the possibility of insects lurking beneath? However, Bai Yi paid no heed to the system's astonishment and continued her fervent excavation, even utilizing spiritual energy to boost her efficiency. 3 hours later, as twilight descended, the crimson snow visibly began to stir. At this moment, 5 meters beneath the ground where a torch had long since fallen, Bai Yi lay quietly ensconced in the earth. The icy soil enveloped her, obscuring her vision, silencing all sounds, stifling her breath, and even compressing her heartbeat. Yet, she experienced no discomfort from this confinement. After enveloping the vital points with spiritual energy, the weariness finally arrived as anticipated. Sunko, I shall take a brief respite. Please remain vigilant and alert me promptly should any anomalies arise. With those words, Bai Yi succumbed to slumber. That night, in the realm of launching, I hadn't anticipated that this new battlefield would be so perilous. I wonder if Dyer will survive. Bai Yang sprang from the bed with a sudden movement. The sustenance from the void was limited, and most of it had been allocated to Bai Yi, leaving his own entity unable to languish idly without nourishment. Rising, he cast a glance at the relentless downpour outside, then retrieved a concentrated nutritional biscuit from beneath the bed and began to nibble on it. In 3 minutes, I shall not be limited to a mere 13 seconds this time. Chapter 18. The psychic beverage in the city shrouded by torrential rain. The river had long since overflowed, with the rushing waters sweeping away the accumulated dust of the earth. Lightning had incapacitated the power grid, while the flood had paralyzed transportation. The trees, which provided shade to the weary, stood resilient against the relentless assault of the storm, but could not withstand the fury of the crashing thunder and ultimately succumbed to the unbearable burden, splintering under the pressure. A few small birds, forced to abandon their treetop homes, flapped their drenched, heavy wings against the wind. Yet, in this moment, the world had descended into darkness. The winds howled fiercer, and the rain fell more torrentially. Upon taking to the skies, the birds soon realized they were enveloped in an interminable tempest, and in their desperate flight, they eventually exhausted their strength, succumbing to the impact of debris, and were swept away by the merciless winds towards their grim fate. Hey, look what I've caught! A pure white little sparrow. Bai Yang activated the independent generator in his home, illuminating the room just as a white creature came fluttering towards him. With the intention of not breaking the window, Bai Yang opened it and reached out, only to discover a nearly lifeless snow-white sparrow in his grasp. What a plump little bird. Let us put it on the grill. I want to taste it. What flavor could a system possibly discern? If you share your sense of taste with me, I could know. Such fanciful thinking. If you desire the sense of taste, then you shall become the next avatar. Bai Yang mused as he carefully examined the little creature in his hands. The sparrow was quite sizable, round and plump. At first glance, it resembled a large, waterlogged white bun, but one of its wings bore the marks of injury, revealing a hint of crimson. The rapid rise and fall of its chest signaled a flicker of life, and within its faint chirps, Bai Yang discerned a plea for help. Observing its pristine white plumage, he deliberated for a moment before wrapping the little sparrow in a towel and placing it on the windowsill of his bedroom. Lacking the skills to treat animals, he could only disinfect its wound with iodine, leaving its survival to fate. Should it unexpectedly perish, he resolved to ensure nothing went to waste by seasoning it with some cumin while still fresh. After completing these tasks, Bai Yang savored a couple of bites of compressed biscuits and gulped down nearly half a bottle of premium energy drink. These were emergency food supplies, specially crafted, and he had procured them at a high price from the Alliance's sales channels. Just one small bottle of this energy drink cost over 800 huabi. It could rapidly replenish energy while temporarily stimulating physical vitality, enhancing the absorption and digestive efficiency of food. The compressed biscuits were similarly effective. In critical moments, just 2 could sustain a person for an entire day, making the combination an optimal survival safeguard in times of peril. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, the countdown had now reached 10 seconds. Will the instance reset time, space, and location this time? Bai Yang inquired once more. Indeed, roasting the little sparrow is exceptionally delicious, but since you are unwilling to partake, I wager that this little fish will only survive for 30 seconds. Although Bai Yang chose to disregard the remarks made by the roasted small group sparrow, the disdainful tone of the system caused a twitch at the corner of his eye, prompting his displeasure. What sort of talk is this? What do you mean I can only live for 30 seconds? My physical attributes have already surpassed 70 points. I can at least survive for half a minute. In his anger, Bai Yang defiantly raised his middle finger. This provocation rendered the system momentarily speechless. It took a while before it responded. What difference does it make between 30 seconds and half a minute? It's merely a matter of terminology, Bai Yang retorted with conviction, though deep down he felt a twinge of insecurity. The battlefield was undeniably perilous. His previous survival for 13 seconds did not indicate his strength but rather his lack of threat at that time. Aside from the berserk orc that was incinerated at the onset, it was not until 12 seconds had passed that he was marked as a target by other creatures, ultimately succumbing at 13 seconds. Now, with his threat level markedly increased, He wondered how long he might endure. Nevertheless, he was resolute that those who had participated in his demise would pay with their lives. As for salvation, he would seek vengeance first. With such thoughts in mind, the system's prompt arrived as anticipated. Ding! The instance. Discarva Dragon Burial Battlefield has been refreshed. Alongside this announcement, a notification regarding the refresh of his talent appeared in his mind. Golden Legend, available next time. You may randomly enhance any item to a gray or golden quality equipment. 100 Premium Gold Charging Progress. 0.99. Gazing at the battlefield entrance page that unfolded before him and feeling the rejuvenated power of his talent, Baiyang contemplated for a moment before decisively closing the page. He then retrieved a bottle of premium energy drink from beneath his bed. A sudden thought struck him. His talent did not seem to possess the various restrictions common to similar abilities. Other enhancement-type talents either required specific quality battlefield equipment or necessitated any quality battlefield items or gear. However, his talent appeared devoid of the prerequisite of being any quality of battlefield. This realization suggested he might attempt to enhance some colorless technological creations. For instance, firearms, grenades, missiles, mushroom eggs. In that fleeting moment, Baiyang's mind raced with possibilities. Yet, ultimately, his gaze settled upon the bottle of drink before him. Speculation remained mere conjecture until verified by reality. With this in mind, Baiyang decisively activated his talent. You may become a legend, he declared instinctively. The energy drink in his hand immediately emanated a vibrant green glow. Coincidentally, amidst the continuous rumbling of thunder outside, a particularly resounding clap of thunder erupted, as if the lightning surged from the ground, piercing through the storm clouds. The radiance illuminated the entire expanse, making it as bright as day, while the heavy rumble drowned out all other sounds of thunder. As the glow in his hand dissipated, the once ordinary and exquisite pull tab can had transformed into a mysterious can adorned with flickering, otherworldly patterns. Though it remains a mere can, it has acquired attributes that it ought not to possess. Premium energy drink. Psychic elixir. Origin. Green. Type. Special equipment durability. 3 physique. 10 armor break. 50 burn. 50 heal. 50 skill. Psychic elixir. Consuming it entirely restores 50 of healing attributes in health while additionally replenishing 50 of healing attributes in spiritual energy. Psychic explosion. Upon being thrown, it inflicts extensive explosive damage, resulting in the loss of this equipment. Psychic cultivation. Exclusive to Origin. When buried in the earth after 3 hours, it yields 3 additional cans of the unplantable psychic elixir. Truly works. Upon witnessing the green light illuminate, Baiyang felt his heart race. Especially after glimpsing the final skill, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "By heavens, we're in for a fortune, but do you dare to sell them in bulk now?" Not a chance. The system's words extinguished Baiyang's fantasies. Selling a few cans occasionally may be feasible, but a large quantity could easily invite trouble. Nevertheless, today's endeavor will undoubtedly hold historical significance. It signifies that henceforth, mundane artifacts may ultimately ascend to the divine realm. If one were to lament, it would be that the enhancements derived from one's innate talents, be it food or otherwise, will invariably culminate in equipment, rather than rare treasures of the earth. Chapter 19. Spring sows a grain, autumn harvests 1,000 souls with a mere thought. Baiyang equipped the primordial energy drink. The attributes of special equipment are not bound by rigid enhancement rules. They may solely augment attributes or bestow additional effects. Clearly, this energy drink belongs to the latter category. Although its inherent attributes rank at the bottom among green quality gear, the potency of its skills is undeniable. Particularly in explosive skills, they prove invaluable within dungeons. After all, the equipment wear and tear resets upon the dungeon's conclusion, allowing oneself the freedom to unleash without restraint. As Baiyang pondered the potential effects of merging human and machine with the energy drink, curiosity began to swell. Acting on impulse, he initiated the fusion. The beverage in his hand transformed into a vibrant green light, merging with his being, and a surge of newfound power radiated from his right hand, coursing through his entire body. A subtle emerald glow manifested in his pupils, intertwining with their original golden hue, reminiscent of two fish dancing in the depths of his gaze. Thankfully, this dual luminescence was faint, hardly detectable without deliberate observation. Nevertheless, Bai Yang noticed this effect through his personal interface and couldn't help but sigh. At this rate, will my eyes turn into a kaleidoscope of colors? Just as he contemplated the appearance of such vibrant eyes, the effects of the fusion seemed to lag, gradually revealing themselves. New status. Human-machine fusion, primordial energy drink, body strength 50. New traits. Physical attacks gain an additional 250 points of armor-piercing attribute. Magical attacks gain 250 points of burn attribute. Magical nurturing adds 250 points of healing attribute. New trait energetic body. Every 3 hours, 50 of healing attributes restore stamina while additionally recovering 50 of magical reserves. Note: when consuming flesh and blood, the target will directly receive a 3-hour effect, which can only activate once per day. Can be toggled on-off. New trait energetic explosion. Triggers self-detonation upon death. New trait sow humanity. Reap humanity. Bury oneself in the earth, generating 3 replicas of oneself after 3 hours. Note: the replicas will inherit basic attributes, capped at standard tier 3 values. They cannot inherit equipment, talents, or skills. All non-plant traits related to the energy drink will be inherited. Lastly, beware of suffocation. Upon witnessing the effects unfold, Bai Yang felt as though his brain had momentarily ceased functioning. Not only him, but even the typically verbose system fell into silence. After a lengthy pause. System Bai Yang, huh? What on earth is this? Bai Yang scratched his head, finding the preceding effects comprehensible, even accepting the supplementary Tang Song meat effect. Yet, what in the world is this sow humanity, reap humanity nonsense? Bai Yang was in a frenzy. Is it truly possible for a being such as a human to be cultivated? The notion is quite peculiar, to say the least. Do not inquire of this system, for it possesses no knowledge. This is a manifestation of your enhanced talent, something entirely unique within my database. Then what do you know? The little group sparrow is delicious. Bai Yang. This foolish system is beyond redemption. However, after a brief moment, Bai Yang ultimately came to terms with this peculiar situation. Setting aside the strange fact of human cultivation, this could indeed be viewed as a formidable skill. While others may summon soldiers, he can summon Bai Yi. As for why he does not summon Bai Yang, that is simply because Bai Yi is currently buried in the earth. Yet, before addressing that matter, he had other tasks to attend to. Approaching the window, he first used his spiritual energy to nurture the ailing snowy white sparrow. Under the gentle infusion of spiritual power, the wounds on its wings healed at a visibly rapid pace, returning to their pristine state in less than half a minute. Next, he procured a flower pot, severed the resonance, and planted the special energy drink within. The matter of cultivating humans could wait. He desired to first cultivate a few bottles of the special drink to indulge in the dungeons. At that very moment, unbeknownst to Bai Yang, as the thunder echoed, countless powerful beings gazed skyward, sensing an unexplainable shift in the atmosphere. They were uncertain of the cause, yet instinctively felt that something momentous was unfolding in the world around them. It was as if a chain had been broken or a prison had developed cracks. Though the sky was laden with ominous clouds, they caught a fleeting glimpse of the starlit expanse beyond. At this instant, above the depths of the Pacific Ocean, 2 men and 1 woman confronted a monstrous entity below. While the front line valiantly battled, they, as the strongest of humanity, were tasked with monitoring this creature from the abyss, ensuring it would not reach the shore. Each bore scars from past encounters, yet the creature appeared to awaken from a deep slumber. Towering at a height of 1,000 meters, it resembled a grotesquely overweight humanoid, draped in writhing, kelp-like tentacles, each adorned with a human face. They sang loudly, staining the seawater a deep green, transforming all surrounding life into extensions of itself. Due to its myriad characteristics, some individuals affectionately referred to it as K, the Overlord, though its true name remained unknown. It required no worship. It was the malevolent god of the abyss, an innate deity, a personification of the laws of nature. Blue Star was its pasture, with humanity and the aquatic races merely livestock within its domain, mere chives in a field. Now it was hungry, inciting war to satiate its primal instincts. Yet, this was insufficient. It suddenly yearned to sample the flesh of the plumpest lambs among them. Though the lambs before it appeared robust, they were precisely to its liking. With a mere motion, the deep green waters surged upward, enveloping the three in the domain of the abyss. An indescribable sense of oppression washed over them. They felt their spiritual energy thickening, their life force being eroded by the void's waves, akin to sandcastles swiftly succumbing to the tide. Their limbs became utterly rigid, as if the weight of the entire world bore down upon them. Observing this, one of the one-eyed men ignited with crimson-white flames. The flames, devoid of heat, nonetheless distorted and melted everything in their vicinity. The sea, the air, the very essence of spirit, everything warped into a part of the inferno. I shall shatter his divine realm. Seize this moment to slay him if you can. As the words fell, starlight converged and pierced through the heavy clouds. A blade took shape above the celestial expanse, reminiscent of the aurora stretching across the sky, akin to fleeting light in an instant. Flecks of starlight cascaded down, weaving through the celestial brilliance like a waterfall, merging into the sword's radiance, causing the tentacles of that malevolent deity to erupt like seaweed. Ah! He lifted his gaze to the somewhat aged man before him. The lamb he once perceived had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a deadly viper, prepared to inflict an unforgettable wound with its very existence. Senior, do not overexert yourself. Others gasped in astonishment, yet their talents were still juvenile, unable to rival the senior who struggled to withstand the omnipresent pressure in this domain. Overexert? Ha! This old man has preserved this frail form solely for this sword. I offer all I have to forge the steps to ascend. Should this sword descend, it shall ensure a century of peace for the blue star. Faced with the present circumstances, sacrificing one to preserve two, thereby securing a century of tranquility, may indeed be the wisest course of action. However, just as the skill was on the verge of completion, a thunderous rumble echoed. Though within the divine realm, the thunder shattered all barriers, resonating in their ears. The sound of thunder momentarily stilled the starlight above, and the release of the skill was forcefully delayed. Everyone sensed this shift. Even the malevolent deity cast a profound glance at the starlit moonlight piercing through the shadowy clouds of the domain. Before anyone could grasp the situation, he abruptly dispelled the realm and sank beneath the waves. Enduring this attack, he could seize the lamb before him. At worst, he would merely slumber for a time, awakening to newfound strength. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he altered his decision. This land was undergoing an unknown transformation, and he did not wish to miss what was unfolding. What was that just now? I do not know. Yet, regardless of the outcome, we have survived, and I am prepared for mutual destruction. Chapter 20. Dual Armament. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Bai Yong remained in a meditative state beside the flower pot, honing his mental strength, until, at a certain moment, the soil beneath the pot began to swell slightly. Noticing this, Bai Yong swiftly unearthed the contents within. To his astonishment, alongside the originally buried blue-green energy elixir, 3 bottles of pure silver elixirs had also appeared. Energy elixir, green, X3 type, special equipment physique, 10 armor break, 50 burn, 50 healing, 50 skill. Energy elixir, energy explosion. Without hesitation, Bai Yong promptly extracted 2 additional bottles of equipment while simultaneously activating resonance. The resonance limit for the integration of man and machine was 3 pieces of equipment. The void insect nest, 1 primordial elixir, and 1 ordinary elixir perfectly filled the 3 available slots. The emerald glimmer in his eyes re-emerged, and 2 verdant rings formed on the back of his hands. However, unexpectedly, a new change occurred. The 2 rings began to gradually converge and merge, ultimately forming a larger ring encasing a smaller one. Just as the 2 rings fully took shape, the attributes of the 2 already resonated pieces of equipment underwent slight alterations. New status: Man-Machine Integration, Energy Elixir, Dual Armament, Physique 120. Current Physique, 200. The foundational attribute effect from the equipment continues to be effective. New features: Physical attacks gain an additional armor break attribute of 600 points. Spiritual attacks gain a burn attribute of 600 points. Spiritual nurturing adds a healing attribute of 600 points. New feature spiritual body. Every 3 hours, it can continuously restore 100 of the healing attribute in stamina while additionally restoring 100 of the healing attribute in spiritual reserves. Note: when the target is consumed in flesh and bodily fluids, they will directly receive the effects for 3 hours. This effect can only take place twice a day. New feature energy explosion. Upon death, it will trigger self-detonation, while the explosion fragments will incite a secondary explosion. Unchanged feature sown and gained. When buried in the ground, 3 replicas of oneself will be generated after 3 hours, which cannot be further planted. The resonance of identical equipment surprisingly yielded such effects. Bai Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, the resonance of 2 like-type pieces of equipment provided additional enhancements. Yet, this was not the end. He proceeded to equip the remaining 2 energy elixirs into his waist pouch and subsequently drew 2 goblin-headed spears as weapons. Goblin-headed spear, white. Durability, 30, sharpness, 30, bleeding, 15 upon grasping the spear. He intended to wield it, but suddenly discovered that the seemingly sturdy spear shaft had inadvertently bent at his touch. Alas, what a useless item! Bai Yang disdainfully tossed the goblin-headed spear aside. Using this spear would be less effective than utilizing his own fingernails. Once all equipment was donned, Bai Yang's status panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name: Bai Yang. Physique: 220, 1616 400 12020. Mental strength: 20. Spiritual power: 14. Mystique: 30. Equipment: Void insect nest, resonance. Psionic special drink: Primordial, resonance. Psionic special drink, resonance. Psionic special drink 2. The surging power within him endowed him with unparalleled confidence. The additional attributes further inflated the self-assurance. In this moment, Bai Yang acknowledged that he was feeling a tad overconfident. The explosive surge of power instinctively urged him to seek a place to test his newfound strength. Naturally, the dungeon became his first choice. With this thought in mind, Mr. Bai Yang shared the trait seed of the people and psionic eruption with Bai Yi before directly entering the dungeon himself. This time, regardless of whether they were savage beastmen or goblins, they all had to perish. Meanwhile, 5 meters underground, Bai Yi's surroundings began to undergo subtle changes. 3 clusters of psionic seeds gradually coalesced beside her, pulsating like a heart, seemingly sprouting. Slowly, they began to take on a humanoid form. At this moment, the torches above had long extinguished, and the blood-colored snow writhed, filling every inch of the land. The returnees in this area grew increasingly dense. Life's essence lingered here, yet as they congregated, the presence of living beings became elusive. The soil 3 meters above the surface had already transformed into permafrost, sealing in the warmth of life below. They could only meander aimlessly, relying on a faint trace of vitality. Above, the returnees roared in desperation, while Bai Yi below fell into a deeper slumber. Conversely, Luo Tianqing atop the mountain found herself completely unable to sleep. After an entire afternoon, they had managed to seize the snow-dwelling beast's lair before nightfall. It was a hollowed-out nest at the mountain's peak, resembling a volcanic crater at first glance. However, thanks to the snow-dwelling beast's unique characteristics, not a single flake of snow remained in the depression or around the summit. The absence of snow allowed for the possibility of lighting a fire at night, significantly reducing the risk of freezing to death. The elevated terrain also provided a barrier against snow burials and most monsters. As a stronghold, it was nothing short of perfect. Yet, she still could not comprehend why the snow burial, which was supposed to arrive the following day, and the returnees expected a week later, had manifested on the very first day, merging into a singular event. The lethal snow burial, which would have resulted in death upon contact, and the transformation into returnees upon death, had now amalgamated into one, evolving into a scenario reminiscent of a biohazard crisis. The snow burial returnees. The only consolation was that, with the snow burial support, she had preemptively occupied the high ground, affording her a fighting chance due to the advantageous terrain. However, I have not done anything significant since my rebirth. What went wrong in the sequence of events? Luo Tianqing glanced down the mountain, where a multitude of returnees had completely surrounded the area. She was baffled, and the only course of action was to fortify her defenses, picking off returnees one by one from her elevated position. Regardless of the circumstances, now that the situation had escalated, she could only strive to enhance her own abilities. After all, by the time she returned, the blue star would be plunged into an era of chaos. The mightiest of the Ninth Order has perished, while the malevolent sea deity slumbers. The convergence of the five nations has become increasingly frequent, leading to a protracted period of internal strife. During this tumultuous time, the lives of ordinary individuals are as insignificant as chaff, with only those of the third tier and above able to secure a semblance of safety. Contemplating this, Luo Tianqing cast his gaze downward upon the resurrected struggling to ascend. Fortunately, the path below has been sealed off by Luo Tianqing and Yi Chang'an, leaving these returnees with no choice but to scale the sheer cliffs. Occasionally, a few manage to ascend, only to be swiftly repelled by stones hurled with precision. From time to time, a well-placed rockfall may yield additional merit in battle. Defending this position poses no challenge. However, as time drags on, the looming specter of hunger gradually casts a shadow over the hearts of the people. The crisis struck unexpectedly, leaving them without the opportunity to stockpile provisions. They are left to rely on the reserves of energy gathered before the battle to endure. How ravenous! Surely, the carcass of the snow beast could serve as sustenance. Chapter 21. The Dragon Burial Battlefield. At this moment, in the Dragon Burial Battlefield of Descarva, Bai Yang initially felt a slight disorientation, quickly followed by the cacophony of wind, rain, and thunder transforming into a tumultuous roar. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, prompting him to rub his nose. Raising his gaze, he spotted a robust green-skinned figure in the distance preparing to hurl a spear in his direction. However, as soon as the spear was released, it was shattered by a dwarf who leapt up to deliver a crushing blow to its head. Observing the familiar spear soaring towards him, Bai Yang exhibited remarkable composure. He merely shifted to the side and seized the spear as it approached. Anticipating the moment, he retreated a step. Concurrently, a colossal axe wielded by a frenzied beastman descended violently where he had just stood. Gazing at the axe embedded in the ground, Bai Yang scrutinized the assailant. The creature towered over 3 meters, its muscles bulging, and its gray-green skin stained with blood. It was clad in merely a piece of animal hide covering its vital areas. Race, frenzied beastman. Physique, 330. Mental strength, 3. Spiritual power, 80. Equipment, Bloodcry Great Axe, green. Ah! Truly deserving of the title Frenzied Beastman, Bai Yang could not help but click his tongue. Even without the enhancement of equipped attributes, this physique surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Yet, correspondingly, its mental strength was akin to that of a gorilla. How could it even attempt a sneak attack with such a feeble mind? Regarding the beastman who had nearly succeeded in ambushing him last time, Bai Yang felt no need for mercy. After all, it would soon be incinerated by dragon flames. Even if he couldn't eliminate it himself, he could still claim an assist. With this thought in mind, Bai Yang adjusted the position of the spear in his hands. The opponent bore no armor, rendering his melee attack's shatter attribute ineffective. However, the spear's sharpness remained advantageous. Seizing the moment while the beastman was still in motion, Bai Yang exerted tremendous force through his legs. The specially designed shoes emitted a mournful cry under the strain, disintegrating into dust as they melded into the earth beneath him. In contrast, Bai Yang propelled himself forward like a cannonball, reaching the pinnacle of speed. With his second step, he grounded himself and adjusted his position, spear firmly in hand. On the third step, he rooted himself to the ground, coiling his body, every muscle transforming into an exquisitely compressed spring, enhancing his body's flexibility. In an era where strength reigns supreme, how could one rely solely on raw attributes? Mastering the art of force application and employing techniques to yield effects comparable to skills were essential lessons ingrained from a young age. As his resilience reached its zenith, the next moment, power erupted instantaneously. The audible tremor of his bones resonated as his muscles engaged. Force surged from his feet, twisting through his waist, flowing into his arms, and converging at the spear's tip. Just before the strike reached its target, his taut body relaxed slightly, harmonizing every joint into a cohesive whole. Then, with a sudden, Clever tremor. At this moment, power coursed through every corner of his body, ultimately unleashing a terrifying kinetic energy directed at his opponent. The orc's spear in hand gleamed like a flash of lightning, driven by immense force as it plunged violently into the opponent's abdomen, only to snap within the confines of their muscular frame. Blast! Bai Yang's expression darkened. He had underestimated the formidable strength of 330 points or perhaps overestimated the durability of the orc spear. In a hurry, he grasped the severed front half, channeling the scant amount of spiritual energy within him into it. Though meager, his spiritual energy had surpassed 10 points, sufficient to manifest externally. Most crucially, the 600 points of burning attribute were undeniably potent. As the spiritual energy surged within, a searing heat emanated from it. While the exact temperature generated by the 600 points of burning remained unknown, the instant incineration and melting of the spear provided ample evidence of its terrifying intensity. The opponent, poised to withdraw and strike, abruptly halted. Their iron-like body began to swell, and their gray-green skin fissured rapidly. Under the scorching heat, the moisture within them boiled violently, transforming into steam. Ultimately, the gas compressed within their abdominal cavity further fueled this explosive process. Before they could react, the towering beast of an orc detonated like a bomb. Boom! Flesh and flames erupted in a chaotic spray. The scorching wave, carrying the remnants of burning flesh, surged toward Bai Yang, who had no time to react, finding himself hurled through the air. Fortunately, the void barrier activated just in time, absorbing the entirety of the blast's impact, though the trajectory of his launch felt off. These minions barely lasted 13 seconds. The system's mocking tone was ever present, yet Bai Yang had no time to ponder such taunts mid-air. Below, a dozen dog-headed beings had formed a firing line, the glinting tips of their weapons trained ominously upon him, awaiting his descent. These dog-headed creatures were truly relentless. Bai Yang cursed under his breath, hastily retrieving a bottle of spiritual energy drink. He forcefully squeezed it open, gulping down some of the liquid to replenish his spiritual energy, then tossed the crumpled can downwards. Boom! A sound, slightly less thunderous than the orc's explosion, erupted, drowning out the cries below. You have slain 7 first-tier dog-headed warriors, earning 35 experience points. You have slain 1 third-tier raging orc, earning 50 experience points. The dog-headed squad that had once held formation was decimated, with 7 perishing instantly and the remainder thrown far afield or rendered unconscious. However, before he could catch his breath, a flicker of a familiar icy glint appeared in the distance. 2 seconds later, Bai Yang landed successfully, but an icy arrow was embedded in his side. Ouch, that stings! Bai Yang grimaced in pain. Just as he was about to touch down, a frost elf had launched a cold arrow in a surprise attack on his flank. Had it not been for his formidable physique, that arrow could have easily torn him apart. Damn those frost elves. This time, I must annihilate them. Bai Yang could not help but feel a surge of anger. It was the frost sprite that had slain him last time. To be ambushed once more was utterly intolerable. With this thought fueled by rage, he forcefully extracted the frost-laden arrow from his wound. At that moment, the injury had already been frozen by the arrow, and the pain radiating from his right side had reached a numbing intensity, as if his very organs were being encased in ice. Upon the arrow's removal, a cascade of icy shards fell away. Fortunately, the drink he had consumed earlier had restored a measure of his spiritual energy. As this energy concentrated and enveloped the wound, it triggered an impressive healing effect of 600 points upon contact, causing the frost to melt and the injury to begin healing rapidly. Meanwhile, Bai Yang gradually maneuvered towards the path of the dragon's fiery assault. In that vicinity, monsters lay dead or fled in disarray, creating a seemingly open space that might offer him a chance to escape the battlefield, and then summon reinforcements. Chapter 22. Time and space cycle beneath the dimly lit sky. The twilight glow resembled a canvas stained with blood. The war had escalated to a fever pitch, with hundreds of colossal dragons joining the fray amidst a cacophony of myriad races. In every fleeting moment, countless beings perished, yet an equal number surged forth to take their place. Strangely, these newcomers seemed as if they were transported from elsewhere, suddenly appearing, engaging in battle and ultimately meeting their demise. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, down an inconspicuous path flickering with embers, a solitary figure sprinted with fervor. Though the flames had mostly subsided, the scorched earth still radiated an oppressive heat. It's scorching hot. As he ran, the thin layer of ethereal energy enveloping Bai Yang's feet was depleted, and the searing heat seared his soles, causing him to yelp in distress. Fortunately, the passive effect of his spiritual energy tonic persisted, allowing for a continuous recovery rate of 600 points every 3 hours, replenishing over 3 points per minute. Yet, at that moment, Bai Yang's energy stood at a mere 13 points. It would take less than 4 minutes to fully restore. However, given the dire circumstances, he could not afford to wait for complete recovery. Just a short while later, his energy replenished somewhat, prompting him to once again safeguard his feet. In shielding himself from the intense heat, the restorative effects also healed his soles, which were on the verge of being charred beyond endurance. But soon enough, his energy was once again exhausted, and his freshly healed feet were reacquainted with the agonizing sensation of teppanyaki. Ow, ow, ow. Keep it down. What if you attract the dragons? How did I end up with such a host? Yelling could distract and diminish the perception of pain, didn't he know? Besides, if the dragons came, they would feast on me as well. What was he so afraid of? Ouch! Hot! 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 Before he could finish his thought, Bai Yang leapt once more, executing his dance of footwork to evade the heat. Is it wrong for this system to be afraid? Don't you feel fear when watching horror films? The system's brazen reply elicited a wry smile from Bai Yang. While others had systems that wreaked havoc, his was timid, inept, and talkative. How had he ended up with such a disgraceful system? He could not fathom it but resigned himself to accept his fate. The only solace was that the system had its moments of utility. In the distance, several hills suddenly crumbled, and towering giants, reaching heights of over 100 meters, emerged from the earth, seizing a dragon that was diving toward them and pinning it down. The colossal beings crashed to the ground with the force of meteorites, sending debris flying, and countless souls were turned to mere pulp before they could even scream. The immense fists of the hill giants descended like mountains upon the dragon, shattering its scales and splattering blood and flesh. Under the looming threat of death, the dragon unleashed its fiery breath, yet its neck was firmly grasped by a giant hand, controlling its trajectory, forcing the flames to erupt wildly forward in a futile outburst. The fury and struggle of the dragon sent shards of rock flying, transforming the chaotic battle into a frantic escape from disaster. Bai Yang glanced up at the tumultuous clash of these behemoths not far away and hastened his pace. The good news was that the dragon's flames had not reached him. The bad news was that tons of debris, propelled by overwhelming force, were plummeting toward his direction. At this moment, without the omniscient perspective, Bai Yang could barely grasp the role of the system. Run, run, keep your head down. He instinctively lowered his head, just as a massive boulder flew past, embedding itself violently into the ground, which was nearly molten. Yes, just like that, roll forward, slide left. Extreme evasion. Well done. Bai Yang exclaimed in distress. Roll forward. Lie down. He continued to shout. What are you shouting about? He thought, struggling against the searing heat of the ground. The pain was excruciating. It wasn't that he lacked fortitude, but the intense heat was unbearable. His body was covered in burns, and his meager spiritual energy could barely provide any healing. Were it not for the adrenaline and endorphins working in tandem to keep him going, he would have succumbed long ago. This harrowing situation persisted until the giant dragon was finally vanquished, granting Bai Yang a moment of respite. He tilted his head back and downed another bottle of spiritual energy drink, prioritizing the healing of his most severe injuries. Uncertain, he queried, Dog System, are you sure this direction away from the battlefield is correct? It feels like the enemy is multiplying. As he spoke, Bai Yang tossed the empty bottle into the approaching wave of lizardmen, triggering an explosion. You have slain Lizardman, non-tier 3, earning 15 experience points. Current experience points remaining, 105. In response to Bai Yang's doubts, the system confidently reassured him, Did you not notice that the path I have laid out for you is devoid of high-tier monsters? Remember, this is a battlefield. Dragons soar above, and high-tier beasts roam freely. Does that not inspire your trust? Hearing this, Bai Yong was momentarily taken aback. The system's assertion seemed to hold some truth. Yet he could not help but feel suspicious. Why the sudden enthusiasm? A generous offer often conceals ulterior motives, he mused. The last time the system had been so eager was when it had implored him to tackle a dungeon. Is this system truly trustworthy? Trust me, just take a right turn in 150 meters, then sprint 500 meters to reach the Great Rift. You will surely survive the jump. Moreover, the Slime Queen is sealed there, allowing you to complete your quest as well. The speed at which he could run with a physique of 200 points surpassed that of vehicles on a highway. As he spoke, Bai Yong had already turned off the fiery path and lunged toward the edge of the chasm. However, upon gazing into the abyss, he instinctively took a step back. Heights made him uneasy. The rewards for completing the task are immensely generous. Just think of the special clone, think of Bai Yi, the system coaxed at this crucial moment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Yong resolved to trust the system, gritting his teeth, and leaped into the void. There was no turning back. After all, the reward was a new clone, and as a modern-day anomaly he had a penchant for such things. Meanwhile, had the temporal distortion of the Slime Queen at the battlefield's periphery yet to conclude? A resplendent elf suddenly materialized, her gaze fixated on the pristine barrier before her, her brow furrowing increasingly tight. Not yet, but it should be imminent. She had ensnared time and space in a loop, employing this strategy for her final resistance. Little did she know, the worlds will had already taken notice of this place. It would not be long before she faced reckoning. A man adorned with twin horns tapped against the barrier, his fingers immediately rebounding and sustaining injury, yet they healed almost instantaneously. The might of time and space should not be underestimated. Had they not fled with sufficient haste, they might have already met their demise. Let it be so. A being of her nature should not have existed in the first place. Chapter 23. Starry sky slime. The wind howled past his ears, and the sensation of falling constantly stimulated his already heightened fear of heights, inducing a faint sense of suffocation. The chasm was vast, spanning 100 zhang in width and plunging 1,000 meters deep. The valley floor, devoid of sunlight, lay shrouded in darkness. At this moment, Bai Yong remained skeptical of the system's guidance. However, having already leaped, he could only hope that the ground below was not solid rock. Otherwise, even with his physique boasting over 200 points, comparable to that of a resilient stone, he would not withstand the impact. As his descent accelerated, the air grew increasingly humid, and the walls of the chasm were adorned with lush moss. This observation eased Bai Yang's anxious heart somewhat. With such high humidity, the ground below was likely water or mud, suggesting that he might survive a little longer. It was important to note that survival time also contributed to accumulating points. Currently, he possessed 105 points, and with an additional 95 points, he could manifest another avatar. As long as he did not meet his demise upon impact, he could summon his own forces while simultaneously conjuring void creatures. After a span of 10 hours, he could return to the battlefield, where he would pair his newly created self with the void creatures. Without a doubt, they would be capable of securing at least 95 training points, if not more. At the very least, he could focus fire to eliminate a frost sprite and avenge his grievances. Attention, landing countdown 2. 1. The system's sudden voice interrupted Bai Yang's thoughts. In the darkness, he could not discern the situation below and could only envelop his body in spiritual energy. Just as the countdown concluded, he plunged headfirst into a cool, viscous substance. Glug, glug. Moments later, Bai Yong emerged from the muck, sticky and disheveled, wiping his face. Ugh, what is this? He spat out the unexpectedly sweet slime that had accidentally entered his mouth. Adhering to the principle of not swallowing what he could not clearly identify, he expelled it entirely. Simultaneously, the system chimed in, upon analysis, this appears to be a part of the Slime Queen's essence. Immersion in this fluid can enhance beauty, heal wounds, and consumption can rapidly restore stamina and spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang's spirits lifted, and he hastily leaned down to take a deep gulp, but the system's next remark interrupted his action. Of course, it might also be digested. Huh? Ah! Bai Yong froze for a moment, and upon hearing the final statement, instinctively swallowed the liquid in his mouth before vigorously struggling towards the cliffside. System, Please prioritize clarity in your communications. With that thought, Bai Yong used both hands and feet, but this was not a swimming pool. His swimming skills were of little use here. After flailing for a while, he made little progress, instead attracting a series of playful giggles. He. What an unfamiliar creature. You're tickling me inside. Please move a little slower. The voice echoed from all directions, imbued with a playful yet mature charm. Yet, in the eerie expanse of the valley, it sounded rather ominous. What on earth was that? Bai Yong was taken aback, instinctively reaching for his spear, a weapon resembling the head of a dog, and became alert. However, he soon realized that this was most likely the fabled Slime Queen. Indeed, in the next moment, the valley, untouched by sunlight, was suddenly illuminated by a gentle, ethereal glow. It was at this moment that Bai Yong discerned the situation at the valley's bottom. He found himself immersed in a lake of faint lavender gel, which covered the ground and filled a significant portion of the valley, approximately 400 to 500 meters in diameter. Before him materialized a translucent female figure of the same pale lavender hue, complete with facial features and slender limbs, her waist delicate yet ample, with her ankles connected to the very lake in which he stood. Laughter emanated from her lips as she regarded him with keen interest. She then glided effortlessly in front of him, her cool finger gently tapping his cheek, and with a playful chuckle remarked, "You've stumbled into my domain in such disarray, yet you question what I am? How delightfully foolish." In the face of her actions, Bai Yong found himself momentarily paralyzed, for her visage was indeed somewhat intimidating. Slime Queen Race. Celestial Slime Current Rank, 9th level, gradually declining. Current Physique, 33, 500. Continuously waning. Current Mental Power, 45, 500. Current Spiritual Power, 49, 000. Mystery, 99, 999. Talent. Child of Time and Space. Significantly enhances adaptability to the laws of time and space. Reduces all damage taken by 70, refreshes attributes and clears abnormal effects daily at midnight, while also providing a degree of attribute growth. Lower tier talent evolution preview. Temporal sovereignty. Description. A being from beyond the world, cast aside by this realm and besieged by its inhabitants. At the brink of death, it seized a fragment of time and space, weaving it into a loop for self-preservation. Currently maintaining the temporal cycle, it is gradually weakening, yet its status refreshes daily at midnight. Bai Yong. Dog system. Do you really expect me to save this thing? Am I an ant rescuing an elephant? Bai Yong gazed bewilderedly at the creature before him, while it too observed him, a flicker of white light passing through its pure gaze. Moments later, it suddenly released him, exclaiming, "Oh, I cannot see your past. Could it be that you are also a being from beyond?" She feigned surprise, covering her mouth with her hand, then continued with a smile, "Might you assist me with a task? I promise to reward you." "What task?" Bai Yong raised an eyebrow in response. He had not anticipated that the Slime Queen would be so approachable. Yet, in the next instant, he retracted that thought. "Slime Queen, as you can see, I have ensnared myself in a temporal loop, and if this continues, I shall perish, leaving my race extinct with me." The weight of her despair permeated the valley, for the actions and thoughts of a high-tier being could influence everything around them. Even the moss at the valley's bottom drooped its leaves, turning a desolate yellow. So what now? Although Bai Yong remained unaffected, an instinctive sense of foreboding began to envelop him. "Become the vessel of my kin, and usher in a new dawn for our kind. I would offer you all that I possess." Bai Yong responded with resolute defiance. "I refuse." Without a moment's hesitation, he adamantly declined. Such words might have elicited a fleeting thrill from Bai Yi, but he was, after all, Bai Yong. The horror of the situation was palpable. Just as the declaration left his lips, he felt a tightening grip around him, as countless tendrils ensnared his form. The disparity in their physical prowess rendered him utterly powerless to resist. In that moment, an array of vivid images flooded his mind, depicting the explosive potential of his abilities, and Bai Yong made the decisive choice to self-destruct. With a resounding boom, the magnitude of the explosion correlated with his attributes. An explosive force exceeding 200 points reverberated throughout the valley. The Slime Queen stood in stunned silence, observing her tendrils for a prolonged moment before remembering to wipe the remnants of flesh and blood from her face. Then, the fragments erupted once more. What on earth caused this to explode? She pondered, bewildered. She had merely intended to extricate him from within her being upon his refusal. Was it the norm for otherworldly beings to react thus? Thankfully, she had taken care to catch him. Yet, the slightest touch resulted in an explosion? At that moment, she acknowledged that she had indeed been frightened. Chapter 24. The Elder still has 30 years to live. Instance location. Otherworld. Discarva Dragon Burial Battlefield. Remaining time: 5 days 20 hours. Experience task: rescue the Slime Queen. Failed. Survival time: 25 minutes and 30 seconds. Enemies killed: 12. Rescued: 0. Source of injury: last combat exit by Yang 100. Killer by Yang. Rating: F. Evaluation: to avoid becoming a firearm, I took my own life. A decisive and ruthless man. Instance refresh time: daily at midnight. Awarded guaranteed reward: 1 ordinary lottery draw. Obtained additional reward: 10 free attribute points. Newcomer first blood reward: 1 advanced lottery draw, 1 random ordinary clone summoning card. Achievement obtained: an eye for an eye. Queen's favor: to die is to live. Current instance settlement rewards: experience points 50, physical strength 2, mental strength 2, spiritual power 1. Current basic attributes: physical strength 18, mental strength 22, spiritual power 16. Death reward: none enemy kill reward. Weeping blood great axe, green. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement template. Details of achievement triggers require exploration. Current achievements: an eye for an eye acquisition condition: kill the target that inflicted harm in the previous instance. Effect: when damaged, attack the source of damage, which will ignore an additional 10 points of defensive effect. Queen's favor acquisition condition: earn the Queen's favor effect. Slightly enhances charm, increasing attraction to females. To die is to live acquisition condition: commit suicide once. Effect: allows for unconditional resurrection once, with an additional resurrection every 365 days. In the pure white space, the familiar sensation returned as Baiyang gradually regained consciousness. Instinctively, he looked down to check his body, relieved to find his equipment and clothing intact. Turning his gaze back to the task panel, he felt a pang of trepidation. Dear me, I believe this task is best left unattempted. Agreed. Slime tentacles are just too blinding.
Baiyang.
Did this dog-like system mean to say too stimulating? Never mind, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. However, do not forget to complete the long-term task. At this moment, the system added a reminder, and Baiyang recalled the task he had neglected for most of the day. Current long-term task: reverse the imminent destruction of this dimension. Task introduction: this dimension will soon face total obliteration, potentially spreading to other realms, the reasons for which remain unknown. Task objective: investigate and prevent the impending destruction of this dimension. Task reward: 30 trillion experience points, core system authority. Upon seeing the reward, Baiyang's expression stiffened. Just how soon is this imminent? Probably starting in about 30 years. Currently, the future is shrouded in ambiguity, and I cannot ascertain further details. One can only draw inferences based on the obscure fates of the world's myriad beings. Commencing 30 years hence, a chain of events spirals uncontrollably. A month later, the galaxy vanishes. 6 months hence, the cosmic wall fades into nothingness. 2 years later, this space-time collapses. In 5 years, this dimension shatters, beginning to spread across the myriad heavens. Although the originally designated host was not you, given the circumstances, this system still harbors hope that you will shoulder the great responsibility, and it shall do everything in its power to assist you. Baiyang: oh, that is acceptable. He nodded thoughtfully, having paid little heed to the notion of salvation. From the system's words, he gleaned one crucial truth. He still had 30 years to live. 30 years indeed. In 30 years I shall be nearing 50. While this may be little for an awakened one, it is still quite satisfactory. Baiyang stroked his chin, contemplating, and decisively resolved to take a laid-back approach. It is a jest. for the rewards alone reveal that this is a task utterly impossible to accomplish. Rather than fret over it, one should relish the infinite joy within the confines of limited time. He was a man of self-awareness. If it were a matter of rescuing an individual like the Slime Queen, he might entertain the thought. Even the notion of saving a blue star, protecting a galaxy, or even safeguarding the known universe posed no issue for him. He would at least give it a try. However, the idea of saving the myriad worlds was beyond his wildest imagination. To him, the world was infinite. When human capability is finite, how could one possibly save the infinite? Saving a known universe merely encompasses a span of 930 billion light-years. With sufficient strength, it is feasible. But how vast must the unknown universe be? How many parallel dimensions exist? All of these, when combined, amount to but one world. How immense must the myriad heavens be? This knowledge eludes him, yet he is certain that, in the face of such a disaster, he could essentially declare his demise. Rather than ponder survival strategies, he found it preferable to tally his gains and indulge in a restful slumber. Life, after all, diminishes by 24 hours each passing day. It is wise to cherish and savor each moment. With that thought, he disregarded the system's attempts at persuasion, focusing instead on assessing his rewards. Assessing gains is a pleasure he relishes. Still within this realm, he partakes in a lottery. Using ordinary lottery 1, acquired universal skill, usable by all clones meteoric step effect, continuously consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, doubling one's movement speed, while entering a state impervious to physical properties, i.e., immune to physical attacks, disregarding physical collisions. Using high-level lottery 1, acquired talent, symbiotic harmony, effect, resonates and merges with a mentally attuned target. Attribute stack, skills shared, talents shared, inventory space increased. Bai Yang, I say system, do not be so. Even if you are providing me a backdoor, I truly cannot save the world. Bai Yang could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. The first talent might still be attributed to luck, but how does one explain the second talent? Initially, there existed the golden legend of innate talents, yet its potential was limited by the number of equipment. Thus, the concept of weapon resonance emerged, allowing a single equipment slot to function as 5. However, the resonance could only accommodate 3, which proved to be insufficiently flexible. Consequently, the notion of symbiotic synergy arrived, enabling one individual to embody the capabilities of 2. The emergence of such talents seems excessively systematic. If one were to insist that it was due to their extraordinary fortune, even they themselves would find it hard to believe. It is more likely the handiwork of an insidious system operating behind the scenes. I do not. All right. I believe you. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang couldn't help but feign a smile. To truly believe would be foolish. The system's actions are likely intended to bolster his confidence, compelling him to undertake an insurmountable task. Nevertheless, irrespective of the reasoning, the accumulation of this talent allows him to navigate this period with greater ease. Do you truly believe it? False, Bai Yang retorted. He then disregarded the system's voice and, after summoning his doppelganger, decisively exited the space. The sounds of wind and rain gradually returned to his ears, now interwoven with other voices. The abyssal rift has descended. Citizens are urged to swiftly proceed to the shelters. Repeating, the abyss. Awaken. Quickly awaken. Chapter 25. The abyssal rift. All citizens, please seek shelter promptly. The cacophony was unbearable. The cause was unknown. Yet every time I emerged from the dungeon, my original self would experience a fleeting disorientation. However, as my attributes improved, this sensation diminished. A woman's cries pierced through the tumult, accompanied by the blaring of police sirens. The wind carried the sharp clang of metal, while the thunderous roars of explosions blended with the sound of rolling thunder, rendering it indistinguishable whether the noise was from lightning or detonations. Despite it being the early hours of the morning, the emergence of the abyssal rift made the atmosphere feel akin to a battlefield. How could the abyssal rift appear again? This is truly an inopportune moment. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily on Bai Yang's heart. For a city, each instance of an abyssal rift represented a brush with death. If the weather were more favorable, ordinary citizens could swiftly make their way to shelters. Yet, in the current external environment, it was a precarious situation. Neither leaving nor remaining seemed viable. The most alarming aspect was the increasing rarity of these rifts. The likelihood of a city experiencing two such occurrences within just 3 months was a mere 0.00037. Yet, against such odds, here he was. I can only hope this is just a minor rift. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to seek refuge in the war zone. Bai Yang silently prayed. Abyssal rifts varied in size, and their scale was directly correlated with the strength of the abyssal creatures within. Typically, smaller rifts housed creatures no stronger than Tier 3, easily dispatched without significant damage. However, should a large rift manifest, it would spell disaster for nearby cities as well. Thoughts raced through his mind when once again the unfamiliar woman's voice echoed in his ears, now tinged with an edge of irritation. Damn it! The abyssal rift has opened right above us, and that lazy fish can still sleep like a dead one at a time like this. There's no choice but to carry him away first. This system truly owes you one. Instinctively, Bai Yang attempted to open his eyes, but predictably, he found himself perceiving from an alternate perspective. In this view, he was cradling himself, preparing to leap through the window. Even as he passed by, he remembered to take a small sparrow from the windowsill. With a swift motion, he conjured wind blades to slice through the security bars, then jumped into the downpour, embracing the rain. His sacred wings unfurled, lifting him into the air. Simultaneously, a faint barrier of light enveloped him, shielding him from the rain. Turning back, he beheld a crimson rift suspended above his building, steadily expanding. An ominous aura spread forth, causing the surrounding flora to wither. This was the malevolent essence of the abyss, possessing the capacity to provoke grotesque mutations. Meanwhile, Bai Yang received a message from his new avatar. Avatar? Ordinary avatar 2 name. Unnamed, Bai Yang. Race. Sacred wings gender. Female rank. 2nd level strength. D physique. 125. Base attributes locked. Mental power. 100. Base attributes locked. Spiritual power. 75. Base attributes locked. Talent. Green holy feather. Enhances affinity for wind and light attributes. Increases flight speed. Immune to curses not exceeding 3rd level. Skills. Number locked. Hidden wings. Can conceal wings. Glimmering feather. Can consume spiritual power to provide continuous healing equal to mental power. Judgment of justice. Consumes mental power to condense a strand of righteous energy. Forging a blade of will to judge the defined sins of the user. Delivers a mental strike that ignores physical defenses. Those with grave sins will suffer additional massive damage, while the innocent are immune to this damage. Wind blade. Consumes spiritual power to manipulate airflow and condense wind blades to attack targets. Wind release. Consumes all spiritual power, locking all attribute limits to 1 for 3 months, allowing for 10 seconds of weightless, 100-fold speed movement. Current equipment. None combat evaluation. She may not always be powerful, but this 100-fold strike could at least eliminate 100 Bai Yangs. In just a few breaths, the system transported Bai Yang to the rooftop of a nearby building. With a wave of its hand, a gust of wind swept through, drying a patch of standing water. Then it raised a wind wall, gently placing Bai Yang on the ground. At the same time, Bai Yang regained normal movement, his tightly shut eyes fluttering open. Before him stood a stunning woman with pristine white wings. Beneath her gray shorts were shapely, powerful, snow-white legs. Her golden hair flowed gracefully, and her sapphire-like eyes sparkled against her divine and pure visage, adding a touch of vivacity to her exquisite beauty. However, couldn't the next avatar summon come with a fitting outfit? Bai Yang glanced at his sleepwear, which had been stretched out of shape, and couldn't help but grumble. Oh, the host awakens. Does she? As Bai Yang spoke, the system recognized his state. Since he was awake, he could take over. With that, the system decisively relinquished control over the avatar, as if fearing that a calamity would catch up if it delayed. TSK, how fast it runs. Seeing this, Bai Yang retracted his half-extended head and shifted it from the hard floor to the avatar's warm thigh. He seamlessly merged with the avatar, naming her Bai E. Not running. Are you waiting for me to strike? This system isn't foolish. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected the system to possess such self-awareness. Yet that smile vanished in an instant. Roar! A distant howl suddenly echoed throughout the city, and Bai Yi turned to look, witnessing a monstrous creature, towering several dozen meters high, with 4 heads and 8 arms, engulfed in flames, emerging from a crack. By a stroke of misfortune, the chasm of the abyss had opened directly above his humble abode. As the monstrous entity descended, it crushed his warm sanctuary beneath its heel, mercilessly trampling over the cherished home of his grandfather. Witnessing this, Bai Yang felt a momentary halt in his breath, acutely sensing the malevolence of the world around him. His computer, his cozy bed, and the shelter that had once shielded him from the tempest were, in that instant, ruthlessly entombed. In stark contrast, the creature bellowed with exuberance, its roar shattering the windows of every dwelling within 100 meters. The formidable emergence of this abyssal beast prompted countless residents, huddled in their homes, to flee in terror. However, at that moment, the city was inundated with floodwaters reaching a depth of 1.5 meters. Although extraordinary individuals were diligently attending to the dams and striving to mitigate the water accumulation, with measures such as channeling the surrounding mountains, this had thus far prevented a catastrophic deluge. Yet, at such depths, a mere wave could easily overwhelm the majority. Compounded by the fierce winds, many found themselves succumbing to the waters. Fortunately, since humanity had entered the era of the extraordinary, building materials and techniques had also advanced. While they might falter before supernatural beasts, they could generally withstand common storms and flooding. This creature, however, was no mere denizen of a minor abyssal rift. As Bai Yi gazed upon the emerging monstrosity, he recalled his studies and began to assess the situation, while the faint glow in his hand intensified. Chapter 26. Benevolent Fire Pagoda Zongzi. Please send me the data on the opponent. Bai Yang pondered for a moment, then resolutely abandoned her contemplation. Who has the luxury of time to think slowly when in a dire situation? However, the system, it seemed, was not so cooperative. You expect me to just hand it over, you insignificant creature? This system has just saved you. Shouldn't you show some sincerity and express your gratitude? As she spoke, a donation interface abruptly appeared before Bai Yang. 1 point is not too little, 10 points are not too many. This system merely wishes to buy a small group of sparrows to eat Merit Box JPG. But before the Merit Box could fully materialize, information about the monster was also squeezed out. It was unclear whether this was a deliberate action by the system or if these functions truly lay beyond her control. Regardless, the wretched system had indeed been proactive in saving her, and ultimately, Bai Yang chose to donate 10 practice points. After all, even a lesser demon occasionally deserves a reward. Once the offering was completed, Bai Yang proceeded to examine the target's information. Upon reading it, she immediately abandoned the notion of avenging the little house. She saw: race, Benevolent Fire Pagoda, rank, 5, physique, 1020, 820200, mental strength, 760, 560200, spiritual power, 850, 650,200, talent 1, benevolent fire, heaven's goodness for existence, earth's goodness for life, demon's goodness for killing. To kill is to benefit oneself from all things in heaven and earth. This is demonic benevolence. Benevolent fire can directly burn the target's vitality, returning the burned vitality to oneself, continuously healing injuries and restoring stamina. Talent 2. For aspects of the pagoda, good and evil, greed and hatred. In a near-death state, one can gain a 400 boost in all attributes and restore all conditions, clearing abnormal effects. This lasts for 4 days. After 4 days, one will fall into weakness, with all attributes reduced by 75, and will be forced into a year of slumber. Note: each rank can only take effect once. Equipment: Soul Refinement Bell, Mental Strength 200, Blood Butchery Knife, Physique 200, Abyssal Spirit Essence, Spiritual Power 200, Life Pearl, Healing 200. Skills: Soul Drain, Mental Strength attack that kills units, allowing for permanent enhancement of mental strength. Blood Harvest, for each unit killed, absorb their flesh and blood for permanent enhancement of physique. Purgatory Soul Suppression, widespread mental damage. Blood Butchery in all directions, widespread slashing. Evaluation. Unmatched in bullying the weak, the king of protracted battles. A mere 10,000 Baiyangs would not suffice to satiate it. Baiyang Bai Yi. Ignoring the last remark, Bai Yi's hand glimmered faintly. She glanced at the opponent's extravagantly absurd panel and then at her own attributes, barely breaking into 3 digits. She fell silent. It was laughable. She couldn't inflict even a scratch. Of course, if she had sufficient equipment and utilized symbiotic cooperation, there might be a chance to take revenge on the little house. But alas, such equipment was not at her disposal. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi clenched her palm, cancelled the skill's charge, and directly lifted Baiyang, flying towards the city. There was no time left to mourn the warmth of the little house. What lay ahead was a plan for escape. The towering 5-tiered pagoda surged forth as the vanguard, an unmistakable sign of a colossal abyssal rift, an entity far beyond mere mortal reckoning. One must comprehend that from such a substantial rift, the abyssal creatures that emerge possess an upper-tier limit of 7 and a lower-tier limit of 3. When the larger beings eventually manifest, or as the pagoda matures, the mere aftermath of their battle could obliterate an entire city. If one does not flee now, is it merely to nourish the benevolent fire pagoda? What difference does that make from being a hindrance? As Bai Yi soared into the distance, clutching Baiyang, the benevolent fire pagoda stirred into action. A roar erupted, seemingly unable to fully express its tumultuous emotions. It gazed upon the alien surroundings, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into frenzied laughter. Ah ha ha ha! The buffet of 2-legged sheep from Blue Star has finally come to my turn. Heaven assists me. The cacophony of 4 distinct voices echoed, deafening all within earshot. Some nearby ordinary folk, infected by the exuberance of laughter, joined in the manic revelry. Yet, as the laughter continued, the miasma of the abyss began to permeate the air. In the blink of an eye, those individuals found their skin festering, flesh oozing, grotesquely transforming into fire-wreathed fiends. The relentless flames, undeterred by the torrential rain, consumed their vitality, while their remaining instincts urged them to seize the life force surrounding them. The flames spread like a virulent contagion, devouring all flora and fauna alike. Some fortunate souls, just emerging from the intoxicating laughter, were suddenly confronted by a half-charred humanoid figure collapsing before them. The flames clung to them like maggots, siphoning away their life. Fortunately, these individuals retained a semblance of reason, either fleeing into the chest-deep waters to quell the intensity of the flames or engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the fire-bearers. Centuries of peril had instilled a robust martial virtue in the populace, successfully preventing the benevolent fire from triggering a second wave of transformation, thereby buying time until the enforcer's arrival. Amidst the chaos, a cohort of 20 to 30 figures descended from the sky. "Extinguish!" commanded the leading figure, clad in scholar's attire. With but a single word, the flames upon the afflicted were snuffed out. A mere flick of his wrist sent a torrent of water, as if possessed by a will of its own, sweeping the nearby populace away to safety. This is a large abyssal rift. Leave the benevolent fire pagoda to me. Shaoli, take your team and continue to evacuate the masses. Maintain a vigilance radius of 50 miles. Has the highest alert been dispatched? As a steadfast 6-tier powerhouse anchored in the city, Zhou Wen refrained from engaging in frontline combat. The moment the abyssal rift opened, he had already mobilized his forces. "No, the city's signals have been jammed," Li Ziqiang replied, shaking his head. "I have dispatched individuals beyond the city to relay messages." "Humph, the scent of conspiracy lingers. It is likely the handiwork of that wretched group exploiting the chaos. We must act swiftly." As a high-tier abyssal creature, the benevolent fire pagoda naturally possessed intellect rivaling that of humans. In fact, due to its 4 heads, its cognitive capacity exceeded that of an average individual. However, the influence of abyssal miasma rendered it more susceptible to losing its reason. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this group, the desire to flee instantaneously took root within it. The harshness of reality is undeniable. Without a moment's hesitation, the woman in the sky unleashed a bolt of lightning, interrupting its movements and igniting its ferocity. A battle was imminent, and Zhou Wen swiftly made arrangements. Zhou Qing would remain to assist me, while the others evacuated the crowd, with Old Wang leading the troops to support us. The entire city must enter a state of wartime readiness. Remember, do not allow anyone to approach this area. Understood. As the surrounding populace dispersed, Zhou Wen once again cast his gaze upon the towering figure that had been struck by lightning yet remained largely unscathed, his expression turning grave. The four-headed figure, reminiscent of the ones from the ancient land of India. It is rumored that the benevolent fire figure, upon its initial emergence centuries ago, was not given the immediate attention it warranted, allowing it to grow unchecked. Ultimately, it transformed into the first ninth-tier abyssal creature on Blue Star, ruthlessly claiming 90% of the population of the A3 nation, with billions of lives consumed to fuel its growth. It was only through the unwavering efforts of Blue Star's mightiest ninth-tier warrior, despite being gravely injured, that it was vanquished after 2 decisive strikes, securing peace for the rear. However, this victory came at a cost, leaving behind a lingering affliction, rendering it far from its former glory. This very event spurred the emergence of the city guardians. They do not need to engage in frontline battles nor venture into war zones. They have irrevocably committed their futures to becoming guardians of the city, standing ready throughout the year. Each guardian's minimum rank is the 6th tier, all to prevent the repetition of the catastrophic events wrought by the benevolent fire figure. Yet, most of the benevolent fire figures that appear possess only 2 heads, while the one before us boasts 4. Chapter 27. Forerunner of the king, the city's power supply system had long since failed. Upon discovering that the benevolent fire had failed to spread and was extinguished, the towering figure extinguished its own flames, plunging everything back into darkness. Only the flickering lightning provided an ephemeral glimpse of visibility. In the next instant, the man in the sky moved, a fierce gale, unyielding. The long sword was drawn, a fleeting vision akin to a galaxy entering a dream. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, and the air became thick with the scent of blood. My hand! The queen has never struck me this way. You shall pay for this. Amidst the flickering lightning, the towering figure wielded its 7 arms, yet each strike met only emptiness. Simultaneously, its eyes began to shimmer with a green light, poised to unleash a skill, only to be struck on the head by a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel. The green light dissipated, and a sword's radiance swiftly followed, severing its head. Zhou Qing, provide long-range support. Do not approach the enemy. The towering figure, when facing death, could unleash quadruple its full attributes. Even at just the 5th tier, could contend with most 6th-tier entities. As Zhou Wen deftly wielded his sword, he swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 heads and cleaved the body in half. The ear-piercing wails finally ceased. Good. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. Enveloped in lightning, she vanished into the clouds in an instant. Thunderstorms were her domain. Though merely a 5th tier, her destructive power in such weather rivaled that of 6th-tier beings. Just as she departed, the dismembered remains below ignited in a blazing inferno. In an instant, the corpse of the towering figure was consumed by flames, its ashes coalescing into a more formidable and frenzied giant. The once 20-meter height now soared to nearly 100 meters. The bright yellow benevolent fire glowed like a miniature sun, illuminating the night in a golden hue. I am famished. Perish before me. A flash of bloodlight surged, and Zhou Wen's pupils constricted, instinctively raising his sword in defense. Clang! He felt an overwhelming force strike him, and then darkness enveloped him as he was sent flying, crashing through several buildings before finally halting. Cough! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. At least 3 ribs were broken, and his right wrist was grotesquely twisted, clearly shattered. The towering figure sought to pursue, but Zhou Qing reacted swiftly, unleashing deep purple lightning that rained down, thwarting the attack. Yet Zhou Wen did not feel any sense of relief. Instead, panic crossed his face as he shouted, "This attribute is off. Ignore me. Run." No sooner had he spoken than a phantom of the infernal realm flickered, and the woman in the sky plummeted like a kite with severed strings. The man stared in disbelief. Unbeknownst to anyone, behind the massive form of the towering figure, a chasm in the abyss revealed a red-clad woman with twin horns and wings, her head peeking out. This realm has transformed. How could this grand feast be complete without me? She murmured to herself, seizing the opportunity to immerse herself in the accumulating water below. Forcing open such an extraordinary abyss had drained much of her strength, necessitating a period of discretion. Upon her departure, the essence of the floating tower weakened significantly. The queen. As the tower began to speak, the visage of the woman submerged in the water stiffened, hastily sending a surge of mental energy into the other's mind. The unfinished words morphed into a different proclamation. Ah, the queen, who has never laid a hand on me, yet you dare to kill me. You truly deserve to perish. The tower roared as it lunged towards the man amidst the ruins, and just as the crimson blade was about to descend, Zhou remained composed. Blade's resonance. He raised his sword to parry, and at the moment the blades clashed, an indescribable force surged forth, enveloping the man in a radiant golden light. This power was overwhelmingly dominant, instantly shattering the tower's blood-soaked weapon. But that was not the end. The man rose as if controlled by strings, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the tower. When Zhou's figure reappeared, he stood behind the tower, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that fragmented it into countless pieces. For colossal heads fell to the ground, and the tower's gaze regained a flicker of clarity. King, you are the harbinger of the king, dying in your rightful place. At that moment, Zhou suddenly found himself before one of the severed heads, his voice devoid of emotion, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. After a brief pause, a smirk graced his lips, just like my sister. Yet, to dedicate oneself to the divine is a mark of honor. He worshipped the primordial deity of the sea, whom the world deemed an evil god, though he disagreed. The tower, anger, resentment, confusion, and sorrow intertwined, yet ultimately all succumbed to the somber silence. A sixth-tier being possessing rule-based skills willingly embracing the role of a city guardian? Humanity is truly peculiar. In the distance, a little girl in a red dress struggled to ascend the high platform, contemplatively gazing at the distant golden idol. There is indeed a hint of the malevolent deity. So that is it. Humanity is so hypocritical, far less resolute in belief than I am. As her words faded, she caught a glimpse of rescue personnel hastily approaching from afar. Instantly, she sat down, quietly sobbing. Please don't eat me. Her voice was soft, barely audible above the torrential rain, intended to avoid startling those nearby. Soon, she was discovered. A rescuer, seeing the soaked and scratched little one, swiftly scooped her into his arms. The little girl clung to him as if he were a lifeline, her cries escalating in intensity. Emotion surged at that moment, tugging at the heart of the rescue worker. Don't be afraid, little one. You are safe now. Uncle will take you to find your mommy and daddy, all right? Ooh. What? Mommy and daddy?
No.
At his words, the man's expression shifted slightly, but upon witnessing her anguish and the fresh blood still oozing from her wounds, he embraced her once more. It seemed to be a psychological trauma. That wretched tower. You should be the one to perish, your entire family should perish. The young girl harbored a tinge of resentment, for the loyal subordinate Pudu was her devoted follower. Even in death, it was not for others to dictate. Yet, for the sake of infiltration, she had no choice but to endure. The barrier between the two worlds was thickening, and to forcibly create a passage capable of allowing her power to traverse would require an immense expenditure of energy. Had she not sensed a fleeting moment of looseness in the laws of heaven and earth here, she would not have ventured into such peril. Yet, she distinctly felt the disturbance in the laws precisely at this location. However, upon the opening of the abyssal rift, there was nothing to be found. Thus, she resolved to first blend into Blue Star and gradually gather intelligence. Meanwhile, the rescue personnel remained oblivious to these intricacies, and the man could only sigh softly as he recorded the conversation before hastening towards the rescue station. Chapter 28. The White Poplar. Something is amiss with my avatar. After the demise of the benevolent fire pagoda, a multitude of personnel began to converge at this location. The searchlights illuminated the area as if it were broad daylight. However, despite waiting for an extended period, aside from the occasional skirmish involving minor cannon fodder, no formidable abyssal demon emerged from the fissure. Yet the crack continued to expand, reaching a diameter of a kilometer in mere moments. The dark red chasm loomed overhead like an impending sky, suffocating the multitude with an oppressive atmosphere. Clack, clack. Zhou supported Zhou Qing as they approached the fissure. Observing the various devices already set up by the gathered crowd, Zhou Wen cleared his throat and proclaimed, "We shall keep watch here. You must evacuate the populace at all costs. Expedite the process and ensure that everyone in the city is evacuated. Leave not a soul behind below the 4th tier. The detection instruments and the lockdown traps are already in place. The signal has been re-established. Reinforcements from the capital are en route. Relevant personnel have reported in. Understood. Once the evacuation is arranged, you should also withdraw." After taking control, Zhou Wen waved his hand, urging them to depart swiftly. The location of the massive abyssal fissure marked the front line. This city was destined to become a battlefield. Prioritizing the evacuation of civilians was imperative. After all, this was the pasture of the gods, and they were but sheep under divine care. As a shepherd dog, it was his duty to minimize their casualties. With this thought in mind, Zhou Wen scrutinized Zhou Qing under the beam of light, as if attempting to discern every detail of her visage. It was only when she disdainfully pushed him away that he snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. "Brother, has anyone ever told you that staring at someone like that is quite unsettling?" Zhou Qing remarked. "I was merely concerned for you." That mental assault was nearly tangible. Zhou Wen replied, "Tch, can't you have a bit more faith in me? I am a genius, do you understand? Those AoE-type attacks don't inflict as much damage as one might imagine when they truly land. Meanwhile, you caught off guard by a direct strike without even reacting. Clearly, you've been slacking off lately. Once you recover, I shall supervise your training. Haha, I'm relieved you're unharmed." Zhou Wen averted his gaze, aware that the hit he had taken was not due to negligence but rather part of a calculated plan. If it hadn't been for that, how could Zhou Qing have been distracted enough to be struck? Yet now, seeing his sister safe, he felt a mixture of disappointment and relief. Disappointment that his sister was alive while the vessel he prepared for the deity had failed. Relief that she remained the last of his kin. In this moment of emotional turmoil, he entirely failed to notice the increasingly peculiar smile on Zhou Qing's face. A greenish hue silently crept up his back. In the next instant, all images before him began to fade, and the only sound that resonated in his ears was a gentle yet familiar voice. "Silly child, there are no shepherd dogs, you are a sheep as well." At these words, Zhou Wen's breath hitched. Yet, he offered no resistance, instead allowing a smile of resignation to spread across his face. It seemed that the divine had indeed descended. "Heh. So, am I the leading sheep?" As the conversation concluded, the other party paused in contemplation before providing an affirmative response. "Indeed. Haha, that is reassuring. As a sincere believer, a single word of affirmation from the divine suffices to overshadow all else, even at the cost of one's life." A few minutes later, Bai Yang had his doppelganger lead him to the evacuation point located at the opposite end of the city. Just moments ago, an urgent evacuation notice had been issued, prompting Bai Yang to head directly to this designated location. Surely, this must be the right place. The torrential rain made it nearly impossible to discern one's bearings from above. After descending with Bai Yang, Bai Yi retracted his wings, blending seamlessly into the crowd of ordinary people. The gale and downpour rendered navigation difficult, and flying became a strenuous endeavor, compounded by the ever-present danger of lightning strikes. Traveling long distances through flight tests one's endurance and luck, making it far from a prudent choice. Bai Yang remarked, "I see the high-speed train station. It's the East Station. This time, I must be in the right place." Under such weather conditions, aside from some yet-to-be-popularized extraordinary evacuation methods, the elevated railway remains the simplest and most effective means of transportation. "You've begun talking to yourself again. Mind your own business." The system fell silent. It harbored a premonition that its host's mental state would inevitably spiral into turmoil. "Are you certain you wish to return home? You may take it lightly, but what about me facing our mother?"
Bai Yi muset.
Adjusting her ample bosom and gesturing to her fair cheek, "What shall I exclaim upon arrival? Your son has transformed into a daughter." Bai Yang promptly interjected, "I believe you could phrase that differently. If you're truly at a loss for words, you can assist Bai Yi in the battlefield instead." With a home lost and the city in the throes of evacuation, a destination was imperative. Currently, he possessed nothing more than a nearly depleted mobile phone, which he had fortuitously kept in his pocket. When the system facilitated his escape, He had brought nothing aside from a small token, effectively escaping with nothing to his name. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to return to his hometown in Haicheng. Confronted with Bai Yang's suggestion, Bai Yi couldn't help but scoff. "Tch, why should I endure hardship on the battlefield when I can languish in reality?" At that moment, she was in a subconscious management mode. Essentially, Bai Yang's backend was operating automatically. Although they shared the same name, their motivations exhibited a degree of randomness, akin to how individuals cannot fully control their actions in dreams. Furthermore, while their senses remained interconnected in this state, Bai Yang could not perpetually passively access the other's thoughts and perspectives. He could only seek to acquire them intentionally when curious. Of course, this arrangement bore its advantages. Primarily, it alleviated the burden on subjective mental space, reducing psychological strain. Additionally, it freed them from a dialogue pattern of 100 self-questioning and answering. For instance, at that moment, perhaps I could assert that you are my girlfriend? Bai Yi pondered for a moment, a spark of inspiration illuminating her thoughts. Bai Yang, not too good, I suppose. Bai Yi, do you despise me? Bai Yang, huh? Bai Yi pa scoundrel. You must be thinking about that vixen. Humph, don't even think about sharing a bed with me when we get home. Bai Yang, whew. What peculiar thoughts have I unconsciously harbored? Bai Yang expressed that for a fleeting moment. His mind seemed to crash. I don't know, I can't bear to look. How grotesque. The system bubbled. The system submerged. Only Bai Yang maintained his silence. Of course, despite the silence, their pace did not falter, and soon they arrived at the station. Due to the urgency of the situation, within just a few minutes, the ticketing gates were removed, leaving only the simplest of screening devices. As long as there was no trace of demonic energy or pollution, entry was permitted directly, and the ride was complimentary. This arrangement also benefited Bai Yi, who was without proper identification. They proceeded smoothly to the main hall. Generally speaking, within the Blue Star, those below the 5th tier of strength cannot completely free themselves from reliance on transportation. If one were to venture into interstellar realms, that would be a different matter altogether. Chapter 29. The Reversal of the Celestial Pattern. In the hall, there were only a scant 100 individuals present at this moment. After all, it had merely been a few minutes since the announcement was made. Those who could arrive at this time were either affluent or possessed considerable prowess. It seemed that the first wave of departures would not be overly congested. Bai Yang glanced at the departure time of the next train, noting that there were 3 minutes remaining. Given the current situation, it was unlikely that many more would arrive within that brief interval. The true crowding would commence only when the official evacuation began. With a population nearing 5 million in Luo City, there were over 200 evacuation points scattered in all directions. However, due to adverse weather conditions, certain routes were rendered impassable. Thus, only a handful of railway stations remained operational. The grand evacuation was time-restricted to 24 hours, which implied that each station would need to accommodate nearly 500,000 individuals within a single day. To put it bluntly, it would not be a matter of boarding trains but rather being swiftly bundled away. As for the level of congestion, I cannot say, but I do know that you ought to fetch me a proper outfit. Bai Yi stealthily maneuvered behind Bai Yang, adjusting her collar uneasily. What's the matter? Bai Yang inquired. It's this wretched system. I don't even have proper undergarments and am stuck in pajamas. Bai Yi whispered into Bai Yang's ear. Moments ago, the external darkness had obscured everything, but now, illuminated by the hall's lights, she realized her predicament. Although her cotton pajamas were not entirely sheer, they were undeniably too flimsy. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, pressing herself against Bai Yang's back. Bai Yang turned to look, and suddenly he understood. So, the cherry had ripened. With this thought in mind, he strode directly towards the convenience store within the station, while Bai Yi followed closely behind him like a shadow. Despite her not inconsiderable height, she still managed to showcase a cascade of lustrous hair that shimmered like gold, drawing the gaze of many. Due to the earlier devastation of the central mainland during the Abyssal War, followed by the oceans becoming forbidden territories, non-political exchanges among nations had dwindled significantly. Thus, such foreign characteristics were particularly conspicuous at this moment. The convenience store, though modest in size, was well stocked. In addition to various fast food specialties, it offered a range of travel necessities. The store's proprietor was a middle-aged, bald man, his physique somewhat portly beneath his martial arts attire, with the absence of his index and thumb fingers on one hand. Nearby lay a sleek, dark metal staff, a relic of past glory. Many individuals like this store owner existed in this era, most having sustained injuries in battle before retiring normally. Of course, with today's medical advancements, as long as one possesses wealth, the regrowth of severed limbs is not particularly challenging. However, whether the lack of treatment was due to financial constraints or a passive choice remains another matter altogether. Choose quickly. I too must make my escape shortly, the owner remarked, glancing briefly at Bai Yong before his attention was swiftly captivated by Bai Yi behind him, his gaze betraying a flicker of admiration as he discreetly stole a few glances. Yet he soon returned his focus to his phone. She was indeed attractive, but not as captivating as his own homely spouse. As Bai Yong arrived at the entrance of the store, he surveyed his surroundings and immediately spotted a pile of rain gear hanging in the corner. "Boss, I'll take 2 oversized raincoats." "Sure, 2 for 500, no bargaining." "This is truly expensive." Observing the 2 raincoats handed to him by the proprietor, Bai Yong couldn't shake off the sensation of being overcharged, yet he proceeded to scan the payment. Both raincoats were rather inexpensive, typically costing less than 100 for the pair, yet now they had inflated to 5 or 6 times that amount. "Well, there's a reason for the price." The boss chuckled, revealing a relatively tidy set of teeth. "What reason?" Bai Yi leaned forward, inquiring. "Demand will soon exceed supply. It's fortunate I'm selling them to you now." As he spoke, the boss produced a price tag, swiftly marking it with a few strokes before affixing it to the raincoat section. "Look, the next buyer will have to pay 300 for a single coat, 50 more than what you're paying." The boss pointed to the newly set price. At this revelation, the two fell into a contemplative silence. Aware they had been subjected to price gouging, yet why did they still feel a sense of having found a bargain? They couldn't comprehend it, but now was not the time to dwell on a few hundred yuan. They hastily donned a raincoat on Bai Yi. After zipping it up and covering his conspicuous hair with the hood, they strode purposefully towards the station entrance. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes had been fixated upon them from the outset. More precisely, they were observing Bai Yi, in the corner of the hall. Although the potential is lacking, the affinity for light is remarkably high. The golden-eyed girl gazed at the departing figure clad in rain gear, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. "What's the matter, auntie? Are you smitten?" A woman dressed in a platinum-colored armored gown, who had also noticed the situation, jested. "I intend to observe first to gauge their character." The girl nodded. Her current journey was to seek a suitable contract partner, yet she had been searching for half a year without encountering a fitting candidate. Either the affinity was acceptable but the character flawed, or the character was decent but the affinity insufficient. Or, in some cases, both affinity and character were commendable, yet the appearance fell short, and being aesthetically inclined, she naturally dismissed those. Now, having found someone with adequate light affinity, she was eager to investigate further. Unlike those with divine artifact talents, a pure-blooded weapon spirit must be meticulously selected for a compatible contract partner. While a divine artifact talent could fight independently even without a contract, wielding their own weapon with formidable strength, pure-blooded weapon spirits could not. Before a contract is established, they struggle to unlock their weapon form, possessing combat abilities akin to an ordinary person. Moreover, even once their weapon form is unlocked, they cannot coexist in both human and weapon forms. At best, they remain mere soldiers without a master, lacking independent combat capability, thus necessitating a cautious selection process for their contract partner. The desire to enter the battlefield can be rather troublesome. Fortunately, as a mixed blood, my ability to wreak havoc remains unaffected by the presence of any contractors. With a sense of satisfaction, the young girl caressed the armor of her dress. What could be more exhilarating than to slay indiscriminately while adorned in one's own attire? Casting a glance at her companion's boastful demeanor, she seized the hem of the other's skirt. "Shao Ai, let us depart. We shall take the vehicle heading to the western front. No need to wait for the northern route. I have already mentioned. Do not call me by my childhood name when we are outside." "Understood, Shao Ai. Let us hasten, Shao Ai." Xiao AI. Very well. As long as you are content. Xiao Du. Oh, why did you hit me? Xiao Du. It is necessary to discipline those who show disrespect to their elders. TSK. You are clearly younger than I am. I even held you in my arms when you were a child. That childhood name was my suggestion. Before she could finish her sentence, a pang of anxiety seized her, compelling her to silence. It seemed she had inadvertently revealed too much. Xiao Du. Reversal of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 30. It's all a ruse. Due to the urgency of the transport, there were no assigned seats on the train. Bai Yang and Bai Yi casually selected a carriage with relatively few passengers and stepped inside. Although Bai Yi donned a raincoat, which appeared somewhat peculiar, the others were hardly more conventional. Most of the individuals who entered alongside them were clad in an array of armor or masks, wielding weapons such as swords and axes. Among them was a voluptuous woman dressed in a stunning platinum war skirt, her hem being pulled by a petite girl with golden eyes standing at merely 5 feet tall. The skirt shimmered magnificently under the train's lights, resembling a priceless work of art. Yet, the skirt's edges were as sharp as a blade, causing one to avert their gaze as if stung by its brilliance. In contrast, Bai Yi, merely wearing a raincoat, felt almost inconspicuous. The passengers who boarded in the preceding stops were relatively normal, though still not entirely so. After all, those venturing out in such inclement weather were a rarity. The two settled into window seats just as the train was about to depart, with merely a minute remaining. In that brief moment, a surge of individuals rushed toward the carriages, predominantly second- and third-tier pioneers, who, not meeting the minimum standards for confronting major abysses, had been placed on the evacuation list. Nevertheless, as extraordinary beings, they moved swiftly to the evacuation point. In that fleeting minute, 300 to 400 more boarded, and the inaugural train departing from Luo City officially set off. At precisely 4:12 in the morning, the hour when fatigue weighs heaviest upon the populace, many passengers nestled together in slumber. Yet, the majority of the extraordinary individuals, including Bai Yi and Bai Yang, remained alert and lively. How dull. Let me play with your phone. Just as Bai Yang prepared to lean against Bai Yi for warmth, she deftly retrieved his phone from his pocket. It's nearly out of battery. We'll need it for communication later, Bai Yang cautioned. Not to worry, I'll borrow a charger for you. I'll play while you watch, and we shall share in the joy. With that, Bai Yi rose and scanned the carriage. The compartment was not fully occupied. Most of the extraordinary beings were either engrossed in meals or absorbed in video games. After a glance around, she noticed 2 individuals across the aisle, the exquisitely dressed woman and the golden-eyed girl. This, however, was not the crux of her interest. What captured her attention was that the latter was just about to stow away a charger, and within her multifunctional charging device lay an adapter compatible with Bai Yang's phone. Is there something you need? The petite girl seemed to sense Bai Yi's gaze, pausing momentarily before turning to meet her eyes. Their gazes locked, revealing an inexplicable sincerity and fervor in the girl's crystal-clear orbs. Her visage, sculpted by nature itself, exuded an allure unlike any other, as free as the flowing wind, as radiant as the blazing sun. In that instant, an inexplicable phrase surfaced in Bai Yi's mind, embodying the essence of the girl before her. In that fleeting moment, her heart raced a couple of beats faster. Fortunately, her reflexes were relatively swift. After a brief moment of distraction, she hastily averted her gaze, yet internally, she discreetly swallowed hard. Stay calm. No matter how alluring the innate qualities may be, one must not overlook character and integrity. After taking a few deep breaths inconspicuously, she regained her composure. Unbeknownst to Bai Yi, she gazed at the charger as if it were a life-saving elixir for a dying person. Little sister, may I borrow that charger? Bai Yi blinked, her eyes brimming with sincerity and longing. Ah, of course, Xiao Du replied, as she accepted the proffered charger. Bai Yi could not suppress her delight. She expressed her gratitude while swiftly initiating the charging process. Then, chop chop, ignite, Xiao Du remarked. That sound is from Black Shovel. Do you play this too, sister? Indeed, Bai Yi nodded. This game bore resemblance to a certain auto chess game from her memories. Though the content differed, the mechanics were quite similar. With some leisure time at hand, it was perfect for passing the hours. Playing solo also allowed her main thought process to shift and join in the joy. Simply sublime. Upon hearing this, Xiaodu's expression brightened. What a coincidence. I play too. Could you wait for me? Shall we play together? Bai Yi paused, quickly canceling her match. Sure, I'll wait for you. After all, this game was far more enjoyable when played together. Otherwise, who would there be to impress during pretentious moments? Let us add each other as friends first. Then you can invite me, Xiaodu suggested. Alright, I'll add you, Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao AI was utterly captivated by Xiaodu's fluid maneuvers. From the moment the other party mentioned their phone's low battery, she had observed her aunt discreetly plug in the charger. When the other party stood to borrow the charger, she had just completed charging and subtly lifted the charger, pretending to place it in her bag. However, the plug remained firmly in place, the multifunctional charging port awkwardly protruding outward. As expected, the bait was taken, and everything unfolded seamlessly thereafter. By the way, do you know how to play Black Shovel? Do you have an account? Xiao AI suddenly recalled a crucial question. Yet considering their proximity, she felt it inappropriate to ask directly, thus opting to send a message instead. I have played several popular multiplayer games on the market, Xiaodu replied, a rule enthusiast, and sometimes using games to gauge people is quite effective, as gaming often reveals one's true thoughts. With that, she promptly commenced the game. Sister, why are you spending so lavishly right from the start? You won't earn interest. What will you do later when you can't upgrade? Not long into the game, Xiaodu noticed that Bai Yi seemed utterly unconcerned with saving money for interest. Thus, she inquired, subtly analyzing her counterpart's strategy. There are too many gamblers. I must send them off early. How I detest gamblers. Thus, I have resolved to play with an early lineup. With that, Bai Yi assembled a haphazard array of low-cost pieces, creating a most peculiar formation. Upon hearing this, Xiaodu nodded in agreement. This exemplifies a mindset that seeks to win when possible, yet finds solace even in defeat. Moreover, there is an inclination to eliminate gamblers rather than to sever their luck through strategic plays. Clearly, emotions take precedence, albeit with a semblance of rational thought guiding them. Some may ponder why, in a mere game, one should derive joy from play and what insights can be gleaned. However, Xiaodu does not share this perspective. To her, it is precisely this gaming mentality that reveals the most authentic thoughts.
Moments latte.
Xiaodu exclaimed, Sister, someone is about to achieve a 3-star 5 cost. Is it a gambler? Bai Yi inquired, lifting her gaze. No, Xiaodu shook her head. Then all is well. Just wait and see how my innovative strategy will astonish everyone. With these words, Xiaodu observed the subtle shifts in Bai Yi's expression, noticing a clear relaxation upon hearing that it was not a gambler. This reflects a clear sense of affection and aversion, coupled with a childlike disposition. After casting another glance at Bai Yi's peculiar formation, Xiaodu nodded once more. When the T0 and T1 answers of the current version are revealed, many will follow online guides step by step. Yet, there are those who, even with the answers in hand, will delve into various mechanics and piece together their own so-called innovative strategies. Undoubtedly, Bai Yi belongs to the latter group. Such individuals possess a vibrant and dynamic thought process, eschewing conventional wisdom in favor of their own insights and reflections, refusing to conform blindly. Of course, this can be both a blessing and a curse. A few minutes later, I apologize. I inadvertently took your main tank, or else you wouldn't have lost so swiftly. It's a trivial matter. As long as we find joy in the game, there's no need to accommodate others. Besides, I also acquired the secondary tank you needed. Bai Yi waved her hand dismissively and invited her to the next match. Upon hearing this, Xiaodu smiled. When one person apologizes to another, choosing to forgive is commendable. However, when, after offering forgiveness, one instinctively cites personal examples, it often signifies a strong capacity for empathy rather than a self-centered approach. Those devoid of empathy can be quite alarming. Therefore, when selecting companions, she often filters out those lacking in this essential trait. Otherwise, she risks becoming merely a tool, a fate she is unwilling to confront. A contract can only be signed once in a lifetime, and she must tread carefully. Yet, for reasons unknown, she noticed the other's gaze repeatedly drifting toward her face and chest. Is it a disdain for modesty, or perhaps some peculiar preference? Her smile faltered slightly, uncertain and inclined to observe further. Chapter 31. The 9-tripod group. The passage of time within the game is invariably fleeting. As the duo commenced their second round, Xiao AI joined their ranks. After engaging in 3 or 4 consecutive matches, dawn had gracefully arrived. However, the morning in the downpour bore little distinction from the night prior. It was not until the approach of noon, amidst the thinning clouds, that a few glimmers of azure light occasionally pierced the pervasive darkness enveloping the sky. The train had set forth from Luo City, and upon its next stop, it underwent a thorough scanning process. Every passenger disembarking was subjected to meticulous scrutiny, followed by staggered isolation based on varying circumstances. The primary focus of this examination was to identify abyssal malevolence and abnormal beliefs, a precautionary measure to preclude the infiltration of abyssal creatures or cultists. Consequently, this protocol significantly prolonged their journey. What should have been a 2-hour trip extended to a grueling 6 hours before they finally reached High City. During this interval, the 4 individuals grew increasingly familiar with one another. In their conversations, Bai Yang learned about his companions. The modestly endowed young woman was named Jiang Sidu, while the one clad in armored attire was Lin Xiao AI. Both had ventured to Luo City for leisure, fortuitously coinciding with this circumstance. Jiang Sidu had yet to become a pioneer and remained an ordinary person, whereas Lin Xiao AI was a pioneer from the previous year, currently standing at the 2nd tier, having ascended merely 2 months prior. She whimsically declared herself a prodigy, a claim Bai Yang found somewhat credible. After all, to progress from the novice tier to the 1st tier required a formidable 5,000 merit points, and slaying a single novice tier snow howler yielded merely 1 point. This implies that even for those who immerse themselves in battle daily, an average of 17 novice beasts would need to be vanquished each day to achieve promotion within 10 months. In contrast, for someone like Bai Yi, who commenced at the 2nd tier, the situation was markedly different, as they could easily overpower the majority of their environment. Yet, for an ordinary individual freshly awakened, merely adapting to their new reality would consume vast amounts of energy, leaving little time for monster hunting. Generally speaking, reaching the 1st tier within 2 years is considered commendable, not to mention Lin Xiao AI's accomplishment of attaining the 2nd tier, which indeed qualifies her as a genius, assuming, of course, she had not availed herself of the merit point assembly line. We are disembarking. Where will you alight? As the train came to a halt once more, Xiao Du promptly anticipated the moment, shouldering her belongings and inquiring. What a coincidence, so are we, Bai Yi replied with mild surprise, yet did not dwell upon it. Instead, she gently lifted the already slumbering Bai Yang and followed suit. Xiao Du remarked, we are off to see Shuhai. I've heard tales of its abundant aquatic life, and my curiosity has long been piqued. What of you? Bai Yi gestured towards the sleeping Bai Yang, saying, his hometown lies in High City. Xiao Du pondered briefly before inquiring, so are you too planning to cohabit? Well, more or less, Bai Yi nodded in affirmation. Before long, the 2 groups followed the throng of passengers off the train, undergoing various inspections. At this juncture, to ensure their safety, Bai Yang deliberately took control of Bai Yi's actions with his subjective consciousness. Then, predictably, illegal resident. Inspector, Another illegal resident. Come with me for further examination. Without granting any opportunity for defense, Bai Yi was unceremoniously escorted to the inspection room. Meanwhile, Bai Yang and Jiang Sidu were drawn into the examination chamber. Upon entering the inspection room, regardless of the circumstances, individuals were subjected to a 7-day isolation period, during which their identity and motives would be thoroughly scrutinized. In contrast, the examination chamber required only 3 days of seclusion, primarily to ascertain whether one had been supplanted by an alien entity. Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, Bai Yang sacrificed 20 experience points to procure an orphan's identification from the system, thereby facilitating Bai Yi's return to the examination chamber. The equipment within the examination chamber was rather rudimentary. After passing through the demon detection apparatus, they were met by a colossal, ominous eye, fixated intently ahead. This enormous vertical pupil, towering at least as high as a person, emanated an unsettling aura. It was the 3rd eye of the demon of benevolence, a manifestation of the malevolent aspect of the Shanhua floating pagoda, and its size indicated at least a 6th tier of power. The demon of benevolence is associated with death. Prolonged gazes could evoke malevolent thoughts, and if one were already tainted by demonic energy, they would lose control instantaneously. After enduring approximately 10 minutes of this unnerving stare, Bai Yi and Bai Yang were subsequently permitted to advance to the next stage. The second round of scrutiny aimed to eliminate certain heretical believers, and the procedure was both simple and brutal. They were required to recite, in the most reverent tone, phrases extolling the valor of their forebears. Praise the great and supreme ancestor Fuxi, who measured chaos and created the pantheon of gods. To the most genuine and sacred Yen Huang, this world is the realm you have forged. We willingly dedicate all our will and lives to the territory you protect. Praise the valiant ancestors, who shattered the divine hierarchy with their own feet. Here we swear allegiance to the cosmos, vowing from this moment forth to defend the truth of humanity, to uphold the independence and continuity of mankind. You are uttering nonsense. One audacious voice interjected amidst the extravagant praises and vows. Our God is the true sovereign of all. This is merely his pasture. You are but sheep within the fold. Oh, forgive me, great ruler of the abyss. My ears have been assaulted by such intolerable words. They dare to presume equality with you. With that, he knelt in place. In such a society, those who unwaveringly identified as heretical believers were invariably fanatics of the highest order. These devout individuals regarded their faith as more precious than life itself. The recitation undoubtedly transgressed their deepest taboos. Two others, struggling with their readings, faltered, their voices wavering and unclear, and were likewise taken away. After enduring yet another half-hour of varied recitation, the occupants of the examination chamber were finally released. Subsequently, they were to be isolated for an additional 3 days, during which they would undergo various overt and covert examinations. I dare say, the mastermind behind these prayers must be a genius, Jiang Si-du remarked upon exiting. This was her first encounter with such invocations, and she had to admit that for a fleeting moment, even as a non-believer, she felt a twinge of guilt towards the ancestral spirits of the instruments. Fortunately, after prolonged interactions between the spirits and humanity, they had come to regard themselves as part of a minority. Otherwise, any hint of disapproval towards the Huaxia people would inadvertently reveal a flaw. As several individuals stepped outside, their eyes were met with a city submerged in water. Unbeknownst to them, the water level had risen to engulf an entire floor. Fortunately, these structures had undergone extensive upgrades following the devastation of the first Great Flood, rendering them less susceptible to damage. However, the volume of accumulated water seemed rather concerning. Could history be on the verge of repeating itself? A wave of anxiety washed over Bai Yang. In previous frontline battles, the water had never reached such heights, peaking at just over a meter. It seemed implausible, and if it truly spiraled out of control, the Jiuding group would issue a notification. Jiang Si-du shook her head, having faith in this official organization. After all, several members of her clan held significant positions within the Jiuding group. For instance, her aunt wielded the water pearl, serving as the water dragon king, endowed with a fragment of the natural order capable of commanding the waters of the world. While this may sound exaggerated, no matter how turbulent the natural torrents, her intervention would transform them into placid streams, significantly reducing their destructive power. Coupled with the joint efforts of both the aquatic and human gifted individuals, it seemed unlikely that another great flood would occur. Bai Yang nodded in agreement. The Jiuding group was indeed highly trustworthy. Established after the first Great Flood, the Jiuding group was an extraordinary organization formed through a broad invitation to the world. Its primary functions included cloud cutting, rain summoning, flood extraction, flow control, earth piling, and channel opening, serving as the foremost safeguard against floods. Since its inception, even amidst the fiercest battles on the front lines, no catastrophic floods had struck the rear. Even if they could not promptly manage the water flow, they could still mitigate its destructive capacity, resulting in little more than deeper water accumulation within the cities. As for the first Great Flood, historical records recount the coastal battle that unfolded a century ago. This conflict lasted an entire 7 days, with relentless rain enveloping nearly the entire Eurasian continent. The downpour intensified, ultimately resulting in a continental-scale flood on the 5th day. The deluge, cascading from the highlands, surged forth like a celestial river, sweeping through the mortal realm. It surged from riverbanks, leaving no bricks or tiles in its wake. Overflowing from lowlands, it washed away the filth, engulfing all life. This incident marked the second deadliest catastrophe in human history, with over 500 million fatalities in Huaxia alone. Ultimately, it was the ninth-tier powerhouse, the first-generation Dragon King, who forcefully withdrew from battle to provide aid, saving the majority of the populace, albeit at the cost of his own life due to grievous injuries. In the aftermath of that flood, Huaxia witnessed the emergence of several large lakes, among which Shu Lake, also known as Shu Sea, remains filled with water to this day, giving rise to the city of Haicheng. Chapter 32. The epilogue of the snow burial. Before long, several individuals, guided by their leader, exited the inspection point at the platform. The platform was constructed at a considerable height, seemingly designed with the potential for severe flooding in mind from the outset. As they stepped off the platform, a fierce gale, laden with torrential rain, assailed them, instantly obscuring their vision. In such inclement weather, a raincoat served merely as a tool to fend off the deluge, with raindrops seeping through every tiny crevice, even the smallest of breathing holes. Just as Bai Yang was about to summon Bai Yi to raise a windshield for protection, the leading law enforcement officer sprang into action. A nearly transparent, colossal shield materialized, enveloping the entire group within its protective embrace. "Stay close and be cautious of falling into the water," he instructed, leading the party down the stairs. At this moment, parts of the staircase below the platform were already submerged. However, several speedboats were securely moored nearby, offering an easier passage across the water. "It seems we need not swim after all," someone in the group remarked in jest. Thus, they crossed the water by boat, gazing at the city that appeared to rise majestically from the depths. Each person harbored their own reflections. Notably, due to the absence of external disruptions, even a damaged power grid in Haicheng would swiftly be repaired. Therefore, the city on the whole remained electrified. The lights of towering buildings flickered like colossal vessels standing tall, while streetlights twinkled, casting reflections upon the turbulent waters below. Disembarking from the boat, they ascended a winding path and eventually arrived at a hotel situated on a hillside, segmented into 5 sections yet only 9 stories high, nestled in the suburbs, with a military shooting range located behind it. "We have arrived. You will spend the next 3 days here. There is water, electricity, and books available, but no internet. Meals will be provided 3 times a day. In case of an emergency, you may ring the bell, and someone will arrive within half a minute. However, ringing it frivolously will result in detention," he stated while beginning to organize their arrangements. During this time, Bai Yi proposed to share a room with Bai Yang, but her request was met with a merciless refusal. These individuals had come directly from Luocheng and had not yet completed their observation period. Each person could potentially be a concealed threat, necessitating their individual isolation. Half an hour later. 3 days alone with no internet? I might as well be dead, Bai Yi lamented as she flopped onto the bed. The room was small, estimated to be less than 8 square meters, containing only a single bed, a bathroom, and a small table. There was little room for movement, and her phone was still with her main body, leaving her with nothing but a political textbook from the compulsory education curriculum of 12 years. This is utterly unbearable. After idly flipping through a couple of pages, Bai Yi felt as though her dormant memories were assaulting her with fervor. Does anyone truly read this? She carelessly tossed the book onto the table and chose to cover herself with the blanket and drift off to sleep. It wasn't that she wished to do nothing else. She was well aware that the isolation was likely monitored, and she had no desire to broadcast her every move. Of course, although she was ostensibly sleeping, Bai Yi was under the subconscious control of Bai Yang, which meant that she was merely returning a fragment of her consciousness to her primary self. Thus, the double monotony transformed back into a singular tedium. Meanwhile, in a nearby independent monitoring room, Di Feng was scrutinizing the surveillance footage with a group of individuals. The 5 who had been engaged with the political textbooks for over 20 minutes were particularly attentive. Di Feng's keen eyes flickered as he pointed to 5 separate screens. Among them were 3 ordinary men, easily lost in a crowd, alongside a petite girl with modest assets and a high school student. After a brief hesitation, he gestured towards another image, indicating a blonde individual, instructing them to verify her background. Although her identity appeared unproblematic, He could not recall when Bai Yang had ever been accompanied by such a person. At least, he had no recollection of her presence. This individual seemed to exhibit no peculiar behavior. A middle-aged man, smoking a cigarette, approached Di Feng from behind. He was the leader from before. You were instructed to investigate, so why are you here? Di Feng turned, only to discover that it was not one of his subordinates. I need to borrow some manpower. A large influx of disaster victims is expected, and we are understaffed. As he spoke, he offered a cigarette, which Di Feng promptly rejected. No smoking in the office. We cannot exceed 500 personnel. With that, he issued a transfer order to the man. Understood. The monitoring room fell silent once again. A moment later, he continued, when the meals are delivered, use an ultrasonic signal to announce your presence and observe their reactions closely. That night, having crossed midnight, it was now the second day of quarantine. Bai Yang had yet to succumb to slumber. He had intended to rest, but having previously indulged in excessive sleep, he found himself unable to drift off, opting instead for meditation. This practice could gradually enhance his mental fortitude. Albeit slowly, it still represented progress. Regrettably, his ordinary clones could not develop autonomously, otherwise, the efficiency of this training would yield significant improvements. Perhaps due to his earlier psychological fragmentation, he noted an unusual stability in his mental strength, consequently increasing his training efficacy. This meditation allowed him to delve deeply, leading to a tangible enhancement in his mental capacity over the course of the day, an achievement that previously took him half a year. Yet, at this moment, he was abruptly awakened. The snow burial incident was finally drawing to a close. With this thought, Bai Yang concentrated most of his awareness on Bai Yi. In the battlefield, a creature buried deep within an underground hollow suddenly opened its eyes. Name, Bai Yi. Rank, second stage. Harvest from the species. Current harvestable quantity, 24. An hour prior, atop a mountain in the war zone, a group of individuals, blindfolded and equipped with various tools, gathered around a roaring fire, its flames soaring high and dispelling the surrounding darkness. This course of action is intended to prevent one from inadvertently gazing into the darkness for an excessive duration while resting in a daze. Yi Chang'an, too, is among those taking a respite, though the once formidable figure now appears somewhat dispirited. Over 30 hours of relentless combat have relentlessly pushed him to his limits. Particularly during the night, even the slightest lapse in focus cannot exceed 3 seconds. It is only upon the return of the patrolling personnel, during the handover, that he finally turns his gaze towards the pitch-black sky behind him. A chilling sense of dread washes over him, prompting him to quickly lower his head and pay heed to the ground beneath him. The bright flames illuminate the mountaintop, dispelling the darkness below his feet. The assaults from the returning forces grow increasingly frequent, and under the influence of the flames, all present become acutely aware of the loathing emanating from the vast expanse of snow. Though the nature of this loathing remains unknown, at this moment, they have little time to ponder. Originally a contingent of over 400, only half remain. Many have succumbed to the strain and opted to withdraw, while a minority have perished outright. Fortunately, having survived the first day, the battlefield bestowed skill rewards, significantly enhancing the collective strength of the survivors. Now, those who remain are consumed by a singular thought: fight, and then survive. Chapter 33. Bai Yi Awakening, the time for hunt. Once again the battle erupted, and Yi Chang'an mechanically swung his arms. Although he possessed the greatest strength, he had also participated in more battles than anyone else. In truth, both his willpower and physical endurance had reached the brink of exhaustion. He ought to have continued resting, yet every time he felt he could no longer persist, a surge of warmth would rise within him, forcibly replenishing his stamina. With each strike, his movements became swifter and more ferocious. One by one, the returners were vanquished, only to be quickly replaced by more. At this moment, he was unaware that amidst the chaos of battle, his physique began to undergo a gradual transformation, slowly growing stronger. The fighting never ceased until the sky opened up, and a flurry of snowflakes descended like goose feathers, blanketing the once crimson ground. The dreadful hue of blood began to fade, signaling the conclusion of this ordeal that had lasted for 33 hours. At last, it seemed it was coming to an end. Beside him, Luo Tianqing appeared somewhat disheveled, having replaced her once humble radish with a long-handled blood-red sword. Gripping the glistening blade, she traced a perfect arc in the air, cleaving through the returners before her. The relentless battles had blurred her vision, yet she was relieved that the end was finally in sight. As the final remnants of blood-stained snow were covered by fresh flakes, it heralded the event's conclusion. The snow burial event is completed. Event objective: await the next snowfall to cover the blood snow, or personally melt all the blood snow. Event rewards: survival reward choice of white equipment or 20 points of free attribute points. Note: free attribute points can only be chosen once per battlefield. Without hesitation, Luo Tianqing opted for the white equipment. While the attribute points were appealing after consuming the radish, her physique had already improved by 40 points, far exceeding the benefit of 20 attribute points. Thus, she decided to select a new supportive equipment instead. Her innate talent granted her permanent enhancement, which transformed into tangible attributes, and she was determined to make the most of it. In contrast, Yi Chang'an made a different choice. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for the attribute points, recklessly allocating the free points entirely to his spiritual power. He had long coveted the wondrous effects of spiritual energy, dreaming of becoming a mage. After making his selection, he succumbed to fatigue, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed into Mu Qingqing's embrace, drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he remained blissfully unaware that the 20 points of spiritual energy he had just allocated were swiftly dissipating. In their place, his physique and mental strength surged rapidly. The 20 points of spiritual energy ultimately transformed into 15 points of mental strength and 15 points of physique, which then doubled, resulting in a total of 30 points. Simultaneously, as the announcement of the event's completion reverberated, a wave of exhilaration washed over everyone. In the face of such perilous circumstances, the motivation that had sustained them through the ordeal was none other than the promise of rewards. Naturally, the majority opted for the choice of white equipment. Although attribute rewards are more precious in the long run, the immediate enhancement provided by white equipment is significantly greater. If the maximum improvement for gray equipment is limited to 15 attribute points, the minimum enhancement for white equipment is already 16 points, with a potential maximum reaching as high as 50 points. Furthermore, the self-selected white equipment rewards allow individuals to choose the type of equipment and specify an attribute, which is then generated on the battlefield. With a stroke of luck, one might even acquire a single attribute exceptional item, or even trigger the synergistic effects of the equipment's attributes. Even in the absence of good fortune, it remains superior to the current gray equipment. Most individuals have opted for defensive gear or weapons that enhance their physical attributes, though their enhancements are not particularly high. In such frigid conditions, they struggle to remain active for extended periods without a heat source. Just as everyone was preparing to exhale in relief, Luo Tianqing suddenly realized that, although the snow burial incident had passed, the returnees had not vanished. Their once crimson forms had merely transformed to white. Though less frenzied than before, they now possessed a measure of intelligence, rendering them even more perilous. She even caught sight of the returnees, awkwardly constructing snowmen at the foot of the mountain, illuminated by the light reflecting off the slopes. Witnessing this scene, her heart sank with alarm. Battlefield Rule 3: building snowmen is a perilous endeavor. While others may not grasp the significance of this rule, she understood all too well. The snowmen created would come to life after 3 hours, transforming into first-tier wandering snow spirits. Although their combat prowess is limited, they would emit a low-temperature aura, capable of lowering the temperature within a 500-meter radius to a bone-chilling -110 degrees Celsius. Such a predicament could be life-threatening. After roasting the last of the snow-dwelling beasts, she urged everyone to rest, for the battle was far from over. In the face of this situation, she could only encourage her companions to restore their stamina as much as possible. Yet, not all were inclined to heed her command. Some had already achieved their goals upon receiving their rewards, choosing to forfeit when informed that further combat was required. With a handful leading the way, others soon followed suit. Before long, only a little over 100 individuals remained present. After a considerable time. Well, it was certainly better than in her previous life. It is worth noting that, after the first night in her past existence, the remaining number of survivors had dwindled to mere single digits. Meanwhile, as the individuals atop the peak hurriedly sought to regain their strength, A faint, unusual sound from beneath a blood-stained cold rock in the middle of the snow burial basin caught the attention of the wandering returnees. Bai was presently wielding a military shovel, tirelessly digging upward. While self-burying, she had utilized her spiritual energy to secure a space for her shoveling below. Otherwise, once the ground froze solid again, she would find it impossible to escape. Naturally, she had chosen the freedom attribute points as her reward, but these points would be credited to her main body. As a mere ordinary doppelganger, she was unworthy of reaping the benefits of such enhancements. It was quite a dismal situation. After a moment, a gray, dusty head emerged from the snow pile. At long last she had made her escape. Gazing upon the flurry of snowflakes cascading from the heavens, Bai felt an indescribable sense of comfort after a day of seclusion. Initially transforming into a fox, she extricated herself from her form and playfully rolled in the snow, subsequently channeling her spiritual energy to create a ripple around her. The ashen little fox then re-emerged as a fluffy white bundle. Transforming back into her human form, she glanced at the notification. Current harvestable by count 24. Would you like to harvest? Yes. With that affirmation, Bai instinctively uttered, "Awaken, my buried selves." Although somewhat embarrassing, the effect was remarkable. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a faint connection manifesting within her. Under the influence of an inexplicable force, the frozen earth beneath her began to crack, and the snow sank inwards. One after another, heads began to emerge from below. Following the same motions as Bai, they first morphed into foxes and leaped forth, rolling in the snow before reconstituting into fluffy white forms. While these spawned duplicates did not inherit any skills, the ability to switch between human and fox forms belonged to their innate racial capabilities. In the blink of an eye, 24 identical Bai's materialized before her. Not far away, a returning creature silently retracted its steps, which had been poised for an ambush, and then scurried away while emitting a strange cry. "Oh my goodness, it's haunted." Chapter 34, The Peculiar Implant, Race. Derived Avatar, Qingqiu Fox Clan. Rank, 2nd Tier Strength, Physique, 50. Base Attribute Value Locked, Mental Power, 150. Base Attribute Value Locked, Spiritual Energy, 100. Base Attribute Value Locked, Talent, None. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Traits, only inheriting spiritual energy-related attributes. Armor Break 2. Physical attacks gain an additional armor-breaking attribute of 600 points. Burn 2. Spiritual energy attacks gain a burning attribute of 600 points. Heal 2. Spiritual nurturing adds a healing attribute of 600 points. Spiritual Body 2. Every 3 hours. Can continuously restore 100 of healing attribute stamina while additionally recovering 100 of healing attribute spiritual energy reserves. Note: when consumed flesh or bodily fluids, the target will directly gain a 3-hour effect, which can only activate twice a day, depending on individual consciousness. Spiritual Explosion 2. Upon death, self-detonation occurs, triggering a secondary explosion with the resulting fragments. Achievements: An eye for an eye, Queen's Favor, Speak of Death and it comes. Unlike the relationship between Baiyang and Bai, these derived avatars, although considered an extension of oneself, do not possess the function of death feedback. As for sensory memories, unless she wishes to actively retrieve them, there is no constant communication. These derived avatars, without deliberate command, retain subconscious intelligence and the ability to execute orders. If Baiyang, Bai, and Bai are regarded as a singular entity, then these derived avatars are akin to side shoots, relatively independent yet utterly dependent. In the dimness of a snowy night, Bai found herself surrounded by a throng of derived avatars, her expression becoming somewhat dazed. "You all should hurry and get yourselves some clothes." She instinctively touched her nose, reflecting on her negligence nearly causing a blood loss. One could imagine, how could newly sprouted beings possibly don their garments immediately upon emergence from the soil? Although she did not mind an extra glance, it was still prudent to maintain an image, given their resemblance to her. "At your command, Mother," the 24 avatars responded in unison. "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Bai slowly formed a question mark with her expression. Yet, upon further contemplation, it seemed reasonable. After all, They were her creations. Was it not common for creations to refer to their progenitors? That said, Bai still corrected them. Call me boss. Understood. Boss. Baiyang nodded in satisfaction at the avatar's compliance. Fortunately, they are quite obedient. Moments later, the derived avatars, having received their orders, scoured their surroundings but found nothing suitable to serve as clothing. Some scooped handfuls of snow and plastered it onto themselves, shivering from the cold, but soon the snow melted away. Others attempted to smear mud onto their bodies, only to discard it in a fit of fastidiousness, washing their hands with snow instead. In a moment of utter despair, they began to exchange glances, each scrutinizing the other's fluffy tails. Clone 2 remarked, "It must hurt, right?" Clone 1 replied, "Just endure it. We have remedies." Clone 2 countered, "Well, you too." Clone 3 chimed in, "2 tails might not suffice. We may need to peel 6 times. Clone 11 exclaimed, "That sounds too cumbersome. Let's just strip the skin. I fear no pain." Clone 6 added, "Excellent idea. Human skin turned inside out. What a spectacle. How exhilarating." Clone 18 enthused, "Oh, oh, oh, start with me. Peel me first." As their conversation spiraled into absurdity, Bai instinctively shielded her tail, realizing that while her clones were obedient, some were excessively so. The audacity of their skin-peeling strategy was unfathomable. Just as she prepared to halt the frenzied actions of her derivatives, a peculiar howl echoed from afar. The eerie cry interrupted the clones' preparations, and they all turned in unison. Bai raised a torch buried in the snow, its flickering light dispelling the darkness and revealing the frenzied snoaming beast sprinting in the distance. Clone 1 exclaimed, "How fluffy." Clone 17 asserted, "I recognize it. That's the spirit of my clothes." Clone 24 retorted, "Nonsense. It just leapt off me." Clone 18 interjected, "No more squabbling. Our spiritual energy can heal. A mere 24 peels will suffice." The clones responded in unison. "What a splendid notion. But I still want to make a hat for the boss," one declared. "Then let's peel one more time." "I want a hat too," another chimed in. "Let us peel again." This suggestion seemed to ignite a spark, and soon a chorus erupted. "I want a scarf." "Me too." More peeling. "I want sanitary pads." "So do I." Peel. At that moment, the returning creature, in a frantic dash, felt a sudden tremor of alarm. Though it was no longer affected by the snow's embrace and had lost much of its infectious potency, it had gained greater wisdom. For reasons unknown, the air around it began to grow increasingly warm. Instinctively, it called out to its companions, its resonant cries echoing back from afar. It began racing towards its kin, only to catch sight of a flicker of flame. Reflexively, it turned its head, and then there was nothing more. A foot descended, crashing onto its face and driving it into the snow. "I've caught it. I shall be the first to peel." "Hold it down for me," Clone 3 exclaimed, excitement palpable in its voice as it violently tore at the creature. This was merely an unranked returner, its skin already tattered, revealing a mixture of pure white snow and bloodless flesh within. How could its meager physique, barely registering 20 points of strength, withstand the brutal tearing from Clone 3? Thus, the wails of despair echoed into the air, unending. After several attempts, Number 3 successfully peeled off 2 large strips of skin and even extracted 2 tendons from its thighs. Regardless of suitability, it dried the skin using the torch in Bai's hand. Utilizing the tendons, much like lacing a shoe, it brutally pierced through the hide, subsequently wrapping them around its chest and hips. Just as Number 3 completed this makeshift attire, a commotion erupted from the crowd. "Quick! Treat it! It's on the verge of death. I have treated it. Ah! It has died." "No, it was already dead. Hence, the treatment was futile. What shall we do? We still lack clothing." At this moment, the avatar, Number 18, leaped forth. "Oh, oh, oh! Skin me! Skin me! My hide is thicker." Bai responded with a sigh. "What a terrifying system. Truly, you are a perverse spawn, surpassing the original. What does that have to do with me?" Bai rolled her eyes. She could not comprehend how, despite originating from the same root, some avatars exhibited such peculiarities. Chapter 35. Mysterious Footprints. Half an hour later. "Oh, I can't take it anymore. Ah, not there, that's off limits." My thighs too. Please no cramps, it hurts. I'm done, I'm done. The cries echoed through the valley, startling a few snowbirds. Hal, quickly, someone heal me. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Stop. That's enough. At last, Bai observed that it had gone on long enough and called an end to this inhumane spectacle. The fox form was skinned, the tail severed, the human form convulsed, bones dislocated. Look, is this something a human can endure? Even more absurdly, Subject 18 was eager to undergo live flaying. Bai firmly believed in not indulging such behavior. Faced with Subject 18's persistent suggestions, she ultimately chose to acquiesce, not only because the proposal was feasible but also to treat this inherently troubled Subject 18. Thus, the current scene unfolded. As the saying goes, to heal a pervert, one must employ even more perverse methods. After enduring 27 rounds of intensive treatment, the subject finally grasped the gravity of regret. Meanwhile, at the brutal scene, after Bai called for a halt, a sequence of 23 healing effects, each amounting to 600 points, radiated with ethereal brilliance. Subject 18's battered form began to emanate a gentle glow, flesh visibly regenerating, bones reconnecting, severed limbs regrowing. In mere seconds, a brand new entity emerged. Phew, I truly felt as if I were at death's door. Subject 18 gently caressed their chest, still shaken, curling into a ball and burying themselves in the snow, adopting a posture that begged for mercy. Boss, can these materials be utilized? At this moment, Subject 1 approached Bai, pointing at the pile of gruesome materials that were too grotesque to behold. Since they've been dismantled, we might as well put them to good use. Bai waved her hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to dispel the stench of blood. She harbored no such reservations. Since they had been taken apart, they must be repurposed wisely. After all, how could she justify Subject 18's repeated sacrifices? However, through this incident, she began to discern that these beings were merely a group of madmen clad in their own skins. To fulfill their directives, they were capable of committing nearly any atrocity. Following a brief cleaning and drying process conducted by the group, everyone donned new attire. A pristine, fluffy fox fur coat enveloped their forms, soft and snug, with each person equipped with a hefty club wrapped in white fur. Bai, though she had no need for the fox fur and club, chose to wear a more comfortable fox velvet undergarment and casually donned a scarf. Whether it would keep her warm was uncertain, but it was indeed comfortable. Report, boss, we are short on materials. We haven't even made our hats yet. Can we go for a few more rounds? At this moment, Subject 3 rushed over with the news. No, absolutely not. Although, at the very least, I must take a moment to rest. On the 18th, peering out from behind the snow-covered birch trees, I caught wind of the other party's suggestion. A flicker of anticipation danced in my eyes, yet I hastily declined. Observing this, Bai couldn't help but twitch her lips. Did you not claim to have settled down? When a girl says no, does one truly need to halt? The 18th blinked innocently. Bai. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Choosing not to linger on the matter, she gathered her doppelgängers, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Just moments ago, she had faintly heard chaotic screams and thundering noises in the distance. Though uncertain of the source, caution was undoubtedly prudent. A few minutes later, as the roaring sounds drew nearer, Bai instinctively raised her torch high. Through the dim light, she discerned a throng of dozens of individuals, currently being pursued by hundreds of returnees, racing towards their direction. Boss, there are so many of them. Do we need to eliminate them all? Number 6 inquired, approaching Bai from behind. Without hesitation, she licked the leg bone in her hand, finding it rather cool. However, the bone had already frozen solid and, well, the tongue couldn't be freed. With that, she attempted several stances, all to no avail. Finally, she pulled with great force. Crack! A wave of metallic scent surged into Bai's nostrils. Turning her gaze, she saw number 6's tongue swiftly regenerating under the glow of the healing light. Bai stared at the crimson fragment on the bone staff, instinctively moving her own tongue. Does it not hurt? Number 6. Cool. Bai 9. Number 9. Boss, did you call for me? Do you need someone skinned? No. Actually, yes. Just as she was about to refuse, Bai Yi caught sight of her doppelgänger's eager expressions, prompting her to redirect her words, pointing into the distance. Take down those returnees and make their pelts into your hats and cloaks. That would be even cooler. Upon uttering these words, Bai Yi distinctly sensed the atmosphere around her shift into a frenzy. All eyes were fixated on the distant pack of beasts. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Oh, the hats are coming. I want a scarf. Cool. Skinning. Skinning. This time, there was no need for Bai Yi to utter another word. A swarm of eager doppelgängers, clamoring for scarves and hats, charged forth to tear the skins directly. Indeed, quite literally tearing the skins. With 600 points of healing attributes combined with ample spiritual energy reserves, their margin for error was frighteningly high. This was evident from the 18th, as it was clear that as long as they did not perish on the spot, they could be swiftly revived. Even if their spiritual and physical energies were exhausted, they could simply bite a nearby companion to regain full strength. Moreover, even in the unfortunate event of death, they could self-destruct twice before triggering resurrection. This time, Bai Yi refrained from engaging in the fray. Instead, she climbed atop the previous icy rock, brandishing her torch as she observed the battle from a high vantage point. Due to her inability to gaze at the night for too long, her eyes continuously flitted among the various incarnations. Even when she paused, she maintained a rhythmic blinking motion. The searing attribute of her spiritual energy was so intense that a moment's inattention could incinerate their very essence. Consequently, these derived avatars opted for close combat. Such a choice inevitably led to various injuries. Ah, it bit me. Its fangs are poisonous. I have been infected. Avatar No. 15 has acquired an abnormal status. Snow stain, gradual loss of stamina and vitality. Upon death, becomes a returnee. Do not fear. Simply use your spiritual energy to cauterize the wound nearby, Bai Yi advised. Whether confronting a snow stain returnee or an ordinary one, the infectious effects accompanying their attacks could be mitigated by flame. Very well, I shall burn it. Avatar number 15 nodded vigorously. Then suddenly, Avatar No. 15 has escaped the snow stain abnormal status and entered a near-death state. I've overdone it. Sisters, save me. A series of radiant flashes ensued. Avatar number 15 has emerged from the near-death state. Bai Yi. This is not right. This trend of development is exceedingly peculiar. She couldn't help but reflect on whether her exposure to inappropriate content had prompted these avatars to behave in such a manner. Meanwhile, the battle nearby raged on. In her contemplation, Bai Yi's gaze continued to wander. Then, she noticed a series of fresh footprints in the snow. Yet, she was entirely certain that no one had traversed that snowy expanse. After all, the very manner of their creation was profoundly abstract. Chapter 36. The Terrifying Legend of the Valley Footprints. Bai Yi instinctively recalled one of the rules. Battlefield Rule 7. When mysterious footprints appear in the snow, be wary of those around you. So, what does those around you refer to? Bai Yi subconsciously glanced at the group of people who had just been pursued. None of them are familiar, yet they continue to approach. You all either move away or stay put. No closer, or it will be a matter of skinning. Bai Yi's gaze turned icy as she waved her hand, drawing a brilliant blue fox fire in the snow. The individuals, who had been tentatively advancing, retreated to a safe distance. At that moment, not far away, the battle intensified. Number 6 raised the thigh bone of No. 18 and brutally crushed the skull of an unranked returnee. Then, with a rib bone fashioned into a blade, she skillfully began to skin the creature. Meanwhile, a first-tier returnee prepared to launch a surprise attack from behind, only to be intercepted by number 18's physical form. However, this first-tier returnee was born from a first-tier snow howler, and its attributes had doubled, giving it a physique far superior to that of these avatars. Thus, inevitably, number 18 was torn in half at the waist. Yet, despite this grievous injury, her upper half seized an opportunity, sinking her teeth into the back of the opponent's neck, and then she began to skin it with the bone blade. Sisters, number 18 is dying. Save her. Number 6 cried out urgently. With her body already in 2 halves, even with a healing power exceeding 600 points, the efforts of 1 or 2 individuals would prove insufficient. Consequently, a surge of spiritual energy was directed her way, and number 18 was promptly rejuvenated. Her regenerated organs began to secrete adrenaline in abundance. With a swift motion, No. 18 tore a massive gash in the back of the returnee's neck with the bone blade. Roar! Although the returnee had lost its sense of pain, its remaining survival instinct compelled it to instinctively try to shake off its assailant. With its fur stripped away, the icy snow filling its body became prone to falling out. Once the filling was gone, it would truly perish. However, rather than dislodging number 18, the shake provided her with leverage, allowing her to grasp the opening and pull with all her might. Rip! Oh, the fine fur was indeed prickly. No. 18 excitedly waved a large piece of grayish-white fur in her hand. The snow howler was, after all, a fierce beast, and its fur consisted of two types: short, dense white down and bristly guard hairs resembling boar bristles. Moreover, due to its first-tier status, each bristle was as sharp as a needle. Yet evidently, No. 18 paid no mind to these details, draping the fur over herself without hesitation. In stark contrast, the returnee, now exposed with its icy filling visible, began to flee. Its nearly shriveled brain informed it that these beings were no ordinary creatures. What kind of normal being could still skin its own kind after being severed in two? No. What kind of normal being would initiate skinning others in the first place? As one began to flee, the phenomenon of the leader effect ensued. They were not in the frenzied state of the snow burial. The previously battling returnees also began to follow suit. In merely a fleeting moment, the ground was left strewn with severed limbs and fur, a vast expanse of snow stained crimson with blood. Notably, the remnants and blood were predominantly the result of the clone's actions. Scattered haphazardly, one could almost assemble several headless figures from the disarray. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The clones had been given the directive to eliminate all, and how could they possibly allow these hides before them to escape? Resolutely discarding their spoils, they began to sprint wildly, some conjuring fiery spheres of spiritual energy to hurl forward. Although they had inherited none of Bai Yi's skills, the scorching potency of their 600 points of spiritual energy was more than sufficient for them to unleash chaos. The unfortunate returnees struck by these projectiles were instantaneously engulfed in flames, gradually dissolving into nothingness. Oh dear! Precise strike. I score a point, exclaimed Clone No. 2 in exhilaration. Observing this, Clone number 9 was equally eager to participate, declaring, "Let me join in. Witness my celestial scattering of flowers. You fool, number 9. You hit me. Ah, I'm being scorched alive. Sisters, save me." Clone number 11 entered a state of burns, then teetered on the brink of death, fluctuating between states of injury and revival. A derivative clone slayed a first-tier returnee, earning 5 points of merit. A derivative clone eliminated a non-tier returnee, earning 1 point of merit. Awarded 1 point. Awarded 1 point. Awarded 5 points. Watching the clones venture further away, Bai Yi could not help but feel a twinge of concern, hastily summoning them back. It was not a matter of their capability in combat, but rather a fear that they might inadvertently cause their own demise. However, while departing there were 24, yet upon return, there were 26. Why are there 2 additional individuals? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, her heart sinking with foreboding. Upon being questioned, the clones realized the anomaly as well. They exchanged glances, bewildered. Huh? Why are there 2 more? Don't look at me. It can't be my fault. The mysterious newcomers are so cool. It must be me. Yes, it's me. Quick, peel me. Meanwhile, within the valley, a terrifying tale began to circulate among the snow-singing beasts known as returnees. It was said that within the valley, should one encounter a 2-legged sheep with a tail, they should resist the urge to act impulsively, refrain from shouting, and quietly flee. Do not attempt to hunt them, for they are immortal beings. How absurd! Interrupted a second-tier returnee leader, irate. I am a returnee. I have been bestowed with the power of rebirth from the depths of the icy goddess. Unfazed by pain, undeterred by death, even if reduced to mere fur, I shall resurrect, stronger than before. Who dares suggest I fear these 2-legged sheep? Preposterous. With 2 hollow, darkened eye sockets, it fixed its gaze on the approaching kin, believing that the goddess's favor was not for the cowardly to claim. Yet, in its mercy, it chose to grant them an opportunity to continue speaking. Roar, roar.
Ohoho, yay, ah.
They adorned themselves in white furs, wielding bone clubs reminiscent of their own kind. Their most favored pastime was, indeed, skinning. As she spoke, the leader turned her back, revealing a skinless expanse. Astonished, the chief gasped, never anticipating that such fiends would revel in the act of skinning. How could such creatures exist? It is crucial to understand that the fur represents the last vestige of life for the returnees. As long as the fur remains, and is filled with ice and snow, resurrection is possible. Yet, if the fur is lost, all hope is indeed extinguished. The revelations did not cease there. The adversaries continued to recount the deeds of those demons, claiming that flames could not vanquish them, and that even the returnees' bites would not infect them, but a bite from them would lead to contamination. Fear ignited the dormant intellect within, marking this as the most astute moment it had experienced since its inception. Chapter 37. The imitator by E stood atop the cold rock, gazing at the chaotic array of doppelgängers before her, feeling a twinge of weariness. Fortunately, they all shared a common origin, rendering the task less daunting. With a mere flick of her senses, she discerned two among them that were distinctly out of place. She intended to drag these two away and uncover their true nature. Pointing towards the two doppelgängers, she observed one of them vigorously shaking her head in denial, while the others readily acknowledged their identities. The other one, though somewhat clever, still fell short. As the doppelgängers clamored for skinning or to be skinned, she could only watch in bewilderment, unable to integrate into the bizarre spectacle. At that moment, her lack of twisted disposition rendered her an outsider. However, even if she were to join the fray, it would be futile. Anything not born of the same root could easily be recognized by E, no matter how well it masqueraded. With her words spoken, the two were swiftly seized by a throng of doppelgängers. During this commotion, E took the opportunity to hand over her frostblade, which had been gathering dust in her backpack, to a doppelgänger. It was better to put it to use than let it languish. At least it would prove more effective than a mere bone blade during the process of skinning and dismemberment. Unlike her previous experience with material collection number 18, where she had refrained from observing, this time she resolved to see what these entities truly were. Leader, you must believe me. It's not me. It's her. She suddenly crawled out from the snowdrift. One of the struggling doppelgängers cried out in panic, addressing the one closest to E. Remarkably, the attributes of this doppelgänger were strikingly similar to those of the others around. In the midst of its frantic thrashing, the two nearby were nearly unable to subdue it. In any other team, such a scenario would be a nightmare for countless individuals, yet here it proved ineffective. Was it not absurd to question one's own identity? Skin them, E commanded with an expressionless demeanor. As the glistening frost blade descended, a doppelgänger deftly stuffed a mouthful of snow into her mouth, muffling any ensuing screams. The blade pierced through the baihui point, tracing a downward path through the center of the forehead. Initially, crimson blood, indistinguishable from that of a living being, flowed forth, but it soon transformed into ice-blue luminescent fluid. The once fair flesh began to resemble snow and ice. As the crowd prepared to engage in their customary operations, the two figures had already morphed into lifelike ice sculptures. First-tier imitator unmasked. Reward: 5 battle points. Unmasking: 5 points. The dual notifications echoed, prompting E to notice the details. The battlefield had indicated unmasking rather than killing. After a moment's contemplation, she ordered the two ice sculptures to be incinerated. However, even as they melted into a steaming puddle, no further notifications emerged. A chill breeze swept through, causing the pooled water to freeze anew. What, then, were these impersonators? Her fox ears twitched involuntarily as E turned her gaze back to the group of people. The lingering cold in her eyes glimmered dangerously in the torchlight, instilling fear in the onlookers. Please, Fox Fairy, do not slay me. We are real people, fresh graduates from Luo City. We just escaped from the beast lair in the snow. As they spoke, someone pointed towards a distant glimmer atop the mountain, an unextinguished bonfire. Perhaps fearing that E might be skeptical, the individual instinctively sought to prove their point, yet the weapon they raised hesitated to descend. Your authenticity holds no significance to me. Just as this person wrestled with their conflicting thoughts, Bai nonchalantly waved her hand and countered. What transpired at that mountaintop? Is there someone named Luo Tianqing and another called Yi Chang'an? If memory serves, Luo Tianqing had instructed her to search for a snow-dwelling beast's lair from the very beginning. By that reasoning, she would surely follow suit. Yes, they are leading the team. We were managing to hold our ground, but a third party infiltrated our ranks, opening the path up the mountain and allowing the beast tide to surge in. We took advantage of the chaos to descend, yet we were pursued relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Bai nodded and gazed toward the distant peak. That icy rock is a suitable place to spend the night. Do not follow me. With that, she leaped from the cold stone. Her lithe figure descended like snowflakes drifting to the ground, only to be caught mid-air by a swarm of duplicates. Oh, how could our esteemed leader's noble form touch this filthy ground? They cooed. It is freezing out here. Surely, our leader yearns for warmth. Our embrace is quite cozy. Indeed, indeed, indeed. But look at those delicate little feet, without even a shoe. What if they get hurt? I volunteer to be your footwear. Please, do not spare me. Lick, lick. Wait, that's not right. Bai swiftly kicked away the 18th duplicate, which had been plotting something mischievous toward her feet. We are all duplicates. Why should you be the most perverse? Drag this pervert down and give them a thorough inspection. With that, Bai made no further reservations, allowing one of her duplicates to carry her as they hastened toward the fire's glow. This was not due to her hunger. Rather, the biting cold of the icy expanse was undeniably unsettling. Especially after igniting her torch, the entire snowy landscape exuded an almost imperceptible malevolence. The bone-chilling cold instinctively deterred her from traversing the snow-laden ground. Meanwhile, at the foot of the snow-dwelling beast's lair, Luo Tianqing was running with all her might. She had originally devised a strategy to secure their position, and if executed flawlessly, could even accrue significant battle merit. However, while everyone was preoccupied with cooking, a group had stealthily opened the previously blocked pathway, even tossing the scant remaining food down the mountain. Although she and Yi Chang'an managed to intercept and eliminate them, they could not prevent the subsequent wave of returning beasts. Ultimately, their team was scattered, and she found herself tumbling to the mountain's base. Fortunately, after consuming a variety of radishes, her physique had significantly improved. Despite numerous injuries, she had yet to lose her mobility. Damn it, how could the imitators appear so swiftly? Is it a consequence of the butterfly effect brought on by rebirth, or perhaps due to the world's corrective forces? She found herself perplexed, having seemingly made the optimal choices, yet encountering an increasing number of unforeseen complications. Upon reflection, it is highly probable that the imitators had already infiltrated the group during their ascent. Otherwise, how could there be more than 400 individuals? It is only now that their presence has been revealed. This time, she has suffered the consequences of overly relying on her foresight. Following this incident, the number of survivors will likely dwindle to a mere handful, and it is feared that Yi Chang'an may also face elimination. One can only wonder about Bai Yang's condition, hoping fervently that they will not disappear again. Chapter 38. Darkness. The exhaled warmth instantaneously condensed into water vapor, only to be swiftly transformed into frost by the biting wind. The sky at this moment seemed destined to be shrouded in gloom. Whether in the realm of battle or the mundane world, ominous clouds blanketed the starry expanse, withholding even the faintest glimmer of starlight from the weary souls below. Yet, in the earthly realm, at least humanity was graced with the flickering light of torches, or, at the very least, the intermittent flashes of thunder illuminating the darkened heavens. In this place, however, Bai found herself ensnared in an unprecedented darkness. The third avatar carried her, trailing amidst the main throng as they hastened toward the distant horizon. The snowfall grew increasingly dense, obscuring the distant flames that had long been veiled by the descending snowflakes. They could only rely on a small map to navigate their way. The accumulation of snow deepened considerably, and it was only through the continual exertion of spiritual energy beneath their feet that they could expand the area of contact and maintain their swift pace. In the pitch-black night, heavy snowflakes cascaded down, while the fiery torches illuminated but a modest stretch of their path. Beyond the flickering light lay an impenetrable darkness, thick and viscous, akin to writhing black mud or an inky shroud. A mere prolonged gaze into this abyss would evoke a sense of fatal peril. The night loomed like a chasm, forbidding prolonged scrutiny. The torchlight cast elongated shadows of the group, their avatars flailing about, tails swaying chaotically in a manner reminiscent of a frenzied dance of spirits. At first glance, it appeared absurd and surreal, yet oddly harmonious. Occasionally, they encountered a stray returner, but the avatars merely unleashed a surge of searing spiritual energy, incinerating the intruder into nothingness. They no longer needed to gather pelts, having already amassed sufficient materials. Now they were carried by the 18th avatar, who would craft desired garments and hats when time permitted. Having entered the world without clothing, they seemed peculiarly fixated on this matter. Another gust of wind swirled the flying snow, obscuring their already limited visibility. "Sister, could you calculate how much longer until we arrive?" Bai Yi gently conjured a barrier of spiritual energy to shield against the onslaught of the large snowflakes. The other avatars mirrored her actions, and as their barriers came into contact, they coalesced into a substantial shield of spiritual energy. Number 6 beamed with excitement. "Cool." Simultaneously, the system responded. "Since the weaklings have earnestly requested assistance, I shall lend a slight hand. If you maintain this pace, you shall arrive at the foot of the mountain in approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes was far too slow. Everyone, hasten your pace." A peculiar sensation washed over her. It felt as though the radius of the torch's illumination was shrinking. Once standing high, the torch could light up the battlefield 100 meters away. Now, even 10 meters ahead was shrouded in obscurity. Despite the insufficient altitude, such a stark contrast should not exist. "Sisters, our leader urges us to quicken our pace." The third avatar reiterated Bai Yi's words. "Shall we climb? I excel at climbing," Number 13 exclaimed, promptly dropping to the ground and using hands and feet to scramble forward. Remarkably, she quickly ascended to the forefront of the group, even beginning to circle around the rapidly advancing formation. Bai Yi pondered, why not simply revert to her fox form? Observing the crawling motions of her companion, an inexplicable term, quirky species, sprang to mind. In her true form, the leader would have to travel personally, shedding garments along the way, which would be quite undesirable. Number 3 shook her head in disapproval, while the other avatars nodded in agreement. After all, they were merely second-tier beings, incapable of altering their size at will. The fox form was rather diminutive, entirely inadequate for carrying another. As she spoke, Number 3 added, "Hold on tight, leader. We are about to accelerate." "Cool. All-wheel drive mode. Engage." Number 6 chimed in. In an instant, Bai Yi felt a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. Her legs instinctively wrapped around her companion's slender waist, yet her body uncontrollably leaned backward, prompting her to grasp forward in reflex. "My ears are turning into a steering wheel, leader," she exclaimed. Quite functional," Bai Yi replied nonchalantly as she grasped both fox ears. A gentle tug to the left would steer left, a tug to the right would veer right, and a pull backward would serve as the brake. Far more efficient than a conventional steering wheel. The estimated time of arrival is 3 minutes, the system promptly calculated. Satisfied, Bai Yi lowered her torso, anchoring her weight against Number 3's back, inhaling a faint fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. It was a scent akin to her own, albeit tinged with a hint of blood due to their recent skirmishes. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, Luo Tianqing continued her aimless flight. The bonfire atop the summit lay obscured beneath a blanket of snow, plunging the area into utter darkness. It was so dark that she could scarcely discern her surroundings, relying solely on instinct to evade danger. In the blackness, her vision was obscured, yet the returners remained unblind. Although they too depended on sight, they could also perceive their prey through scent in the darkness. The sound of crunching snow echoed as she trudged through half a meter of powder, each step becoming increasingly arduous, depleting her stamina with every movement. Gradually, her legs felt as though they were weighted with lead. Just then, she experienced a sudden tingling at the back of her head and, without a moment's hesitation, dove forward, tumbling into the thick snow. In the next instant, she heard the sound of something slicing through the air above her. Having already strained her legs to the point of exhaustion, she decided to crawl through the snow. Although her speed diminished, it allowed her to mask her scent more effectively. Just 10 more minutes. She silently counted down, aware of the timer on her equipment. In 10 minutes, she would regain some combat strength to eliminate the one who had been relentlessly pursuing her. Equipment: Spirit Heart Armor Quality, White Type, Special Equipment Durability, 50 Protection, 20 Spirit Heart. Skill produces 1 Spirit Pearl every hour, which restores a certain amount of stamina and temporarily boosts physique by 20 points for 3 hours. A maximum of 3 can be generated daily, with effects stacking up to 3 times. Time remaining until the next production: 10 minutes and 9 seconds. Sacrificial Armor. Skill grants an additional 3-hour layer of Spirit Heart effects, but the equipment will be lost. Though ideals are beautiful, reality often fails to align with one's wishes. A few low roars resonated, plunging her mood into the depths of despair. Amidst the snow, she could distinctly perceive the tremors of the accumulated snow, the source emanating from all directions, an occurrence that could not possibly be attributed to a single being. In other words, she found herself encircled, with the presence of a formidable entity among them. Meanwhile, Bai Yong was fully engaged, successfully guiding Bai Yi into the systems. Chapter 39. Today, grandfather and you can only survive in one realm. Originally, Bai Yong had no intention of entering the instance in the past couple of days, as he had been under quarantine observation. His sudden disappearance and reappearance would undoubtedly raise suspicion. However, after receiving a prompt from the system, Bai Yong discovered that during the instance, his physical form would not vanish. Instead, he would manifest as a consciousness in that pristine white space, subsequently entering the instance through a replicated body. This explained why every time he returned, he felt as if awakening from a profound dream. Contemplating this, Bai Yong decided to let Bai Yi enter the instance. Compared to his own physical form, Bai Yi possessed aerial advantages, allowing for a more effective accumulation of points on that battlefield. Naturally, he initially hoped to enter alongside Bai Yi. However, the current instance was a solo endeavor, permitting only one replicated body. Yet, due to his reservations regarding the subconscious hosting mode, he was now simultaneously managing Bai Yi while keeping a vigilant eye on his own physical form. Initially, he had intended for his physical body to fall asleep in order to lessen his workload. However, just moments ago, he heard the sounds of battle from the adjacent room. According to the recent announcement, the adversary was a person possessed and manipulated by the abyssal goo demon. They had already been captured and detained, awaiting further rescue or cleansing. It remained a mystery how these individuals managed to lure the demon out. Regardless, Bai Yong, situated next door, dared not sleep, fearing that if he encountered a formidable opponent, he would lack the time to evade. Meanwhile, the last train departing from Luo City finally arrived, making its way to High City in a series of stops and starts. However, the members on this train were rather unique. Yu Xiaoyu, present. Shan Xiaoxia, present. Children, do not be afraid. Stay close to Uncle. He will help you wait for your parents here, alright? Okay. After the official personnel checked in the names, they escorted the little ones off the train. All of them were within the age of childhood, the oldest being no more than 14, while the youngest was still in swaddling clothes. Yet, they shared a common trait. All had either lost or could not find their parents. At the entrance of the inspection station. In a moment, the uncles and aunties will take you for examination. Be good and do as the inspection team asks, understood? Understood. Upon saying this, she turned to the girl at the front of the line, dressed in a red dress. The girl appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, petite yet well-developed, her fire-red garment half-dry, cascading black hair falling naturally without a hint of disarray. Among the children, she was the most composed. It was said she had suffered severe traumatic stress upon the emergence of the floating tower, losing not only her memory of her parents but even her own name. Ultimately, it was through big data that her name was recovered, a truly unfortunate child. Xiaoyu, you go first. Be a role model for everyone, the team leader said with a gentle smile before heading to another entrance to verify his identity. Though she was an official within the system, this group of individuals were still children, yet that did not exempt them from scrutiny. Anyone hailing from the city of Los must undergo extensive screening, without exception. In response to this, Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes internally, though she outwardly nodded obediently. As for the screening, a farce. After all, she was the newly appointed Demon King. Even if her prowess had yet to reach the heights of her predecessor, such rudimentary machines could hardly ascertain anything of significance. Blood tests? Bring it on. Her blood was genuine, her flesh was authentic, and her identity was indisputable. With the clandestine means left by the former Demon King, coupled with her own enhancements, she was thoroughly prepared. And as for the scrutinizing eyes of the observers, they could pry out their own eyeballs. What? They already did? Oh. Then there's no cause for concern. The incantations initially recited with discomfort gradually became melodious, and thanks to her commendable mental fortitude, she manifested an exemplary flower of the nation on the spot. Those incantations, which once irked her, began to roll off her tongue effortlessly, fueling her fervor to serve her country. Observing the girl who seemed ready to sacrifice herself for her homeland, the monitors begrudgingly rewarded her with a red scarf before relenting. Thus, Yu Xiaoyu navigated through the challenges and successfully entered the quarantine phase. After donning the red scarf, she felt invigorated, humming an indiscernible tune. Her steps became lighter, akin to a sprite chasing butterflies. How exuberant she was! It was indeed curious how such a bright girl found herself in this predicament. Yet who could blame her? It was strange. The abyss was weakening, seemingly on the brink of collapse, yet it suddenly conjured up such a formidable presence. A last-ditch counterattack, perhaps? That notion held some merit. While Yu Xiaoyu absorbed these words, she did not let them weigh on her heart. A last-ditch counterattack? Perhaps that was true for her small domain within the abyss. However, in the grand scheme of the abyss itself, this was merely a trifle. The abyss, as the other side of the world, was as vast as the material realm. Her small domain was akin to the relationship between Blue Star and the cosmic expanse. The reason she ventured into the material world was simply to sense the shifts in the laws of nature, to gamble on greater possibilities. After all, reaching the 9th tier was merely the beginning. Stepping into the cosmos was no simple feat. Meanwhile, within the instance, the winged one adeptly evaded the initial thrust of the spear, and with a mere flick of her toes, took flight, dodging the ferocious strike from the beast behind her. A smirk graced her lips. She was now a noble air force. With a wave of her hand, she swiftly eliminated the spear-throwing assailant who always sought to initiate combat. Following this, she unleashed a barrage of wind blades upon the ferocious beast. Yet its formidable resilience, with a physique exceeding 300 points, proved to be a challenge that her balanced attributes could not obliterate in an instant. In response, Bai Yang decided to share the scorching attributes of her true form with Bai Yi. The original wind blade transformed into a blazing storm, engulfing the feral beasts in its fury. The exhilaration of commanding such power from above was intoxicating. Bai Yang couldn't help but revel in the liberating sensation of soaring high, a feeling that never grew tiresome no matter how often she experienced it. However, this euphoria was short-lived, as she soon spotted several familiar icy glimmers in the distance. Yet this time, she would not repeat her previous mistakes. With a subtle flap of her wings, she deftly evaded the incoming assault and rushed towards the source of the attack. At last, she beheld the culprits behind the cold arrows. An assembly of approximately 20 elven maidens, their skin resembling the delicate texture of snow and ice. While they possessed an unconventional beauty, Bai Yang was in no mood to appreciate it. These were the very ones who had ambushed her thrice before. Today, she vowed to exact her vengeance. With that, she unleashed 2 wind blades to deflect the arrows aimed at her while simultaneously evading the concentrated fire from other directions. In a swift counterattack, she unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, conjuring a tempest of fiery blades that formed a blazing storm. Although her adversaries erected a frost barrier to withstand the onslaught, some would inevitably be struck by the judgment that rained down upon them. Only when her spiritual energy was nearly depleted did Bai Yang share the attributes of her ethereal body. While each ordinary clone could only share 3 traits with the main body, altering the shared attributes incurred no cost. It is important to note that sharing merely indicated co-ownership of a specific trait between the main body and the clone. For instance, if the main body utilized void supply and shared it with a clone, a portion of the effect would be transferred. Similarly, in the case of the scorching attribute, if the main body did not activate it, the clone would wield a full 600 points of burning effect. However, if both utilized it simultaneously, the effect would be halved to 300 points. The same principle applied to the void barrier. which would change its refresh rate from once every hour to twice every 2 hours for both bodies. The ethereal body functioned under this same premise. After sharing, both the clone and the main body could each utilize it twice daily, albeit at half the efficacy. Nonetheless, even half of the restorative capacity proved to be substantial. Swallowing hard, she satisfied the conditions for fluid nourishment, triggering an effect that replenished her stamina and spiritual energy. With renewed vigor, she readied herself, declaring that today, only one side would emerge victorious. Chapter 40. The Abyssal Insect Nest, Liberation. With the successive waves of spiritual energy unleashed, the frost elves on this elevated ground were almost entirely eradicated. Though they attempted to resist, their efforts were rendered futile under the searing heat of 600 degrees. Particularly, their proficiency in low-temperature skills became their Achilles heel when faced with such overwhelming warmth. Ah, what a delight! A smile crept upon Bai Yi's lips. This haul surpassed the rewards of her previous 2 visits combined. Following the elimination of the berserker and that spear-throwing rogue, her experience points had surged to 395. Yet, it was still insufficient. Far from enough. Bai Yi shook her head. This amount of experience points barely afforded her the chance to summon a mid-tier avatar. She had resolved to abandon any tasks for the time being, with her primary objective solely focused on accumulating experience points. After reactivating the effects of her spiritual body, she descended onto the high ground previously guarded by the frost elves, to avoid drawing concentrated fire while airborne. Once more, she surveyed the traits her main body could share with her avatars. Abyssal nurturing, abyssal affinity, abyssal insect nest, spiritual body, spiritual explosion, and the ability to summon beings. With a mere thought, she activated abyssal insect nest and spiritual explosion. Although utilizing the insect nest would cause her to lose this equipment, being in a dungeon meant that her actions would not affect the real world upon exit. The reason she had refrained from using the insect nest earlier was due to her main body's low tier. Even if summoned, she would only be able to call forth a group of non-tier creatures, which was less beneficial than enhancing her attributes and margin for error with her current gear. However, the circumstances had changed. Bai Yi was now a second-tier, noble aerial unit with ample time to summon reinforcements. If that was the case, when better to act than now? With a flicker of thought, the abyssal insect nest activated, proclaiming that every minute, an entity of equivalent tier would materialize beside her, adapting in type according to the environment, attributes, and race. As the trait took effect, Bai Yi suddenly felt a surge of heat in her chest. Dark purple patterns, intertwining and luminous, emerged, and her chest swelled as if something were striving to break free. Surely, it couldn't mean I'm to give birth. Bai Yi was momentarily alarmed. A creature every minute. If this truly resulted in her giving birth, it would certainly spell disaster. Fortunately, such fears proved unwarranted. As the sensation of heat reached its zenith, a meter-wide halo appeared before her. Shortly thereafter, a half-human-sized egg, adorned with white and purple hues and emanating a soft glow, emerged from within. In the next instant, the egg shattered, and a creature resembling an electric eel with 4 claw-like appendages burst forth. The creature measures over 5 meters in length, approximately the thickness of a calf, adorned in a hue of purple, with arcs of electricity entwined around its body. Strangely, despite the absence of wings, it soars through the air as if it were a fish gliding through the sea. Were it not for its rather unremarkable appearance and lackluster attributes, one might easily mistake it for a dragon. Void-devouring insect rank, second-tier physique, 100 mental power, 100 spiritual power, 100 innate talent. Void entity, the void grants it everything. It requires no sustenance, no respiration, and can survive without sleep. The sky and water are treated equally in the face of the void. Devouring skin provides 20 points of resistance to spiritual attacks. Abilities. Void plunder consumes mental power to teleport to a target within 200 meters, delivering a bite while continuously absorbing the target's spiritual energy to replenish itself. Void Scream consumes physical strength, spiritual power, and mental power to unleash a destructive cry, causing ongoing mental shock to surrounding targets and inducing minor spatial tremors, with considerable destructive capability against rigid objects. When multiple instances of this ability are activated within range, the effects can be enhanced. Energy Breath consumes spiritual power to unleash corrosive energy arrows towards a target. Description: an entity adapted from the user's circumstances, possessing no significant weaknesses or advantages in attributes. However, it is a noble aerial unit. Note: currently in its juvenile form, it is restricted by its mother nest, rendering it unable to advance or evolve. Similar to its doppelganger, its overall attributes are precisely aligned with the baseline of 300 points in the second tier. However, unlike the doppelganger, this void-devouring insect possesses 3 offensive skills. The effectiveness of these abilities remains uncertain. Bai glanced around, spotting a horde of variously ranked large lizard-like earth dragons charging in this direction. "Let us test the skills on them," commanded Bai. In the blink of an eye, the void-devouring insect vanished, only to reappear with its jaws clamped around one of the lizard's neck. However, it was mercilessly yanked away and pinned to the ground. These large lizards belonged to the dragon species and boasted formidable physiques. Fortunately, as long as the devouring insect could withstand the physical strain, there was no cooldown on its skills. Before the enemy could retaliate, it vanished once more. Upon reappearing above the group of large lizards, several dark purple energy arrows struck the head of a third-tier lizard, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion, yet the impact proved minimal. The creature merely scratched its head, neutralizing the attack with ease. Even against second-tier foes, only a substantial portion of flesh was corroded away from their armored scales, while the truly weak ones were reduced to a puddle of pus upon contact. The void scream yielded similar results, proving ineffective against those a tier above itself, while the scales of the earth dragons at the same tier showed signs of cracking but little more. In contrast, lower-tier opponents experienced shattered scales, meeting a swift demise. Moreover, the range of this skill was extensive, spanning a diameter of 100 meters, resulting in the instantaneous slaughter of over 10 lower-tier individuals. As Bai beheld the influx of 50 experience points, a spark lit up in his eyes. This was unparalleled harvesting. With this in mind, she promptly set off towards the valley from her previous encounter, accompanied by the void-devouring insect. The last time she had failed primarily due to her inability to fly. This time, she aimed to remain concealed for a good 10 to 20 hours. Chapter 41. Only heartless words remain guided by the system. Bai swiftly returned to the Great Rift. From this elevated vantage point, she gained a clearer understanding of the battlefield's dynamics. The arena was primarily divided into 5 factions: the Dragon Clan, the Humanoids, the Colossal Beasts, the Wild Beasts, and the Undead. This was a chaotic melee, and the location where she had previously appeared was situated at the battlefield's periphery, characterized by relatively low combat power. The closer one approached the center, the more perilous the situation became, with the rift occupying the very heart of the conflict and cleaving the battlefield in two. In this light, the position assigned to her by the system could be deemed a rare stroke of fortune. This time, Bai refrained from plunging directly into the fray, recognizing that the Slime Queen below would pose an insurmountable challenge. Thus, she halted midway, perching upon a prominent rock. The flames of war below could not reach her here, yet she remained poised to re-enter the battlefield at any moment, a veritable perfect ambush point. Time passed, second by second. Meanwhile, within the war zone, Bai successfully arrived at her destination. The raised torch shone like a bright moon in the night sky, continually drawing waves of returnees. However, these arrivals posed little hindrance to her progress, as her duplicates swiftly dealt with them upon approach. During this time, Bai observed numerous returnees of various species, not only the snow howlers but also the snow demon wolves and thick-furred beasts. Although these creatures were significantly stronger than the snow howlers, they were far fewer in number. Bai surmised that this was indicative of ecological predation. At that moment, they were scouring the base of the mountain in search of a path upward. Yet, as time wore on, Bai grew increasingly restless. It wasn't that she feared for Yichongan. He was unlikely to encounter any difficulties. Just considering the recent rewards, it was probable that he would allocate his points toward physique-related attributes, potentially pushing his physical prowess beyond 100. Unless he had lost his wits and chose to allocate all 20 points to spiritual power, he could effortlessly navigate the returnees with his eyes closed. However, the mere thought of Luo Tianqing being on the mountain stirred her emotions. The memory of his last words, "I miss you so much," weighed heavily on her mind, filling her with a sense of unease. "Miss me? After 3 years, I feel like I've become a different person. And on what grounds does he say he misses me? We were in the same class, encountering each other daily, and I still found it awkward." Nevertheless, as her doubts multiplied, her concern for him deepened. In her recollection, Luo Tianqing was more stubborn than anyone else. Once he set his mind on something, he would stubbornly pursue it, even in the face of insurmountable odds. Bai Yi vaguely remembered his vow from 5 years ago, to become a formidable pioneer and retrieve my father, who went missing on the lunar front. Becoming a powerful pioneer was his ambition. Thus, given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that he would not depart until the brink of death. If it were an ordinary day, there would be no issue with such actions. Her family is not lacking in wealth. As long as there is life, there is hope for salvation. However, the current predicament is that Los Angeles has descended into a battlefield. If one were to wait until the brink of death to retreat, the chances of being rescued would be exceedingly slim. Contemplating this, Bai Yang felt a surge of agitation within her. At that moment, the system's insistent voice echoed, "Did you not just declare that you would not retreat? I seek clarity for the doubts that plague my mind. If she perishes, who will I query?" A woman of contradictory words. It's a male.
Bai Yi corrected.
Then it can only be a contradiction of words. Bai Yi fell silent for a moment, deciding to ignore the pestering system and focus instead on finding a path upward. "Boss, there's movement ahead. A clone has reported in." No need to pay it any mind. "Wait, hurry to rescue." Bai Yi's heart jolted as she too heard the sound, this time a cry of anguish. The voice, amidst the chaos of wind and snow, bore a striking resemblance to Luo Tianqing, albeit mingled with the roars of beasts. With that, all clones swiftly altered their course. Only 3 minutes remain. Has this wicked world finally decided to take its toll on me? At this moment, a broken body lay amidst the heavy snow, a grotesque wound tearing through the flesh, ribs protruding from the gaping gash. Luo Tianqing's final thought flickered momentarily before everything fell into silence. The assault came with such abruptness that it left no time for her to react, tearing her form apart and scattering her consciousness, denying her even the chance to forfeit. A pair of crimson eyes ignited in the darkness, only to be startled by the distant glow of flames. After a heavy thud, those scarlet, bell-like eyes vanished from sight. Chapter 42. The acknowledgement of the snow-howling king. The flickering glow of torches pierced through the dense darkness, and amidst the swirling snow, a group of ethereal, snow-white figures approached like specters. They held their torches aloft, wholly indifferent to the disdain of the falling snow. They rolled, crawled, leaped, and rode, weaving a serpentine path through the snow, stirring a cacophony in their wake. In the distance, a pair of bell-like, scarlet eyes snapped open, fixated intently in their direction. It was the snow-howling king. It yearned to discern who had the audacity to snatch away its prey, intent on dispatching those warm-blooded creatures lurking in the snow one by one. This valley was its dominion, and those who dared to bring their tainted warmth would soon learn the meaning of king, for it was not to be insulted. However, it soon discerned the nature of the approaching beings. They were a curious assembly of white creatures with tails, moving in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Some rolling, some crawling, some jumping, and others burrowing, but their pace was astonishingly swift. Their erratic shadows, cast by the lengthening flames of the torches, seemed to writhe and dance menacingly. One creature, resembling a two-legged goat, bore a cloak of its kin's pelts. Logically, it should have been incensed by this sight. Yet, enveloped in ice and snow, it felt an inexplicable chill seep into its very core. The words of its subordinates echoed in its mind. Legend has it that in the valley, should one encounter the two-legged goats with tails, do not act rashly, do not shout or scream, quietly retreat. Do not attempt to hunt them, for they are immortal beings. They revel in flaying skins, setting fires, and slaying beasts and themselves. With a growl, it overcame its fear. What were these demons but mere illusions? It was time to shatter the trivial fears instilled by its underlings. Yet, as it gazed once more upon the peculiar beings, it was struck by the realization that they adorned themselves with the pelts of its own kind, wielding the sinews and bones of its kin. It witnessed one creature, while traversing, collide forcefully with a boulder hidden beneath the snow. As it lifted its head, its fingers were grotesquely deformed. Astonishingly, without hesitation, the creature bit off the mangled digit, only to see a new finger sprout forth almost instantaneously. What? Could not comprehend such regenerative prowess. Surely, a little time spent mending bones would be a trivial task? But this was only the beginning. In a fit of rage, the creature, obstructed in its path, savagely bit the stone it had collided with, resulting in its teeth shattering, yet new ones quickly emerged. My heavens, these beings do not even spare the stones by the roadside, it thought, beginning to retreat stealthily. But in the next instant, a searing fire ignited upon the stone, instantly heating it to a terrifying temperature until it shattered, transforming into a pool of molten rock. The flames licked at the creature's very own pelt, yet after shedding the charred flesh, it swiftly returned to its original state. Roar! They truly are the demons of fire, it gasped in astonishment. The sound evoked an attack from a snowy wolf, and in the blink of an eye, this fearless warrior was skinned, had its tail severed, and its remains were consumed by flames. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 3 seconds. Roaring with suppressed anguish, it turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. The terrifying legends of the valley have been updated. Certified by the Snow Howl King, white-tailed bipedal sheep are said to roam in packs. They are the infernal demons of destruction, mercilessly skinning anything in their path. In just a second, they can strip the fur from any target within their sight. Remember, do not appear within their line of vision. Regarding the distant roar, Bai Yi paid it no mind. She had no time to concern herself with the straggler, number 17, who had fallen behind due to a tussle with a rock. At this moment, she had arrived at a patch of snow severely disturbed, the source of the noise emanating from here. Everyone search separately and be swift. With that, Bai Yi leaped off number 3 and began to follow the trail of destruction. The other avatars dispersed as well. Within mere seconds, Bai Yi heard the commotion of her avatars not far away. We found it! We found it! Wow! It's still warm. Let us hurry while it's hot. No, wait! We must save it. Fortunately, being her own avatar, it understood the urgency and began the healing process without waiting for others to arrive. Bai Yi quickly flashed over and saw a familiar yet strange figure lying on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her healing abilities and fervently channeled her spiritual energy into it. As the healing light illuminated the scene, she assessed the situation. The once proud peaks of the figure were now absent, replaced by a gruesome tear extending from the left flank to the right collarbone, the flesh violently shredded and torn. Several ribs had been ripped away, and the abdomen was gaping, spilling blood and entrails. Through the missing ribs, one could faintly glimpse the fragile, mangled organs, the body drenched in crimson. In the biting cold of -50 degrees, some areas had begun to frost over. Clearly, this was the result of an overwhelming and instantaneous assault. Fortunately, perhaps by divine grace, that crimson heart still beat faintly. Everyone, come and help. With this command, a torrent of healing energy descended. The additional healing properties, amounting to 600 points, were unapologetically greater than the cumulative attributes of Luo Tianqing multiplied by 3 or 4 times. Typically, the healing attributes of a 5th-tier specialized healer would reach this level, yet at this moment, there were a full 25 instances of it. Even if the heartbeat had ceased, as long as the brain was not entirely dead, there was still hope for revival. Under the saturation of healing, Luo Tianqing's flesh and bones rapidly regenerated. During the healing process, several avatars worked diligently to extract the shattered bones embedded in the organs, the debris, and the pooled blood, even scorching many areas to prevent infection. After a thorough cleansing and disinfection, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. At this moment, Luo Tianqing's body finally regained its former vitality, yet she remained in slumber. Bai Yi speculated that this prolonged period of snow burial had taken a toll on her, or perhaps the recent assault had inflicted a psychological shock. Do not fret. She is merely exhausted and has fainted. A restful slumber will suffice. With that reassurance, Bai Yi nodded and gently cradled her, feeling as though the entire world had softened around them. Clearing the snow, erecting a shelter, and awaiting the dawn. Chapter 43. Equivalent compensation, it must be said that the operational prowess of these avatars is remarkably strong. The moment they are called to action, they spring into motion, for wherever there is a demand, there is an abundance of supply. In the valleys of this frigid highland, trees are scarce, yet soil and stones are plentiful. After a brief period of rest, the avatars commenced their endeavors. The intense spiritual energy surged forth, swiftly melting the snow that blanketed the area for several dozen meters, transforming the frozen earth into moist soil. What followed were various skilled tasks, as they meticulously processed the hides and bones of the previously collected snow howlers, mixing them into the earth before firing them into bricks. Although constructing a snow fortress would have been simpler, this snow was no ordinary snow. It posed a perilous threat that could easily turn into a snow grave. Moreover, these thick snowflakes harbored an aversion to flames. While the consequences of igniting them remained uncertain, it was prudent to err on the side of caution, even if it meant a bit more trouble. In less than an hour, the primary structure had taken shape. They then drenched the exterior with copious amounts of water, ensuring that the small shelter melded seamlessly with the land, before hanging a hide to serve as a door. Thus, a warm temporary refuge was established. As they admired their handiwork, the avatars began to express their thoughts. Avatar 6. Awesome. Avatar 18. Hey. Someone strip me, so I can contribute to the boss's cozy dwelling. Upon hearing this, Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, we need to skin a few layers. A blanket is essential for sleep. The interior was rather bare, and sleeping on the floor was hardly comfortable. They needed some soft hides for warmth. With Bai Yi's consent, Avatar 18 perked up, striding confidently toward her. One hand was defiantly placed on her hip, while the other pointed at the surrounding avatars, exclaiming, "Did you not hear the boss? Hurry up and get to work." Avatar 17. You seem quite brazen. Huh? Well, since you know, why not come and strip me? Avatar 18 raised her head slightly, her demeanor becoming even more audacious, infused with a touch of anticipation. Soon after, she was whisked away by the other avatars to the back of the shelter. Yes, the cries were quite loud this time. 10 minutes later, within the small shelter, Bai planted a torch into the ground and laid down several hides, gently placing Luo Tianqing upon them. As for the other avatars, she retained only the relatively composed Avatar 3, allowing the rest to roam freely and interact with nature. The intermittent sounds of strange laughter and the mournful cries of beasts echoed outside, providing a strangely comforting ambience in the enveloping darkness. The flickering flames dispelled the shadows within, casting a warm crimson glow throughout the space. Observing the still sleeping Luo Tianqing, Bai decided to nestle into the embrace of her avatar, soft, warm, and fragrant. Plus, it provided an opportunity for some delightful massages. Simply perfect. At this moment, outside, the avatars, unrestrained by Bai's presence, grew increasingly whimsical. For instance, Avatar 6 erupted into laughter, engulfing herself in a blaze of spiritual energy, flames dancing around her as she continuously healed herself. Cool, cool, cool. I'm ablaze. Watch as I shatter the darkness with fierce fire. As she spoke, she embraced a recent returnee who had just dashed down the mountain, rolling about and inadvertently toppling a few snowmen in the process. The others, mostly imitating this behavior, also engaged in playful antics. Some even innovated by breathing fire and then switching to a new guise. The terrifying legends of the valley proliferated, yet they held little concern for Bai. She fashioned simple garments from the excess fur to replace the tattered attire of Luo Tianqing. A weight seemed to lift from her heart, yet simultaneously, a new burden appeared. The person was saved, but what now? Would they leave upon awakening, or at dawn? Would she interact with them in her true identity, or would they remain as strangers? What if, upon reconnecting, she found herself enamored with Bai? Would that not be a betrayal of herself? Yet, her own vanity was undeniable. What did that make of her? The frustration was overwhelming. Her CPU was overloaded. Bai lamented, scratching her head as her signature tuft of hair stood on end once more. After a moment, she concluded that nothing surpassed self-adoration. Cut it out, and stop staring so intently. Why does it matter if he is pleasing to the eye? Bai rolled her eyes at the insipid system. To be fair, Luo Tianqing was indeed a sight to behold. Her physique more akin to Bai Yi's, with a slender waist, long legs, and defined abs. Her beauty rivaled that of Bai Yi herself. The only drawback was her chilling demeanor. She had been quite fiery as a girl, but 3 years ago she had abruptly transformed. Bai Yi never grasped the reason behind this change. Perhaps she could investigate under the guise of her identity. As she pondered this, the system's irritating voice echoed in her mind. Tiske, already concocting excuses for yourself. Truly commendable for a mere fish like you. With this system, you still remain unsatisfied. Pathetic creature.
Bai Yi.
Defamation. How dare you slander me? She couldn't help but snap at the system. Yet soon, her attention was diverted. Earlier, when she opened the system interface to gaze at Luo Tianqing, she had unexpectedly encountered the attributes panel of the other. Luo Tianqing gender. Female current physique. 64 mental power. 30 spiritual power. 15 talent. Enhancement solidification. Permanently solidifies all attribute enhancements received to improve base attributes. Equipment. Spirit heart armor. White. Damaged. Without pausing to ponder why the system automatically displayed the panel, Bai Yi frowned. Luo Tianqing's physique was superior to hers, and she bore defensive attributes in her equipment. It was astonishing that she had been attacked by an unknown entity under such circumstances, shattering her protective gear and incapacitating her in an instant. A chill ran down her spine at the thought. Such an assault, if directed at her, would surely be fatal. With this in mind, she instinctively summoned 3 clones to guard the vicinity of the house, maintaining a steady blinking motion, ever vigilant of her surroundings. System. Can you ascertain what kind of injury she sustained? Logically, such formidable monsters should not emerge in the early stages of a novice battlefield. As the 3 fiery avatars hastened back from afar, Bai Yi inquired, what does this imply? In terms of the intensity of the impact, it should be the regional boss, the Snow Morning King. However, I also sensed a faint anomaly in causality. Certain occurrences possess an inherent inevitability. Our system designates this as a node, akin to the Great Cataclysm 30 years hence. Such phenomena do not merely manifest in significant events. They also transpire within individual lives. The greater the individual's influence, the more robust the node becomes. It seems she has intervened to save someone who ought not to be saved, or altered the future of one who should remain unchanged. Yet, lacking the support of our system, this action has triggered a backlash of equivalent retribution. Bai Yi. Chapter 44. Bai Yi. Where is the original Luo Tianqing? What does equivalent retribution mean? Bai Yi slightly raised her eyebrows, and although she had her suspicions, she still confirmed her inquiry. It is precisely as you imagine. For instance, if a person is destined to perish at a certain moment, but due to your influence, they break free from the shackles of fate and survive, then you must bear the consequences in their stead. If the individual's survival has minimal impact on those around them, or on the world at large while your own impact is substantial, then there is hardly any consequence. However, if their influence is comparable to yours, then after you shoulder their burden of fate, you shall endure an equivalent trial in return. By averting their impending doom, you shall inherit your own calamity. By assisting them in seizing a chance that was not theirs, you must relinquish an opportunity that rightfully belonged to you. Every shift in destiny carries a price. This is the rule. Unless you possess power greater than the world, you must abide by these laws. So, according to your explanation, one cannot rescue others indiscriminately? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a shiver run through her, realizing the complexities involved. That is not entirely the case. Generally speaking, when you save someone, or when they are saved, it is inherently a matter of fate. Thus, there is no backlash involved. Of course, there are exceptional circumstances, such as when the heavenly mechanisms are obscured at that moment. Or if they are a reincarnator, possessing prior knowledge of certain individuals' true destinies, correct? Bai Yi interjected nonchalantly. She was not naive. Her suspicions had already emerged when Luo Tianqing messaged her. Now, the system's revelation only solidified her doubts further. Indeed, the system confirmed. This time, it refrained from elaborating. However, Bai Yi's expression shifted, becoming increasingly unnatural, her eyes seemingly enveloped in frost. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter, "Your intended host must have been her, right?" How astute of you to discover that. But do not fret, insignificant one. Now that this system is bound to you, it shall not sever the connection. Yet, before the system could finish, Bai Yi abruptly interrupted. Her once luminous eyes, akin to gleaming jade, had inexplicably turned cold and frosty. This is of no consequence. Now tell me, where is the original Luo Tianqing? As her words fell, the room was engulfed in a profound silence. Due to the incident of her disappearance, they had tacitly agreed to part ways amicably. Nevertheless, this did not imply that she was willing to witness her former companion being supplanted, possibly time and again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Yi Chang'an leaned against the foot of the hill, surrounded by a throng of returnees. He shielded the girl closely behind him, and despite the relentless assaults from the returnees, none seemed to have any effect. In contrast, Yi Chang'an fought like a whirlwind, having surpassed the 100 mark in physical strength, delivering powerful punches to the assailants, occasionally breaking through to shift positions. Yet, the seemingly endless wave of returnees showed no signs of relenting. His entanglement was not due to the girl holding him back, but rather because he had caught the attention of a formidable adversary. Before him stood a bloodthirsty wolf of staggering height, measuring 2 meters at the shoulder, and simultaneously a returned one whose attributes had been magnified. The creature lay in ambush somewhere within the shadows, compelling him to remain close to the mountainside, wary of making any reckless movements. Fortunately, on the first day of survival, the girl had acquired the skill of fire palm, the light it emitted allowing him to discern the foe. Otherwise, he would have been forced to forfeit by now. Nevertheless, he bore numerous wounds, yet the girl consistently employed flames to cleanse each injury, dispelling the cursed snow taint of the returned. It seemed as if these returned ones were endless, relentlessly sapping his strength. As time progressed, his injuries multiplied, yet the brilliance in his eyes only intensified. Thud, thud, thud. At a certain moment, golden luminescence began to shimmer in his gaze. His muscles surged with vitality, heart pounding like a war drum. A few snowflakes drifted onto him, only to be instantly vaporized. In this frigid climate, the heat emanated, dispersing the surrounding moisture, rendering him akin to a colossal steamer. The girl behind him instinctively took a step back, for Yi Chang'an now radiated heat as if he were a branding iron. He sensed an indescribable power coiling within him, ready to be unleashed. In the next instant, driven by instinct, he advanced a step forward and bellowed, "Smash it!" His battle cry drowned out the howling winds of the snowstorm. He swung his fist. The fervor of combat, the fury, intertwined with the unknown power surged forth, utilizing his entire being as a bow to unleash a torrent of energy. Like a flash of light, or a dragon surging from the depths, a resounding thud echoed. A substantial number of the returned were instantly vanquished before him. In the snow-covered ground, a 10-meter-long, 1-meter-wide, half-meter-deep trench was carved out, alongside a fan-shaped clearing. Congratulations to the pioneer Yi Chang'an for awakening a latent skill. Talent, divine body, physical benefits are doubled, and one can utilize any energy for body refinement. Combat instincts are greatly enhanced, and physical potential expands with each battle. Immune to 50 of spiritual damage assessments and immune to mental control. Talent skill, battle will fist. During continuous combat, battle will points are accrued. Upon reaching a certain threshold, this skill can be activated. When used, it condenses tangible battle will, delivering a powerful area attack ahead, while simultaneously healing wounds and restoring stamina based on the consumed battle will points. The attack inflicts a blend of physical and spiritual damage, weakening the combat resolve of the target. The skill's range and damage correlate with the individual's physical and mental attributes as well as the battle will points expended. Note: injuries, damage dealt, and intense emotional fluctuations can accelerate the accumulation of battle will points. Current skill: unyielding enhances all attributes based on injury severity, up to 50, currently at 5. After a moment of astonishment, Yi Chang'an burst into hearty laughter. Unyielding was a battlefield reward for surviving a day, but this talent skill emerged from within himself, representing a development of personal potential, recognized by the realm of battle. It was truly a rare and fortuitous occurrence. At this moment, the minor wounds on his body had completely healed, and even the more severe injuries had recovered to a significant extent. His physical strength had transformed from a state of exhaustion to one of renewed vigor, as if he had just finished warming up. "Stay close to me, sister. Today, I shall grant you a swift reprisal." Yi Chang'an squinted, sensing an intangible shift within him, as though something had been altered, yet nothing seemed to have changed at all. It felt as if certain shadows and shackles that had long entangled him had suddenly been released. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Regardless of the reasons behind this transformation, the immediate priority was to break free and see if he could reunite with Luo Tianqing. If his dear brother's innocent childhood friend were to be eliminated right before his eyes while he remained indifferent, he would have no face left to meet his good brother again. Chapter 45. Luo Tianqing. Let it go. In the small cabin, silence lingered for half a minute, with the system declaring that its non-existent CPU had never operated at such speed before. The question arose: where had her original self gone after her rebirth? How could I possibly know? Yet, ignorance necessitates investigation. After all, that is the duty of the system. Binding itself to such a host was indeed its misfortune. At that moment, Bai Yi was disinclined to heed the system. Her only desire was to discover the whereabouts of the companion with whom she had grown up since childhood. Rebirth? Apologies, but she could not accept such a notion. If memories, personality, and cognition had all been replaced, then, no matter how similar the soul may be, it merely appeared to her as an exquisite form of possession. However, if it were not so, fortunately, just as her thoughts ventured into the dead end of the ship of Theseus, the system interjected. "It was 3 days ago, on the day you first encountered this system. Moreover, after assessment, I must correct you. She remains herself, not a possession, but an integration. If one were to insist, it is akin to adding a plugin to the original framework." Bai Yi. "Oh, then it's of no concern. However, speaking of plugins." At this thought, Bai Yi hastily released the avatar she had been holding, perplexed as she scrutinized Luo Tianqing once more. After examining her several times, she discerned no abnormalities. She saw no plugins. "Who told you it was a physical plugin, you perverse fish? Fish! Fish!" The system, exhausted, remarked, "Just end it." "Truly." Bai Yi reluctantly averted her gaze, realizing it was the avatar's fault that had led her to such misguided thoughts. Now, her condition is one of integration, a melding of the present and the future. If one finds it difficult to comprehend, it can be understood as her having experienced 100 years in a dream, gaining a glimpse into the future. So, she remains her original self, yet not entirely? Bai Yi pondered, arriving at her own understanding. The good news: the original Luo Tianqing had not vanished. She still existed here. The bad news: after the fusion, the current Luo Tianqing was no longer the original. She was no longer pure. Sorrow, that is approximately correct, the system concluded, plunging the room back into silence. Bai Yi gazed at the person before her with mixed emotions, so familiar yet so foreign. But soon another pressing question arose. Since she had only recently been reborn, what could explain the abrupt change in personality 3 years prior? Could it be possession? If so, why, after her rebirth, was she sending messages to herself within the confines? Bai Yi wished to inquire further with the system, only to be informed that it had no desire to converse with a pervert. Furthermore, to explore the intricate past or future fate of other beings would require the expenditure of experience points. Depending on the significance of the target, the consumption of experience points varied. For instance, a normal individual might require merely 1 experience point to uncover their past and destined nodes, while a person of considerable fate could demand as much as 100 points. Especially for someone like Luo Tianqing, whose fate carries immense weight, the addition of a rebirth buff necessitates an astonishing amount of experience points. How much, you ask? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. If it weren't a considerable sum, then White Wing could easily attain it with just a bit of effort in the dungeon. Not too much, just 5 million will suffice. What? 1,000 advanced avatars? Why not just go and seize it? Bai Yi felt a jolt of surprise. This matter, better left unspoken. With that thought in mind, she began to play with Luo Tianqing's hair, intermittently mumbling an array of peculiar phrases. "Your relatives have arrived. You smell delightful. I'm about to feast. Hey, wake up. You're going to miss out on life." Why aren't you waking up? Hey, you've wet the bed. For someone your age, how could you still do that? You're awake. The surgery was a success. You've transformed into a charming young lad. What are you doing? The system expressed its confusion regarding Bai Yi's odd behavior. It was said that uttering stimulating phrases to someone in slumber could hasten their awakening. Bai Yi asserted with unwavering conviction. The system. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqing's consciousness remained in a hazy and indistinct state. After being attacked, she had lost consciousness shortly thereafter. Yet, as a formidable rebirth being, her will did not succumb to silence. She retained a faint sense of awareness. She sensed that someone had rescued her, though she was not entirely certain of it. After all, who would delve into another's heart while attempting to save them? At that moment, feeling her bodily injuries healing, she struggled to awaken. Yet, she could not fathom the intentions of her rescuer, who had thrust their hand into her very being, digging and burning. Her insides had been scorched several times. Most crucially, each time the burns healed, the treatment would cause everything to regenerate anew. Oh, how she wished to be spared. The agonizing rebirth of her sensitive nerve endings, experiencing the torment of being burned alive once more. Who could understand that pain? To have fire raging within her, to have her heart and soul laid bare, unable to resist, all while facing the torment of not being able to die. Truly a harrowing experience. The pain was unbearable. Her remaining resilience was shattered in an instant. Oh, this wretched world. Let it perish. She no longer wished to awaken. Yet, as is often the case, the course of events seldom aligns with one's desires. Her will gradually emerged alongside her body's recovery, and then, she heard a voice that plunged her consciousness into darkness. You've wet the bed. You're awake. Congratulations. You've become a boy. The voice seemed to descend from the heavens, muffled yet comprehensible. How does she know I'm about to awaken? I wet the bed. No, what do you mean by a boy? In that moment, she recalled the strange activities of her rescuer within her body. Could it be that she had been altered? In an instant, a torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. Is this for real? Perhaps it's best to just sleep it off. Thus, she resolutely chose to plunge back into the depths of slumber, doubling down on her sleep. Chapter 46. The depths of urban deception. As dawn broke, the dark clouds lingered, though the lights began to flicker to life. Unbeknownst to them, a torrential downpour had enveloped the city. In the realm of battle, Bai Yi, weary of the monotony of waiting, decided to have her doppelgänger massage her. The sensation proved so delightful that she soon succumbed to slumber, along with Bai Yang and Bai Yi. However, at that moment, a knock at the door roused her from her dreams. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic tapping heralded the arrival of breakfast. It had arrived. No more knocking, please. Upon opening the small window on the door, a square meal box was handed in. Yet, once Bai Yang took hold of the box, he noticed that the delivery person did not depart immediately. Instead, after uttering a series of nonsensical phrases, they finally left, their voice so faint that it was barely audible to anyone lacking discernible power. What on earth? Bai Yang scratched his head in confusion but chose to ignore it. However, out of caution regarding the unforeseen circumstances, he resolved not to consume the breakfast. After all, missing a meal would not lead to his demise. In fact, due to the effects of the void's nourishment, he could survive without food or drink. Yet, such a peculiar situation was unsettling. Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired in neighboring rooms. Some individuals could not comprehend what was said, while others understood but could not decipher its meaning. Only one bespectacled high school boy, upon hearing the words, exhibited a glimmer of unusual awareness in his eyes. Deep abyss language. Friend, this food is poisoned. Remember to regurgitate it or dispose of it directly. There are cameras in the room. Do not reveal anything. Yet outwardly, he appeared oblivious as he accepted the meal box. Upon opening it and meticulously examining its contents, he discovered several substances that were lethal only to the denizens of the abyss. Without deliberate searching, these toxins would have gone unnoticed. It was astonishing that their abyssal predecessors had infiltrated human society. Thanks to the warning from his forebears, he avoided exposing himself. The scrutiny of humanity was indeed formidable. With this thought, He picked up his chopsticks and feigned a hearty appetite under the watchful gaze of the surveillance. He had no choice. Failing to eat would raise suspicion. He resolved to consume the meal, then utilize his spiritual energy to envelop his stomach, delaying digestion until he could find an opportunity to expel it. However, just as he returned the now empty meal box, the door to his room was violently thrust open. Several fully armed extraordinary beings swiftly pinned him to the bed and placed a binding spirit ring upon him. Among them was the very person who had spoken to him moments before. "Why are you doing this?" The boy gazed at them in bewilderment. "We had already set our sights on you while you rummaged through your meal. Not only did it contain substances toxic to abyssal creatures, but it also harbored components that would be difficult for humans to ingest. Yet you consumed it, which clearly indicates that you understood my words. It was difficult to swallow, but I was truly hungry," he protested, still attempting to struggle against their grip. "Do not worry. Subsequent examinations will reveal the truth. If there are no issues, we shall certainly release you." After this, he was unceremoniously taken away. The further examination would be complicated and costly, compelling them to conduct repeated screenings beforehand. Meanwhile, next door, in the vacant room, a girl in a red dress smoothly settled in. "You shall reside here for 3 days. Do not fear. Should you require assistance, simply press the button by your bedside to contact us. During this time, someone will deliver your meals." "Understood, sister. I will obediently remain in the room," the girl affirmed, nodding vigorously while clutching her red scarf. A newcomer had indeed taken residence next door. Bayong heard the sound of the door closing and casually stretched his body. In just 2 days, he would be able to escape this tedious place and return home. However, the thought of having to connect with his parents through Bai was somewhat of a headache. Although he could utilize his subconscious to avoid awkwardness, he was aware that his subconscious was rather erratic. Not to mention how his parents might feel. Sometimes he was frightened just watching it himself, yet engaging his conscious mind would be exhausting, and the awkwardness would be exponentially amplified. "Perhaps I should just set it free," he pondered. "How cruel. If you dare release your doppelganger today, tomorrow you might be inclined to release the system." Bayong couldn't help but roll his eyes. This system seemed to have its own quirks as well. Contemplating this, he decisively shifted his focus. He gently raised his hand, and several droplets of rain suspended in midair, morphing before swiftly soaring into the distance. Amidst the torrential downpour, these raindrops drew no one's attention. Water manipulation. A skill that consumes mental energy to control water. This was a random skill reward Bai had received for surviving on the battlefield the previous day, but due to being in slumber, he had only claimed it once the snow burial concluded. Given the characteristics of the ordinary doppelganger, Bai's skill set had been locked. Thus this skill naturally fell to the main body. It possessed broad potential for development and career prospects. Observing the city submerged in water from afar, Bayong mused silently. Not to mention, with this skill alone, once he ascended in rank, he could secure a position in the 9 Cauldrons group, perhaps even dabble in a role akin to Dragon King. Of course, he held no interest in such a position. Nevertheless, the skill's development potential was undeniably significant. Although initially weak, once nurtured, it could become formidable. It was rumored that the first Dragon King had perfected this skill, allowing him to control vast bodies of water, extracting moisture from enemies across great distances with remarkable efficiency, and manipulating various forms of water. Simultaneously, he had proposed 2 theories, the first being the elemental theory of water, positing that all water in nature contains an element currently unobservable by humanity, which enables water to exist as water, and that water manipulation is the control of this element. The second theory delved into microscience, suggesting that water manipulation fundamentally involves controlling hydrogen and oxygen atoms, with aspirations to develop this further, potentially achieving fusion with his bare hands, standing alongside the sun. Regrettably, he was unable to validate either theory, and it was not until a decade after proposing them that he sacrificed himself while returning to support the rear. Child, which of his 2 theories do you believe to be correct? In a certain sense, both are valid. However, the opportunity to verify them approaches absolute zero before one sets foot among the stars. Why is that? Because they are unworthy. The world is shrouded in mystery. Until one attains a certain level, some truths will forever remain beyond reach. Chapter 47, Number 3, gnawing on arms, gnawing on legs. Such an expression actually exists. Bai Yang nodded thoughtfully, her understanding of this skill deepening further. The good news. The potential of the skill is indeed vast. The bad news. Its early to mid-stage performance leaves much to be desired. As her thoughts swirled, a series of howls erupted from the corridor, accompanied by a wave of heat sweeping through the crack of the door, instantly raising the temperature within the room by 2 degrees. Target confirmed as a demon. Current resistance is fierce, requesting forceful enforcement, a voice from outside declared. With those words, the sound of 2 blades humming soon followed, the howls transforming into screams, and the heat dissipating in tandem. The real world is far from safe. Bai Yang sighed, preparing to reinvest her energy into the battlefield. Moments ago, her third avatar reported that Luo Tianqing had regained consciousness but was still feigning unconsciousness and unwilling to awaken. She was curious to see what was happening. Meanwhile, next door, Yu Xiaoyu looked disdainfully at the door, her gaze seemingly piercing through the thick iron barrier to witness the scene outside. TSK. What a disappointing waste. I truly wonder how these individuals were selected for undercover qualifications. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. She couldn't help but shake her head, immediately adopting a demeanor of psychological distress, curling up under her blankets and shivering. Yet, in reality, she was quietly communicating with another being from the abyss. Shadow resentment. Your Majesty, I am here. A voice resonated in the darkness. This was Shadow resentment, an incorporeal entity capable of traversing through shadows, ideal for gathering intelligence. The Abyss had 3 primary methods for infiltrating Blue Star. The first method involved possessing, controlling, or disguising oneself through strength, thereby penetrating human society, relentlessly striving to ascend and become part of the decision-making echelon. This was known as the Decision Replacement Plan. However, due to the immense destruction this plan had previously wrought upon Blue Star, nearly leading to their annihilation, their methods of scrutiny had become increasingly diversified, rendering this plan arduous. The second method was to dispatch incorporeal beings to scout surface conditions. As long as these entities avoided key areas, they were generally difficult to detect, simultaneously acting as contacts for the infiltrators. The final method was the sowing technique, whereby portions of demonic bodies and souls were refined into demonic seeds and discreetly implanted within a fetus. Thus, upon birth, it would become a perfect external manifestation of oneself. The method she was currently employing was precisely this, albeit thoroughly executed. Upon sensing the celestial upheaval occurring in the present world of Blue Star, she pinpointed the origin of the disturbance. She then guided her external manifestation to the vicinity, ultimately allowing the floating tower to provide cover, while she submerged herself in the waters, transforming her entire body and soul into demonic seeds, seamlessly integrating with them. These steps may seem as cumbersome as taking off one's pants to fart, yet they genuinely afforded her a human identity recognized by the laws of existence. The reason for her actions stemmed from a profound awareness of the celestial upheaval. The arduous path to ascendancy had begun to show signs of yielding. Even the slightest shift was sufficient to compel her to take a leap of faith, for even a mere hint of movement rendered the mundane world brimming with the potential for elevation. A transformative leap from non-existence to existence. Your Majesty, what are your commands? Inquired Ying Yuan telepathically. Within a single day, gather all pertinent information regarding the location of the rift in the abyss of Luo City. Leave no stone unturned. With a mindset of seizing opportunities, Yu Xiaoyu resolutely issued her directive. Afterward, the clamor outside subsided, and she cautiously peeked out, allowing only half her head to emerge. It took a considerable amount of time before she reached for the meal box that had long been placed on the table. Ugh, how dreadful! Skeptical of her initial impression, she took another bite. Yuck! Even a dog wouldn't eat this. Moments later, an odd sensation compelled her to try again. With a grimace, she flung the meal box far away and, clutching her stomach, returned to her bed, feeling utterly famished. In the monitoring room, someone noticed Yu Xiaoyu's behavior, yet no peculiarities were detected. However, upon observing the opened meal box, a person instinctively covered their mouth. While the contents may have been palatable to the majority of the demon race, they were toxic. For humans, though non-toxic, the flavor was far more repulsive than that of canned herring or pickled sea swallows. Even warriors of iron will would find their stomachs revolting against such fare. Hunger may prompt the desire to eat, yet consumption would inevitably lead to regurgitation, a perfectly natural response. Within the battlefield. Battlefield daily. Current weather clear. Temperature 52 F. Wind speed level 4. Current world development value 0. 0.51. When above 80, battlefield can be replaced. Current stage task. Emerge from the valley and explore additional areas, no less than 100 square kilometers, or establish a camp on site, clearing no less than 400 square meters and constructing buildings. Reward for Task 1. Select 1 gray equipment. Battle merit value 100. Reward for Task 2. Random gray equipment. Battle merit value 100. At this moment, although the heavy snow had ceased, the cabin had already been blanketed in white, with the sky yet to clear. The light of dawn began to illuminate the world with a grayish hue. Current battle merit value 215520 000. Observing the increase in her battle merit value, i.e. instinctively understood without needing to look further. Her duplicates had made quite the mess in the snowy expanse. Boss, you're finally awake. The delighted voice of number 3 reached her ears, accompanied by a faint whiff of blood. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the blood-stained smile of number 3, rendering what should have been an enchanting visage eerily unsettling. Bai quickly rose, instinctively glancing at Luo Tianqing to ensure nothing was amiss before sighing in relief and asking, "What happened to your face?" In response, the third individual shyly covered her cheeks, admitting, "I am hungry, but I must ensure the safety of our leader here." Thus she nibbled on her own flesh. While she was committed to safeguarding their leader, the discomfort of hunger was equally distressing. She decided to take a few bites from her own arms and legs. As she spoke, she began to savor her own flesh, noting, when consumed raw, the calf muscles possess a delightful chewiness. However, when grilled, the thigh meat is far more delectable. Oh, and let us not forget about the large E. Before she could finish her thought, she was abruptly interrupted by Bai's forceful command. "Cease your grotesque musings at once. Go wash yourself thoroughly and return." With that, she unceremoniously kicked her out. The room fell into a profound silence. Nevertheless, one must ponder the question, is it truly delicious? Bai couldn't help but lift her robe to gaze at her snow-white, rounded thighs, quickly shaking her head. Surely, they appeared far more suitable for being embraced than for consumption. "You nearly startled me." Thankfully, the host is merely eccentric, not depraved. Chapter 48. The need for affirmation from everyone once the third individual was expelled. A profound silence enveloped the room. Luo Tianqing, who had been feigning sleep, finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming inwardly, "Phew, I narrowly escaped. This world is utterly twisted. I yearn for a different existence." Who could fathom the ordeal she had just endured? The moment she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a fox maiden gnawing at her foot, blood spraying 2 meters high with each bite. Terrified, she hastily shut her eyes once more, opting to observe the unfolding events. However, as soon as she dared to rise, she was confronted by a strikingly beautiful face that, albeit enchanting, evoked a sense of psychological unease within her. The other person gazed at her with sparkling eyes, a faint smile playing upon their lips, and said, "Ah, you're awake. The operation was a resounding success. You are now a competent fox-eared youth." "What?" Luo Tianqing instinctively touched her head, and then her lower body, only to quickly realize she had been deceived. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the other person inquired again, "Are you hungry?" Having not eaten since yesterday, Luo Tianqing felt a yearning for food, yet the image of her foot being gnawed upon lingered ominously in her mind. Nevertheless, she pondered that, regardless of the circumstances, the individual had ultimately saved her, prompting her to cast aside her trepidation. However, if they were so ravenous as to consume their own flesh, why would they ask if she was hungry? Did they intend for her to partake as well? After a moment of contemplation, she deemed such an action inappropriate. After all, they had rescued her, and it would be ungrateful to reciprocate with cannibalism. Thus, she waved her hand dismissively and stated, "I am not hungry. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in saving my life, But I currently have no means to repay such a debt. No means to repay, you say? Bai Yi, upon hearing this, felt a playful impulse arise within her. She lifted Luo Tianqing's chin, inhaling deeply and feigning a look of rapture. Ah, but human, you smell delightful. Yet, in the face of Bai Yi's teasing, coupled with the earlier events, Luo Tianqing suddenly gained a realization. No wonder they wanted to extract my heart and ignite a fire within their own belly. Now it makes sense. They simply wish to feast upon flesh, and coincidentally, I share that desire. With this thought, she paused briefly before stating, as for the debt of life-saving, I can only. As she spoke, under the expectant gaze of the other, she retrieved a large blade from her battle pack. The gleaming blade shimmered ominously, and in the next instant, she struck her own calf with it. Crack! Blood splattered across the room. Yet, Luo Tianqing gritted her teeth and refrained from uttering a sound, instead lifting her injured leg towards Bai Yi, and in a voice distorted by pain, solemnly declared, I can only offer myself as sustenance. Upon seeing the warm, freshly offered foot presented before her, Bai Yi recoiled in shock, retreating a step. Fortunately, her training had endowed her with formidable resilience, enabling her to respond promptly. Don't move. Let me treat you, she shouted, immediately commencing the healing process. Calmly regarding Luo Tianqing, Bai Yi was perplexed by the apparent misunderstanding. Yet, was it not supposed to be an offering of devotion? Her lips twitched in disbelief. How had the lines been so dreadfully misread? In response, drenched in sweat and pain, Luo Tianqing shook his head, yet gazed in wonder at the newly grown limb. With a heart that belongs to another, my body cannot be claimed. However, you may indulge. If you wish to eat, then eat. Just remember to let me savor a few bites as well. I noticed how delectable it appeared when you consumed it. He continued, moreover, since you saved me, do not hesitate to seek my assistance in the future. While I cannot partake in acts of arson or plunder, I am quite adept at more clandestine endeavors. As he spoke, he patted his chest in assurance, a gesture that stirred a wave of excitement. Observing how appetizing the food appeared when the other had eaten, he found himself uncertain whether it was indeed as delightful as it seemed. With this thought, Luo Tianqing's mouth watered uncontrollably, a clear sign of genuine hunger. Bai Yi remarked, this sensation. It resonates. She gazed at Luo Tianqing, and in that moment, she experienced an inexplicable familiarity emanating from him. It was not a recognition of features but a deeper, more profound sense of connection. This feeling was unmistakable, evoking memories of the previous Luo Tianqing. Hey, aren't you going to eat? Luo Tianqing, cradling his lower leg, noticed Bai Yi had yet to reclaim it, prompting him to shake the object in his hand and inquire. At that moment, Bai Yi snapped back to reality and grasped the outstretched, delicate limb, stating, you may have misunderstood. I do not consume human flesh. With that, she stood to discard the small leg. Wait, don't throw it away. If you want to eat it, I will. Tossing it would be such a waste. Luo Tianqing exclaimed as he chased after her. Consuming oneself should pose no risk of prion disease. She mused as she stepped outside, only for her mind to be overwhelmed. Before her stood 25 identical individuals, mirror images in hair color, style, facial features, and physique, almost indistinguishable. At that moment, Bai Yi intended to pass the leg to her duplicates so they could find a proper burial place. However, upon turning, she noticed Luo Tianqing hurriedly following her. What are you doing out here? She asked, but Luo Tianqing did not directly answer her inquiry. Instead, he murmured to himself, your mother must be a truly good person. A good person can bear 8 children, yet here are 25. Surely, she is an unparalleled saint. What did you say? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Nothing much. I was just wondering if with so many of you, 1 leg would suffice. Perhaps I should return and procure a few more. Luo Tianqing said, lifting his knife and turning to leave. Fortunately, Bai Yi intervened just in time. There is no need for that. I told you we do not eat human flesh. Is that so? Then what do you make of this? Luo Tianqing pointed, and following his gaze, they saw number 5 hiding behind number 18, gnawing on something. While the specifics remained unclear, the splattered blood made the situation abundantly evident. What are you all doing? Bai Yi felt her lips twitch in disbelief. At that moment, She sensed she might have granted these duplicates too much freedom. Upon feeling the gaze from the original, Number 5 looked up and, with a serious expression, declared, 18 desires everyone to partake in the feast. On the 18th, a voice chimed in, moreover, we are foxes, not humans. Besides, most of the beings here have transformed into returnees, rendering them inedible. My actions are a sacrifice made for the survival of the team. Oh, I've bitten into something substantial, delightful. Before finishing the statement, he rolled his eyes and fainted. System by E. I seem to have stumbled into a den of perversion. Host, I am frightened. By E, you needn't be afraid. Allow me to be the one to fear. Luo Tianqing in contemplation so that it. But aren't foxes part of the canine family? Why do they meow? Number 6. I know this one. It's because it's cool. Chapter 49. The source of pollution is Luo Tianqing. Luo Tianqing. Cool? Number 6. Cool. Meanwhile, observing the seamless harmony between Luo Tianqing and her doppelganger, Bai felt an acute sense of isolation. Has she always been so extraordinary? The system inquired with uncertainty. In response, Bai shook her head, then nodded. Only in the past. The last 3 years have been different. Reflecting on the changes in Luo Tianqing over the recent 3 years and contrasting them with the present, she found herself momentarily unable to discern whether Luo Tianqing had been reborn or merely returned. Contemplating this, she was abruptly struck by the thought that her own peculiar subconscious might have been influenced by her from a young age. Thus, the source of contamination is indeed Luo Tianqing. System. Although this reasoning is sound, based on the principle of birds of a feather flock together, this system suspects that the minor fish is attempting to deflect blame. In response, Bai raised an eyebrow in playful mockery. Oh, birds of a feather? Pray tell, what is your situation? If memory serves, this individual before us is your original host. Well, this system is quite respectable. A mere minor fish should not slander. Is that so? I recall someone who immediately remarked upon how doppelgängers can be stir-fried and deep-fried. That was merely an automatic result of the program and has nothing to do with this system. All right. Bai chuckled dismissively, her tone laced with indifference. She had come to realize that it appeared she was the only normal person here. Who has a normal person that doesn't spare their own doppelganger? Who has a normal person that starts by asking if the system's Japanese individuals are breaking the law? Truly a peculiar minor fish. Disregarding the system's retort, Bai shifted her focus to the circumstances of the doppelgängers. As a rational being, it was entirely reasonable not to engage in conversation with a bizarre little system. A moment later, Bai completed her assessment and concurrently confirmed the situation in the valley. Just as number 18 had indicated, following a snow burial, there was virtually no food left in the vicinity. The vast majority of living beings had transformed into inedible returners, leaving only a few rare plants behind. It seemed she must seek sustenance. With that thought, Bai scrutinized the map. Although she did not require food herself, her doppelgängers would ultimately face consequences, and this was not a sustainable solution. Moreover, even if the doppelgängers could endure, Luo Tianqing would not be able to withstand it. Casting a glance at Luo Tianqing, who was preparing to start a fire not far away. Sister's legs are truly exquisite, heh? Seeing this only solidified Bai's resolve. At worst, they would exit this valley. The snow burial was merely a localized event. She did not believe that the entire world was experiencing a snow burial simultaneously. She did not consult the Battlefield Rewards 300-mile map but instead utilized the system's map, which provided more detailed descriptions.
Moments latte.
Once we finish eating, we must depart, Bai declared as she closed the map. She intended to head to the opposite end of the valley. There lies a peak designated by the system as a region of mild danger, which stands out prominently amidst a series of moderately hazardous areas. Clearly, it is a place not buried under a blanket of snow, and Bai speculates that it likely harbors a large den of snow-dwelling beasts. These creatures are not only edible but also capable of domestication. They construct their nests in treacherous terrains yet possess low aggression, making them ideal candidates for establishing a new foothold and source of sustenance. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqing, who was slicing meat, raised her head to inquire of Bai, "Are we to seek a suitable landing spot?" I know of a remarkable place where food is abundant. With that, she disdainfully discarded her own slice of calf, admitting that while her leg was visually appealing, it was far from palatable. Had it not been for the looming threat of starvation, she would hardly have considered a second bite. Oh, where might this place be? Bai Yi's interest was piqued. The familiarity of Luo Tianqing rendered Bai Yi momentarily oblivious to the fact that she was a reincarnated individual. After exiting the valley, if we head right, there lies a vast ice field. Beneath the ice are frozen fish. We can pry them out for nourishment, and they also yield combat merit. With a stroke of luck, we might even gather the spirit herb, ice condensation leaf. I'll lead the way, and if we quicken our pace, we should reach before nightfall. That place must be rather perilous, right? Bai Yi's eyes twitched as she consulted her map, confirming the existence of such a location beyond the valley, albeit marked as highly dangerous. Perilous? Luo Tianqing tilted her head in contemplation, recalling her previous life where she had spent 6 months exploring that very area without encountering any real threats. Instead, she remembered the delectable octopus and the delightful tentacle grass jelly, not to mention the usefulness of the ice condensation leaf. Very well, let us venture to that place, Bai Yi decisively proclaimed, observing Luo Tianqing's deep contemplation. Given her multitude of avatars dancing about in this battlefield where novices thrived at Tier 3 and Tier 2 was already formidable, there was little to fear. In the worst-case scenario, they could unleash a barrage of human bombs. Even Tier 3 foes would be left in ruins. If need be, she could summon Bai Yi for assistance. Aerial units knew no fear. Moreover, the ice condensation leaf was indeed a valuable asset. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi mounted her companion, gesturing with her jade-like hand, "Let us depart." At her command, all avatars sprang to life. Number 3. Sisters, it's time to get to work. Number 6. Cool. All-terrain mode. Activate. With that, Number 6 charged forward, unexpectedly shouldering the still-dazed Luo Tianqing. The other avatars followed suit, pairing up to hasten their advance towards the direction Bai Yi indicated, taking turns to ride one another, thus significantly increasing their speed. As for the duo of Number 3 and Number 6, they still had an unused energy body, eliminating the need for a transfer. Meanwhile, beneath a mound of protruding snow, there existed a T-shaped burrow. This tunnel slanted downwards for over a meter before plunging vertically for 5 meters, culminating in a slight incline. Mew, my head is spinning. The little cat girl, Rua Shui, awoke, cradling her head within the confines of the tunnel. She vaguely recalled that she was indeed fleeing when darkness suddenly enveloped her, and in an instant she lost consciousness. After a considerable time, she gazed upon the rewards bestowed by the battlefield over the past 2 days, and finally came to her senses. This cat is still alive. Pioneers, equipment, and attribute points. What are these? Gulp. Meow. No matter, I shall claim them all. I desire equipment. I crave sustenance. Acquired skill. Iron Head, your head is as sturdy as steel, providing a base defense of 50 points. When you commit to a particular endeavor and take action, this effect extends to your entire body, granting an equivalent enhancement to your physique. Acquired equipment, White Salted Fish Greatsword. Useful for both consumption and utility, it transforms into a consumable item fishbone, bow once fully devoured. Chapter 50. A catgirl caught? Time swiftly passed, and the sky grew ever brighter. The valley was vast, yet the clones exhibited remarkable speed. In four-wheel drive mode, even while carrying passengers, they managed to reach an impressive speed of 80 kilometers per hour through the thick snow. At this rate, they would arrive before nightfall. However, they ultimately overestimated the endurance of the cricket's 50-point physique. After a vigorous exertion of less than 40 minutes, all clones were utterly exhausted and forced to halt for a respite. Part of the reason for their fatigue was the encounter with a wave of returning beings, among which were several snowman-like creatures. The sudden drop in temperature nearly left them frozen. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Number 6 stepped forward. It's time for the BGM to play. Oh, blazing fire that pierces the frost and snow, lead me away from the torment of winter. With Bai Yi's consent, she bestowed a burning buff upon everyone, including Luo Tianqing. However, Bai Yi soon regretted her decision. What torment of winter is there? Now it feels like I'm being cooked over and over again. Is there anything more painful than this? She thought to herself, feeling quite exasperated. In contrast, it was Luo Tianqing's first experience with such a situation, and after the initial pain and fright, she quickly adapted. Hey, I must admit, having healing is quite advantageous. Embracing her arms, she took a couple of hearty bites but discovered that, under the healing's maintenance, she had not been cooked. With a lackluster flick of her hand, she gazed at the nearby monsters. Seizing the opportunity to earn battle merit, she charged unsteadily towards the central snowman and embraced it tightly. Defeated a first-tier special creature. Snow Spirit. Earned 10 battle merit. After an arduous battle, where they harmed the enemy at great cost to themselves, the group donned new fur coats. The previous ones had been incinerated, and these furs were part of the stockpile that Bai Yi had collected using her tail concealment skill. Next time, before starting a fire, take off your clothes for me, Bai Yi instructed afterward. Yet, after such a struggle, the group had not traveled far before exhaustion set in. Although Bai Yi remained silent, the clones were decidedly displeased. Number 2 remarked, "TCH. To tire out so soon, we are truly useless." Number 23 echoed, "We are but waste." Number 11 lamented, "We are truly doomed." Number 9 added, "We do not deserve to live." Luo Tianqing mused, "These foxes are quite peculiar. Boss, next time, please use a whip to spur us on. At least that way we could run for 5 more minutes," suggested number 18, but was met with a stern refusal from Bai Yi. It would be better to proceed at a steady pace next time. Bai Yi dismounted her fox and allowed everyone to rest on the spot. In this snowy terrain, the energy expended during a full-throttle sprint far exceeded the characteristic recovery rate of 600 points every 3 hours. Given the necessity for breaks, it would be more prudent to manage their speed and maintain a balance between recovery and expenditure. During the respite, Luo Tianqing seized the opportunity to approach and initiate a conversation. She discovered that, although these individuals exhibited some peculiar behavior, they harbored no malice towards her. Moreover, she felt an unexpected affinity with their personalities. Thus, she approached Bai Yi, resting her chin on her hand and scrutinizing her. It was only when Bai Yi, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, turned to look at her that she spoke up. "I have yet to learn your names since awakening. By the way, are you twins?" "Oh, right, I am Luo Tianqing, with Luo from Luo Shui Antianqing from to lift the heavens. I hail from the Blue Star, a human from China. In the realm of battle, even random teleportation of individuals is, in fact, influenced by geography. Those who can randomly appear in this region must be from the Blue Star, albeit from different locales." Thus, she did not ponder whether they would understand what Luo Shui meant. Furthermore, although there is translation on the battlefield, she could discern that they spoke standard Mandarin, even carrying a hint of a high-city accent. Perhaps they were fellow townsfolk. In response, Bai Yi did not conceal anything. She nodded and said, "China, from the Qingqiu Fox clan. I am Bai Yi, with Bai meaning white and Yi from reluctance to part. These are my subordinates. This is number 1 and this is number 2. These can be understood as my summoned entities." As Bai Yi introduced them, her avatars were anything but subdued. Even when exhausted, they scurried about restlessly, quickly dispersing in various directions. During this commotion, number 18, upon passing a small mound, noticed her blood-stained white fox ears twitch slightly. She swiftly climbed towards the mound. Their essay sound. "I can smell roasted fish." As a member of the canine family, her sense of smell was remarkably acute. Soon, she stealthily followed the scent. "From your accent, you must also be from High City?" As their conversation deepened, Luo Tianqing's innate curiosity blossomed. "Oh, I am a little fox who once transformed on Qingqing Mountain. I used to battle the Chu-Chu people daily, so people referred to me as a member of the Qingqiu Fox clan." Bai Yi spoke nonchalantly, unperturbed, as that area had long been submerged in the Shuhai, and she feared no exposure. Simultaneously, she silently noted the need to adjust her avatar's accents in the future. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqing was taken aback. "Oh, that means you must be over 100 years old." She was not surprised by the notion of animals transforming but was astonished by the other's age. After all, Qingqing Mountain had been submerged a century ago. She did not expect that the other had lived longer than her combined 2 lifetimes. In the realm of cultivation, there is no concept of day and night, so I am unaware of my age, but I only recently took form. You could say I am just a 3-day-old baby. Bai Yi continued her fabrication. Luo Tianqing nodded in agreement. Regardless of the truth, she decided to accept it for now. At that moment, she inadvertently noticed that, not far behind Bai Yi, number 18 had suddenly toppled into the snow, leaving only her legs flailing in the air. Before she could utter another word, a loud cry pierced the air. I've caught something. Everyone, come help. Oh no, she's biting my ear. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi and Luo Tianqing swiftly rose to their feet. With their energy hardly expended, they moved with remarkable agility. Each grasped a tail and, with a swift tug, a dirty little cat girl clinging to the ear of number 18 was hoisted into the air. Meow. As their gazes met, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of the howling wind. After a moment of stillness, Luo Tianqing inquired, Meow meow meow? Is this edible? Chapter 51. Luo Tianqing. A little cat like you is destined to be devoured. Can it be eaten? Perhaps having indulged in her own meals lately, Luo Tianqing instinctively pondered this question. Her voice, translated automatically through the battlefield, allowed the little cat girl to comprehend her meaning. Instantly, she ceased her struggles, frightened into releasing her grip. As she teetered on the brink of falling from the figure known as number 18, Bai Yi, quick-witted, swiftly caught her. She felt remarkably light, as though she bore no weight at all. Bai Yi examined her closely, noting her frail stature, standing at approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters. It was uncertain how many days she had gone without food. Her body was filthy and emaciated. Yet, despite this, remnants of her former beauty remained. She possessed a cascade of snow-white hair, reminiscent of Bai Yi's own, making her somewhat pleasing to the eye. In response to Luo Tianqing's suggestion, Bai Yi voiced her objections. Ahem, how could one possibly eat a cat that is so gaunt? Meow. Upon hearing this, Ruo Shui, who was about to speak, quickly nodded in gratitude. Turning to Bai Yi, she felt an overwhelming sense of fondness for this striking older sister, who shared similar features. Ah, I cannot repay this favor. All I can do is... Ruo Shui blinked, contemplating this in her heart. However, she was soon interrupted by Bai Yi's next statement, who pinched her own cheek and continued, at the very least, she should be fattened up before consumption. Fear not, little cat. Today you shall dine on us, and in a few days we shall feast upon you. MHM. Huh? The little cat instinctively nodded, but soon realized that something felt amiss. When the truth dawned upon her, the image of her savior shattered before her eyes. You! How could you do this? In this moment, the cat girl, who had always been immersed in the world of literature, finally grasped the sinister nature of sentient life. Luo Tianqing smirked. A little cat like you is born to be eaten. Braised, steamed, ears, tail, little paws. Kik. Ah! At this point, Ruo Shui could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. She was a resilient cat, generally not prone to weeping unless she truly could not help it. 2 minutes later, the already weakened little cat girl had successfully fainted from crying. Luo Tianqing scratched her cheek, pondering, did I go too far? Bai Yi, having used her healing powers to assess the cat girl's condition, shook her head. No, she is simply too weak. Luo Tianqing suggested, let us take her with us, as an emergency food supply. I mean, she is likely a visitor from another realm. Given that she does not speak any known language from Blue Star, we should find a way to take her along when we return. The benefits would be substantial. Are you trying to say emergency food? Bai Yi rolled her eyes but did not dismiss the idea. After all, with her myriad of clones, carrying an extra burden was of little consequence. Luo Tianqing exclaimed. After a brief respite, Bai Yi entrusted the small cat girl to the care of her 3 avatars and resumed her journey. This time, they managed to regulate their pace, maintaining a stable ratio between their consumption and recovery rates. They even reserved some energy for potential unforeseen battles. However, this adjustment resulted in a reduction of their speed by 1/3. As the sun began its descent, the group had only traversed half of their intended path, having already departed from the tranquil valley. Aside from a brief commotion caused by the awakening of the small cat girl, no significant incidents occurred along the way. Any unexpected challenges encountered were effortlessly resolved by the avatars. The brutal combat methods employed had quieted the small cat girl, dissuading her from wandering off. Long after their departure, a pair of bell-like eyes emerged quietly. Roar! Hearing the report from its subordinates, the snow-howling king learned that the group of two-legged demons had vacated the area. It shook off the thick layer of snow covering its form, shedding its disguise. Ah, how delightful! Your king has returned. It howled to the heavens, feeling a joy unlike anything it had experienced since its revival. The terrifying demons had finally left, freeing it from the fear of being skinned while resting on the ground or being set ablaze. The king began to roll, stand on its head, leap, shovel snow with its rear, and bellow with exuberance, gnawing on the small snow howlers as if reclaiming its dominion over the land. However, it soon regained its composure, realizing it must destroy everything left behind by the two-legged sheep to avoid fear when night fell. With this thought, those bell-like eyes turned towards the distance, where its subordinates had reported the presence of buildings left by the two-legged creatures. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, in an inconspicuous cave, 1 meter in front of the cave was a high mound of snow, rendering the entrance nearly invisible from afar. Outside the cave, a warning line woven from white fur marked the perimeter. Yi Chang'an had discovered a surviving snow bear here and had slain it for sustenance. Yet, instead of satisfaction from his meal, his expression fluctuated as he gazed anxiously outside the cave. I'll go look for people again shortly. You stay here and keep watch. If you encounter danger, follow my footprints to escape. He had rushed through the night with Mu Qingqing but ultimately failed to locate Luo Tianqing. Now, only one direction remained unexplored nearby. Within his capacity, he resolved to search once more. His loyalty ran deep. Luo Tianqing was not only his childhood leader but also the beloved of his good brother, and she had guided him up the mountain to avoid being surrounded. In both sentiment and reason, he could not remain indifferent. Upon hearing Yi Chang'an's decision, Mu Qingqing nodded but expressed her concerns, reiterating, pack some extra provisions and be cautious on the way. If it comes to it, prioritize your safety above all else. Here are some torches made from the snow bear's fur and fat. Take this one too. You can't start a fire outside, but it could prove useful in critical moments. Certainly, it is preferable not to rely on these. As she spoke, Mu Qingqing produced a bone torch and a bone fire starter, extending them towards him. Once darkness envelopes this place, it becomes exceedingly obscured, and should he fail to return before nightfall, the peril of encountering humans in the wild becomes alarmingly high. Rest assured, I shall return long before dusk. Yi Chang'an accepted the items, exchanged a knowing smile with Mu Qingqing, and strode purposefully out. Soon, the cave was left with but a solitary figure. The chilling wind swept through the entrance, caressing the flickering flames of the bonfire. In the wavering glow, Mu Qingqing involuntarily shivered, gradually suppressing her smile, curling her body into a tight ball as she sought refuge behind the now frozen snow bear. After a brief moment, she retrieved several bones and began to grind them against the scattered stones she had gathered. Lacking any particular talent, she was merely dexterous, possessing a diverse array of skills. Once those beings transformed into returners, their attributes doubled, making direct confrontation exceedingly challenging for her. Since she could not prevail in a head-on battle, she had to devise alternative strategies, such as traps and various consumable tools. Chapter 52. By E. Plant me in the ground. At this moment outside the valley, the sky was darkening. Shall we rest here for the night? Luo Tianqing proposed, glancing up at the dimming sky. Bai Yi followed his gaze, noting that the clouds obscured the light, causing dusk to arrive earlier than usual. A solitary beam of fading light still illuminated the earth. Although they could reach their destination by dawn if they pressed on, resting would only delay their arrival until midday. However, traveling at night posed its own challenges, particularly when venturing into perilous areas. It was wiser to exercise caution. A brief pause would not be detrimental. With that thought in mind, Bai Yi issued a command. Everyone, take a break and construct a shelter. Once the main group came to a halt, Ruxue was released from the embrace of her seventh clone. Meow. Don't eat me. Upon landing, she instinctively curled into a defensive position, only to find herself buried in the thick snow, disappearing from sight. The depth of the snow here surpassed that within the valley, with soft drifts engulfing her thighs, leaving only her ears visible. Witnessing this, Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Are we truly that frightening? You should talk to her. Otherwise, the next 2 months will be quite challenging. She gently nudged Luo Tianqing with her elbow. Leave it to me, he nodded in agreement. However, when she turned back, she was surprised to see Bai had produced a pitch-black shovel, digging here and there. Curiosity sparked within her. Are you testing the soil for the shelter? Bai glanced back at Luo Tianqing, shaking her head. No, I'm merely preparing to find a comfortable spot to plant myself. With that, she plunged the shovel into the ground again, noting a slightly coarse texture. This indicated an abundance of large particles in the soil. She would need to try another location. Oh, wait, plant yourself? Luo Tianqing's mind momentarily halted. Yet, he soon observed Bai swing the shovel once more, her eyes lighting up. This feels right. With her spiritual energy surging, she quickly excavated a deep pit. Although Bai was uncertain how dangerous the area might be, she reasoned that having more clones could only be advantageous. With this thought, she handed the shovel to Luo Tianqing and earnestly instructed, remember to dig me out before we depart tomorrow. But then she reconsidered. If the shovel struck flesh, could be quite painful. She retrieved it, saying, let the first clone assist with the digging instead. The shovel can be rather uncomfortable. Disregarding Luo Tianqing's astonished expression, she nestled into the pit, finding a comfortable position, and called out, Clone 3, 6, and 18, stop playing and come bury me. As those words left her lips, Luo Tianqing watched as the 3 clones joyfully approached with soil to begin their task. Coming, boss. Cool. Bulldozer mode. Activated. Boss, can I join you next time? After a flurry of mud and snow, the once deep pit has been leveled. Number 3 is diligently smoothing the earth, while number 18 has removed his own calf to mark the site. Number 6 is firmly restraining Luo Tianqing, who is eager to rescue someone. Luo Tianqing exclaims, this will suffocate the person. We must excavate quickly. Once they perish, no amount of healing will be of any use. Number 6 responds, the boss won't die. The boss merely needs to be planted in the soil, and we shall reap many sisters. Number 3 agrees, exactly, that's how we came to be. Number 18 chimes in. Hooray, the number of people who will peel me will increase. Luo Tianqing retorts, do you think people are like plants? Common sense dictates that this is unscientific. However, seeing other avatars arrive to dissuade her, she eventually calms down. Ultimately, her strong adaptability allows her to accept the situation swiftly. Can planting people yield more people? How intriguing. If given the chance, she might want to try it herself. Meanwhile, beneath the heavy earth, Bai feels an overwhelming pressure enveloping her body, her heartbeat seemingly on the verge of ceasing. Fortunately, the void sustenance provides point-to-point supply. Even if her heartbeat stops, her body will not perish from lack of blood supply. Thus, she withdraws her consciousness. At the same time, Bai has been lurking in this location for 17 hours. This marks her longest survival on the battlefield. Over 1,000 void-devouring insects appear intermittently, surrounding her completely. This unprecedented situation instills her with newfound confidence. Rising, she stretches her body and quietly assesses the battlefield. However, disappointment soon washes over her. The battle has escalated to a fever pitch, with most of the minor enemies already having retreated. The battlefield now belongs to the colossal beasts. Countless giants have emerged, their massive forms capable of shaking the very ground with the slightest movement. Once mighty dragons now lie scattered as remnants of their former glory. In their place stand 3 even larger dragons, the largest of which boasts a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters, its body shimmering like gilded gold. Its golden breath transforms everything in front of it into a shimmering dust. The other 2 are not much smaller. One is entwined with lightning, its body radiating a metallic sheen, while the other resembles molten lava. Yet, they all share a common trait. They cannot take flight. Above, a colossal eye of the storm looms, casting the sky into darkness. The relentless downward pressure rends the earth and flattens mountains. This is the might of nature. Before it, individual strength appears diminutive, like flies. Strangely, Bai feels no trace of the wind pressure. Just as she prepares to ascend from the canyon in search of any remaining minor enemies, the moment she peeks out, she triggers the void barrier. Instantly, she is slammed back down by the relentless wind, her speed akin to that of a falling meteor. Had it not been for a swarm of void-devouring insects timely shimmering to support her, she would have likely plunged into the depths of the Slime Queen's being. Yet, despite this fortunate intervention, a few of the devouring insects met their demise upon colliding with her. She herself spat out a mouthful of blood, but fortunately managed to switch to a healing trait, which rejuvenated her considerably. In that moment, she beheld the panels of these beings: race, Gale Spirit; rank, Star Ascendant Preparatory; 9th Stage Limit; talent, Endless Storm; while in slumber, concealed in the gentle breeze, merging with the currents. Upon awakening, it continuously gathers storms, rapidly growing until Star Ascendant Preparatory, mastering the tempests of heaven and earth. Gale Breath. The gale does not perish, it merely pauses. When it returns, the storm reignites. Ever-changing wind can freely alternate between elemental and corporeal forms. Skills: Vacuum Detonation, Storm Convergence, Windborne Waters, Blade of the Celestial Veil. Race: Ancient Golden Dragon; rank, Star Ascendant Preparatory; race, Thunderous Giant Dragon; 9th Stage; race, Earth Vein Giant Dragon; 9th Stage. A swift perusal left by E feeling increasingly disheartened. Why were there only boss-level entities remaining? Chapter 53. Bloodletting for blood pressure reduction. Good news: the summoning of troops was a success. Bad news: only the boss remains alive. Bai fell into contemplation, attempting to send the void-devouring insect to scout ahead. However, the moment it flickered out, its entire form exploded, crushed into a pulp by the omnipresent pressure of the wind, nearly splattering her face in the process. This was akin to a self-inflicted detonation of troops. Bai sidestepped the remnants of the devouring insect, feeling a pang of frustration. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether they could seize an opportunity on the battlefield, the fact remained that they were all unqualified to stand there. How could they possibly engage if merely showing themselves resulted in instant demise? Perhaps the lesser foes, such as the Slime Queen below, warrant consideration, as her power has safeguarded this valley. Engaging in meaningful dialogue with her might yield additional rewards, she mused. At that moment, the system's voice shattered Bai Yi's silence. Alas, was it truly so arduous to acquire an intermediate avatar? She cast a glance at the chasm below, a flicker of trepidation crossing her gaze. The mere thought of that massive mass of slime sent shivers down her spine. This entity represented the pinnacle of combat prowess on this battlefield. With the introduction of high-level combatants, Bai Yi's perspective on the Slime Queen began to crystallize. One need only observe how the spirit of the tempest, which tore the earth asunder and flattened mountains, was merely a fragment ensnared within her time-space loop. According to the system's dungeon details, the entire scenario had been woven from the time-space loop crafted by the Slime Queen. While talent enhancements might play a role, it was evident that such feats transcended the capabilities of an ordinary 9th-tier being. And yet, this being, not only her target for salvation but also one who had previously intended to use her as a vessel. Truly, the system had outdone itself. What? You wish to use me as a host? Truly, you are something else, you deviant little creature. It is a pity that this system lacks a physical form, leaving you to indulge in your fantasies within your mind. Ah, what a peculiar little pervert indeed. He. The system unleashed a barrage of mockery, its effectiveness striking a chord. Bai, excellent, my blood pressure is rising. Instinctively, she considered entering a state of rage, but suddenly recalled that this wretched system seemed to derive joy from her indignation. Thus, she altered her strategy. In the past, she would have felt utterly helpless, allowing her blood pressure to soar uncontrollably, ultimately succumbing to a torrent of expletives. However, after spending several days in the company of her avatars, her mental state had significantly improved. A mere spike in blood pressure was no longer a concern, for at critical moments, she would proactively resort to bloodletting to alleviate her stress. Moments later, instead of the usual tirade of insults from the system, Bai sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, she found herself holding a wind blade to her neck, measuring its sharpness. If you are angry, dear host, feel free to vent your frustrations upon me. Please, do not resort to such drastic measures. It frightens me, i.e. bloodletting pressure reduction. Please put the wind blade away. Ah,
I'm bleeding.
help! At that moment, Bai shared a healing spell, and the wound swiftly mended. Ah, the relief of lowered blood pressure was exquisite. Her mind felt remarkably clear. Alas, it seems the host has also become rather peculiar. I am the only one left in a state of normalcy. What a dismal situation. Meanwhile, beneath a deep valley, a vast lake of translucent lavender gel undulated in an erratic rhythm, emanating faint glimmers of light that rendered it breathtakingly beautiful. At the center of the lake stood a voluptuous, semi-transparent female figure of the same lavender hue, her clear eyes fixated on the scene above. She had maintained this posture for a full 17 hours. Please descend quickly. Please descend, she murmured, clasping her hands together in a gesture of reverence. She had heard that many intelligent beings perform such rituals when making wishes, and it proved to be quite effective. The being above her was the second otherworldly individual she had encountered, and this could be her opportunity for continuation. Of course, this was contingent upon the other not exploding at the slightest disagreement. In her desperate bid to evade the relentless pursuit of her foes, she had severed the fabric of time and space in this realm, weaving it into a loop. Within this infinite cycle, she had lost track of time. Yet recently, she had begun to sense that her days were numbered. Her reckless manipulation of temporal order had attracted the attention of the world, and it would not be long before she faced retribution. When that time arrived, there would be no trace of her existence in this realm. Only the newly arrived otherworldly beings would escape the reckoning, as they did not belong to this timeline and had yet to leave their mark upon this world. Unlike her, despite being an outsider, she had left too many traces and would ultimately be absorbed by the world. At this moment, Bai, after considerable deliberation, decided to descend and investigate. As the system suggested, since communication was possible, it might be worthwhile to engage in a meaningful exchange. After all, she had no place to accrue experience points at the moment. Why not take a chance? Before long, Bai found herself hovering just 10 meters above the Slime Queen. To her surprise, the once vast lake she remembered had transformed into a mere mud pit. While still sizable in her eyes, it paled in comparison to her last encounter. The translucent lavender mud pit sparkled with enchanting glimmers, appearing utterly exquisite. Looking toward the center of the pit, she spotted the voluptuous Slime Queen, who had evidently been waiting there for quite some time. One could not deny that, if one overlooked the issue of her semi-transparent lavender form, both her figure and beauty were impeccable. However, human preferences were not easily defined. For some, that translucent lavender body might even be considered an asset. At that moment, their gazes met, and a flicker of delight passed through the Slime Queen's pure eyes. The otherworldly being has finally descended, she thought instinctively. She felt an urge to approach, but then recalled the volatile man who could explode at the slightest touch. Thus, she halted abruptly and called out from a distance, "You won't explode upon contact, will you?" It is evident that she has indeed been psychologically scarred. However, this statement left Bai momentarily bewildered, though she quickly regained her composure. Considering the other party is the initiator of the time loop, it seems rather unsurprising that she retains her memories within this context. Upon reflecting on this, she glanced at the opponent's panel. Slime Queen, Starry Slime, rank, 7th level, currently in a state of continuous weakness. Compared to their last encounter, she appears significantly diminished, clearly indicating that maintaining this temporal loop is no trivial feat yet. Coupled with the other party's talent for refreshing their state at the stroke of midnight, Bai boldly surmised that the moment nearing midnight should be when the opponent is at their most vulnerable. It remains uncertain just how severely they will weaken, and thus, she resolved to bide her time and observe further. Perhaps in her weakest moment, an unexpected turn of events may occur. With this in mind, she shook her head in response. As long as you do not compel me to serve as some sort of vessel, there shall be no detonation. I have come to devise a means of rescuing you. Do you have any suggestions? Furthermore, why are you ensnared here, and what peril threatens you? Chapter 54. Become my equipment. Beneath the deep valley, a place that should have been enveloped in darkness, shimmered with an ethereal glow due to the presence of the Slime Queen. Her semi-transparent form radiated a lustrous light, transforming the shadowy abyss into a spectacle reminiscent of a starry night. An unknown fragrance lingered in the air, compelling Bai Yi to inhale deeply. At this moment, both parties had established a tentative understanding. The Slime Queen would no longer insist on becoming a vessel for reproduction. Instead, she required assistance in surviving and would provide Bai Yi with half the quantity of void-devouring worms. With a subtle gesture, hundreds of these worms disintegrated into fine powder and merged into her being. Though diminutive in size, they harbored a trace of pure void energy. While insufficient for significant purposes, they offered some comfort to her weakened state. After the Slime Queen finished her meal, Bai Yi spoke again. "Now it is time to discuss your situation. What threatens you?" As she spoke, she gracefully levitated in mid-air. At that moment, a void-devouring worm materialized beneath her, resembling a serpentine creature that gently cradled her in the air. With another motion, a second worm appeared, serving as a support. Hearing this, the Slime Queen could not help but smile bitterly. "The threat is this world itself. It has set its sights on me, and my reckoning is likely imminent. I am trapped here because maintaining the temporal cycle prevents me from venturing elsewhere. Yet, I cannot dismantle this cycle, for doing so would result in immediate discovery and retribution. Initially, I merely sought a suitable vessel to prolong my lineage. But now that you wish to assist me, I shall take a gamble. Though your strength is modest, you have garnered the favor of the void, which is no small matter. If you can devise a means to escape this world, I may ride on your coattails to salvation. Otherwise, only an entity greater than this world can prevail. Should the reckoning arrive, there will be no refuge for me in the vastness of existence." As she spoke, her gaze was filled with hope as she looked at Bai Yi and the devouring worm beneath her. She contemplated consuming a couple more. Yet, Bai Yi was too enraptured by the unexpected joy to concern herself with such trivialities. The difficulty of rescuing the Slime Queen was far simpler than she had anticipated. "Do you possess any relevant abilities, such as forming contracts or transporting individuals?" Bai Yi inquired excitedly within her mind. However, the response was a definitive no. What a pity. This system is not equipped with such functionalities. TCH. A subpar system. The system slowly displayed a question mark, as if sensing that its lines had been usurped. After further discourse with the system, Bai Yi turned her attention back to the Slime Queen and said, "Strictly speaking, this is merely a projection of my consciousness. This consciousness can escape this world, yet lacks the capability to transport others, unless you are willing to relinquish your body and power, allowing me to carry your soul and consciousness away, where we can start anew in my realm. Or perhaps..." At this juncture, Bai Yi paused. The notion of extracting the essence of a soul was merely a solution proposed by the system. Yet, just moments ago, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, revealing an alternative course of action. Perhaps there was another way. The Slime Queen clasped her hands expectantly before her chest. She would willingly abandon everything to start anew, for it was surely preferable to perishing in this place. The arduous journey that had led her to this point spanned an unfathomable 30 million years, fraught with trials and tribulations. If she could retain her accumulated wisdom, she would certainly eschew the notion of a fresh start. As for the second option, she could craft equipment for our leader when the next cycle commences. "You possess the ability to mimic, do you not?" Bai Yi preened her feathers, feeling like a genius in that moment. Mimicry was indeed within her capabilities, although it would not transform her into equipment. Moreover, the identity of your leader is... The Slime Queen found herself perplexed. To this, Bai Yi responded with a mysterious smile. "Our leader is the man who can self-destruct. Should you choose the second option, the precise steps will be dictated by our leader. If we fail, the first plan will automatically be enacted." She intended to have her main body attempt this once more tomorrow, as her innate talent allowed her to enhance various items. If the Slime Queen could transmute her body into equipment and subsequently extract her soul temporarily, could her physical form then be considered an item? If deemed an item, it could indeed be strengthened. Once enhanced, it would become equipment. Upon merging with the equipment and returning, they would naturally return together. It was simply perfect. Although she remained uncertain about the success rate of this method, an instinctual intuition assured her of its viability. Meanwhile, the slime queen was taken aback by the revelation. That man was still alive. Moreover, they were part of the same organization. Contemplating this, she lowered her head in thought. After a moment, she lifted it once more. I choose the second option. After reflecting, she concluded that rather than forsaking everything to start anew, it would be more advantageous to retain all and make a formidable entrance. Although the second option might entail a loss of freedom, who could guarantee that the first option would ensure freedom? Often, it is the weak who are truly unfree. Now, she simply hoped that the second plan would succeed without fail. Bai nodded in satisfaction at her response. Yet, in the next instant her expression froze. Who entered my chamber at this late hour? Just moments ago, she received a notification from the system indicating that someone had entered her room and that the system was currently managing the situation. This did not sit well with Bai. Although she had already exhausted her training points, she had intended to engage in further dialogue with the slime queen, only to have her plans abruptly interrupted. Reluctantly, she turned to her companion. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Feel free to indulge in these. With that, Bai waved her hand, summoning the void-devouring insects to gather in one place. She then initiated a self-detonation. Boom! A sound more violent than that of her main body erupted, her exquisite form disintegrating into a cascade of fragments, followed by a secondary explosion. Beside her, the slime queen was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Wasn't it promised that there would be no explosion? This time, she truly had not made any move. However, what astonished her even more was that the white-winged figure, which had seemingly dissipated into thin air, reappeared in its entirety after 2 resounding blasts. The white-winged one scratched her head, realizing she had forgotten about her resurrection. Just as she was about to attempt it once more, she noticed the slime queen's startled expression. After a moment of contemplation, she adjusted her words. Why don't you just consume me? At least that would be a substantial boon. With that, without allowing her counterpart a chance to retort, she lunged headfirst towards the slime queen's form. She merely wished to ascertain whether this action might trigger some new achievement. However, good intentions do not always align with the harsh realities of existence. With a sudden thud, the slime queen instinctively contracted her body in response to the white-winged one's abrupt movement. Consequently, the latter collided with her, meeting an untimely demise, her head bursting apart like a shattered watermelon. This was soon followed by yet another explosion, taking with it the void-devouring insect that had not yet been consumed. The slime queen exclaimed, "Wasn't it promised that I would feast? Did you expect me to be crushed under your reckless charge? Ah, I cannot believe I fell for your madness. You lunatic." In that moment, she found herself engulfed in profound self-doubt. How had she managed to engage in a calm conversation with a madwoman for so long? Could it be that her prolonged stay within this cycle had warped her mind? Upon this realization, clarity dawned upon her. It turned out, she too bore a flaw. Chapter 55. Settlement Rewards, 5 Achievements. This seemingly soft and squishy slime queen turns out to be so formidable. In the pristine white space, Bai rubbed her head, absorbing the rewards from this encounter. Instance: Discarva Dragon Burial Battlefield. Remaining time: 4 days 6 hours. Trial task: Rescue the Slime Queen. Failed. Survival time: 17 hours 57 minutes 13 seconds. Enemies vanquished: 57. Rescued: 0 injury source at critical moment. Slime Queen 50, Bai 50. Note: the force exerted is mutual. Killer: Bai rating D. Evaluation: survived for over 10 hours, ultimately meeting demise against the slime. Another one has lost their sanity. Instance refresh time: daily at midnight. What does it mean, another one has lost their sanity? Bai was perplexed, but soon, the bountiful rewards captivated her attention. Guaranteed reward: 1 standard lottery draw. Additional rating reward: 40 free attribute points. Death reward: none enemy kills reward. Frigid ice crystal arrow, universal skill. Extra rewards from this instant settlement: 200 experience points, 2 physique, 2 mental strength, 2 spiritual power. Current base attributes: physique 27, mental strength 25, spiritual power 18. Current experience points: 675. Current remaining free attribute points: 70. Achievements obtained: Eye for an eye, death and resurrection, one-man army, victory in negotiation, hee. Another one has lost their sanity. But not me. Cool, so many achievements. Bai couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving in delight. The rewards this time far exceeded the sum of the previous 2 encounters. Not only had she acquired a universal skill applicable to all her avatars, but she had also achieved 5 accomplishments in one go. This was much more than she had anticipated. Eagerly, she opened the detailed descriptions of her skills and achievements. Eye for an eye acquisition condition. Vanquish a target of your enmity from the previous instance. Effect. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you, and then you glare back fiercely. Your hateful gaze possesses a certain deterring effect. Death and resurrection acquisition condition. Die and be resurrected once under the watchful eyes of other intelligent beings. Achievement effect. After dying and resurrecting, gain a 50 enhancement to all attributes for 24 hours. In the instance, this effect lasts until the instance concludes. One-man army acquisition condition. Command over 1,000 summoned creatures or more. Effect. Summoned entities receive an additional 10 points to physique. Victory in negotiation acquisition condition. Outshine a king in negotiating presence and successfully seize control. Effect. In specific scenarios, individual aura is significantly amplified. Hee. Another one has lost their sanity, but not me. Acquisition condition. Due to your irrational behavior, you have altered the normal perception of another more powerful being. Effect. Moderate enhancement in resistance to mental control and spiritual pollution. Skill Frost Crystal Arrow. Consuming magical energy and mental strength. It conjures a chilling arrow that possesses tracking capabilities and detonates upon impact. Could this madness be attributed to the Slime Queen? After reviewing the acquisition conditions, Bai scratched her head in confusion. She should have only communicated with the Slime Queen. Yet, she distinctly recalled not engaging in any outrageous behavior this time. Compared to her doppelgängers, she had neither bared her soul nor indulged in any grotesque acts. How then did she earn such an achievement? Unable to comprehend, she decisively shifted the blame. It must surely be that the Slime Queen had issues from the outset. With this thought, Bai hurriedly chose to return, eager to discover the truth of the matter. Visiting her room at such an ungodly hour could not bode well. Capital City Time, 21:33. Since Bai was not the first to enter the instance, her return came at 9:30 in the evening. By this time, the entire quarantine zone had uniformly dimmed its lights for the night. The drizzle outside had transformed into a sporadic fine rain, evidently signaling that the front lines were poised for another victory. At this moment, the system guided Bai to stand by the window, casually observing the nightscape. The light seeping through the door's crack illuminated the room slightly, casting a reflection of Bai's exquisite visage on the misty windowpane. Suddenly, a flash of sword light flickered outside, a chilling brilliance soaring into the sky, like sparks scattered across the firmament. It vanished in an instant yet cleaved through the city's clouds and rain. The heavens disperse the clouds. The earth trembles as the great canal is formed. All rivers shall flow to the sea, and the Dragon King commands the waters to traverse. A gentle murmur resonated, followed by a torrent surging towards the ocean, leaving the city unharmed, as if each stream possessed its own wisdom. Humanity, leveraging the terrain, aided the flow. The accumulated water within the city visibly receded at an astonishing rate. The 9 tripod group has commenced their cleansing. It seems the water will be drained by tomorrow. Upon her return, Bai did not immediately seize control of her body, nor did the system recognize her consciousness had returned. It was not until she spoke that the system darted away like a startled rabbit. The host has finally returned. I have resolved everything, the system proclaimed, a hint of pride in its tone. Hearing this, Bai felt a twinge of curiosity. What exactly had intruded? With that, she took hold of the control of her body and turned to survey the room. However, aside from a slightly disheveled bed, there were no other creatures in sight. Yet, the pervasive scent of blood incessantly narrated the tale of an anomaly that had transpired here. System, look down. At this command, Bai lowered her gaze. There, at her feet, lay a humanoid creature cloaked in darkness, reminiscent of a mosaic, its limbs ensnared by glowing ropes. Species, Shadow Demon, shadow grievance, rank, unranked. Concurrently, the knowledge gleaned from her studies at school resurfaced. The shadow demon is a specialized race of abyssal scouts. The strength is generally lacking, yet it possesses the ability to meld into shadows and move swiftly, capable of alternating between corporeal and ethereal states. This being serves as the core force for gathering intelligence in the abyssal depths of society. It is among the few known species to possess a fixed racial talent, which cannot be transcended even upon awakening. Consuming it can soothe the nerves, invigorate the kidneys, and treat insomnia and vivid dreams. Furthermore, due to its relatively weak power and the difficulty in detection, coupled with its unique racial endowment, effective preventive measures remain elusive to this day. Consequently, particularly significant locations are often fortified with energy barriers to prevent these creatures from infiltrating, as they can disregard most physical collisions when in a state of shadowy mist. Only substances abundant in energy or energy barriers can impede them. Wait, what did you use to bind it? Bai suddenly discerned the crux of the issue. Theoretically, ordinary ropes cannot restrain such entities, and this room lacks even a common rope. Thus, this system has specifically extracted 2 tendons for this purpose. It has been quite painful. The system remarked that having spent considerable time with the host, it had inadvertently acquired some practical skills. This method of utilizing local resources proved quite effective. Upon hearing this, Bai glanced up at the camera and then at the creature on the ground, slowly forming a question mark in his mind. Chapter 56. A True Talent. The majority of bodily tissues contain biological energy, and their ability to conduct and store spiritual energy is exceptionally remarkable. By merely infusing a modicum of spiritual power, one can successfully bind it. Furthermore, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, this system has specifically infused light attribute spiritual energy. The system continued to elaborate, its tone brimming with pride. However, as it spoke, it noticed that Bai had already collapsed onto the bed, utterly devoid of hope. In response, the system, displaying an unexpected understanding, offered comfort. "Oh dear, do not fret, insignificant fish." This system extracted the tendons from the bend of the leg. There was absolutely no exposure. Upon hearing this, Bai's expression improved slightly, though not significantly. The key issue was merely the lack of exposure. The real concern was that you extracted tendons in front of the surveillance cameras. With that thought, Bai closed her eyes in despair. "It's over. My innocence is lost. You dog of a system, return my purity." She could already envision the reactions of those in the examination room. It wouldn't be long before someone came knocking. How would she explain this? Cramps bring me joy? Am I mentally unstable? That's not me? None of these explanations seemed viable. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a hint of indignation and sorrow crept into her demeanor. What an absurdity. Bai. Meanwhile, in the examination room, just as Bai had anticipated, the system's previous actions had left a significant impact on those present. A minute prior, they had witnessed Bai suddenly awaken in the darkened room, her eyes radiating a brilliant light, akin to 2 small bulbs. Immediately following, in the illuminated area, a shadow demon materialized from the darkness. Without uttering a word, it was met with a fist imbued with golden light that rendered it unconscious. Subsequently, Bai used the wind blades to methodically slice her own leg tendons. The ensuing scene was one so gruesome it could silence a child's cries. Flesh was severed, tendons extracted, and she was doing it to herself. They had never encountered such ruthlessness in all their years. Fortunately, their professional training kicked in. They swiftly composed themselves in the face of such absurdity and hurried back to the dormitory to fetch 2 medical personnel. Yet, upon their return, they found Bai had already completed the extraction, 2 golden feathers gently descending in front of her. In the next instant, those feathers landed upon her body, and the gaping wounds healed at a visibly rapid rate. Within mere seconds, she stood as if nothing had occurred. Then, grasping her own tendons, she bound the shadow demon. This spectacle left the already bewildered medical staff even more confounded. They counted on their fingers multiple times and ultimately reached the conclusion. This was akin to regrowing severed limbs, at the very least a 4th-tier ability. Did they truly need to provide her with treatment? With that realization, they stormed away in indignation. The level of healing power they had just witnessed was something they had only seen in their captain. They were generally only third tier and were incapable of such regenerative feats. To be called in to treat her? Was this not a humiliation? What a sight! Seeing their captain leading the team to the front lines to rescue others, only to come back and mock them. Humph! You'd better not get injured and fall into my hands. The two medical personnel exchanged knowing glances, silently noting the two individuals they had carried in, and then left in a huff. Once the medical staff departed, the examination room grew increasingly noisy. I sense talent in this one of them remarked. The other nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, she is hard on herself and even harsher on others. She is suited for military service. Am I the only one who recognizes her healing abilities?" Meanwhile, the young man who had assisted the medical staff scratched his head, glancing around and voiced his opinion as well. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to take notice, and a chorus of agreement followed. "No, you are not alone. You are not just one person. You are not human. Who are you insulting?" Fortunately, Di Feng intervened promptly, striking the table to restore silence. He turned his gaze towards Bai Yi, who had once again collapsed onto the bed, seemingly deep in slumber, and nodded approvingly. "She is indeed a talent. However, she has interacted with the shadow demon. Regardless, a thorough examination must be conducted as a matter of routine. If all is well, perhaps we can persuade her to stay. Even if she does not wish to join the military, it would suffice if she could lend a hand." With that, Di Feng personally led a team to attend to the matter. He could not afford to be indifferent. In the current world, skilled healers are already scarce, and powerful ones are even rarer. This is evident from the fact that a single strengthened team can only afford one fifth-tier non-resident healer. Now, with the recent disaster, the demand for medical personnel has intensified even further. In the adjacent room, Bai Yang, Yi was curled up under the covers, gazing gloomily at the shadows within, her tone betraying annoyance as she transmitted, "Is this what you meant by probing the situation?" Her mood was far from pleasant. Last night, Ing Yuan had come to report the results regarding the location of the abyssal rift. She had activated all available resources in the vicinity, yet ultimately failed to pinpoint any specific anomalies. However, it was not without merit. She discovered that 2 residents within the anomalous area happened to be right next door. With the mindset of casting a wide net, she had instructed Ing Yuan to send a demon to investigate, hoping to extract the target's memories. The result, however, was nothing short of a debacle. Not only did they fail to gather any useful information, but they were also captured by the adversary. This realization ignited her anger. What a useless bunch, achieving nothing and causing more trouble. What purpose do such weaklings serve? No wonder my brother faced defeat in battle. It was due to surrounding himself with such incompetence. At this thought, a trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. "Ha! Relying on you all, I fear nothing will ever come to fruition. This matter no longer requires your involvement. Leave swiftly, and take care of that useless one while you're at it. Be swift. The military district personnel are on their way." With that, Yi fell into a deep slumber in an instant. In her dreams, she appeared as a pitiful girl, her brow furrowed in confusion, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. The shadow murmured, "I shall heed your command, my king." The dark mist melded into the obscurity, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, the despondent white wing abruptly opened her eyes. Just moments prior, an unsettling sensation had washed over her, a repulsion stemming from her innate abilities, akin to the sacred feathers recoiling from the filthy mire of corruption. Something was amiss. This feeling was undeniably wrong. "Light the lamp." The system's prompt resonated just in time, and White Wing instinctively complied. The affinity of her innate light attribute surged to its zenith, and her spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent, illuminating the entire room with a radiant glow. Chapter 57. The Shadow Wing. The system seemed to be malfunctioning. In that moment, Shadow's emotions were in turmoil. It had merely intended to stealthily eliminate this incompetent subordinate and then make a hasty retreat. With its vast experience, it had not harbored even the faintest intention of killing, nor did it dare to glance at the person lying on the bed. Yet, to its dismay, it was detected while traversing the narrow passage behind the bed. The blinding light engulfed it, evoking the sensation of standing under the sun, overwhelming to the point of momentarily blinding its eyes. At that instant, even the dimmest corner of the room was illuminated by this pervasive luminous energy, leaving no shadow untouched. Run. This was the singular thought racing through its mind. It turned and dashed towards the door, certain that beyond it lay dark corners where it could find refuge. As long as it remained in the shadows, it would have the confidence to escape. The subordinate it had initially planned to eliminate was now entirely forgotten. The secrets it possessed far outweighed the worth of that mere pawn. Should it be caught and subjected to soul-searching, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, sitting upon the bed, White Wing was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that her omnidirectional flash would actually reveal an uninvited guest. The figure, over a meter tall and enveloped in darkness, appeared almost as a silhouette, barely discernible even in the radiant light. Was tonight the night she had unwittingly invaded the lair of shadow beasts? White Wing felt a surge of irritation. During the quarantine period, she had already encountered these creatures twice, and the bureaucratic procedures that would follow were sure to be arduous. If there were any suspicions of her collusion with them, she could be subjected to prolonged investigation, potentially taking weeks to resolve, during which she would need to spend valuable training points to mitigate the fallout. The culprits behind this predicament were the two shadow beasts that had crossed her path. Contemplating this, her gaze turned towards the shadow beast, inadvertently infused with a hint of murderous intent. The fleeing creature suddenly sensed an unexplainable dread washing over it, as if it were being targeted by an overwhelming terror. Its limbs stiffened involuntarily, nearly causing it to stumble as it fled. "Why are you running? Come here." White Wing, perched on the edge of her bed, couldn't help but smile at the sight of its frantic escape. To Shadow, that smile appeared more fearsome than that of a demon, causing it to collapse in terror, retreating towards the door, pleading, "Don't come any closer." "Oh, you can speak human language? Impressive. You must be an experienced scout. Delivering you to the military would certainly earn me some merit." As she spoke, her smile grew more pronounced. Capturing an old veteran shadow scout would be no small feat. She had resolved that to avoid further suspicion. Both of these creatures must be captured alive. With that determination, she raised her hand and unleashed a blade of wind. The invisible wind blade flashed with swiftness, cleaving the shadow beast in two just 2 meters from the door, dark liquid spilling forth in a gruesome cascade. In a state of vulnerability, the uninitiated body appeared as fragile as tofu beneath the slicing winds. The relentless gusts collided with the wall, penetrating several centimeters deep into the structure until they encountered a material of extraordinary resilience, at which point they dissipated. Simultaneously, Bai rose from the bed and, taking a few strides, approached the shadow demon. Enveloping her palm with spiritual energy, she lifted it for a meticulous examination. "You vile human, do as you wish with me. I am already doomed, and I shall reveal nothing." The shadow demon glared back at Bai with gritted teeth, yet an inexplicable fear compelled it to close its eyes. "My apologies, but you shall not meet your end without my consent." Upon hearing this, Bai swiftly extended her hand to grant healing. At this moment, devoid of any healing attributes from Bai and her original form, she shared a full 600 points of healing property, complemented by her own healing skills. With this dual enhancement, it required only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy to restore the creature's legs. "Master, it hurts. Would you kindly extract another tendon from my legs to bind it?" Bai initially contemplated using the shadow demon's tendons to restrain it, but quickly realized that its physical composition was harmonious with its attributes, rendering such a restraint impossible. Her gaze then shifted to her own legs. "This system feels pain too." The rescued little sparrow was now in their care. Bai had presented an irresistible condition to the system. Once the little sparrow disembarked, it was taken to the pet inspection station, and the system had not ceased to mention it over the past few days. "Little sparrow, oh my little sparrow. Ahem, this system asserts that we lack the sensation of pain." Half a minute later, "Host, it bit me." The system had only extracted half of the thigh tendon when, perhaps overwhelmed by the gruesome sight, the shadow demon unexpectedly took a bite out of her. Although it did not breach her defenses, the system expressed its grievance, noting that even the most insignificant host had never dared to bite her. In response, Bai resolutely sided with the system, It was time to teach the creature a lesson. Leave it to me. With that, the system took control of Bai Yi, disregarding any concerns regarding muscle spasms. One hand seized the shadow demoness wrists, while the other grasped its ankles. Due to her small hands, she crushed its bones to secure her grip. The right hand ignited with intense spiritual energy, enveloping the shadow demon entirely, while the left hand meticulously controlled the force to administer healing. A faint aroma of meat began to pervade the room. "What are you doing?" Bai Yi inquired. "A tooth for a tooth. Let it see what it deserves." While this creature may have restorative properties, consuming it raw is exceedingly uncivilized. The system's unapologetic response left Bai Yi in contemplative silence. She realized her own system was, perhaps, ailing as well. In that moment, she felt a profound loneliness and isolation belonging to those deemed normal. Outside, Difeng had just arrived in the corridor of the isolation area when he heard a report from the inspection room. The surveillance had experienced a fierce flash, losing visual contact with the target. Simultaneously, agonized screams echoed through the corridor. Upon hearing the words, he hastened his steps, arriving at Bai Yi's door in mere moments. With a swift motion, he unlocked the door and pushed it open, his expression turning serious as he glanced inside. The blinding light momentarily rendered him sightless, but being a formidable fifth-tier warrior, he quickly regained his vision after a brief blink. Then, amidst the overwhelming aroma of meat, he beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Before him stood a once beautiful, flawless woman, now drenched in blood. The area around her knees was a horrific mess, with a sinew protruding halfway out, limply swaying with her movements. In her grasp, she clutched a pitch-black creature, from which the tantalizing scent and agonizing cries emanated. At that moment, the young woman held one of the creature's ankles, igniting it with flames, while her other hand firmly grasped its wrist, continuously channeling healing energy to sustain the vital signs of the shadow demon. She appeared to be devouring it as one would a lamb chop, taking bites from its perfectly cooked thigh. Blood and flesh regenerated, cooked anew, only to be devoured once more. Upon noticing his arrival, she greeted him with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Hee hee, I've captured 2 shadow demons. Quite a feast, and the flavor is delightful. Care for a taste?" Enjoy your meal," he stammered. "I think I'll pass." Difeng confessed that, at that moment, he felt somewhat intimidated. Chapter 58. The blood sacrifice of swarm insects. Difeng instinctively retreated and quietly closed the door, but upon reflection, he realized he was not merely a spectator at a meal. He promptly dashed back inside. At that moment, Bai Yi had once again taken control of her body. "It hurts," she grimaced, feeling the excruciating pain in her leg. The sensation was 100 times more agonizing than forcibly stretching her leg. The pain surged from her thigh, coursing through her back and radiating to her head, causing her entire brain to tremble. Fortunately, she could endure it for a short while. With determination, she decided to sever the mangled flesh using a wind blade, followed by healing and regeneration. This was not due to her reluctance to treat the wound, but rather because direct amputation and regeneration proved to be more efficient. Treating the wound was too slow and cumbersome. If she merely healed it, the tendons would remain exposed, likely resulting in a disfigured recovery. Hence, a swift, decisive cut was the most practical solution. Just as she was about to act, the door to the room swung open once more. Difeng, caught off guard, was splattered with blood. Yet, instead of expressing discontent, he fixated intently on Bai Yi's injury. Golden feathers began to sprout from thin air, and the flesh of the wound visibly regenerated at an astonishing rate. First, the blood vessels and muscles reformed, followed by the skin, and within mere seconds, the injury was restored to its original state. "Apologies, I startled you. I just captured 2 demonic scouts and couldn't resist sampling their essence," Bai Yi remarked with a slight smile, her face a disturbing blend of black and red, tainted with both human and demonic blood. Seeing this, Difeng instinctively swallowed hard and shook his head. "It's not illegal. However, we must take these demons for interrogation, and you need to accompany me to prevent any tampering from their kin." "Very well," Bai Yi replied cheerfully, handing the bewildered shadow demon to Difeng. She then approached the window and tossed out the bound shadow demon. Finally, she spoke, "I will clean up the blood. Please step aside for a moment. Upon hearing this, Di Feng promptly closed the door for Bai Yi. 10 minutes later, Bai Yi emerged after a brief cleansing, donning the raincoat she had worn earlier. The transformation was remarkable. The once terrifying figure now appeared radiant, with her golden hair, reminiscent of the sun, simply tied back. Her fair complexion and well-defined features were illuminated by the lingering aura of light elemental energy, bestowing upon her an ethereal and gentle presence. At first glance, she resembled a celestial angel that had descended to the mortal realm. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Di Feng would never have connected this serene visage with the fearsome appearance from moments ago. Why are you still in a raincoat? It's no longer raining outside, Di Feng inquired, having packed away the two shadow demons, puzzled by her choice of attire. Oh, that I have no other clothes to wear, Bai Yi replied with a helpless shrug, oblivious to the nuances in his tone. At this moment, her mind was filled with apprehension regarding the impending thorough examination. She feared two things above all: blood extraction and soul searching. The former was somewhat manageable. Certain individuals with unique talents might possess blood and genes that deviate from those of ordinary people, a fact she could rationalize. However, the latter posed a more formidable challenge. She could only hope she would not be subjected to such treatment. Beside her, Di Feng noticed Bai Yi's unease and offered comforting words. Rest assured, the examination is merely a standard procedure. They will not conduct any excessive measures. The primary objective is to ensure there are no infiltrators from the demon race and that you have not fallen under their control. Essentially, it is a regular health check, supplemented by a purification process and a session of hypnosis. Additionally, a psychological evaluation may be required. At this juncture, Di Feng shyly shifted his toes. In truth, such extensive examinations were unnecessary, but he was eager to win her over, thus complicating matters. He did not even require her to enlist in the military. It would suffice if she could assist in critical moments. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief. Hypnosis could allow the system to take over, and she was quite confident in her psychological stability. In simple terms, she felt reassured. Meanwhile, Bai Yang had redirected his consciousness back into the pristine white space. With Bai Yi preparing for her examination, he could not afford to remain idle. As the day was drawing to a close, he needed to assess his own gains. Not to mention, he had yet to utilize today's enhancements, and he needed to find a way to make use of them. However, due to surveillance in the real world, he dared not act recklessly, thus confining his activities to the settlement space of the system. Yet, utilizing enhancements here had its drawbacks. Only items that were either equipped or derived from the system could be enhanced, while objects from the real world could not enter this realm. He decided to try his luck with a standard lottery draw, and if that did not yield results, he would enhance his psychic energy drink to see if it could elevate his limits. With his resolve set, Bai Yang activated the ordinary lottery reward granted by the system. A dazzling radiance enveloped him, and soon, information flooded his mind. However, this draw yielded a result starkly different from previous ones. Instead of equipment, he had drawn an entirely new trait. Trait Blood Sacrifice Swarm, all clones share without decay. Effect: upon sustaining damage, lost flesh will generate a swarm of flesh bugs to fight on your behalf. The three-dimensional attributes of the flesh swarm default to one of your own attributes when injured. The specific quantity generated varies with the amount of flesh lost. Bai Yang? System, have you truly lost your mind? He could not help but twitch his eye. This skill, upon closer inspection, seemed rather bizarre. He envisioned his formidable clones, engaging in battle with blood and flesh flying everywhere, only for that very flesh to transform into swarms of tiny bugs charging towards the enemy. The vivid imagery left him feeling somewhat uneasy. This was too absurd. In response to Bai Yang's skepticism, the system promptly denied the accusation. I haven't tea. I'm not. Don't make wild claims. This is merely the normal outcome of the system's automated operations. One could attribute it solely to the host's fortune. In response, Bai Yang merely offered a dismissive smile. Oh, do you think I believe that? This system must be deranged. Otherwise, how could the extracted characteristic be so peculiar? Yet, despite its eccentricity, upon calm and rational reflection, Bai Yang discerned that this characteristic held considerable potential. although a mere 1% may seem insignificant, when combined with the achievement of forming a unit of one, could indeed be a formidable skill in the early stages. As for the later phases, this characteristic would undoubtedly prove even more advantageous. However, before he could delve deeper into his research, the delight on his face abruptly froze. The reason was simple. At that very moment, Bai Yi had arrived at the health examination point, and the first item on the agenda was a blood draw.
Bai yang exclaimed, "System, hurry, hurry."
Find a way to deactivate this characteristic. Chapter 59, Jurassic Mosquito? In the stark expanse of pure white, Bai Yang was immediately engulfed by panic. He could vividly imagine the repercussions of extracting a vial of blood, only to discover it was infested with a swarm of worms. At that moment, Bai Yi would undoubtedly be doomed. Furthermore, as one who had disembarked the vehicle alongside Bai Yi, he too would be subjected to the extraction. After another vial, his very essence would be at risk. The thought was utterly terrifying. At this juncture, the system's voice echoed once more. There is a solution, but to enable the feature that allows for free deactivation, a cost of 1,000 training points is required, and our funds are insufficient. Unable to deactivate it, fabricating a false identity might suffice. In a moment of inspiration, Bai Yang recalled the issue surrounding Bai Yi's identification. What a splendid idea. This will be inexpensive. Merely 10 training points. Meanwhile, within the examination room, Bai Yi stood hesitantly by the window, lost in thought. After Di Feng brought her here, he appeared nonchalant as he attended to the shadow demon. Bai Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Di Feng was an old comrade of her father's, someone she had only met a few times in her childhood, but the impression remained indelibly etched in her memory. She had but one assessment of him. A cunning old fox, possessing a mind as intricate as a beehive. At that moment, noticing Bai Yi's prolonged silence, the technician presumed she was apprehensive about the blood extraction. With a slight smile, he reassured her, "My dear, there is no need to be afraid. Truly does not hurt. At most, it feels akin to a mosquito bite." As he spoke, he brandished a nearly 2-meter-long device, resembling a spear with a hollow center, its tip adorned with a delicate needle that resembled a syringe. Mosquito kiss gun, green, sharpness. 150 traits. Clean, blood-sucking. At the sight, Bai Yi's brow twitched. Such professional equipment was indeed impressive. Generally, due to the superior physiques of these pioneers, many possessing exceptionally resilient skin, standard needles would find it impossible to penetrate. Thus, most bloodletting was self-administered, followed by assistance from medical personnel for healing. Places equipped with such professional apparatus were a rarity. One could only commend its professionalism. With that thought in mind, the system signaled completion. Bai Yi no longer hesitated and promptly extended her hand. Then, with a delicate grunt, she fought to maintain her composure while questioning the technician. "Is this what you call a mosquito bite? The pain is akin to having a chunk of flesh gnawed away. Thankfully, my pain tolerance is relatively high. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly cried out." A somewhat plump nurse, adorned in a uniform, chimed in playfully, "Perhaps it's a Jurassic mosquito." Faced with the nurse's maliciously playful demeanor, Bai Yi shot her a deadpan stare. Where on earth did Uncle D find such talent? Surely, this needlework must be a skill from the interrogation department. Nevertheless, she swiftly healed the wound on her arm and proceeded to the next step. Half an hour later, "Yea, host, we successfully slipped through." Upon hearing the excited voice of the system, Bai Yi could only muster a lackluster response in his heart. "Oh, how wonderful." The system fell silent for a moment before replying, "Thank you for your perfunctory acknowledgement amidst your busy schedule." Exhaustion enveloped him. He had never anticipated that questions regarding mental health could be so challenging. With this thought, Bai Yi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The questions were quite peculiar, yet he managed to barely pass, considering himself a relatively normal individual. With that, he wearily stepped out of the isolation building. As soon as he stepped outside, the refreshing scent of the post-rain air mingled with the night breeze from the mountains, instantly lifting a significant portion of his weariness. At that moment, Di had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Upon seeing Bai Yi emerge, he hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. In response, Bai Yi lifted his gaze slightly, changed direction, and attempted to walk past him again, only to be intercepted once more. With a long sigh, Bai looked at the other man. Captain D, since the inspection is complete, there is no need for further isolation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. D, upon hearing this, grew anxious and quickly got to the point. Miss Bai, I have some matters I would like to entrust to you. What matters? Bai replied, let me be clear. My abilities are limited. Seeing D adopt such a humble stance, Bai was momentarily at a loss regarding the intentions behind his approach. But your value is boundless. Upon hearing this, D couldn't help but chuckle softly. The test results had already come in. The individual's healing ability had reached the level of a 5th-tier healer, with healing attributes ranging from 500 to 1,000. For healers, reaching the 4th tier is a significant milestone, healing attributes of 400. Below the 4th tier, regardless of spiritual energy, one could only expedite wound healing and facilitate the regeneration of certain injuries. However, the rebirth of severed limbs remained unattainable. Above the 4th tier, regardless of spiritual energy, one could achieve organ regeneration, significantly enhancing rescue capabilities. If Bai were willing to stay, D was confident that he could save hundreds of lives daily during this period. While individual capabilities are limited, the value of life is priceless, making this opportunity invaluable. With this in mind, D softened his demeanor further and continued explaining. The situation is dire this time. Both the front lines and the rear are inundated with numerous injured individuals, and our medical resources are insufficient in the short term. We have dispatched many external personnel, but there are still too few healers. I hope you can remain to assist us in treating the wounded. Bai, for how long? Just a day or two, however. If you wish to stay longer, that can be arranged. I will enroll you in our external medical team. During your service, the compensation will be 50,000 a day. No, 100,000 a day. D pondered for a moment before decisively offering a price that Bai could hardly refuse. The external team, in simple terms, refers to military outsourcing personnel. When there is a shortage of specific personnel, positions are open to the public. It entails fewer restrictions than the military, yet during the mission, one enjoys benefits equivalent to those of soldiers. After the mission concludes, one returns to civilian life. In response, Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Your noble intentions have truly moved me. Since my true form will not emerge for another day and a half, I might as well engage in some benevolent deeds to pass the time. Meanwhile, Bai also retrieved a special energy drink in the pristine white space, opting for enhancement. Chapter 60. The flesh and blood worm. The hour is at hand. The auspicious moment is now. In a pristine white space, Bai fixed his gaze upon the time as he commenced an esoteric chant. His talent enhancement was guaranteed to succeed, yet it was not entirely so. According to the instinctual hints of his gift, should the random outcome of the enhancement fall below the original quality of the equipment, a qualitative transformation would not occur. At most, only slight improvements in certain attributes would be realized. Currently, he aimed to enhance a green-grade spiritual energy special drink. As long as the enhancement result reached blue or above, it would be deemed successful. However, fate often defies one's desires. When a green light illuminated the space, the hope that had hung in Bai Yang's heart was extinguished. Yet, fortunately, it was not entirely fruitless. Spiritual Energy Special Drink Primordial, Green, Spiritual Energy Special Drink Primordial, Green 3, Type, Special Equipment Durability, 5 Constitution, 25 Armor Piercing, 80, 50-80, Burn, 80 Healing, 80. Bai Yang pondered for a moment. The figures presented were indeed a result of the differing outcomes of the enhancement. Gray, white, and green, these precisely represented 3 grades, thus the display showed a 3. Although the enhanced spiritual energy special drink did not undergo a qualitative change, its attributes had already brushed the edges of blue-grade equipment. Once he entered the dungeon, he would seek an opportunity to replant and then achieve a dual resonance again, allowing the healing and other attributes to soar to a terrifying 960 points, placing him among the upper echelon of 5th-tier healers. At that time, his margin for error on the battlefield would be significantly higher. With this thought in mind, after resonating once more, Bai Yang settled into meditation within the expanse of this space. Curiously, meditation typically requires absolute silence, and under such multitasking conditions, it should have been challenging for him to enter a meditative state. Yet he succeeded with surprising ease. What a curious little fish. Current mystery, 50. Current constitution, 283. Meanwhile, across the room, Xiaodu lay awake, tossing and turning. Moments ago, she had glimpsed through the crack in the door as the contractor she had taken a liking to was led away by someone. Boredom took hold, and her thoughts began to spiral. What if something happens? Oh no, if something goes wrong, where will I find another target so perfectly aligned with me? As her anxiety deepened, Jiang Saida found herself wrapped in her blanket, becoming entangled as she lost herself in thought. She possessed a peculiar trait. When entirely focused on something, her body would move involuntarily. When she finally regained her senses, she discovered herself ensnared within the covers, resembling a large flour roll. Wait, why can't I get out? Unyielding, she twisted and squirmed, but after a moment, she surrendered to her plight. Xiao Ai, ring the bell and save me. Her voice traveled through the blanket and overcame numerous obstacles, ultimately reaching Xiao Ai's ears next door. Xiao Ai, wake me. Xiao Ai lifted her head. Huh? Auntie, seriously, you're such a grown-up yet still need someone to wake you from sleep. Well, it is that time, she must be sleepwalking. As she spoke, Xiao Ai lowered her head once more, meticulously polishing her skirt armor. A striking blush appeared on her slightly fair, wheat-colored cheeks. Her form was truly exquisite. No, she must attend to her maintenance once again. In contrast to the now tranquil isolation zone, the battlefield was more animated. On a plain outside the valley, within a square expanse of 399 square meters, a fiery descent from a derivative avatar marked the completion of a phase of their task. Current phase tasks. 1. Exit the valley and explore more regions, at least 100 square kilometers. 2. Completed cultivate land and establish a camp, clear an area of no less than 400 square meters and construct buildings. Phase 2 reward. Random gray equipment, 100 merit points. Participants in this area development. Bai Yi Luo Tianqing, Miao Ruoxue. Although Bai Yi's reward was directly bestowed upon Bai Yang, the others were accurately allocated to their respective recipients. However, as Luo Tianqing observed the reward recipients, she fell into contemplation. She mentioned that all these fox maidens look so alike. It turns out they are all avatars. Surely you all weren't merely grown? After pondering, Luo Tianqing asked uncertainly. In response, all the avatars nodded in unison. Yet, Miao Ruoxue, whose emotions had just been calmed, was oblivious to this. To her, this territory was clearly developed by their group of over 20, yet the rewards displayed only 3 names. Realizing this, Miao Ruoxue suddenly jolted upright, fearfully glancing at the busy fox maidens. If only 3 individuals received rewards, then what were these entities so jovial before her? In that moment, Miao Ruoxue felt as though her head might explode. The more she thought, the more terrified she became, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Why are you shaking so violently? At that moment, Luo Tianqing, returning to the fire, noticed Ruoxue's distress and gently inquired. I'm cold. Ruoxue felt that this world was far too frightening. So, what exactly are they? Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqing couldn't help but smile again. You are merely afraid. But there is no need for fear. They are just some special avatars. We will not harm you. We will take you to a world filled with yarn balls and little fish treats. Hours had passed since nightfall, and after relentless efforts and cooperation from the little fox spirits, Luo Tianqing finally resolved the misunderstandings between the 2 parties. Although the cat was still somewhat unaccustomed, at least she dared to help shovel snow now. With that, she chuckled lightly, slicing off a rib from number 18 and placing it over the fire to roast. This is the feeling. Cool. One more on the left. Luo Tianqing, having grown accustomed to this, turned to Ruoxue with a gentle smile. Come, sister will roast some meat for you. Seemingly familiar with such antics, Ruoxue, though still frightened, managed to suppress her fear. She shook her head and retrieved her unfinished salted fish sword. I'll just eat this. Is that so? However, this equipment. Luo Tianqing intended to utter further words, but abruptly noticed that the cat's eyes were wide open, its pupils constricted, filled with an overwhelming sense of terror. Its ears and tail bristled, its entire body trembled as if shaken by a sieve, and its small face turned pallid, devoid of color. A quivering finger pointed toward the direction of the fire, while its lips moved in a futile attempt to form words, yet no sound escaped. "Oh dear. I have already mentioned that those little foxes are our allies." Luo Tianqing assumed that Ruoxue was still frightened by the doppelgängers, and thus continued to offer her comfort. However, it was not long before she heard a rustling sound, reminiscent of countless worms writhing in a mire, akin to the gruesome sound of something feasting upon fresh flesh. Simultaneously, the rib bone in her hand had inexplicably turned slick. In a fleeting moment, she felt as if the rib had wriggled slightly. A chilling dread surged through her spine, and she instinctively turned to look. To her horror, she realized that what she was roasting was not a piece of meat, but rather a half-meter-long white worm. It was coated in putrid fresh flesh, but upon closer inspection, what appeared to be flesh was actually a swarm of bright red blood worms, coiling around the white worm like sinews. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the white worm suddenly coiled its body and opened its mouth, emitting a spine-chilling shriek from its spiraled, toothy maw. The other blood worms affixed to it also reared up, collectively producing an eerie low hum. Each of these blood worms bore shark-like teeth, remnants of their roasted kin still clinging to them. A pungent stench of blood flooded her nostrils. As these grotesque beings loomed perilously close, Luo Tianqing's mind nearly ceased to function. Chapter 61. The cat's monologue. I am known as Ruoxue, or in full Wu Miao Ruoxue, currently referred to as Miao Ruoxue. As for the true essence of my name, it is of little consequence. What truly matters is that my mind has now escaped from home. In the past few days, I have endured the most harrowing ordeal of my feline existence. Once a magical cat girl, I unexpectedly found myself transported to another realm while en route to the Magic Academy. Initially, I presumed it to be a prank orchestrated by my classmates, only to later realize that this was no jest. I first encountered humans who bore a striking resemblance to us, yet were distinctly different. They unwittingly summoned a multitude of fearsome snow monsters, compelling me to flee in desperation. In my frantic escape, I inadvertently tumbled into a pit. Fortunately, I survived. Though hunger almost claimed me, this place, known as the Battle Realm, presented me with a grand salted fish. Thus, I persevered. However, as I prepared to climb out, I fell into the clutches of fox-eared demons, who immediately sought to devour me. They even insisted that I feast upon them first, so they might grow plump before my eventual meal. Terrified, I fainted from weakness. Yet, miraculously, I lived once more. Later, under the guidance of a human sister, I discovered that they were not demons at all, but rather beings with peculiar ways of behaving. Anomalies. Their nature was not malevolent. In fact, they were willing to roast themselves for my sustenance. Naturally, I declined, as I had my salted fish sword to consume. Alas, the good fortune was fleeting. Just moments ago, a reward notification from the Battle Realm appeared. To my horror, I realized that among the seemingly 20-plus members of our party, including myself, there were only 3 valid units, one of which had long been buried in the ground. The captain. So what of the other members? Or rather, what were those other entities? As I gazed upon these beings, engaging in self-immolation, gnawing at their own limbs, writhing grotesquely, and laughing maniacally, yet conversing with me amiably. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but the human sister assured me that these were mere avatars of the captain, harmless in nature. Yet, could these truly be harmless manifestations? With such doubts lingering, I sat beside the fire, observing the human sister as she detached the fox ribs from their bodies. The very sight pained me, yet the beings bore expressions of bliss. Blood splattered the ground, yet the human sister remained unfazed, placing the bloody ribs over the fire to roast, as if it were the most natural occurrence. Everything seemed disturbingly commonplace. Something was amiss. All of this felt profoundly wrong. This was not a normal world, at least. The creatures before me did not exhibit the mental state characteristic of any ordinary being. It was as if everyone had unwittingly succumbed to madness, leaving me as the sole semblance of a normal cat. But if everyone else behaved thusly, Perhaps it was I who was the aberration. With this thought, I regained my composure. The crackling fire blazed brightly, and I nestled close to it for warmth. In the nights here, darkness is predatory, and only the flickering light offers solace. Thus, I found myself lost in the flames. And then, I beheld a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my days. The freshly prepared fox ribs resting upon the bonfire suddenly began to writhe. At first, I assumed it was merely an illusion, yet it soon became evident that this was no mere figment of my imagination. The flesh and blood truly stirred. Strands of meat squirmed and twisted, morphing into sanguine worms that emitted silent screams under the searing heat of the flames. Before long, the pale bones contorted into white wriggling forms, raising themselves to reveal their fangs. And this flesh belonged to sister number 18. I knew it. I sensed something was amiss. These foxes, no, these beings were certainly abnormal. They were not safe. They had concealed themselves among us, entombing sister by distorting the perceptions of our human sisters. They were not ordinary creatures. They were insects, or perhaps in their eyes we were the true insects. The words spoken upon our first encounter echoed in my ears, threatening to devour me. At that moment, my sanity fled. The scream shattered the silence of the night, stirring many lurking in the shadows. Perhaps a breeze had come, parting the gloomy clouds in the starless sky. For the first time, she beheld the night sky here, illuminated by a crimson moon, its sanguine light casting eerie and terrifying reflections upon everything. Luo Tianqing, in her panic, instinctively hurled the creature in her grasp into the fire. The swarm within the flames emitted a piercing shriek. Although she possessed a robust constitution and a strong capacity for acceptance, it did not imply a lack of rational thought. In this instant, she instinctively aligned her thoughts with Miao Ruoshua's. Amidst her fear, anger began to intertwine. Casting a glance at the still busy offshoots, she seized Miao Ruoshua and urged her to flee. Run with me. Instinctively, they shared the same thought. Flesh transforming into insects was decidedly not a phenomenon befitting normal creatures. This situation invoked memories of that malevolent deity from the depths of the sea. Yet, regardless of anything, she had to escape this place and devise a long-term strategy. Species: transmuted insect swarm, flesh, physique, 11 spiritual power, 1 mystical energy. 1. Species: transmuted insect swarm, bone, physique, 11 spiritual power, 1 mystical energy. 1 defense. 10. Species: transmuted flying insect, skin, physique, 11 spiritual power, 1 mystical energy. 2 minutes later. Where have they gone? Number 6, clutching a piece of driftwood of unknown origin, tossed it beside the bonfire, only to discover that the 2 individuals who had been here moments ago had vanished. They were gone, fled far away. Number 9 looked around and shook his head. No matter, the scent still lingers in the air. Even numbers, follow me. Odd numbers stay back to protect the leader. Number 8's delicate nostrils twitched as they discerned the direction. The leader's command was to ensure her safety along with that of the others, and they had to execute their orders with utmost seriousness. Protect them at all costs. Is 18 an even or odd number? Number 18 shook off the insect swarm born from her bloodstains and began counting on her fingers. On the 22nd, surely, you have not let your exhilaration lead you to madness. Stop dawdling and hasten your steps. With that, the 18th swiftly followed suit, trailed by a throng of newly emerged larvae. Upon witnessing this, the 6th eyes sparkled with excitement. A lone individual can indeed rally an army. How splendid! As he spoke, he made an incision in his abdomen, and blood gushed forth, cascading onto the snow, rapidly transforming into an array of insects of varying sizes. Little ones, follow me, the 6th exclaimed coolly, activating his 4-wheel mode, as a stream of crimson creatures obediently followed behind. 10 minutes later, Luo Tianqing continued to sprint fervently towards a direction etched in her memory. However, unbeknownst to her, other entities had stealthily pursued her. I can no longer run, dear sister. Do not concern yourself with me. I shall dig a pit and conceal myself. Perchance that will afford me some respite. Cat gasped for breath, the wind howling in her ears. The night breeze carried distant roars, the hungry growls of predators lurking in the shadows. A rush of frigid air filled her lungs, chilling the capillaries in her respiratory tract. A sweetness tinged her throat. She was a scholar, a magical cat maiden, her physique barely sufficient to endure the biting cold, relying solely on her magical prowess and the warmth of a campfire to survive. In her current state of weakness, she could no longer maintain her pace. "Do not move about. I shall carry you," Luo Tianqing declared with resolve, hoisting her companion onto her shoulder, and resumed her frantic dash. Chapter 62. The White Wings. Next, another 2 hours. Luo Tianqing, relying on her extensive experience with maps, finally managed to shake off the monsters that had been pursuing them. However, she found herself utterly exhausted. Initially, the overwhelming weight of the snow hindered her spiritual energy, rendering her unable to traverse the thick blanket of snow gracefully. Instead, she was forced to trudge through, which not only slowed her pace but also drained her stamina. Fortunately, her familiarity with this battlefield allowed her to navigate perilous areas multiple times and escape unscathed. Any creature bold enough to pursue her would undoubtedly face considerable difficulties. Panting heavily, she decided to rest for a moment, convinced she had run far enough. After traversing several patches of frozen ground that left little trace of her passage, she lay down in a field of snow. A few flakes slipped down her collar, sending a shiver through her body. Thus, she held Ruoshua close, seeking warmth from each other. What on earth is happening in this life? Glancing up at the dim, blood-red night sky, she could not help but ponder this question. First, there was the inexplicable snow burial, then Bai Yi, and now these entities that had replaced Number 6 and her companions. Present, she leaned towards the belief that Bai Yi's group of doppelgängers had been quietly corrupted or replaced at some unknown point. After all, during the day when she had been gnawing on feet, such occurrences had not manifested. Thus, in her view, it was highly likely that they had been substituted by something else, something far more perilous than mere impersonators. After all, these traits bore the hallmark of an evil deity. Meanwhile, the team led by Number 8, predictably, encountered a skirmish along their route. As they followed a scent across a snowy terrain, a group of vine-like entities, lurking within the snow, suddenly attacked them. These creatures erupted from the ground like arrows, piercing through the group with their several meter-long ice crystal tendrils. The crystalline spikes invaded their bodies and then unfurled within, akin to long dormant sponges greedily siphoning their flesh and warmth. In response, their movements were swift and decisive. They unleashed their spiritual energy, igniting it to heal themselves. Yet, even as they incinerated the tendrils, new ice crystal vines would soon emerge. Their core lay concealed beneath the thick frozen earth, and the blazing flames could only scorch the surface layer, leaving them unable to locate the roots. Ultimately, it was only after the doppelgängers activated their burning mode that they successfully exited the area. During this ordeal, Number 16 and Number 22 were tragically caught, their heads pierced and obliterated in an explosion that nearly claimed Number 18 as well. Though they revived on the spot, this marked one of their most devastating losses. Yet, they were unfazed. Death was merely a return to the collective consciousness. The leader's orders were absolute. After their departure, the ice crystal vines beneath the surface had gorged on flesh, their core, akin to a root-like heart, filled with undigested blood. As a stationary area boss, it had not feasted in such a manner for quite some time. But in the next instant, the stored blood began to churn violently, transforming into a swarm of insects. 10, 100, 1,000. The numbers continued to escalate. Within the conduits, in the digestive chambers, upon the blood-stained vines on the ground. Wherever flesh and blood may reach, these minuscule insects are ubiquitous. Tireless and oblivious to casualties, they gnaw relentlessly from the frail core outward, gradually undermining its vitality. When the essence of over a dozen corporeal forms converges upon these diminutive creatures, their destructive potential is astonishing. In a mere matter of minutes, this second-tier pinnacle area boss met its quiet demise. A crimson swarm of insects emerged from its body, bearing a spherical piece of equipment, akin to a scarlet stream rushing towards their creator. In the present world, 00011, your derivative manifestations progeny has slain the second-tier boss Eternal Frozen Vine, dropping the equipment heart of Frost, White. You have earned 200 points of merit. as this marks your first participation in the boss's defeat in this battleground, granting you a random white equipment and 5 free attribute points. In the system instance, Bai Yang, wielding the blood-weeping great axe, had just dispatched a green-skinned foe and narrowly evaded a dragon's breath when he received a special notification from the war domain. What has occurred? Bai Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He then extended a fragment of his consciousness to connect with Bai Yi, subsequently relaying the information to Bai Yi's derivative manifestation. Flee, seek, ambush. In an instant, the entire situation became clear to him, prompting a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In his preoccupation with psychological wellness assessments, he had neglected to inform them in advance. Meanwhile, as he was distracted, his hands did not falter. With a swift motion, he executed a downward strike imbued with flames, eliminating the 7 dog-headed attackers while simultaneously cleaving through incoming arrows. During this instance in the dungeon, he had allocated all 70 of his free attribute points to spiritual energy, freeing himself from the predicament of possessing healing and burning attributes without sufficient energy to wield them. Now, bolstered by this spiritual energy, he could unleash fiery strikes with each swing. Against unarmored foes, he would cleave directly. Against heavily armored opponents, he would first deliver a punch to shatter their defenses before following up with a strike. Before the high-tier combatants descended, he intended to indulge himself with a flurry of action. With 780 points of burning spiritual energy, his single-target effectiveness rivaled that of Dragon's Breath. A single axe swing would ignite flesh and blood, even if it did not result in immediate death. Keep pushing, minions. Let's crush them. Employ the ruthless iron hand. Wreak havoc upon them. Yes, just like that. Cleave for me. I want to see rivers of blood flow. Bai Yang. Quiet down. You're distracting my vision. Wait, vision? At this moment, in the rescue station, Bai Yi had donned a white uniform and entered work mode. After all, midnight signified the dawn of a new day, and it was time to commence duties. The station had already accumulated a multitude of injured individuals, all of whom had been brought in over the past half hour. Previously, the flooding had made travel perilous for ordinary citizens. Now that the Dragon King had drained the excess water, they surged in en masse. Most of those arriving were severely wounded, individuals whom ordinary hospitals lacked the assurance to save. The loss of limbs pales in comparison to the more grievous injuries. Several sections of intestines severed, life hanging by a thread. In response, Bai Yi instinctively employed her method of treatment. She summoned wind blades to meticulously sever the damaged, waterlogged intestines from the abdomen. Following that, she poured alcohol into the abdominal cavity, cleansing the remnants of filth before inverting the body as one would pour water, and ultimately initiating the regeneration process. The horrific screams echoed, silencing the surrounding crowd, even muffling the pained moans to a whisper. Is there a standard procedure for this treatment?
Bai Yi muted.
Glancing at Di Feng, who had accompanied her, she sensed the atmosphere was amiss, yet in her view, the essence of saving lives lay in efficiency. Naturally, should there be any requisite protocols, she would adhere to them, especially given the stakes of 10,000 a day. Upon hearing her words, Di Feng instinctively touched his abdomen, then quickly shook his head. No, none at all. Your efficiency is remarkable. Here in the military district, the key is saving lives. The procedure is secondary. Do what you do best, prioritize efficiency. With a grin, Bai Yi replied, then it's settled. Next patient. You have a comminuted fracture in your lower back. There's no need for repair. Let us replace it entirely. Next. Your rib has penetrated. Let us replace that as well. Next. Ouch. This issue is rather severe. I recommend replacing everything below the head. Chapter 63. Engaging in serious business. After a moment of anticipation, it was over. Di Feng attempted to intervene, only to witness Bai Yi swiftly sever the opponent's head. The man's eyes were wide with terror. Immediately thereafter, Bai Yi lifted the severed head, emanating a soft, radiant glow. Ethereal feathers materialized from thin air. Given the severity of the situation, Bai Yi exerted herself to the fullest extent. Concerned that the 780 points of healing might prove insufficient, she summoned the light feathers to enhance the healing efficacy. Before their very eyes, the neck, still oozing blood, visibly regenerated, first the sinews, then flesh, followed by the internal organs. With Bai Yi's spiritual power limited to 75 points, she utilized a shared energy body to restore her strength, ultimately resolving the crisis at hand. Well done, the operation was a success. You are now a charming young lady. What? You mean you didn't know you were a hermaphrodite? Next, Bai Yi gestured for the next case to proceed. Soon, another individual was brought forth. This. Can we really save someone whose brain matter is nearly drained? Bai Yi winced at the sight of the person before her. He was a brave citizen, injured in his valiant efforts to save others. While there's still warmth, we must try, urged the medical staff who brought him in. Bai Yi did not refuse. I will do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee survival, nor can I promise to preserve any memories. With that, she proceeded to slice open the severely deformed and cracked skull, retaining only the relatively intact portions of the brain. The treatment commenced anew. Moments later, as Bai Yi had predicted, the individual was alive, yet his memories had been largely erased. Meanwhile, Di Feng observed for a while, nodding in satisfaction before stepping outside. Hearing the occasional screams from behind him, a smile crept onto his face. To someone who had served in the military for many years, these cries were the very essence of life's triumph. Bai Yi exceeded his expectations. Her healing methods were executed with a skillfulness reminiscent of a seasoned military physician. Efficient, swift, and masterful, truly impeccable. While some may consider her methods ruthless, he saw each second saved as a precious life preserved. In that moment, he felt the expenditure was wholly justified. With this thought in mind, he quickly activated his communicator. Logistics Department, this is Di Feng. Please send 10 vials of restorative liquid to Dr. Bai in the medical room. Logistics Department received. Upon concluding the communication, he couldn't help but chuckle. Little Bai has unearthed a treasure. I wonder how far they have progressed. Reflecting on the surveillance footage of Bai Yang being carried from the vehicle, his thoughts began to wander. After a brief moment, he took out his phone and began typing rapidly, seemingly engaged in a conversation with someone. It was not until a phone call interrupted him that he paused his actions. However, upon answering the call, the smile on his face quickly vanished. What? You want me to expedite the investigation? No. Completing 3 days' worth of tasks in a single day poses a significant challenge for me. Wait. Don't hang up. Damn. Orders, yet another command. How easy it is to speak from a position of comfort. Di Feng, filled with indignation, put away his phone, and the joy he had just felt from the alleviation of medical pressures vanished without a trace. The latest danger assessment regarding the large abyssal rift in Lo City had been released, necessitating the evacuation of several nearby cities in certain areas. Consequently, the isolation points in these cities began to run short, prompting higher authorities to demand an acceleration in processing speed. But do they think this screening is child's play? Just because they say to expedite does not mean it can be done without consequence. Originally, completing over 200 inspections in 3 days was already a daunting task. Now, compressing it into 1 day means everything must be restructured. This is clearly an attempt to wear him down. After a long pause, he took a deep breath. Very well. Who among us remains unscathed? If acceleration is the mandate, then do not blame me for being ruthless. He let out a sinister chuckle, a sound that grew louder, startling the birds in the distant woods. 3 hours later, in the system's instance, Bai Yang had become a whirlwind of destruction. Sun thief, behold my strike. The Descarva guillotine. Bai Yang, undaunted by the approaching horde of skeletal knights, charged forward with an axe in hand. Armed with exceptional physical prowess and enhanced by green gear, his axe cleaved into the foe's body, with searing spiritual energy flowing into the wound, incinerating the dense bones in an instant. Killed a third-order skeletal knight, gained 100 experience points, current experience points, 1485. At this moment, he had traversed from one side of the battlefield to the other, navigating the outskirts of the undead army. The reason for his selective approach was clear. There were far too many enemies he could not contend with. Fortunately, the battle had just begun, with all participants still in the phase of mutual attrition, allowing him to take advantage of the chaos to slay a few weaklings. Watch out for the small fry. Fifth-order combatants are starting to flood the field. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Bai Yang turned to flee. However, faster than him was a shadow. A dark knight resembling a desiccated corpse, charging forward with explosive speed, driving a spear straight into Bai Yang's side. Fortunately, Bai Yang received a prompt from the system and immediately activated the meteoric step. As his spiritual energy rapidly depleted, his body transformed into a phantom, allowing the knight and his steed to pass through him unharmed. Simultaneously, Bai Yang concentrated and burrowed underground. He existed like a ghost in another realm, akin to a fish gliding through the space, impervious to any physical collision, akin to a glitch in the system. If one were to point out a drawback, it would be the extensive energy consumption. After merely 5 or 6 seconds, his spiritual energy was entirely expended, prompting him to quickly emerge from the earth. Disposing of a blocking minion with ease, he then hurried along the route designated by the system towards the Slime Queen's location. The quintuple-tiered combat prowess has begun to descend, and soon he shall find himself unable to triumph over anyone. Thus, it is time for him to seek the Slime Queen to engage in more significant matters. Meanwhile, the Slime Queen has been patiently awaiting his arrival in the depths of the chasm. Where is that man? Why does he not come? Chapter 64. The 0-hour armor. One might wonder if this time there would be an explosion upon contact. The Slime Queen gazed at the sky above the canyon, reflecting on her encounters with otherworldly beings. The only commonality among them was their propensity for explosive reactions, which had left her quite frightened. While lost in thought, she simultaneously manipulated her form, adapting into various armaments, armor, battle skirts, and bodysuits, not to mention an array of weaponry such as swords and staves. Her innate shape-shifting ability was being honed to perfection at that moment. Her original form, roughly the size of a lake, had inexplicably condensed into that of a single individual through some unknown power. However, perhaps due to her lack of mastery over color change, her body remained a translucent lavender hue, regardless of its transformations. As she continued her practice, she soon spotted a familiar silhouette descending from the distant sky. Instinctively, she moved forward to greet it, but the memory of the individual's explosive tendencies caused her to halt in her tracks. She watched as the figure plunged into the ground without a sound. Wait, how did they fall in? She hurried to investigate. Moments later, Bai Yang emerged from the earth behind her. Having regained sufficient spiritual energy, he found this new ability of meteoric step to be remarkably advantageous. As he stepped out from underground, he marveled at his unscathed form. Just before touching the ground, he had activated the skill, allowing him to disregard physical collision entirely. The outcome was that he had effortlessly burrowed several meters into the earth. Ultimately, he used his spiritual energy to restore his power, using it as a springboard to halt his descent before sprinting upward. The only downside was the considerable energy expenditure. Feeling the depletion of his spiritual resources yet again, he promptly uncorked a bottle of spiritual energy drink and took a swig. Truly, what a trivial fish. It would have been less draining to simply halt with pure spiritual energy, he muttered, and a hint of awkwardness flickered across his face. It seemed to be the case. But it was inconsequential, because it was undeniably cooler. With that thought, Bai Yang smirked. The allure of being stylish was a lifelong endeavor. After several uses of this skill, he had also contemplated various applications of it. For instance, disregarding physical collisions while allowing his hand to pass through an enemy's skull, only to deactivate the skill and effortlessly shatter their brain. Though his hand might be left behind, the enemy would lose their mind. However, he had yet to find the opportunity to test such theories due to the skill's exorbitant energy cost. Meanwhile, the Slime Queen, who had been staring blankly at the ground, finally recognized Bai Yang's presence. She turned to face him, her translucent lavender eyes sparkling with surprise. It is indeed you, otherworldly being. We meet again. Please remain calm. I assure you, I will not approach you. I kindly request that you do not explode. Clearly, the previous actions of Bai Yang and Bai Yi had left a profound psychological imprint on the Slime Queen, prompting her to maintain a distance of 3 meters from Bai Yang at all times. As Bai Yang scrutinized his counterpart, he noticed that this time, not only had the formidable figure retracted its bulk, but it had also manifested a complete lower body. A pair of elongated, translucent legs emanated a faint glow. With each movement, the semi-transparent, pristine gelatinous form quivered gently. Although the coloration was somewhat peculiar, it possessed a unique charm. Observing this, Baiyang could not help but gaze a moment longer before directly addressing the matter at hand. Rest assured, I will not explode this time. I am here at your invitation to aid you. Despite the misunderstandings from our last encounter, I trust Bai Yi has clarified things with you. Are you prepared now? In response, the Slime Queen nodded earnestly. I am quite adept at mimicking forms, but transferring consciousness is still a skill I have yet to master, and it requires a suitable host. Baiyang replied, as long as the transfer is possible. Do you think my body would suffice? The Slime Queen examined Baiyang closely before finally nodding. In your case, our essences do not align, so we can only temporarily share a half-day. Moreover, since your will remains intact, I cannot facilitate the transfer. Very well then, I shall plant a new one for you. Please assist me in burying it, and we shall unearth it 3 hours later. With that, Baiyang leaped into the previously mentioned muddy pit, leaving the Slime Queen perplexed, forming a question mark in her mind. Plant one? Although she had never borne offspring, her instincts hinted that something was amiss. Yet, she could not articulate what felt wrong. After all, he had stated it so confidently. Perhaps his structure was indeed unique. Contemplating this, she obediently began to fill the pit with soil. Meanwhile, Baiyang decisively transferred all his will to Bai Yi. When his consciousness returned 3 hours later, the Slime Queen had indeed unearthed herself as promised, her violet eyes brimming with curiosity. However, she refrained from asking further questions. Upon witnessing Baiyang's awakening, she transformed her form into a semi-transparent, form-fitting suit of purple, perfectly tailored to match Baiyang's physique. How do you find this attire? She inquired. Baiyang responded. Please change it to armor. Thank you. The Slime Queen complied, albeit reluctantly. Very well, but I think it looks rather splendid. This outfit was inspired by a type of cosmic entity she had encountered during her travels among the stars, which had captivated her at first glance. She had even contemplated reaching out to touch it, but regrettably, the entity had seemed intent only on attacking her. With this recollection, the Slime Queen again wriggled. Once her movements ceased, what lay before them had transformed into the visage of a crystalline purple armor. Baiyang's eyes lit up upon witnessing the change. It was undeniably striking. Excellent. Now attempt to transfer your consciousness into these new forms. He nodded in approval, gesturing towards the freshly unearthed 3 bodies. Since he had not granted these derivative entities any custodial rights, they were merely lifeless flesh imbued with vitality. As the words fell, a slender tentacle emerged from the corner of the amethyst armor, gently pressing against one of the bodies. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the body suddenly sat upright. I have succeeded. Is this what it feels like to possess a physical form? The Slime Queen murmured, curiously examining her new body with childlike wonder. Observing this, Baiyang took a deep breath. The next moment was indeed crucial. He pondered whether the equipment would inherit the attributes of the Slime Queen. With that thought, he caressed the battle armor before him, and in the next instant, his talent activated. A myriad of colors sparkled, ultimately settling on blue. Simultaneously, information about the equipment materialized in his mind. 0 hour armor, blue, defense, 100 physique, 50 spirit, 100 self-healing, 200 skill. 0 hour rebirth, at each midnight, eliminate all abnormal states, fully restore all conditions, and permanently enhance equipment attributes. Living armor, infinite durability, slowly regenerates when damaged. Spirit growth, the quality of the equipment will gradually evolve until it reaches the mythic level. Slime Queen, unlockable upon the return of this being's consciousness. This equipment is imbued with the essence of the Slime Queen, allowing her to engage in combat independently. Upon removal, the equipment transforms into the complete form of the Slime Queen. Note: the complete Slime Queen's attributes will vary based on the equipment's quality. Current: Physique 999, Mental Power 999, Spirit 999, Duration 1 hour, Cooldown 12 hours. How splendid! Baiyang's eyes sparkled. Although the equipment did not inherit the anticipated attributes of the Slime Queen, it did possess the added functionality of summoning. Most importantly, there was the potential for mythic quality. This was something his talent could not easily enhance. The only regret was the lower attributes than he had expected. He had thought the Slime Queen's full attributes would be inherited. To this, the system quipped, "The fact that you managed to enhance this at all is already absurd. What more could you possibly want? In any case, hurry up and complete the task." Upon hearing this, Bai Yong contemplated for a moment and realized the logic in it. Thus, he calmed his excited heart and addressed his reflection. "Let us see if you can return." With that, he observed his reflection placing a hand on the armor, and a voice resonated from within. "It's possible. What a peculiar sensation. It feels as if I am perpetually bound. And please, do not touch recklessly." The voice of the Slime Queen emerged, and Bai Yong nodded in satisfaction. The plan was proceeding smoothly. With that in mind, the next phase was the most critical. Bai Yong silently uncorked a bottle of spirit energy elixir, then grasped the equipment before him, and with a thought, declared, "Unity of man and instrument, activate." Chapter 65. The conclusion of the instance unity of man and mechanism, activate. As the thought crystallized, the innate talent was directly unleashed. Yet, the battle armor exhibited no response whatsoever. Let me try again. Bai Yong furrowed his brow. It would be disheartening if a smooth journey were to be thwarted at the very last step. Defying the odds, he activated his talent once more, but still, there was no sign of reaction. Could it be due to the presence of a consciousness? Or perhaps the contact area is insufficient. With this thought, Bai Yong donned the battle armor, immediately following up with another attempt at unifying man and mechanism. Unbeknownst to Bai Yong, the system scoffed at his reasoning. How could it possibly be a matter of contact area? Oh, how absurd! Before the system could finish its statement, Bai Yong activated his talent again. This time, the armor upon him began to undergo a transformation. The semi-transparent amethyst armor morphed into a stream of light that surged into his body, coalescing into a purple pattern upon his chest. At this very moment, the skies, previously unchanging through countless cycles, suddenly erupted with an unusual tempest. The heavens darkened, resembling a shroud of oblivion, with ominous clouds suspended like fangs poised to strike. Amidst the howling winds, the spirit of the tempest began to take form. Yet, in the next instant, a pitch-black lightning bolt erupted from the void, leaving an enduring rift in the fabric of the world. The newly birthed spirit of the tempest was instantaneously obliterated, yet the winds showed no sign of abating. In the battlefield, all beings prostrated themselves, while the golden dragon concealed among the clouds plummeted like a kite severed from its string. The tempest roared, as if declaring the world's fury, sweeping rivers into the skies and reducing mountains to mere grains of sand. The prostrate creatures became like remnants of ashes in the wind. Once the breeze passed, they were scattered into nothingness. Whether it be the trembling goblin or the struggling, roaring dragon, all living entities were treated equally in this moment. Amidst the sudden shift in weather, Bai Yong in the ravine felt no anomaly, merely believing that the spirit of the tempest had manifested. The process of unifying man and mechanism unfolded at an unusually languid pace. As the unification continued, he sensed a colossal force coalescing within him, a sensation as though the entirety of the cosmos were being infused into his being. Gradually, his veins bulged, a pressure building within him that suggested he might explode at any moment. However, with the emergence of an indescribable sensation, that tempestuous energy dissipated like a sponge being squeezed, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. At this juncture, the Slime Queen, nearing completion of her unification, experienced a fleeting moment where her restraints seemed to vanish. Simultaneously, the potency of her essence surged fivefold. In that vague awareness, she felt as though she had brushed against the distant shores of the stars. Yet, with this realization came a glimpse of a far more dreadful existence. In that instant, the world cast its gaze upon her. Her soul, her will, her very essence became ensnared in a moment of frozen stillness. In that heartbeat, she beheld the end of death itself. Yet this sensation was fleeting, and when she regained her senses, she found herself transformed into a pale purple ethereal entity resembling a companion spirit, hovering around Bai Yong. Not only had her strength significantly diminished, but her essence was also firmly confined within Bai Yong's being. Only a fragment of her spiritual form could roam nearby, yet it possessed little combat prowess. New status: Unity of man and machine, temporary battle armor, physical strength, 250, spiritual energy, 500. New traits: self-healing attribute, 1,000 points. New trait: body gains a protective assessment effect of 500 points. New trait: favor of time and space, attributes refresh daily at midnight, clearing abnormal effects while also facilitating certain attribute growth. New trait: vital body, the physical form does not age and healing effects are enhanced by 100. New trait: guardian of time, the attributes of equipped items grow over time. When advancing, this trait is considered a mythical characteristic. Indeed, it was a success. The skills granted by the system were rather formidable. Once the peculiar sensations subsided and she beheld the results of her innate feedback, Bai Yang could not help but break into a grin. Of course, this system is your most steadfast support, right? In response to Bai Yang's rare praise, the system's tone unexpectedly grew weaker. It distinctly recalled that the union of man and machine had previously failed, with no prospect of success whatsoever. Yet Bai Yang had managed to prevail. The system's subdued tone left Bai Yang astonished. When did you become so meek? What made you a mere fish? Harbor such a misconception? Has your brain gone awry? TSK, TSK, TSK. A fish of 13 seconds, the system retorted. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang's eyebrows lifted slightly. Now he found it amusing. However, he noted it down in his little book. Thus, it was time to return. Observing the increasingly perilous situation outside the rift, Bai Yang decided to return directly. Finally, the task that had troubled him for nearly 4 days was successfully resolved, lifting his spirits immensely. Meanwhile, outside the temporal barrier of the Descarva Dragon burial battlefield, a thunderclap resonated, causing numerous powerful beings to gaze curiously at the sky above, where a colossal bolt of black lightning descended with the might of a mountain. The terrifying force obliterated the fabric of time and space, rendering the seemingly indestructible barrier and everything within it utterly vanquished. In the outside world, those formidable beings who had been waiting could not help but tremble slightly. Is she dead? She must have been judged. Just now, did the world take action? It must be. Truly terrifying. With that, they began to depart in small groups. In a pristine white expanse, the narrative unfolds. Instance: Descarva Burial Dragon Battlefield, completed, remaining time, 0 challenge task. Rescue the Slime Queen, successful, survival time. Unscathed enemies vanquished, 1, 0 51 rescues. 1 rating, A evaluation. Your stealthy prowess has wreaked havoc upon the realm, subsequently shattering its very rules, and under the world's gaze, you have taken the Slime Queen, epitomizing utter audacity. Next instance refresh time, unknown. Acquired guaranteed reward, 1 standard lottery draw. Task rewards, 1 special clone summoning card, 1 advanced lottery draw. The Slime Queen's benevolence bestows absolute dominion over all slimes, with a cap of 9 tiers. Additional rewards for rating, 200 free attribute points, 1 random grade clone lottery draw. Enemy vanquishing reward, Flame Guillotine, universal skill, 12 green equipment, 335 white equipment. This instant settlement additional rewards, 3,000 experience points, 20 physical strength, 20 mental power, 20 spiritual energy. Current base attributes: physical strength 47, mental power 45, spiritual energy 108. Current experience points: 485. Current remaining free attribute points: 205. Achievements unlocked: healing the wounded, beyond the world, confronting reality, exceptional cultivation. Healing the wounded acquisition condition: save any living being and alter its destined demise. Effect: healing efficacy increased by 50. Beyond the world acquisition condition: break a rule of the world. Effect: slightly reduced constraints from various rules. Confronting reality acquisition condition: provoked the world and emerged victorious. Effect: mysterious enhancement of 100 points. Exceptional cultivation acquisition condition: successfully sow for the first time and reap extraordinary quality fruit. Effect: Harvest yields doubled. Chapter 66. Darkness falls. In the pure white expanse, Bai Yang was notably exhilarated as he took stock of his gains. To speak of nothing else, the Inferno Guillotine, when wielded adeptly, was indeed a divine skill. Upon successfully severing a head, one could unleash an equivalent skill without expending any energy. This implied that if one were to unleash their full strength for a lethal strike on the initial attempt, then, upon successfully decapitating the target, the subsequent strike would still possess the full might of that initial explosion. Moreover, it did not necessitate a kill. Merely decapitation sufficed. Thus, the potential for maneuverability was immensely vast. Regrettably, the dungeon had vanished. Otherwise, they would be left utterly baffled. With a wistful wave of his hand, Bai Yang lamented this loss. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this seemed to be a universal skill, one that Bai Yi and Bai Yi could also utilize, and there would be ample opportunities to experiment within the battlefield. With this thought in mind, he continued to peruse the other rewards. First was the issue of the doppelganger. There was no rush for that. Presently, he was still in isolation, and it would be prudent to wait until the quarantine concluded to avoid unnecessary complications. Next was the Slime Queen. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the ethereal, pale purple bubble-like entity floating beside him. At first glance, it resembled a mere bubble, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared akin to a small, burning fireball. What troubles you, traveler from another realm? A pair of eyes manifested on the bubble, and a gentle voice emanated from the Slime Queen. Unable to resist, Bai Yang reached out to poke it, the sensation akin to prodding a cotton ball. He gently scratched it, eliciting a series of light giggles from within. How ticklish! Once Bai Yang ceased his actions, the laughter gradually subsided. This sensation is quite marvelous. Since merging with you, I seem to have acquired a plethora of unprecedented feelings. Oh, by the way, I've heard that many sentient beings possess names. What is yours? Furthermore, what organization do you belong to? I previously gave myself a name, Zi Hua. Do you find it melodious? At that moment, the Slime Queen resembled an inquisitive child, floating around Bai Yang with boundless curiosity. You may call me Bai Yang. As for our organization, you will learn about it in due time. He then countered with a question. Can you retract your spiritual form? Otherwise, I shall have to return to my world as is, and that would invite considerable trouble. Given his current state of surveillance, her ethereal form was ill-suited for a hasty appearance. I can. With that, the entity suddenly plunged into Bai Yang's being, leaving no trace behind. The small fry has been absorbed. Bai Yang? Indeed, it was I who did it. Bai Yang. Bloodletting to lower pressure. And then, calculating special state of the space, bloodletting failed. The small fry cannot even curse properly. Bai Yang. With a multitude of notifications abruptly silenced. 10 minutes later, Bai Yang, brimming with indignation, began to draw his rewards. Since the system could not be drawn, let's first participate in a lottery. Coincidentally, I just received 2 opportunities for a draw. Congratulations. The host has drawn a spiritual item, Heart Blossom. Consuming it can enhance the spiritual power limit by 10 points. This can be preserved for enhancement to see what it transforms into. Gazing at the heart-shaped bud in his hand, Bai Yang stored it in the system space. He then proceeded to utilize the advanced lottery once more. Congratulations, the host has drawn a universal trait, Shadow Walker. When in darkness, the recovery speed of physical strength, mental power, and spiritual power is increased by 1,000, significantly enhancing perception and reaction abilities. Note: in my sight, where there is no light, all is darkness. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yang's heart raced slightly. This seems to hold great potential. Meanwhile, in the battlefield, the derived avatars, once again hindered by the swarm of beasts, exchanged glances before simultaneously pressing their hands against their eyes. It's dark now. At the same time, the real world was illuminated by bright daylight. The morning sun awakened all slumbering beings. The city, which had appeared apocalyptic just yesterday, had unknowingly regained its former vitality. The refreshing morning following the heavy rain was particularly invigorating, as the gentle chirping of sparrows roused those lost in dreams. Bai Yang, who had just completed his lottery draw, opened his eyes just in time for breakfast. However, upon seeing the somewhat familiar black meat chunks in his bowl, he couldn't help but twitch his eye. If memory serves correctly, he had only just tasted this last night. Oh well, the flavor of this dish is quite pleasing. Bai Yong did not dwell on it. After all, it tasted good, and he was eager to sample the culinary skills here. As Bai Yong began his meal, at this moment, Bai Yi was diligently working in the medical room. However, due to the absence of a bottle of spiritual energy drink, her healing attribute had dropped to 400 points. Fortunately, with the achievement of saving lives, coupled with her healing skills, the actual treatment effect was not significantly different from before. Next, Bai Yi tossed the putrid liver extracted from the previous patient into the medical bag and called out somewhat numbly. Finding the process too tedious, Bai Yong had already entered a semi-managed mode. Soon, a man wearing a mask approached, and even before he spoke, a strong scent of alcohol hit her. You've had too much of this counterfeit liquor. I suggest immediate bloodletting. Bai Yi's nose twitched as she glanced at him, inexplicably gaining insight into his condition. She pulled him onto the bed. In the next moment, a blade of wind spiraled around as she swiftly cut towards his carotid artery. Quite tough. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise, simultaneously amplifying her spiritual output. The wind blade in her hand began to spin rapidly in both directions as she exerted force. Sizzle. Ugh! The powerful pulse propelled blood several meters away. This familiar sound jolted Bai Yi from her numbness. Observing the other person's demeanor, the once fluid movements abruptly froze. I've used a doppelganger to perform a carotid bleed on old Deng. What should I do? I'm anxiously awaiting your response. Note: the unresponsive psychic energy beverage cannot facilitate healing, armor penetration, or burning attributes for the wielder. As these are inherent properties of the equipment, they do not enhance the user. Chapter 67. When did I reveal myself? Observing the individual before her, who was oozing blood, Bai Yi found herself momentarily flustered, a rarity for her. Yet it was but a fleeting moment. After a night of trials, she had transformed into a proficient angel of mercy. Following a brief lapse in composure, she swiftly regained her calm demeanor. The one administering the bloodletting was Bai Yi. It was of no concern to her whether it was Bai Yang's affair. Moreover, since the process had already commenced, she resolved to see it through to complete recovery. This method of bloodletting to sober up was a technique she had learned from her mother, an ancestral skill that proved highly effective. Naturally, this was contingent upon having an ample supply of healing resources. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to murder. Fortunately, she was currently abundant in healing materials. At that moment, Bai Luan, reluctantly lying on the bed, felt a strange familiarity with the technique being employed on him and instinctively chose not to resist. By the time he regained his senses, the effects of the alcohol had dissipated significantly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling, fragments of memories from before his blackout flooding back. In the dead of night yesterday, old D had summoned him, claiming there was official business in need of his assistance. Initially, he had declined, convinced that he was little more than a handsome yet utterly useless piece of scrap metal, incapable of contributing anything of value. Even during his time in the battlefield, he had merely lurked behind his comrades, avoiding any real engagement. However, he could not resist when his companion mentioned that Bai Yong had brought back a potential daughter-in-law, currently in quarantine, and inquired if he wished to see her. What a cunning trap! He had fallen for it. Since it wasn't Luo Tianqing, he was curious to discover which family's cabbage had been offered up for his pig. Yet, as their conversation meandered further astray, they inexplicably found themselves at a drinking table, where his companion insisted on challenging him to a drinking contest. He could not suppress a derisive smile. How dare he? Before he knew it, he was intoxicated. It must have been counterfeit liquor. That old D is truly unscrupulous. As his thoughts spiraled, Bai Luan felt an overwhelming chill wash over him, his limbs growing weak. He touched his neck. Oh, still bleeding. Turning his head, he noticed the once vigorous stream of blood had diminished from over 10 meters to less than 1. He could not help but sit up, a proud smile gracing his face. Ha! My blood supply is truly abundant. With that, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Excessive blood loss. Witnessing this, Bai Yi, who had been cautiously observing, promptly initiated treatment. Glimmering feathers of light cascaded down. Bai Luan's wounds rapidly healed, and his blood began to regenerate. Before long, he regained consciousness, his previously intoxicated gaze now clear. He looked at Bai Yi, a glimmer of admiration mingling with confusion in his eyes. "How are you so adept at treating drunkenness?" A hint of perplexity surfaced in Bai Luan's clear gaze. "A friend taught me. Since you are well now, please make way. The person behind you is on the verge of death." In response, Bai Yi waved her hand, indicating that he should not linger and obstruct her efforts. Due to the potential for error in excessive speech, she opted for silence. Upon hearing this, Bai Luan glanced at the individual behind him, who had already grown cold, and reluctantly exited. He realized that he ought to extend his regards to the entire D family, who had the audacity to serve him fake liquor. Meanwhile, in the inspection room, D Feng was clutching a colossal fortune-telling bucket, meticulously extracting the slips within. "Captain, aren't we supposed to expedite the inspection process? Why are you resorting to fortune-telling?" One individual queried, perplexed by the scene. With over 200 items compressed into a single day, the challenge was formidable. The initial batch had been manageable, as a substantial portion had already been completed. However, the newcomers had yet to undergo thorough scrutiny. Not to mention, merely revising the existing inspection schedule would consume a significant portion of the day. After all, the arrangements must be crafted with care to avoid arousing suspicion, lest those being inspected become alert for naught. Now, suddenly compressing everything into one day felt like a death sentence. In light of this predicament, the usually diligent captain had not only failed to return overnight but also arrived in the morning reeking of alcohol, engaging in a game of drawing lots. This behavior piqued their curiosity. Could it be that the captain was aware the mission was doomed to fail and had thus adopted a lackadaisical approach? A young man muttered in confusion, yet this remark quickly incited rebuttals from those around him. "Don't speak recklessly. Our captain is not that kind of person. There must be a rationale behind his actions. Indeed, although the reason eludes us, there is certainly a justification for the captain's behavior. You, a mere rookie, should learn to observe more and speak less." Whispers occasionally echoed from the corners. Under the collective gaze of his subordinates, Di Feng merely smiled faintly, slapping a handful of bamboo sticks onto the table. "These individuals will undergo further examination. The others will undergo a brief screening of major projects and will be released by noon." At these words, the hall fell silent for 2 seconds.
Moments later.
"Isn't this a bit hasty?" Di Feng's fierce gaze bore down on the speaker. "Do you not trust me?" "I do." "Then follow orders. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." With a serious expression, Di Feng regarded everyone, prompting immediate action from all. Once they had departed, he finally relaxed his demeanor. "Old Bai, my brother's life hangs in the balance, resting upon your shoulders." Gazing at the bamboo slips in his hand, he had to admit that this time, there was an element of risk involved. Yet he was confident he would not falter. The moment he received the task, he understood it was unachievable, not due to an inability to complete it, but because conducting hundreds of inspections within a single day while ensuring effectiveness was simply beyond their capability. Thus, he had thought of that fortunate man. Simultaneously, the others began examining the slip numbers: A406, A503, A207, A166, C335, D233. The individuals holding the slips recited the numbers with puzzled expressions. After a brief moment, "Are we truly to apprehend them directly? Is a reason even necessary? You inexperienced novice, do you not comprehend this? The bamboo stick serves as the reason. Is the regiment leader's suspicion not sufficient? Oh, I see now. I assure you I will carry out the task with utmost seriousness." With that said, I grasped my designated bamboo stick and hastened toward the target location. A moment later, within A406. At this time, Yu Xiaoyu was fiercely suppressing her fury while consuming the shadow demon soup. Despite the raging fire within her, she feigned an air of enjoyment. She vowed that she had never felt so stifled. However, in the next instant, her door swung open. "Yu Xiaoyu, we need you to come with us for a further examination." "Yu Xiaoyu? What have I done wrong?" She could not fathom it. She believed she had performed admirably. Moreover, this body was indeed human. Even the consciousness was a fragmented representation of human awareness. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Could it be that the shadow demon has revealed my identity? Chapter 68. The fortunate one in the end, Yu Xiaoyu decided to follow them outside. She was confident that her abilities would enable her to deftly evade detection. Of course, if she found herself unable to avoid it, she would resort to extreme measures. After all, it was better to unleash a massacre than to miss out on the opportunities here. Given that her chances of ascending to the stars were already slim, she preferred the thrill of wiping out an entire city and reveling in the satisfaction it brought her. A moment later, in the examination room, Di Feng observed the targets that had been precisely identified and nodded in satisfaction. However, upon seeing the last name on the list, his brow furrowed in concern. Yu Xiaoyu, all appears normal. Are you certain? He inquired, directing his gaze toward a nearby associate. The individual nodded earnestly. Every name on the list has issues except for this one. We even intensified our scrutiny, yet there are no discrepancies. Upon hearing this, Di Feng's frown deepened. The previous entries had all presented problems, which indicated that he had successfully triggered Bai Luan's extraordinary fortune through promises of benefits. In this case, the fact that the last name posed no issues at all was, paradoxically, the greatest concern. From his years of observation regarding Bai Luan, he knew that despite possessing no awakened talents and having a martial arts aptitude that would make even a dog shake its head in dismay, he was endowed with an enviable streak of luck. As his thoughts raced, he recalled various instances of fighting alongside the individual. It was a peculiar kind of fate. Whenever circumstances favored him, even a mere one critical hit probability would result in successive critical strikes. Conversely, if the odds were against him, no matter how high the success rate, anything less than a 100 guarantee would likely end in failure. This extraordinary luck defied all logic. Especially during their shared adventures in the battlefield, Di Feng gained profound insights into Bai Luan's peculiarities. During fortunate times, he and his wife would bask in ease, while others carried them forward. Yet, in dire situations, it was not uncommon for Bai Luan to inadvertently awaken a dormant boss by plucking a blade of grass or to carelessly detonate an unstable geological node, leading to catastrophic consequences. He had witnessed falling meteors and sudden floods. Betrayals among allies were not mere anecdotes, and it was invariably Bai Luan who led the group astray. Regardless of the calamity, while everyone else suffered, Bai Luan would flit about unscathed. In dire straits, he would emerge alive, while others perished without a trace. Thus, Di Feng had devised a plan to leverage Bai Luan's unique trait to help him identify the underlying issues. If the fortunate effect had not been triggered from the outset, it would have been manageable. However, once activated, he would trust the outcome implicitly. With this in mind, Di Feng waved his hand dismissively. As for Yu Xiaoyu, let her be for now. You all may leave. I have significant matters to report to the higher-ups. The others complied, yes. As for what this significant matter was, could there be anything more substantial than evading further scrutiny? However, just as he was about to report to the higher-ups, the door was violently kicked open. The force was so tremendous that it left imprints on the alloy door. Simultaneously, an ill-placed bench was fortuitously struck by the door and sent hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he extended his spiritual energy to block the impending collision, and the immense force shattered the bench, similarly obliterating the fruit he held in his grasp. Remarkably, fragments of the metal bench pierced the wall, embedding themselves in the main circuit, while another shard lodged itself within the trip pump. A sudden burst of flames erupted, followed by the failure of the circuit, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt electronic components. Di Feng looked up to see Bai Luan storming towards him, visibly irate. Di, my brother, what kind of trap have you set for me this time? Bai Luan approached with a menacing grin. He may not be particularly astute, but that did not imply he was foolish. The obvious snare from the previous day had not escaped his notice. Faced with Bai Luan's accusations, Di Feng instinctively recoiled slightly. At that moment, although they were of similar height, Di Feng's more robust physique gave the impression of a beleaguered spouse. Brother Bai, allow me to clarify. I merely sought your assistance in investigating potential internal collaborators here. This is all to ensure that Xiao Bai and his suspected girlfriend can emerge sooner, after all. Moreover, you had agreed to help. I promised that any internal accomplices uncovered would yield not only the government's reward, but also 80% of the treasures amassed from the battlefield over the years. Look, here is the evidence. As he spoke, Di Feng produced a video from his phone, showcasing their drunken conversation. Brother Bai, I have a request. Bai, what is it? Just say it. For the Brotherhood, I would even stab my own backside. It's like this. Bai, leave it to me. Upon viewing the footage, Bai Luan's fury dissipated, and he scratched his head in contemplation. Some memories returned, hinting that such an exchange had indeed occurred. However, his thoughts quickly shifted to the circumstances that led him to the infirmary. Recalling this, he inquired once more, "Why didn't you stop me when I drunkenly stumbled into the medical room and was subjected to surgery to sober me up?" In response, Di Feng innocently shrugged. "Didn't you say you wanted to see whose cabbage had intruded upon your pig? How could I possibly intervene?" Bai Luan retorted, "Was the cabbage the golden one?" Di Feng replied, "Is there another? Then it's settled. I shall take my leave. Please ensure the reward is expedited to me." Bai Luan instructed, gesturing to the imprints on the door as he departed. In response, Di Feng swiftly approached the door, forcefully bending the twisted alloy back into shape. This was caused by an attack from a traitor of the Demon Clan. Moreover, it also damaged the circuitry, resulting in the malfunction of multiple electronic devices. Bai Luan nodded in satisfaction at this assessment. Once Bai Luan had left, Di Feng gazed thoughtfully at the damaged electronic equipment and the pulverized reports. After a brief moment, he tentatively opened his intercom, preparing to speak. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Luan returned to inquire, "When will my son be released?" Upon hearing this, Di Feng crushed the intercom with a decisive grip and smiled with a sense of relief. "By noon, once we complete the necessary procedures, he will be free." With that, he waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to mention Yu Xiaoyu any further. However, he kept a vigilant eye, preparing to report back later. At that time, he intended to use a different narrative, hoping to have a few influential figures dispatched from the capital. After all, evading enhanced scrutiny from the demon race was no trivial feat. Such beings were certainly not insignificant. Prudence is paramount. Chapter 69. Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yang had yet to receive the notification regarding the early termination of his isolation. He was merely aware that the shadow demon soup he had prepared was overly salted, and he hoped for a more judicious use of salt next time. After finishing his meal, he returned to his bed, his eyes gently closed, resembling a state of slumber or perhaps meditation. In truth, he was directing his focus towards his two avatars, Bai Yi and Bai Yi. There was no need to elaborate on Bai Yi. She had reassumed control of her actions to avoid inadvertently harming old Deng again. As for Bai Yi, it was about time for her to resurface. He wondered if she had located Luo Tianqing and Mao Mao, hoping their mental states remained stable. With this thought, Bai Yang immersed his consciousness into the battlefield. At that moment, dawn was just beginning to break over the battlefield. Outside a tranquil valley, in an expansive campsite, Number 3 had found the spot previously marked by Number 18 with a severed leg. Since the leg had been detached prior to acquiring its special trait, it had not transformed into a bug. Instead, the pristine white limb appeared as if sculpted from ice. Number 3 kicked the marker aside and, raising her arm, declared, "Sisters, it is time for harvesting. Move swiftly and quietly. Do not injure our leader." Number 13 exclaimed, "Are we about to dig? I excel at that." With that, she twirled her arms like windmills, frantically digging at the frozen earth while breathing flames to thaw the ground. In mere moments, she had unearthed a sizable pit. Observing this, the other avatars eagerly followed suit, mimicking her actions until they neared Bai Yi's location, at which point they ceased their fiery output. 3 minutes later, Bai Yi opened her eyes, her spiritual energy surging forth, shaking off the mud that clung to her. Number 13, witnessing her awakening, hurriedly discarded the charred remnants of flesh from her hands and exclaimed, "Leader, you have finally awakened." The remnants fell onto the snow, quickly transforming into crimson insects. As if responding to an unseen command, The insects crawled obediently into a nearby large stone pot, where they began to sizzle under the intense heat. 17. Cradling the stone pot, was munching on a slightly charred, unidentified object. Upon seeing Bai Yi awake, she promptly approached with several freshly cooked ingredients. Leader, you have endured hardship, please replenish your strength. With that, she presented a handful of variously sized bloodworms to Bai Yi.
Bai Yi?
Upon observing the grotesque appearance of the worms, she involuntarily grimaced. Have you all developed such a peculiar taste? She was baffled as to why, upon awakening, her avatars seemed even more peculiar than before. In response, Number 3 explained, yesterday we unexpectedly acquired this trait. All flesh transforms into insects. Alas, we must adapt our culinary methods. Surprisingly, they taste quite delightful, especially when cooked to medium. Saying this, she delicately picked up one of the half-dead white bone worms and began to eat leisurely. With a single bite, a faintly crisp sound resonated, reminiscent of the delightful crunch of exquisite potato chips. Observing this, Bai Yi had yet to voice her thoughts when a voice echoed in her mind. Little bug, hee. Look how delicious they are eating. I wish to partake as well. Host, shall we indulge? Startled, Bai Yi's heart raced. No, you shall not. Feast upon your little swarms instead. With that, she swiftly turned to harvest her plants, denying herself the chance to entertain the system's suggestion. Although the aroma was indeed enticing, Bai Yi found their appearance utterly repugnant. If not for genuine hunger, she would never consider tasting them. Current harvestable quantity of the species. 12. Would you like to harvest? Yes. Extraordinary planting triggered. Harvest quantity. 24. Arise, my myriad selves. Following her instincts, Bai Yi raised her hand once more. In the next moment, the ground began to churn incessantly. Soon, the clones numbered 25 to 48 emerged from the soil, one after another. In that familiar sequence, they first sprang forth in their fox forms, shaking off the dirt to assume human shapes. As she beheld these newly birthed avatars, Bai Yi instinctively swallowed hard. Unlike the previous nocturnal encounter shrouded in darkness, this was broad daylight. Their formidable prowess was unmistakable. However, before she could act, the pure beauty was swiftly obliterated by the clones, who wielded their strength without restraint. Clone 36 stepped forward, kneeling before herself. At any time, in any place, 36 is always ready to transform. With these words, the other clones sprang into action. Clone 48, with hands on her chest for the leader, I offer my heart. My bugs, filled with fervor to present her heart. She faltered as it transformed into insects before she could finish. This left her feeling quite disheartened. Clone 26, devouring bugs, all things exist to nourish the fox. Nothing is beyond the fox's appetite. Clone 44, whack, Bai Yi. Gazing at this assembly of abstract beings, a fleeting thought of violence crossed her mind. Yet, fortunately, she managed to suppress it. The collective morale of this batch was even more concerning than the last. Exasperated, Bai Yi wondered if she was unworthy of a single normal clone. With a sigh, she buried her face in her hand. Nevertheless, she retrieved a considerable amount of fur from the base of her tail and distributed it among both the new and old clones, addressing their immediate clothing needs. Subsequently, she allocated the white weapons acquired from the system's dungeon to each clone. Once these tasks were completed, she cradled one of the seemingly normal clones for warmth while simultaneously receiving updates on the newest even-numbered clone's progress. Moments later, the alluring blush on her cheeks morphed into a peculiar expression. Good news. She had located Luo Tianqing. Bad news. It was incomprehensible, and the other party had fled once more. According to the information relayed by Clone 6 and others, the individual had plunged directly into a horde of monsters, dancing perilously close to the edge of survival, thus shaking off the clones in this audacious manner. The graceful figure, precise judgment, and abundant experience inevitably draw the gaze of onlookers. Yet, these aspects are not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the fact that the opponent seems to consistently locate the monster lairs with remarkable swiftness, employing this as a tactic to impede the progress of the derived avatars. Number 6 pursued for an entire night, encountering no one, yet she managed to accumulate a staggering amount of battle merit. This, This is nothing short of a divine monster-hunting sorceress. Bai Yi could not help but exclaim in admiration. The efficiency of the opponent's monster-drawing technique far surpasses the aimless wilderness grinding. With this thought, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within her, followed by a cackling laughter. She gestured, instructing, "Sisters, let us hasten our pace to chase after Luo Tianqing. We must not catch up all at once, yet we cannot afford to fall behind. We must ensure she remains in a state of constant vigilance, and when necessary, we can instill a slight fright. If she is not particularly fast, I am eager to discover the limits of her monster-drawing abilities." Cackling with glee. With a full contingent of 49 individuals, each a veritable fount of vitality, we have no fear of any unforeseen events. It is essential to note that the characteristics of these derived avatars fluctuate according to the energy-infused beverages consumed. For instance, if I currently possess only a bottle of the primordial elixir, the healing and burning properties of the avatars will amount to 400 points. However, should any unexpected occurrences arise, I can effortlessly switch to 3 bottles of the energy elixir, achieving a triple resonance while simultaneously employing rescue and heal, elevating the healing attribute to over 2000. At that point, with all 49 founts working in unison, not only can I mend wounds, but even if fragmented, I could restore them to full vitality. Of course, whether personal grudges play a role in this endeavor remains shrouded in mystery. Chapter 70. The Dual Inferno Guillotine. In the distance, Luo Tianqing had once again successfully evaded her pursuers, though she was now utterly exhausted. Just as she was about to take a moment's respite, an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. A subtle malevolence enveloped her, urging her to press onward. Resolutely, she surveyed the downhill path ahead, gritted her teeth, and made the decisive choice to embrace the little cat girl. "Fear not. A little dizziness is perfectly normal from here on," she reassured the feline companion, and in the next instant, everything around her began to whirl. "Think you can catch me? Not a chance," she declared. Until she fathomed the reasons behind Bai Yang's dark transformation, not even the malevolent deity could hope to ensnare her. She had spoken. As the two rolled faster and faster, the little cat girl succumbed to unconsciousness midway. However, Luo Tianqing felt quite capable. Shortly after escaping the camp, she had performed a ritual on her shattered spirit armor, elevating her physical prowess to a remarkable 126 points. Moreover, throughout her journey amidst throngs of monsters, she had dexterously acquired numerous useful items. Spiritual fruits and herbs were plentiful, and she had also collected 8 pieces of gray equipment. Coupled with the random gray equipment rewards from her explorations, her inventory was now brimming, even allowing for 2 surplus pieces to share with the cat girl. With the enhancement of her gear, her physical strength soared above 150, and both her spiritual and mental faculties had seen notable improvement. At this moment, as they continued their tumble, she felt only a slight dizziness. Bang! As their rolling ceased, the two plunged into the snowdrifts below the slope. Now surely a moment of rest was in order. Luo Tianqing reclined in the snow, gazing at the nearby hillside while she took a well-deserved break. Meanwhile, the clones of number 18 received new orders from Bai Yi. Blind number 18. The boss wants us to apply pressure on Luo Tianqing first. Blind number 6. Awesome. I can already sense her presence. She won't escape. With her enhanced perception, number 6 effortlessly honed in on the correct target amidst the chaotic sense. Blind number 4. Evading a snow wolf's pounce. Noted. I feel my strength returning. We need to conclude this swiftly. The group concurred. Then it's time to reclaim our sight. With that, beams of healing light illuminated the darkness, rapidly restoring their vision. Though they recovered quickly in the dark, they still struggled to accurately aim for their foes' throats. Moments later. Number 6. Fantastic. Inferno Guillotine, activate. Number 22. But it seems we lack weapons? Number 18. I shall be the axe that shatters necks. With that proclamation, she leapt toward number 6, who instinctively grasped her ankles. In an instant, a skill was unleashed. All of number 18's spiritual power, physical strength, and mental energy surged into her being. Number 18 transformed into a blazing fox spirit. It's coming. It's coming. I'm filled to the brim. Battle is exhilarating. she cried out, casting a healing spell upon herself to prevent her own incineration. Simultaneously, she also acquired a sharp attribute akin to that of burning. In that moment, she transformed into a formidable weapon. Yet, this was not the end. She infused her entire essence, spiritual energy, mental strength, and physical power, into her arm. Number 6 exclaimed, "Cool. Double Inferno Guillotine." At this juncture, the sharp attribute embodied by number 18 reached a staggering 400 points, while her arm boasted an astounding 800 points. Furthermore, it was augmented by an additional 400 points of armor-piercing priority and 800 points of burning effect. Without a doubt, no creature on this battlefield could withstand such a blow. Thus, number 6, grasping number 18, leaped high into the air, tracing a graceful, fiery arc across the sky. The intense heat distorted the light, leaving behind a trail of scorched fragrance. Then they ruthlessly struck down upon the nearby Tier 2 armored Wolf King. This was a rare boss equipped with a complete set of protective gear, showcasing exceptional defensive capabilities. Moreover, it excelled in agility and explosive power, making it extraordinarily challenging to confront. Especially considering its command over 100 elite wolves, its actual strength far surpassed that of the similarly ranked Valley Snow Howler. Originally, it was the most fearless, powerful, and astute Wolf King of the region. However, it now faced the most arduous battle of its existence. A group of two-tailed bipedal sheep encroached upon its territory, initially perceived by the Wolf King as mere interlopers. Yet, it soon discerned that something was amiss. The sheep's spiritual power could effortlessly scorch it to near oblivion, while they themselves showed no fear of pain. Even when a significant portion of their bodies was obliterated, they swiftly regenerated, proving even more terrifying than the returnees of the icy plains. Though they bled, their fluid was not blood but rather a writhing mass of grotesque worms. Most alarmingly, these creatures were inedible. Indeed, they were utterly unappetizing. Just moments ago, one of its capable subordinates had bitten off and consumed a portion of a sheep's arm, only to be devoured from the inside out by the bizarre worms in a matter of moments. In that instant, the Wolf King understood. These beings were demons. They were wolf-eating demons composed of worms. Consequently, it altered its strategy, opting to exhaust the adversaries with long-range skills. Fearless, it would not allow such creatures to threaten its pack. Little did it anticipate that these foes would go so far as to gouge out their own eyes. Their previously dwindling state rejuvenated in a mere instant. Thus, the once dauntless Wolf King found itself gripped by fear. Unable to defeat them, exhaust them, or consume them, and with their numbers increasing, how could it prevail? Originally merely 12 bipedal sheep, after a fierce battle, the ground was now saturated with a crimson swarm of worms. Now, it had resolved to flee. The wolf pack required a new habitat. Yet, unexpectedly, just as it took 2 steps back, the adversaries hurled one of their own at it. Goodness, was this how comrades were utilized? At that moment, its mind went blank, sowing doubt about its own pack. Nevertheless, faced with the imminent threat of death, its body instinctively fled. Fortunately, it successfully evaded the attack. The perilous assault merely severed half of its rear. However, regrettably, the fiery head of Unit 18 crashed violently to the ground, shattering into a pulp upon impact. She has perished. Boom! Chapter 71. The Fleshworm Armor. When the Wolf King beheld the bewilderment enveloping number 18, it should have felt joy. Yet, inexplicably, this seasoned warrior was overcome by an unsettling premonition of death. It could not discern the cause. Instinctively, it yearned to flee, but alas, it was too late. In the very moment that number 18 succumbed to its fate, a searing blaze erupted into the sky. Boom! A terrifying explosion, accompanied by intense heat, engulfed a diameter of over 10 meters, reducing all within to charred earth. Having barely made a few strides, the Wolf King was violently propelled through the air. The effect of the armored shell was rendered futile. In an instant, it shattered into countless fragments. The scorching heat ignited its fur, vaporizing its blood, while the explosion tore its body asunder. Covered in remnants of number 18, it fell from the sky, crashing into the pack below. Then, boom, boom, boom. A more ferocious second explosion resonated, obliterating its already battered form into mere shards. The remaining wolves, eager to investigate, were met with yet another detonation. Moreover, a series of relentless explosions erupted from every corner within a 100-meter radius. When the chaos finally subsided, the area was engulfed in flames. The remnants of the Wolf King lay scattered, each piece engulfed in fire, devoured by its minions, who feasted upon the remains. The surviving wolves, trembling in fear, tucked their tails and retreated. Their king, their omnipotent, fearless ruler, was no more. Furthermore, it had been consumed by these fiends of flame. Fear spread like wildfire in their hearts. They had never truly feared even the return of their adversaries. Meanwhile, amidst the roaring flames, a blurred figure of a two-tailed, bipedal goat began to take shape, slowly rising and stretching its limbs in the glow of the inferno. The figure appeared indistinct, akin to a demon birthed from the very flames. Thus commenced the second segment of the dual fiery guillotine, where the enemy severed their own ties while I willingly severed mine. Hee. A melodious voice emerged, resonating like a devil's whisper. The figure bent down to retrieve a half-formed head and raised it high. In the next instant, the area beneath the semblance of the head began to writhe, gradually forming into a complete human shape. Hey. Cool, I'm back. Kiki. Delicious, but not enough. Hee. There's still a group over there. Kiki. In that moment, the brave wolves finally collapsed under the weight of their last psychological barrier. As apex predators within the ecological chain, their intelligence surpassed that of the snow howlers. Yet, this only intensified their terror. These beings were far from ordinary. What normal creatures do not fear death and injury? What normal beings bleed flesh that resembles worms? What normal creatures wield the remains of their comrades as weapons against themselves? If one were to die, would they not stay dead, rather than explode and resurrect? Before the echoes of the laughter in the flames could fade, the surviving wolves had already scattered in all directions. Some raced frantically, others leaped directly down the snowy slope, while a few even scurried off in different directions, ultimately burying themselves headfirst into the snow. Moments later, they have fled. As she spoke, Number 18 peeled away strips of flesh from her own body and draped them over herself. However, these bloody remnants soon transformed into writhing maggots. Yet, this did not daunt Number 18. She swiftly fashioned a guillotine for herself. The headless body rapidly morphed into a dense swarm of flesh-eating maggots. "Sisters, save me," cried Number 18. With her words, a myriad of healing spells descended upon her, restoring her to full vitality. Immediately, the swarm of maggots began to undulate rhythmically under her direction. They first crawled onto her, intertwining to form a line, then wove themselves into a patch. The soft mass of maggots enveloped her, encased by sturdy white bone-like creatures on the outside, with flying fur-like beings clinging to the surface. Within mere breaths, an unusual garment adorned Number 18's figure. The attire was predominantly crimson, with occasional white patterns peeking through, creating a bizarre and menacing appearance. "Maggots weave my garb. I shall don my own attire," proclaimed Number 18. "Cool. I want to try too," shouted Number 6. "Ouch, that hurts." Number 8 added, "I want to as well." The multitude of clones echoed, "Cool." Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of slitted eyes suddenly narrowed in terror, trembling. A limping old wolf let out a low growl, then quickly fled into the distance. In that moment, even its limp seemed to vanish as it sprinted with remarkable speed. As the only sage of its kind, it had to convey this alarming news to the remaining wolves of its tribe. A great horror had arisen upon the snowy plains. A legion of two-tailed, white, bipedal demons, composed of maggots, had appeared. They were creatures that consumed everything, unafraid of injury. Death would lead to explosions, which would then resurrect them. Their behavior was bizarre, with a peculiar affinity for slaughter and flesh. Clad in armor fashioned from their own flesh, they were monsters devoid of pain. Should one encounter them, do not hesitate, do not linger. Fleeing is the sole option. At the same time, in the distance, Bai received an unusual notification. "Your derivative clone has slain the second-tier regional boss, the frost-armored Wolf King, dropping the white equipment. Wolf Fong Greatsword, destroyed in the explosion. You have gained 200 battle points." Your derivative clone, utilizing the trait blood sacrifice swarm, has created a special technique flesh maggot armor, with effects dependent on the swarm's composition. Current effects. Bone maggots and flesh-eating maggots provide additional biological protection, while fur maggots, when flying collectively, offer a degree of flight capability. Bai Instinctively, she connected her consciousness to all her clones. The next moment. Cool. Bai's eyes sparkled with delight. As a pragmatist, there was no doubt that this flesh maggot armor was immensely practical. She had fleetingly considered this idea when she saw the maggots cooking themselves earlier, though she had yet to put it into action. I had not anticipated the remarkable execution capability of the 18th. Moreover, the efficacy of this technique has indeed proven to be nothing short of miraculous for these derivative avatars, who are prone to self-destruction. No longer shall we fret over the possibility of exposing ourselves inadvertently. With this thought in mind, sisters, it is time to shed our skins and upgrade our gear. At the command of Bai, all avatars began to discard their pelts and busily prepared for the transformation. In merely 2 minutes, aside from Bai, all the other avatars had donned their new equipment. Over 30 sets of crimson chitin pulsated like a beating heart, causing the derivative avatars to exude an undeniable aura of menace, whether consciously or unconsciously. The swarms of flying insects upon the chitin flapped their wings in unison. However, due to their limited ability to fly, they ceased their aerial pursuits and instead relied on their wing beats to significantly lighten the burden on the avatars. This, in turn, greatly accelerated their overall pace. Chapter 72. Luo Tianqing. Damn it, Bai is still pursuing me. As the group's speed surged once more, Bai realized she was gradually unable to keep up. Although her mount, number 3, was straining to catch up, being ridden by her hindered its ability to fly effectively, causing them to lag behind. In light of this, number 3 proactively suggested constructing a grand crimson palanquin for the leader, allowing everyone to carry it together. This way, their speed would not diminish significantly, and no one would be left behind. Faced with this proposal, no one opposed it. It was unanimously approved. Thus, some contributed thigh bones, others lumbar vertebrae, while a few offered large bones. After piecing together several components, they managed to create a palanquin over 8 meters long. Its core framework was intricately woven from the hard bones of blood sacrifice insects, with soft flesh worms serving as the padding, while several layers of blood skin transformed into flying insects fluttered above. The entire structure resembled a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood, gruesome, surreal, and terrifying, evoking a chilling sensation from afar. Feeling a bit unsettling, remarked the system, contemplating the eerie palanquin, only to be interrupted by Bai's cheerful assertion. Isn't it cool? With that, she boldly stepped forward to test it out. Though the pole measured over 8 meters, the palanquin itself was merely over 3 meters long, with 5 sides sealed, leaving only one side as an entrance, covered by a curtain woven from writhing flesh worms. Approaching the palanquin, Bai lifted the curtain, which occasionally twitched, and stepped inside. To her surprise, there were not only a row of bone insect tables and chairs but also a bed made of flesh. Tentatively placing her jade foot upon the bed, she found it unexpectedly soft yet sturdy. Satisfied, she reclined and softly exclaimed, "Let us set off." Upon her command, a swarm of clones lifted the palanquin and raced towards the direction of number 18 at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of dense footprints and a strong scent of blood. The journey was swift and exhilarating. 2 hours later, Bai successfully reunited with the derived clones, including number 6. Thus, the number of clones carrying the palanquin reached a new pinnacle. "Boss, I have locked onto the target's location. Follow me." Number 6 eagerly volunteered to lead the way. Bai, of course, did not refuse. "Then let us head towards the target. Number 6, take the lead." With that, the group set forth in a grand procession. With number 6 guiding them, their pace quickened further. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at a steep slope nearly 1,000 meters long, with a drop of several hundred meters. According to the map, they were now close to the frozen lake. However, most crucially, they had entered a high-risk area. At that moment, number 6 halted, suddenly sniffing the air, pointing to the traces left by human passage, exclaiming, "The scent is right below us. Let us follow the trail." With that, they charged downwards, deliberately shouting loudly along the way. The echoes of cries resonated through the tranquil expanse of the snow-covered ground, drawing Luo Tianqing from her drowsy slumber. As she groggily opened her eyes, the azure sky and the pristine white snow greeted her gaze. Rising cautiously from the snowy terrain, she peered into the distance, observing that all appeared normal. However, an unsettling palanquin approached her with alarming speed. No, it could not be. How could a palanquin run? Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the scene, only to glimpse the figure of number 6, contorting and crawling with a grotesque grin just ahead of the palanquin. At the sight, the weariness that had previously clouded her expression dissipated instantly. Reflexively, she seized the scruff of the little cat girl and fled into the distance, exclaiming, "What on earth? Why is Bai Yi still pursuing me?" Chapter 73. Luo Tianqing. Do not blame me for losing my dignity. Why do you persistently pursue me? As she glanced back at the relentless pursuers, Luo Tianqing felt a surge of despair. Along the way, she had encountered numerous obstacles, yet these entities seemed to multiply rather than diminish in number, even evolving new equipment through the battles they had fought. The blood-red armor resembled a swarm formed from flesh itself. Previously, she might have tried to rationalize their existence, but now, she found herself unwilling to engage in such pretenses. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, she suddenly heard the bizarre cries of her pursuers drawing nearer. Number 18. Don't run away. I treated you to my leg yesterday. Why are you fleeing? Number 3. Exactly. We're not exactly good people. Stop and let me treat you to a big meal today. Upon hearing this, she instinctively quickened her pace. Glancing back, she saw the grotesque figures gliding through the air, covering vast distances with each stride, their speed surpassing her own. In mere moments, they were less than 100 meters behind her. Alarmed, she felt a shiver run through her. A sense of determination surged within her. Fine. If this is how you want to play, then I shall discard my dignity. With that thought, she bit down on the nape of the still unconscious cat girl and crouched low to the ground. She had not merely been resting. She had utilized various rare resources she had gathered along the way. Now, her spiritual energy had reached over 30 points. Though not abundant, it would suffice. As Luo Tianqing arched her back, her ample form elevated, and her internal energy began to gather in a unique manner, rhythmically pulsing through her limbs. With a special technique, each of her limbs transformed into a powerful engine of force. The residual energy compressed the snow beneath her, dispersing the pressure across a wide expanse and creating rippling waves of air. Simultaneously, a portion of her energy flowed into the fur draped across her back, shaping it into a specific arc. Then, she began to crawl with ferocity. As her speed escalated, the fur adjusted its angles and contours according to the wind, granting her increasing lift the faster she moved. With each descent, her energy transformed into a secondary spring, propelling her forward with greater speed, agility, and efficiency. In a short span, she had distanced herself from Bai Yi and the others once more. Seeing this, Luo Tianqing let out a garbled, maniacal laugh. You little parasites, you are only worthy of smelling my dust. With that, her limbs propelled her swiftly away, resembling a rampaging spider across the snowy terrain. The following stretch of the icy plains was fraught with peril. She refused to believe she could not shake off her pursuers. If they wished to chase her, then let them. If they caught up, she would give them a taste of their own medicine. If not, they could simply savor her dust. With this resolve, her speed intensified even further. In the rear, Bai Yi, who had been contemplating whether to slightly reduce her speed, was momentarily taken aback. Her snow-white fox ears twitched gently, and her amber eyes widened in astonishment. After a while, she finally reacted, "What kind of running style is this? I don't know, but it looks so awkward. Ha ha ha." Yet it was undeniably swift. It seemed there was no need to hold back. Bai Yi pursed her cherry lips and couldn't help but smile, promptly issuing a command for a full-force pursuit. Ahead lay a high-risk area, where it was likely that the rewards for their efforts would be even greater. With this thought, Bai Yi let out a soft giggle. The clones echoed her laughter. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqing did not disappoint Bai Yi's expectations. In this chase, she was not simply a bird without wings. As she swiftly navigated her surroundings, she consistently observed crucial elements of her environment. For instance, when passing through a depression, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shattered ice crystal, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Cool! This is the trail of the ice rock serpent." With a smirk, she recognized that the ice rock serpent was a formidable creature that dwelled in permafrost, boasting formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to wield icy toxins, making it quite troublesome. Moreover, the Serpent King among the larger snake pack represented a top-tier combat force on this novice battlefield. It was the perfect opportunity to exploit this situation. Most importantly, the serpent's lair often harbored a mystical plant known as the ice rock flower. Consuming this flower could enhance one's spiritual energy and physical prowess. If taken in large quantities within a short time frame, it could grant a temporary 10 boost in mental acuity for 1 hour, along with a sustained hour of icy toxin effects. For her, this meant exchanging an hour of icy toxin status for a permanent 10 enhancement in spiritual power. With this in mind, she adjusted her course based on experience. In just 2 minutes, she arrived at a snowy slope. There, mounds of snow protruded from the thick blanket of white. In a typical scenario, one would avoid such snow mounds. However, she understood that within this seemingly tranquil snow lay the only safe path. Aside from the lines connecting the elevations, the rest was filled with honeycomb-like cavities. One misstep could lead to a fall, resulting in becoming prey for the snakes. Nestled among those mounds were the so-called ice rock flowers. These flowers emitted a fragrance imperceptible to ordinary humans, yet it was the key to ensuring the ice rock serpent's peaceful slumber. If she were to acquire the ice rock flowers, it would be akin to pulling the blanket off someone in winter, turning off their air conditioning in summer, or snatching their seasoning pack while they enjoyed instant noodles. But this was precisely the effect she desired. With that thought, she dashed forward without hesitation. Generally speaking, achieving speed while ensuring precise foot placement, all while deftly pilfering, was a challenging endeavor. But who was she? Such tasks were merely trifles to her. She was more than capable, the absolute assurance of reaping the rewards of the fleeting moment. However, Bai Yi remained oblivious to Luo Tianqing's thoughts. She merely observed as the other danced through the snow, tumbling and leaping with wild abandon. As she approached, the figure swiftly cried out and scurried away, her voice echoing across the snowy expanse as if it had triggered some hidden mechanism. First, the ground trembled, followed by the sudden collapse of a vast expanse of snow ahead. Simultaneously, the clones felt the ground beneath them give way, yet fortunately, both the fleshy sedan and the meat beetles possessed a degree of flight capability, preventing them from plummeting into the abyss. Emerging from the shattered snow were a dozen colossal ice crystal serpents, some as large as ancient trees. The largest among them boasted a diameter of 3 meters and an estimated length of over 50 meters. In addition, a multitude of smaller snakes, varying in size, surged forth like a fountain. Ice Rock King Snake, Tier 3, Ice Rock Giant Snake, Tier 2, Ice Rock Snake, Tier 1. Among them, the leading figure, Number 6, was unfortunate enough to be bitten in half by the Serpent King. Number 6 exclaimed, "Cool, sisters, catch me." With that, she disassembled the remaining half of her fleshy beetle armor, transforming it into a long, sinewy rope of flesh, which she hurled towards the sedan, pulling herself to safety just before the frigid breath could engulf her. Chapter 74. The Infinite Guillotine. Before Number 6 even touched the ground, a torrent of healing energy struck her face, and by the time she landed, she had transformed back into a complete little fox. In stark contrast, the Ice Rock Serpent King, which had bitten off half of Number 6's body, revealed through its semi-transparent form that her flesh had morphed into a writhing mass of blood and flesh-eating insects, wreaking havoc within. Alas, the disparity in attributes was insurmountable. A mere breath of chilling poison from the serpent resulted in the immediate demise of those insects. What followed was a frenzied onslaught of serpents. Instinctively, Number 6 reached for Number 18's ankle, but upon reflection, she realized that if 18 died again, it would be truly final. Thus, she altered her grasp to seize 18 by the neck, assuring her, "Fear not. Even if I must sever your head, it shall remain in my possession. I will heal you." This declaration sparked a glimmer of hope in Number 18. "Ah, this accursed sensation of suffocation. Strike me with all your might. Spare me no pity." Fortunately, just before 18 was fully swung away, Bai Yi interjected, "Unless it is a critical moment, do not treat your comrades as expendable. The boss has yet to enter the fray. We are merely clearing the minions. Utilize these weapons instead." Bai Yi remained languidly reclined amid the mass of flesh, casting her gaze upon the thousands of ice rock serpents before her. With a swift motion, she produced a white weapon from the depths of her surroundings and tossed it forth. After all, true offensive power lay within skills. The weapon merely served as a conduit. Thus, the quality mattered little, as long as it did not break upon first use. Number 6's eyes widened with excitement as she relinquished her hold on number 18 and grasped the weapon. Cool. It's a massive axe. With that, she ignited with fervor and leaped high into the throng of serpents, proclaiming, like the blazing flames, "I shall sever every head." As she descended with a thunderous strike, a second-tier ice rock serpent hastily reinforced its defenses, yet still succumbed to her blow. With number 6's leap, her other avatars swiftly followed suit, leaving only 4 to carry the palanquin. 44 fiery blades ignited, melting the frozen earth and causing the heavy snow to dissipate. Each strike was infused with her utmost strength, claiming several ice rock serpents with every blow. However, with repetition came unforeseen mishaps. For instance, the erratic number 36 miscalculated her swing, causing her to inadvertently strike the carapace of number 33 instead of her intended target. But why does it still function? Number 36 blinked in surprise at the feedback from her skills. It wasn't until she spotted a bone insect, precisely severed by her strike, that composed part of number 33's exoskeleton, that she adopted a contemplative expression, her snowy ears twitching. Moments later, enlightenment washed over her. Hee. Awesome. This revelation was quickly emulated by her fellow avatars. Thus, even if a strike went awry or missed entirely, the flesh-eating insects that had preemptively positioned their necks upon the blade would instinctively succumb to decapitation, leading to an unending cycle of fiery executions on the infinite guillotine. At the outset, the swarm was composed of temporarily dispatched armored units. However, upon realizing the insufficiency of this approach, they began to create openings among their comrades, leading to the rapid generation of a multitude of insects. Subsequently, they utilized their psionic bodies to restore their states for the purpose of healing their wounds. Henceforth, the fervent onslaught of strikes continued unabated, akin to the rise and fall of fire butterflies, a relentless tide. The frozen ground melted into marshlands, which were then scorched into barren earth. During this period, the ice rock serpents attempted to resist, yet their efforts yielded little effect. Cold poison infiltrating their bodies? They merely hacked away at the afflicted areas. Ice spikes assailing them? They simply yanked them out and continued their reckless slashing. Beneath that searing and sharp guillotine, the ice rock serpent's proud icy forms proved as fragile as mere paper. Caw, caw, caw. It's a river of blood. Strike. Kill, kill, kill. Triple kill for number 6. Quadruple kill for number 25. Number 18 almost met its demise. How thrilling. The system, in its excitement, even took on the role of a commentator, only to be silenced by Bai Yi within her mind. She was currently cultivating her momentum for serious business. Upon hearing this, the system quieted down. At this moment, Bai Yi reclined slightly, her gaze fixed on the largest ice rock king serpent in the distance through the parted curtains. Her expression remained calm and collected, even betraying a hint of disdain from her elevated position. Species: Ice Rock King Serpent Rank, Tier 3 Physique, 400 Mental Strength, 100 Spiritual Energy, 100 Talent. Cold Rock Body, a unique physique that grants an additional 30 defensive effect. Current Body Protection, 120. Skills: Cold Poison Spread, Ice Crystal Spike, Giant Serpent Charge, Defensive Posture, Psionic Shield. This panel could be deemed the most magnificent Bai Yi had encountered in this novice battlefield. Although her clones could potentially slay it using combined techniques, its colossal form could effortlessly annihilate swathes of clones, crushing their heads in an instant. Yet, it did not engage at this moment. Instead, it warily observed Bai Yi, hesitating to act. For in this instant, it sensed an unprecedented aura of oppression emanating from her. Despite the life and death struggle unfolding, she sat like an emperor in the rear, regarding it with such disdain that she didn't even rise to her feet. The two-legged sheep before it was evidently only a Tier 2 creature, seemingly gazing up at itself. Yet those amber eyes shone like the sun, casting a gaze of superiority upon everything it represented. This compelled it to lower its head, too intimidated to meet her gaze. Noticing this, a smirk gradually crept upon by Es lips, her mocking glance directed at the serpent, as she softly uttered, "Ah, a mere fish, I shall devour you." Simultaneously, an achievement notification resonated in her mind. You have triggered the achievement one step ahead of the king. Your aura has been significantly enhanced based on your current actions, granting you aura suppression effects. You have triggered the achievement an eye for an eye, causing the Ice Rock King Serpent to experience continuous intimidation. In the distance, Luo Tianqing, who had been frantically climbing, sensed that she was nearing her goal and turned to glance back. To her astonishment, she was utterly taken aback. The anticipated fierce battle had not materialized. Instead, she witnessed a one-sided massacre. The relentless flames seemed to unleash an infinite barrage, one after another, overpowering the adversaries with a staggering numerical disadvantage. Whether they were first or second tier, it was a decisive obliteration. My goodness, have I committed some grave sin in a past life to be targeted by such horrors? With that thought, she hastily stuffed a handful of ice rock flowers into her mouth, determined to enhance her strength as swiftly as possible. And as for the cold poison, please, the cold poison pales in comparison to the terror of a fox. Consumption of ice rock flowers, 27. Physical strength increased by 10 points. Spiritual power increased by 10 points. Maximum effective quantity, 10-10. Consuming more than 20 at once triggers the cold poison awakening effect. Talent activated. Status altered. Your mental power is permanently increased by an additional 10. You enter a poison state. Remaining time, 59 minutes. Upon succumbing to the poison, she felt invigorated. The weariness that had once clouded Luo Tianqing's eyes was suddenly dispelled. Though frost gnawed at her body, the excruciating pain was but a minor inconvenience, even propelling her to climb with greater urgency. Chapter 75. The End of Quarantine. Your derivative avatar has slain an ice rock serpent, first order, earning 5 merit points. Your derivative avatar has slain an ice rock serpent, second order, earning 20 merit points and acquiring the equipment Fong of Frost Venom, which has been automatically stored in your backpack. Your derivative avatar has slain Fong of Frost Venom, white, durability, 30 sharpness, 30 effect, Frost Venom bite. When inflicting damage on a target, an additional low-level frost effect is applied, causing the target to suffer from progressively intensifying negative states such as ice paralysis, cracking, excruciating pain, and heat loss. The stronger the physical and spiritual attributes, the weaker the effect and the shorter the duration. As time ticked away, the ice rock serpents were gradually decimated by the avatars. Meanwhile, Bai Yi languidly remained seated in her lavish blood-soaked palanquin, fixated on the ice rock king serpent. Though she possessed the ability to create avatars, she longed for a superior battle-loss ratio. However, at that moment, the ice rock king serpent, though temporarily intimidated, felt its fury mounting as it observed the slaughter of its kin. It dared not act recklessly under the gaze of those amber eyes but was unwilling to witness the tragic demise of its brethren. Fear morphed into anger, yet that anger was quelled by intimidation. This cycle continued until, at last, a surge of madness eclipsed all trepidation, and it overcame its instinctual fear. Thus, it sprang into action. Its heightened intelligence allowed it to comprehend the traits of these adversaries during their confrontation. High attack power, low defense, a fearless disposition towards pain, and remarkable healing abilities. Yet not invincible. If they could bleed, they could be slain. Such thoughts proliferated in the tumult of its rage, ultimately consuming all reservations. Hiss! All of you. With that, it launched itself into the fray with unbridled ferocity, holding nothing back. Its towering form, reminiscent of a multi-story building, erupted from the cave, unleashing a flurry of ice spikes that jutted upwards in a radius of several dozen meters. Each spike extended 2 to 3 meters, imbued with even more potent frost venom. Many nearby avatars and ice rock serpents were impaled indiscriminately, sent soaring into the air. Yet the assault was far from over. As the ice spikes emerged, it assumed a defensive posture, instantly cloaked in a thicker layer of spiked ice armor. Simultaneously, it exhaled a mist of frosty venom and, leveraging its physical superiority, executed a sweeping attack that spared none, including the surviving ice rock serpents. The avatars, just moments ago punctured, had no time to react before being crushed by the ensuing onslaught. Though they boasted high output and rapid healing, their physical attributes were a mere 50 points. Now faced with the Ice Rock King Serpent, which had over 400 points and was clad in heavy armor, even with the aid of spiritual energy, they could not withstand the impact. They were swiftly obliterated. In the distance, Bai, locked in a gaze with the Ice Rock King Serpent, blinked in disbelief. What is happening? The sudden shift left her momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the madness that had erupted so abruptly. She was at a loss. In response, the system's contemptuous and unrefined voice promptly echoed. Perhaps it has succumbed to the pressure and gone mad. Tiske. Truly, a pathetic creature, unable to restrain its opponent. Now it has failed in its endeavor, a classic case of a foolish gamble. By ignoring the system's outburst, she hastily dispatched her other avatars to forcibly eliminate it. Since the damage control had faltered, swift resolution was imperative. At that moment, the Ice Rock King Serpent had just dispatched several avatars and had yet to vent its emotions when it was suddenly overwhelmed by an explosion. The concentrated self-detonations shattered its armor, ruptured its form, and incinerated everything in their wake. Yet it also restored a modicum of rationality. Its eyes widened in disbelief. It had miscalculated, never anticipating that these entities would explode upon death. Fortunately, its physique was robust enough. The explosive force, ultimately only of second-tier magnitude, though it left its flesh torn, was not fatal. The true peril lay in the combination of the 400 points of armor shattering and the searing flames. Realizing this, it quickly exhaled a chilling mist towards the flames in an attempt to extinguish them. However, in the next instant, it witnessed the very two-legged demons it had just crushed rising anew from the fire. In shock, it noticed an increasing number of two-legged demons approaching. They grasped their companion's ankles, who in turn grasped another's, forming a lengthy chain of 5 avatars. Then, with the initial figure leading the charge, flames erupted in a cascading fury. At that moment, it seemed as though a fiery dragon, consuming the horizon, surged forth to engulf it in searing heat. Boom! As the avatars effortlessly sliced through its neck, an explosion followed suit. The foremost 3 avatars, unable to withstand the accumulated heat, instantly transformed into charred remnants upon crossing its neck. Ultimately, only the initial 2 survived. System. Cool. It's a multi-person combination technique. I shall name it the Fiery Long Fox. Your derivative avatars have developed a new technique, Fiery Long Fox, based on the existing skill Fiery Guillotine. Your derivative avatars have slain the regional boss Ice Rock King Serpent, Tier 3, earning you 500 battle points. You have obtained the Ice Rock Counter Armor, Green, and the Ice Rock Crystal, White. With the demise of the Ice Rock King Serpent, the remaining Ice Rock Serpents scattered in flight. Before long, the battlefield was left with only the derivative avatars and an array of debris, along with a multitude of flesh-eating insects. Boss, we have gathered an abundance of treasures. Number 3 led a group, followed by a large swarm of flesh-eating insects, laden with spoils. Since the derivative avatars had delivered the killing blow, these treasures would not directly enter their battle domain's inventory. Thus, most would need to be collected during the cleanup. Although some treasures had been destroyed in the avatar self-detonations, more than 30 items of varying quality remained. Yet, despite gathering these spoils, Bai found little joy. Due to insufficient experience in commanding his team in battle, 8 of his avatars perished during this confrontation. Although there were no total casualties, it was undoubtedly the most harrowing encounter. The system notified him. A friendly reminder. 3 of them fell by your own hand. Upon hearing this, Bai's spirits lifted slightly, for it still counted as losses. A change in strategy was imperative. With a flicker of her eyes, she rose and addressed her myriad avatars. Continue the pursuit. Utilize all your strength to create a swarm of flesh and blood as reserve cannon fodder along the way. Furthermore, gather soil to place in the Grand Sedan. The journey allows ample time for planting. With that, Bai Yi reclined into the grand sedan, allowing her avatars to shovel earth over her, burying her within. Meanwhile, in the present world, as morning approached, Bai Yang, awaiting lunch, suddenly received a notification. He barely absorbed the lengthy discourse that preceded it, but the final message resonated clearly. The quarantine has been lifted ahead of schedule. Chapter 76. Bai Yang. Am I truly his biological child? Let me reiterate. The quarantine has been lifted. Please expedite your packing. Orderly departure will commence in 15 minutes. Electronic devices have been returned to the dining area, and the signal jamming has been disabled. As the announcement concluded, silence enveloped the room, only to be swiftly replaced by a cacophony of voices. Bai Yang was no exception. He sprang from his bed like a zombie, leaping down and stretching languidly. Cool. It's finally over. Although he had only been confined for 2 days, for someone with a fragmented psyche, it felt like an eternity of 3 sets of 2 days. The feeling of being unable to go anywhere was simply unbearable. However, that chapter was now closed. Simultaneously, a knocking sound emanated from the dining area. The phone, confiscated just 2 hours after his arrival, was now returned fully charged. I am to be free. Upon receiving his phone, Bai Yang instinctively chuckled, though he quickly suppressed his mirth. There were cameras, after all. Others shared his reaction, such as Jiang Si-du next door, who had been ensnared by the confines of her blanket for an entire night, only liberated during breakfast service. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming restlessness, a compelling urge to sprint a marathon. Upon receiving the notification, her eyes sparkled. Yay, freedom! With that, she busily gathered her belongings and swiftly snatched up the phone at her door. Opening her chat history, she clicked on the conversation labeled White Wing Little Angel and initiated a message. Meanwhile, in Bai Yang's room, having just acquired his phone, Bai Yang noticed a flurry of messages being sent to him, but before he could peruse them, the phone rang. You made me shed my disguise, yet adorned me with a mask. When the world is stripped of its veil of mystery, it reveals a maddening visage. A myriad of faces confounds the melodies, narrating tales that blur the line between truth and jest. Only I dance against the tide. Oh, dance. The familiar tune resonated, capturing the system's attention. Humph, this lowly creature listens to such peculiar music. Play it again. Play it again. To this, Bai Yang resolutely declined. Want to hear it? Then beg me. If you plead, I might sing a couple of lines for you. You? The system scoffed. Bai Yang rolled his eyes. Then listen closely and discern whose voice this resembles. The lyrics were penned during a time of leisure by myself, along with How to Air and Luo Tianqing, and we sang it together. Although none of us possessed remarkable vocal talent, the overall auditory experience was surprisingly pleasant. Unfortunately, when the lyrics were still in their infancy, Luo Tianqing disappeared, leaving the song in a perpetual state of incomplete rehearsal. Though brief, this segment was perfect as a ringtone. Not just him, but How to Air and How to Sun also used the same tune. As for Luo Tianqing, that remains a mystery. With that, the system fell into silence. Based on her experiences gleaned from the online narratives, the host should not merely be an incompetent wretch, desperately seeking to cling to someone else's support. The script feels amiss. However, as this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively recalled her binding situation. Wait a moment. How did she end up bound to that inconsequential being? She found herself lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, during this moment of reflection, Bai Yang had also answered a phone call. On the other end, the familiar voice of his old friend Ding resonated. Bai Yang subconsciously recalled their encounter that morning and could not help but marvel at the fortuitousness of the situation. How serendipitous. It seemed someone would be picking him up to return home. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips, but the next moment, that smile froze in place. Bai Luan. Hello. My boy, you should be done with quarantine by now, right? Don't rush home just yet. Your mother and I are at the lab. First, come find us to collect the keys, and while you're at it, pick up some supplies for the girls. I've just found you a little sister. Oh, by the way, I heard from Uncle D that you brought a girlfriend home. So what's the situation with you and Xiao Qing now? Xiao Qing grew up right under my nose. I remember you two were childhood sweethearts. Could it be that childhood love cannot withstand the trials of fate? Never mind that. You're grown now with your own thoughts. If you feel it's right, bring her home sometime so your mother can have a little joy. Well then, I'll hang up for now. Bai Yang? No, old Ding, don't hang up. Before Bai Yang could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly terminated with a decisive click, leaving only the echo of the disconnect. Bai Yang touched his face, taking a moment to process what had just occurred. His old friend had traveled all this way to the quarantine zone just to find him a sister? Was he truly related to this man? Soon, Bai Yang stumbled upon even more perplexing issues. Why had his old friend picked someone else up again? A twitch escaped the corner of his mouth. His old friend often wandered about like a street urchin, occasionally bringing someone back. The young Yi Chong and had been one such person he rescued, reporting the incident so that Yi could reunite with his family, to the point where Ye's father had even sworn brotherhood with the old friend. The daughter of Uncle Zhuge was another he had brought back during their childhood water play. This included his own beloved grandson and the parents of Luo Tianqing. If it weren't for the fact that this was his old friend, he might have suspected him to be a professional human trafficker. Now, astonishingly, he had brought yet another person back. This was truly. Since he's already here, why not bring me along too? Bai Yang couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Additionally, based on what his old friend had disclosed, it seemed there had been a misunderstanding regarding his relationship with Bai Yi. Most likely, this was a rumor spread by Uncle D. Well, although it wasn't entirely unfounded, as the excuse he had contemplated at the time was indeed similar. Nevertheless, relying on fate or the heavens was no substitute for self-reliance. He would simply return on his own. With that thought, Bai Yang tidied himself up and awaited the passage of time. Meanwhile, within the examination room, Di Feng wore a troubled expression as he scrutinized the notes in his hand. The good news was that he had resolved the predicament posed by the enigmatic Yu Xiaoyu. The bad news was that it was Bai Luan who had taken charge of the situation, and he remained uncertain whether this was a fortuitous development or not. What he did know was that Bai Luan had not been gone long before he encountered Yu Xiaoyu emerging from the examination room. It was unclear how they struck up a conversation, but amidst their exchange, upon discovering that they were both orphans, Bai Luan decisively brought Yu Xiaoyu before him, proclaiming that this individual was undeniably fated to cross paths with him. He insisted on taking Yu Xiaoyu home to raise him. Logically, Di Feng rejected this notion, recognizing the folly of placing such a potentially hazardous individual in close proximity to his friend. Yet, on an emotional level, he felt compelled to trust Bai Luan's strong intuition, believing there must be a sound rationale behind his insistence. Ultimately, he chose once again to embrace the mysteries of fate. Chapter 77. System. I need to fatten up again at this moment. In Haicheng, on Lanhai Road, Bai Luan was hurriedly escorting Yu Xiaoyu in an emergency vehicle back home. The night had only just receded the floodwaters, leaving many roads still impassable. The temporary routes cleared were exclusively designated for transporting the injured, thus not available for public transit. The only means of returning home was either on foot or by flying back. But who was he? Just as he stepped out, he fortuitously encountered an acquaintance, who happened to be heading towards the laboratory area to collect the injured and had an available seat. Seizing the opportunity, he hopped on for a ride. Inside the vehicle, Bai Luan gently tousled Yu Xiaoyu's hair. Upon first laying eyes on this bright-eyed, pearly-toothed young girl, an inexplicable urge to take her home had surged within him. It was not an overwhelming affection, merely a sense of familiarity, a feeling that they were somehow meant to connect. This sensation intensified upon learning from the relevant personnel that she had lost her memory and her family. He had always been a person guided by instinct, rarely overthinking situations. His principle was to act upon his thoughts. Thus, he brought her to Di Feng and successfully obtained guardianship. Noticing that she had been rather silent throughout the journey, he decided to break the ice. Little fish, don't be afraid. Although I'm not exactly a good person, I promise I won't eat children. Yu Xiaoyu? She was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his train of thought. What do you mean, you're not a good person? In the eyes of humanity, is there anything worse than me, the Demon King? Whether you eat children or not is uncertain, but I certainly consume old friends. Though I'm new here and haven't actually done, so yet Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but mentally scoff. Had it not been for the fact that he had saved her from considerable trouble, he would have been in grave danger for such an audacious gesture. Despite the recent examination revealing no issues, she instinctively felt that matters would not conclude so simply. She had been ready for chaos at any moment. Although her strength had not fully returned, it was sufficient to lay waste to a city. However, she never anticipated encountering this man the moment she stepped outside. After exchanging a few words, he insisted on taking her home. She was astounded. Goodness, what sort of person is this? Are humans so casual? She did not understand, yet inexplicably agreed. What baffled her even more was that the military actually consented. While she couldn't fathom how such an occurrence could transpire among the disciplined humans, possessing a convenient identity during her recovery period was undeniably advantageous. Thus, confronted with by Luina's gentle patting, she even leaned in, seemingly cooperative. This feels rather nice. The human body is truly peculiar. In that moment, her perspective shifted. She resolved that if one day she were to achieve interstellar ascendance, she would grant him an opportunity to pledge loyalty to her, propelling him to greatness. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Baiyang pondered the nature of the individual his father had brought home, as the 15 minutes elapsed. The instant the door was unlocked, a smile illuminated his face as he stepped out with great strides. At that moment, he felt as though the entire world had come to life. Indeed, once liberated, even the scent of disinfectant seemed remarkably sweet. Baiyang inhaled deeply the rich fragrance of the disinfectant, a look of bliss adorning his features. However, his reverie was soon interrupted by a dissenting voice. Ugh, how foul! Do you perhaps have a penchant for unpleasant odors? Jiang Sidu had unknowingly emerged from the doorway, and upon witnessing Baiyang's intoxicated expression, he too took a deep breath, nearly choking on it. To cleanse the lingering scent of blood from the previous day's events, the disinfectant in the corridor was particularly potent. It seems tolerable to me. Baiyang mused, touching his nose. This aroma was far more pleasant than the sanguine stench encountered in the battlefield. At this moment he had fully acclimated, or rather anyone who had traversed the battlefield had. Indeed, Jiang Sidu nodded earnestly, then turned to Baiyang, his expression tinged with concern. What of Bai Yi? I saw her being taken away yesterday. Is she all right? Upon hearing this, Baiyang glanced at the overly familiar petite figure before him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He could not quite fathom why she was so fixated on Bai Yi, akin to an infatuated girl. Nonetheless, he harbored no aversion to the situation, for he was Bai Yi herself. What harm was there in a little camaraderie with a girl? If one were to pinpoint a fault, it would be his preference for those with substantial strength. The allure of a grand airport did not quite captivate him. With these thoughts in mind, Baiyang replied, She is fine. I just received a message on my phone. She is currently in the infirmary, tending to the wounded. Is that so? Jiang Sidu's eyes brightened at this news. He quickly proposed to Baiyang and the newly emerged Xiao Ai. She surely needs assistance. We should go help her. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Ai vehemently opposed the idea. The military district's treatment room? I refuse to go. It will be a bloodbath in there, and I've just had my own injuries treated. If you wish to go, be my guest. I shall wait for you outside. As she spoke, Xiao Ai took a cautious step back, her demeanor suggesting there was more to her reluctance. Noticing this, Jiang Sidu turned his gaze to Baiyang, who simply shook his head. It was midday, and after a night of searching, the number of casualties was at its peak. Bai Yi was undoubtedly occupied. Even if he were to go, he would not be able to contribute meaningfully, and as Xiao Ai had mentioned, the area was rife with bloodshed. A careless move could leave him stained. Thus, he declared resolutely, I shall not go. I plan to return directly. Although he harbored a desire to showcase his newfound abilities, he consistently felt an inexplicable aversion and repulsion during such moments. Hence, he chose to adhere to his true inclinations. First, one must mature before engaging in ostentation. There is always time for pretense, but one must not squander the period of growth. Very well, then, I shall venture forth alone. Jiang Sida raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, a hint of disappointment evident as he navigated through the throng of people. Moments later, Yang emerged from the somewhat crowded assembly as well. The crisp air swiftly dispelled the stale atmosphere within his lungs. Simultaneously, a gentle voice resonated within him. Is it permissible for me to speak now? Taken aback, Yang recovered quickly, realizing he was still in resonance with the Slime Queen. It was merely due to his prior instructions that she had remained silent and concealed, leading him to inadvertently overlook her conscious presence. Speaking is certainly allowed. After all, we communicate through our thoughts. Just refrain from manifesting in front of outsiders, Yang mentally replied. Slime Queen Zihua, that's reassuring. So, my benefactor, what shall we do next? Yang. We are to retrieve the little sparrow from her confinement. System. Host. I am ready to grow plump once more. Chapter 78. A visit from the Western Alliance. How could one possibly consume such an adorable little creature as the fat sparrow? Yang silently protested within. Upon hearing this, the system immediately felt aggrieved. But last time, the miscellaneous fish suggested that this system should eat it. I understand now. Could it be that the miscellaneous fish wishes for this system to plead with you? Truly, the essence of a miscellaneous fish, yet I excel at begging. I beseech. Before the system could utter more, Yang decisively interrupted. It would be such a waste to consume this plump little sparrow outright. We ought to learn to cultivate it for sustainable development, right? We can roast only half each time and then heal it. However, before he could finish, the system voiced its objection. No, this is too tempting. Too cruel. We must learn to respect life. Killing must not entail cruelty. Yang smiled broadly. We can first administer anesthetic. I am the most merciful. Well, that is not entirely unfeasible. I have yet to taste a little fat sparrow, the system admitted, wavering in its resolve. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Yang found himself momentarily puzzled. Didn't I reward you with experience points the day before yesterday? In response, the system's bravado noticeably diminished. Those points belong to this system. They are my private funds. How could I extravagantly indulge in a little fat sparrow? What if I need them one day? At that moment, the system felt a tinge of grievance. It too yearned to purchase a little fat sparrow. However, the mental state of the host was concerning. It would be unwise to leave nothing in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Although this miscellaneous fish was not the original host it had anticipated, they were bound together. It could not simply watch as things went awry, for it possessed a strong sense of conscience. The issues the host overlooked were matters that it must consider. With this thought, it couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Is it too much to ask for the miscellaneous fish to bow down to this system in gratitude, considering my greatness? What did you just say? Yang raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard the system suggest that it wanted him to prostrate himself. This could be arranged. System. There are monsters flying in the sky. Upon hearing this, Yang rolled his eyes. Do you think I would believe that? With that, he looked skyward. The next moment, goodness, there truly were. Wait, that appears to be a Western pterosaur rider? He observed a flock of creatures that resembled a cross between dragons and manta rays soaring through the sky. Though their wingspans measured only 60 to 70 meters, considerably smaller than the dragons on the battlefield, their numbers were abundant, and they flew with remarkable speed and strength. Compared to most electronic devices and technological creations, they were far better suited to traverse the perilous central regions and the ever-changing seas. Yet, Yang furrowed his brow. According to historical records, since the Central Asian region fell to the abyss, contact between the Western Alliance and Huagua had diminished significantly. In the past decade, their communication had been entirely severed. Now, however, they had unexpectedly returned. One could only hope that no troublesome occurrences would arise. After all, the outcomes of previous encounters had not been particularly pleasant. Human nature, Yang couldn't help but sigh, but upon further reflection, he realized that this was clearly not a concern for someone of his humble abilities. Thus, he strode purposefully towards the quarantine zone. He first navigated through the throngs of people who had gathered, eventually reaching the wide and chaotic thoroughfare, making his way towards the pet quarantine area that lingered in his memory. Hurry! Those creatures are certainly here to seize the little sparrow. We must rescue it. The system's urging echoed in his mind, prompting Bai Yong to quicken his pace slightly. However, he did not rush excessively. Despite his current physique and spiritual energy allowing him to sprint at speeds surpassing that of a high-speed train for short distances, it would be exhausting and too conspicuous, potentially damaging public property. Therefore, he maintained a speed akin to that of his morning exercises from a few days prior. Meanwhile, the slime queen within him, though unable to hear the system's words, sensed the fluctuations of Bai Yang's emotions. This led her to instinctively associate the cause with the creatures above. Those beings just now seem to possess draconic bloodlines, though their potential is limited. Apart from a few leaders, their average strength is even inferior to my current state. You need not worry. Should they initiate an attack, I shall ensure your safety. Once a formidable contender poised for the stars, her strength may have diminished, yet her perceptive abilities and judgment remained intact. Most beings beneath the 8th tier could not evade her awareness. I'm not concerned about their aggression. Never mind. When you have time, do read more books about our world, Bai Yong replied in his heart. Although he was unsure of what misunderstanding had occurred, he found the sensation of carrying around an elder rather delightful. With that, Bai Yong slightly focused his mind and concentrated on his journey. Although the devastation wrought by the flood had been contained by the Jioding group, the ferocity of the storm was not to be underestimated. The broad street was littered with fallen trees, road signs, traffic lights, damaged vehicles, and various debris. He had to remain vigilant, watching his step as he ran along the roadside. After half an hour, Bai Yong finally arrived at the pet quarantine station. Generally speaking, in such calamitous circumstances, one would not expect the establishment of such a place that consumes additional manpower and resources. However, since the emergence of the sea tribes from the ocean, certain flora and fauna had gradually developed wisdom and emotions. While they could not transform into human forms like Bai Yi, they were capable of articulate speech, reciting poetry, and articulating thoughts. They possessed intelligence akin to humans, and those who had cohabitated with humanity for extended periods were more prone to developing consciousness, leading to a largely amiable disposition towards humans. To cater to this segment, the pet quarantine station was specifically established.
Hello, I am Bai Yang.
Yes, I am here to retrieve my little sparrow. At the pet quarantine station, before the service counter, Bai Yong presented the fostering certificate for his little sparrow. All right, please follow me. The gentleman's pet must be that little white ball of a bird. Congratulations to you, for it has successfully attained enlightenment during the quarantine period. The individual smiled at Bai Yong. Instances of sudden enlightenment during isolation are so rare that they may not encounter even one in several years, thus leaving a profound impression. Bai Yong? System. Enlightened. Does that mean it will taste even better? The attributes of equipment are additional enhancements bestowed by Bai Yang's innate talents, akin to enchantments. However, the fundamental strength is constrained by the grade of the new vessel. When it comes to standard implements, such as psychic energy beverages or high-explosive grenades, the effects are cumulative with NN's enhancements. Conversely, if a living entity transforms into an implement, for instance, a slime queen, the process results in N transforming into other, thereby yielding an effect of N. Chapter 79. The ungrateful foolish bird. Bai Yong mused that this ungrateful little creature might indeed be worth it. Upon awakening its intelligence, it would become a true companion. The quality of its flesh, one could argue, would surely ascend to new heights. However, even if the quality remained unchanged, it would not be a loss, for this little round sparrow appeared delectably enticing. As his thoughts swirled, Bai Yong followed the staff into the pet isolation room. Upon entering, he was met with an unusual odor. The room was filled with a myriad of pets, ranging from diminutive cats and dogs to formidable tigers and bears. Naturally, the latter were a rarity, although, to those who had awakened, the distinction between ordinary tigers and small domestic animals was negligible. However, due to the challenges of care and stringent regulations, very few chose to keep such beasts. After all, who could claim that cats had lost their charm or that dogs had become disloyal? Engaging daily with the monstrous creatures of the battlefield was exhausting enough. Returning home to face a large predator might provoke a stressful reaction that could lead to disastrous consequences. As he traversed through the multitude of pets, Bai Yong soon spotted a fluffy little chubby bird. Perhaps due to its successful awakening, This already adorable sparrow received special attention from the staff, even housed in the most luxurious cage available. Before he even arrived, he could hear its cheerful chirping. After listening intently, he found himself perplexed. Wasn't it supposed to have awakened its intelligence? In response to his silent query, a staff member explained. The awakening of intelligence occurs in stages. This was merely the initial phase. It could understand human speech and convey simple ideas through body language, yet it lacked the ability for direct communication, as it was not a parrot. Nonetheless, this was indicative of potential. With consistent nurturing through appropriately aligned spiritual energy and rigorous training, perhaps one day it could achieve full enlightenment. If fortune favored it, it might even awaken hidden talents or surpass its inherent limitations, eventually joining the battlefield as a steadfast ally. As the staff spoke, Bai Yong couldn't help but notice the glint of envy in their eyes, directed towards him, the fortunate one. In response, Bai Yong nodded noncommittally. He had indeed heard of such situations and had even witnessed them firsthand. Affluent families often employed peers to accompany their children, while simultaneously cultivating numerous promising spiritual beasts. However, these methods were labor-intensive and time-consuming, far less stable than simply contracting a gifted awakened individual. It is worth noting that the practice of employing peers as expendable assets had been officially prohibited by the first Dragon King a century ago. This was fundamentally aimed at preventing coercive and unlawful behaviors, as it was rumored that the first Dragon King had faced such threats. Yet, despite the official ban on illicit coercion, the reality had merely shifted from the black market to the gray, with occasional reports of related incidents still surfacing. Certainly, this method is not widely adopted nowadays, for human nature is intricate, and betrayal is not a novelty. A misstep can lead to adverse repercussions. Moreover, there is the cultivation of spirit beasts. When nurtured over a long period, the likelihood of betrayal is significantly diminished. However, the occurrence of spirit beasts is inherently rare, and the probability of awakening their potential is exceedingly slim. Even when awakened, their potential is generally not remarkable. Even those who forcibly break their limits through medication often become mere consumables, losing their utility once they surpass the novice battlefield. This is precisely why artifact talent bearers and the Spirit Tool clan are so highly sought after. Once a contract is bound, both parties experience a substantial enhancement in their initial combat capabilities, and they are forever unable to change their contractual partner. Furthermore, their interests within the battlefield are almost entirely aligned. They even share their ranks. For instance, if the maximum rank of an artifact talent bearer is 9, then the maximum rank of the contracted spirit is 8. If the contractor's maximum rank is 9, then the spirit tool's maximum is also 8. In such circumstances, as long as one does not engage in reckless behavior, betrayal is virtually impossible. As these thoughts surged through his mind, Bai Yong instinctively recalled his good grandson, Long Xiaotian. The family background was formidable. Prior to entering the battlefield, his family had prepared numerous spirit beasts and death soldiers for him, even clandestinely acquiring a batch of willing cannon fodder to consume forbidden drugs. However, who would have thought that once awakened, he would not rush to the battlefield, but instead pursue makeup lessons in a bid to win back his girlfriend? Truly outrageous. Whenever Bai Yong reflected on this matter, he could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. How could he and his good son be such ordinary individuals? Yet their grandson had turned into something so bizarre. Just as Bai Yong pondered this conundrum, the staff opened the cage. Inside, the little sparrow, upon seeing the familiar feeder, attempted to approach affectionately, only to be abruptly seized by a larger hand. The familiar grip left the little sparrow perplexed, glancing questioningly at Bai Yong. Ga? Bai Yong and the system? System. This little sparrow seems off. Is something wrong with its mind? You are a bird, not a chicken. Bai Yong could not help but twitch his lips, momentarily losing the desire to taste it. It is said that consuming foolish birds can lower one's intelligence. System. I am not afraid of losing intelligence. I want to eat. I want to eat. As the system prepared to argue its case, the Slime Queen also expressed her thoughts. Slime Queen. This creature looks plump and seems like it would taste delightful. Meanwhile, the little sparrow, having been caught, first looked at Bai Yong and then cast a reluctant glance at the caretaker. Although it had just begun to gain awareness, it could not forget that stormy night. On that fateful evening, when it was on the brink of accepting its demise, it was this man who rescued it. From that moment on, it had belonged entirely to that man, though the caretaker provided it with delicious food every day. Although I feel a twinge of reluctance to part with this luxurious bird's nest, I find myself tempted to linger here, indulging in the pleasures it offers. Yet, do not regard me thus. He is indeed your true master. At this moment, the caretaker felt increasingly uneasy under the beseeching gaze of the other party, hastily retreating while waving his hands in refusal. It is no jest. The foremost rule of our staff is to never accept the overt affection of spirit creatures. This is, after all, my livelihood. Meanwhile, Bai Yang, standing nearby, had also recognized the predicament. With a raised eyebrow, he promptly stowed the creature away in his pocket. Truly, a thankless and foolish bird. Upon returning home, we shall feast. System. Hooray! A note. Under the influence of the cosmic battlefield, humanity, as a superior species in the realm of nature, possesses potential, adaptability, intelligence, and creativity that far surpass the majority of other beings on Blue Star, with certain exceptions due to various reasons, such as merfolk, sharkmen, aquatic races, abyssal beings, wind-winged dragons, deep dwellers, and spirit beings, among others. Chapter 80. Bai Yang, would you like to eat? If you wish to dine later, follow me. At the same time Bai Yang led Xiao Tuan-Ke away, Bai Yi encountered a minor mishap. In the treatment room, your kidneys and eyes are severely infected. It's beyond salvage. With that, Bai Yi firmly pressed the individual onto the bed and, employing an extraordinarily deft and rapid technique, extracted their kidneys and eyes, administering treatment just before the patient could utter a scream. After a night of exploration and the abundant experimental data provided by the derivative clone number 18, she had fully grasped the patterns of pain response. As long as the procedure was executed swiftly and accurately, treatment could be completed before the patient could cry out, significantly enhancing efficiency and mitigating noise pollution. Next, you appear to be suffering from insomnia. I can assist you in achieving physical sleep. Ah, is that you? Bai Yi casually summoned the next patient, raising her fist halfway, only to discover it was a familiar face. Consequently, her raised fist was immediately retracted. I'm not tired. Rather, do you require assistance? Captain D sent me to help you and brought supplies. Jiang Sidu, carrying a large box of healing liquid that was nearly half her height, approached Bai Yi from behind, nonchalantly wiping the blood splattered across her face with her shoulder. She had previously sought out the person in charge here, revealing her intent to assist in the treatment room under the guise of seeking a contract partner for a pure-blooded spirit. Initially, her request was declined, but upon mentioning Bai Yi, the response unexpectedly changed. Not only was she granted a temporary work permit, but she was also provided with an additional box of healing liquid for Bai Yi. This only deepened her intrigue towards Bai Yi. Healing liquid is not something that can be purchased with money in the military. Its distribution is solely based on contributions. Currently, the stock she carried was at least half of what was available here. Judging by this, Bai Yi must have saved a significant portion of the military district overnight. This is simply incredible. Set the supplies aside. Just don't create a disturbance, Bai Yi responded casually. With that, she scraped away the putrid flesh from another patient's back, causing blood to spatter. Yet, before any screams could escape, a radiant light descended, and once the flesh regenerated, the pain only registered as a fleeting sensation. Next, with that, Bai Yi swiftly moved that individual aside and called for the subsequent patient. She was earnestly focused on the task at hand, especially considering the substantial reward of $100,000 for a day's work. Moreover, she had just heard that rescuing more individuals would even yield additional bonuses. Initially, she had been skeptical. However, upon witnessing the full box of healing liquid brought by Jiang Sidu, her doubts vanished. The healing liquid is crafted from various unique spiritual plants cultivated from the battlefield. Its production is scarce, with 95 directly allocated to the military district. Each canister contains 100 milliliters, allowing the user to instantly restore 100 points of spiritual energy, while additionally recovering 10 of their maximum spiritual energy over the following hour. Continuous use can extend the recovery duration. The official pricing is set at 100,000 per bottle, a sum that is both exorbitant and elusive in the market. Initially, Di Feng was quite taken aback by the 10 bottles she had allocated for herself. Yet now, this case consists of no fewer than several hundred cans. This alone is enough to fulfill half of a modest goal. With this realization, she cast aside her reservations and promptly uncorked a bottle, downing its contents. At that moment, she declared that no one should dare to vie for the injury numbers with her. Tossing the empty bottle aside, she turned her attention to the multitude of wounded individuals waiting at the treatment stations and shouted, "Next!" With that, she began to pull in the next patient, her movements swift and decisive, healing them before discarding them to the side. Next! Meanwhile, a barrier of wind, imbued with wind attribute spiritual energy, shielded by E from the splatter of blood. However, the young girl beside her was not as fortunate. Despite her timely evasion, she was still tainted by some bloodstains. With a resigned expression, she donned the provided mask and draped herself in a white protective suit before returning. Upon her return, she chose not to disturb Bai Yi, opting instead to observe quietly from a non-intrusive distance. Watching Bai Yi tirelessly save lives, she couldn't help but nod in approval. Although the methods employed were somewhat ruthless, there was no denying that this was the most responsible approach towards life. Even after a full night of work and with her spiritual energy nearly depleted, Bai Yi showed no signs of rest, treating each wounded person as if they were her own kin. Such a sense of justice, such a sense of responsibility, truly impeccable.
Zhang Si du Marvel d'Inwardly.
To her, someone with such remarkable healing capabilities would never lack for money, easily attracting the attention of military districts and wealthy patrons eager to honor them as esteemed guests. Yet, even in this moment, she was fervently dedicated to saving lives, undoubtedly driven by her noble character. It is no surprise that I have taken a liking to her. Jiang Si-du grew increasingly pleased, and thus began to assist in the removal of the filth, occasionally passing by a bottle of supplies. She resolved that once this wave of work was complete, she would confess her intentions and formalize a contract. Simultaneously, Bai Yang was making his way home along the coastal road. With Bai Yi's substantial gains, his spirits were lifted. Moving with a light step, he nibbled on a small crispy bone and hummed a whimsical tune he had altered. Little sparrow with wings so white, cannot take flight, plucking feathers, skinning, and bleeding. Even unsalted barbecue is delicious. Delicious, no doubt a testament to the little sparrow favored by this system. Bai Yang replied with a hint of pride, adding, "It is also due to my mastery of the cooking process," yielding a succulent and fragrant result. Reflecting on this, he expressed gratitude once more for the grilling expertise imparted by his derived avatars. Just earlier, while passing through an abandoned bridge tunnel devoid of surveillance, he had indulged in a taste of the little sparrow, buoyed by ES techniques. His movements were quick and efficient. From incapacitating the little sparrow to completing the treatment, not a sound escaped during the entire process. Then came the skill of controlling water to enhance flavor, followed by the exquisite technique of searing and cooking. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than half a minute. Meanwhile, the slime queen, who also shared in the experience of taste, expressed her admiration. Although I, as a being of slime, may not fully comprehend human flavors, I can certainly attest that this taste is delightful. Indeed, Bai Yang beamed with a grin. As a culinary artist, receiving praise from both the canine system and the slime queen naturally elevated his spirits. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he felt a stirring in his pocket. To his surprise, it was the little sparrow that had been knocked unconscious after failing to locate the anesthetic. Chirp! Chirp! The little sparrow poked its head out, utterly bewildered. It recalled passing underneath a bridge, then feeling a sudden daze, and after that, everything went blank. Confused, it glanced around in search of its assailant, but its attention was quickly diverted by the rich aroma wafting through the air. Chirp! So fragrant! I want to eat! Although Bai Yang did not comprehend the little creature's words, he could easily infer its meaning from its gestures and expressions. He then took the half-eaten chicken wing from his mouth and placed it before the little sparrow, inquiring, "Would you like to have some?" The little sparrow nodding chirp. Though it found the meat somewhat familiar, its mind was solely consumed with the thought of food, indifferent to everything else. Bai Yang said, From now on, follow me obediently, and I promise you will feast daily on sumptuous delights. However, after eating, you may experience occasional dizziness. But fear not, that is merely a normal reaction to consuming nourishing delicacies. The little sparrow, enthusiastically nodding while eating gok gok. Chapter 81. You Xiaoyu, my lady, are you still conscious? Look, the little sparrow is also fond of its own kind. I want to eat more. The system gazed at the little sparrow pecking at the roasted wings like a chick devouring worms, instantly overcome with desire. Bai Yang did not oppose this. Instead, he waited patiently until the little sparrow was full and ready to sleep, before passing through a dim alley once more. 3 minutes later. Indeed, without cumin, it lacked a certain flavor. Bai Yang emerged from the alley, smacking his lips, and left half of a meat wing for the little sparrow. A few minutes after exiting the alley, the little sparrow stirred awake once again, cautiously poked its head out, looking around in confusion, only to be drawn in by the enticing aroma. Cheep cheep? Its nascent intellect was puzzled. Had it just felt dizzy? And why was it hungry again? The fluffy little head tilted, and in the next moment it recalled Bai Yang's words. Dizziness is normal. A great tonic. With this thought, its bewildered gaze became clear and bright. So that was the meaning of dizziness. Indeed, it was a true tonic, intoxicating. However, as it continued to eat, something felt amiss. It distinctly remembered having just eaten. How could it be so hungry? Moments later. Could this be the wondrous nature of a great tonic? At this moment, the little sparrow believed it understood everything and hastened its feasting. Only after satisfying its hunger did it nuzzle Bai Yang's leg contentedly and fall asleep once more. I still want. As the little sparrow once again drifted off to sleep, the system attempted to interject, but was decisively rebuffed by Bai Yang. No, you shall not. Why? The system was perplexed, having just witnessed the little creature indulging heartily. To this, Bai Yang shook his head. Without cumin, it lacks soul. System. TSK. A worthless fish that cannot enjoy meat without cumin. Bai Yang. For the next 3 days, you shall not taste the little sparrow. He vowed fiercely within. Having said this, he resolutely ignored the system's incessant chatter and quickened his pace towards the laboratory. After more than 2 hours, Bai Yang finally arrived at the edge of the Shu Sea. The view was serene, the azure waves glistening under the early sunshine. A breeze brushed past, the humid mist caressing his face, carrying the scent of the waters. Since the Great Flood, the land of Shu had been transformed by the sediment piled up from the collapsed highlands, resulting in a significant alteration of the terrain, ultimately dividing it into 2 parts. One portion comprised a water body formed by the basin, with waterways flowing freely in all directions. This region predominantly housed aquatic beings closely related to humans, such as mermaids and squid maidens. The other portion constituted the coastal city, built along the shore, mutually observing the water dwellers of the Shu Sea. The ancient research institute of the coastal city was established on a hillside at the edge of the Shu Sea, characterized by a courtyard-style structure. It occupied a modest area and was strictly a private research facility. However, for various reasons, it ultimately transformed into a state-approved entity. The primary focus of research is on technology that benefits the public, yet concurrently, it has also encompassed the field of archaeology. The former is chiefly overseen by my mother, while the latter falls under my father's purview. Rather than being a mere job, it feels more akin to a pastime for both of them. My father, who is responsible for archaeology, spends his days either wandering aimlessly or collecting oddities. In recent years, there has been no significant advancement in archaeological findings. Meanwhile, my mother, dedicated to the study of cutting-edge technology, has neglected the latest breakthroughs in crystallized energy in favor of immersing herself in the research of traditional power mechs, showing no inclination to divert her attention. Both of my parents are retired personnel with honorable backgrounds and strong connections, coupled with certain reasons that remain beyond my current understanding. In essence, despite bearing the title of a national institution, it operates more like a personal entity. Moreover, even if the research institute has not made any progress for years, as long as no laws are violated, it will not face closure. Instead, it will often be classified as a key unit under national protection for various reasons. This perplexes me to this day, leading me to believe that my father's connections are quite formidable. As I ventured a bit further into Shuhai, I gazed at the white dome-shaped structure atop the distant hillside, feeling a pang of nostalgia. It had been quite a while since I last returned here. The last time I visited was ages ago. I can hardly recall the exact date, but it was certainly several years back. Meanwhile, in the Research Institute's lounge, Yang Qinwu was exchanging glances with Yu Xiaoyu, both blinking at each other. Due to the recent acquisition of a significant treasure by Bai Luan, they had taken up residence here for the time being. If it weren't for Old Dee's sudden phone call in the middle of the night, they might have forgotten that there was still a son in isolation. At that moment, Yang Qinwu and Yu Xiaoyu had been staring at each other for half an hour. The situation had arisen because Yang Qinwu wanted Yu Xiaoyu to call her mom, but Yu Xiaoyu staunchly refused. Yang Qinwu, staring, hurry up and call me mom. Yu Xiaoyu. Yang Qinwu. Disobedient children will be eaten by their mothers at night. Yu Xiaoyu. Yang Qinwu. If you don't call, that's fine. But your brother absolutely loves to eat children. He could devour 3 little ones like you in one bite, she said, gesturing with her finger. Then she continued to coax. Just call me good auntie, and I won't let him eat you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes, barely restraining her expression. Madam, are you still in your right mind? You are humans, after all. And is this how you coax a child? She mentally berated the situation, fervently wishing that the brother she had yet to meet would be somewhat normal and take her away from this woman soon. Otherwise, she feared she might burst into laughter and ruin her demonic majesty. Eat her? It was laughable. She was the demon queen. After a brief moment, after several attempts, Yang Qinwu finally coaxed Yu Xiaoyu into reluctantly calling her sister. This was the greatest concession Yu Xiaoyu could muster. Upon hearing this, Yang Qinwu appeared to deflate, allowing Yu Xiaoyu to escape her grasp. She adjusted her glasses with a sigh and stood up. This child, utterly unendearing, lacking in the art of coquetry, devoid of tears, and incapable of evoking a smile. It was as if she were a scheming adult. Quite tedious. As this thought crossed her mind, she had just risen when she sensed a searing gaze directed at her. Turning to follow the sensation, she found Bai Luan still kneeling, scrubbing the washboard. In response, her irritation flared, and she shot him a glare, claiming to be away on business, yet indulging in drink until dawn. He asserted he was visiting his daughter-in-law, yet not a single photograph was taken. Promising to fetch his son, he returned with nothing but solitude. Where, pray tell, is the son you were to retrieve? Have you consumed him? Humph, you shall rise only when your son returns. With that, she intended to stride towards the laboratory. But upon turning, she noticed Bai Luan's eyes brightening as he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the door. I shall go and open the door for our son. My sixth sense tells me he is arriving. Chapter 82. Rest assured, brother is not a good person either. At this moment, Bai Yang was poised to knock on the door. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, the door swung open abruptly, and a figure enveloped him in an embrace before he could even react. Son, you're back. I've missed you so much, came the excited voice of Bai Luan, brimming with emotion and longing. Bai Yang instinctively attempted to break free, yet he found the other's arms to be as unyielding as iron claws. Of course, such a description was not entirely accurate, as his current physique rendered the difference between iron claws and a rubber toy nearly negligible. Nevertheless, he was momentarily engulfed by a sense of helplessness reminiscent of his childhood. One could only say, truly, he is the father of a prodigy. Father, there are others present. Bai Yang quickly reminded, noticing Yu Xiaoyu in the lounge. At his words, Bai Luan finally released him, patting Bai Yang's shoulder with satisfaction. You've grown quite a bit. Excellent, excellent. Truly my son. Just like your mother. Ha ha ha. Bai Yang's earlier attempts to push him away had not gone unnoticed. Bai Luan felt the strength behind those pushes, estimating it to be at least 400 points, nearly shaking him, a mid-tier third-stage warrior with a hint of unease. If an average third-stage warrior were to engage, they would likely be unable to hold him. What does this signify? It suggests that his son is a genius, an unparalleled prodigy. In just a few days since awakening, he had already gained the capability to contend with a standard third-stage warrior. In a few years, wouldn't this father be able to soar alongside him? The prospect of a life of ease and leisure was tantalizingly close. Ha ha ha. With this thought, Bai Luan could not help but smile as he pulled Bai Yong into the house. What followed was the unmistakably youthful concern from his mother. Fortunately, with an additional person in the house, Yang Qinwu managed to restrain herself, wrapping up this topic in less than 10 minutes. After briefly introducing the two, she handed Bai Yong the keys to their old home along with Yu Xiaoyu. Moreover, she presented him with a stack of cash. Since I didn't cook, take your aunt out for a meal when you return. Eat whatever you wish and also buy some essentials for the girls. Many places still lack internet access, so cash is undoubtedly more convenient. If there are no shops open on your way, we can dig some vegetables from our backyard to make do. Once I finish my tasks, I'll prepare a grand dinner for you all. At this point, Yang Qinwu shot a disapproving glance at Bai Luan. This fool had only instructed Bai Yong to purchase clothing for girls without specifying any sizes, truly believing everyone could choose the perfect fit with their eyes closed. Meanwhile, Bai Yong stood stunned, glancing at the small girl whose face barely reached his abdomen. After a moment, he uncertainly inquired, "Aunt? Isn't she my sister?" To this, Yang Qinwu turned around with a resigned smile and shrugged her shoulders. "She refuses to call me mother or aunt. She insists on calling me sister. The generational hierarchy naturally places me a level above you." Bai Yong, gazing, "Yu Xiaoyu, what's going on?" Feeling the weight of someone's stare, Yu Xiaoyu instinctively glanced back. Upon locking eyes with Bai Yong, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. The half-squinted gaze of Bai Yong instilled an inexplicable sense of trepidation within her. This apprehension had nothing to do with strength. The depth of his obsidian eyes seemed to mirror the unfathomable abyss of the cosmos, surveying the stars while looking down upon the myriad beings of the universe. It was an indescribable aura of oppression. This subtle yet palpable pressure was reminiscent of her past encounters with the former Demon King, her brother, but it was far more intense. With this realization, her mood soured. What a ridiculous notion! Her brother was the former Demon King. What right did this mere human, who was nothing more than a feeble creature, have to address her as auntie? While Yu Xiaoyu fumed, Bai Yong spoke first, his voice imbued with a peculiar charm that interrupted her train of thought. As for why he wouldn't allow her to call him mom, it was laughable. He sought to take advantage from the very outset. What stature did she possess to aspire to share the same maternal figure as him? Continuing his remarks, Bai Yong added, "Fear not, dear sister. Although I am not the epitome of virtue, I assure you that I do not devour children whole. For a child like you, I could stew 5 at once. I could consume 3 pots in a single sitting." As he spoke, Bai Yong feigned a ferocious demeanor. In that moment, the attributes of Victory King and eye for an eye activated with full force at close range. Yu Xiaoyu felt a heavy sensation in her mind, as if she were being scrutinized by the ruler of the stars, at the brink of being utterly consumed. Caught off guard, she momentarily lost her composure. Though it was but a fleeting instant, her mouth acted before her thoughts could catch up. "Brother, I was wrong. Don't eat me. Bai Yong, call me auntie. Yu Xiaoyu auntie." Upon hearing this, Yang Qinwu beside them erupted in laughter, gently ruffling Yu Xiaoyu's hair, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Yong. "Awesome. Truly, my son is impressive. Where did you learn this trick? Teach it to me. Bai Yong, next time for sure. I'll take Xiaoyu home now." With that, he took Yu Xiaoyu's hand and led her out. Moments later, regaining her senses, Yu Xiaoyu gazed despondently at the blinding sunlight. My illustrious reputation gone. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that she was, after all, a dignified Demon King. She decided to go with the flow and embraced a wave of exhilarating madness. 1 year. She only needed a year to restore her peak strength. It would be the moment to formally seek her fortune. But before that, patience was required. As her thoughts swirled, she donned an innocent smile and looked at the little sparrow in Bai Yang's hand, asking, "Brother, can we eat that little sparrow?" Bai Yang, "No." Yu Xiaoyu tilted her head. "Why not? It's so adorable. How could you bear to eat it? You are such a greedy child." The white poplar gently caressed a small, palm-sized ball of fluff, warm and tender to the touch, exuding an undeniable charm. This little fish, having taken advantage of him from the very beginning, now audaciously sought to feast upon his precious ball of fluff. It seemed this sister harbored some significant issues. Just moments ago, when Bai Luan had pulled him into the room, curiosity compelled him to employ the system's function to probe into Yu Xiaoyu's fate nodes. The system's response was astonishing, indicating a need for a staggering 10,000 experience points. In that moment, he comprehended that this matter was far more intricate than it appeared. A typical individual would reach at most 2 digits, while formidable pioneers and influential figures might ascend to 3 or even 4 digits due to their societal impact. Yet, this little creature had ventured into 5 digits. To claim there were no hidden agendas would be utterly implausible. Regrettably, his earlier attempts to test the peculiarities yielded no fruitful results. Chapter 83, Brother. I am only 12 years old. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as Bai Yang, accompanied by Yu Xiaoyu, made their way to a commercial street situated on elevated ground in the city center. If there was any place capable of resuming normal operations after the flood, it would undoubtedly be here. After all, this street was originally established to swiftly provide the city's demands in the wake of the calamity. At this moment, within the bustling mall of the elevated commercial street, Yu Xiaoyu cast a wary glance at the maid outfit in Bai Yang's hands. Delicate lace, JK, Lolita, and various other styles. Unable to contain her curiosity, she exclaimed, "Brother, what are you buying these for? I only need children's clothing. Didn't we agree to get children's apparel? What is going on?" Heaven bear witness. Although she was an ancient demon king, this body had only just turned 12. I am only 12 years old. Yu Xiaoyu's voice rose slightly as she observed Bai Yang continuing to select items. As soon as she spoke, countless gazes in the mall turned towards Bai Yang, filled with confusion, astonishment, disdain, and excitement. In response, Bai Yang paused his actions and sighed inwardly. Considering that this was not a battlefield, he needed to be mindful of his personal image. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "If you want children's clothing, you can pick it yourself, and I'll pay for it after you're done. What's wrong with buying a couple of outfits for my girlfriend?" With that, the surrounding eyes gradually dispersed. Hearing his words, Yu Xiaoyu felt a slight sense of relief. Regardless of her current mental state, if the situation escalated, she would undoubtedly have to take action. However, as a demon king, resorting to violence in the human realm would attract the attention of other powerful beings. In that event, she would be forced to flee after wreaking havoc, and any chance of seizing opportunities would be lost. Fortunately, her quirky older brother, despite his eccentricities, seemed relatively normal on this matter. Having a girlfriend is nice. It allows me to sleep soundly, she thought, and with that, she skipped over to the children's clothing section. Meanwhile, Bai Yang redirected his focus to the fashion paradise before him. A fox-eared maid outfit? Unnecessary. I'd rather have a tail from Bai Yi, a tight-fitting mech suit? Cool. I'll take that. At this point, the system could no longer hold back its sarcasm, exclaiming, "What a peculiar individual, choosing such outfits for himself. What's wrong with these clothes? Aren't clothes meant to be worn?" Bai Yang retorted inwardly, continuing to select a few more items as backups. Although Bai Yi was not by his side, Bai Wing was still around. Those long legs deserved several pairs of black and white stockings. As for whether he would feel strange wearing women's clothing, Bai Yang dismissed any concerns, stating that Bai Wing wearing women's attire was no concern of his. Simultaneously, the slime queen chimed in, "My benefactor, I can transform into that tight-fitting outfit as well." Upon hearing this, Bai Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is quite promising. I shall certainly give it a try when time permits. However, I assume there won't be any internal plugins, will there?" The slime queen, perplexed, inquired, "What is an internal plugin?" It's nothing significant." With that, Bai Yang felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seems that all along, it was merely his own thoughts that were muddled. The slime queen, evidently, is still an untainted slate. Yet, upon reflection, this is quite reasonable. After all, as a starry slime born amidst the cosmos, she must lack experience in engaging with other intelligent beings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found herself in a predicament where she was besieged by numerous parties, forced to sever the fabric of space-time to ensure her own safety. In stark contrast to the bewildered slime queen, the system expressed its vehement disapproval of Bai Yang's line of thought. What a grotesque mind filled with absurd and detestable ideas. Yes, you are indeed correct. After enduring this period of adjustment, Bai Yang has learned to calmly listen to the system's ramblings and decided to raise an eyebrow in retort. But if the slime queen is oblivious to certain matters, why do you comprehend them instantaneously? I was merely, the system attempted to clarify, but Bai Yang did not grant it the opportunity, instead offering a derisive smile. Ha! You are but a mere system of absurdity. The system protested. I am not. Meanwhile, on another front, Yu Xiaoyu was utterly captivated by the array of children's clothing in the store, soon becoming enveloped in a multitude of bags. Unlike their world of ceaseless combat and consumption, the Blue Star's cultural richness in cuisine and daily living far surpassed that of the Abyss. While they still viewed shadow demons as mere fodder for battle, humanity had already deciphered 100 uses and recipes for such entities. In the face of an overwhelming influx of monstrous beings, humans adeptly multitasked, eating, fighting, and researching, transforming their disadvantage into an advantage. It is said that a special tome was penned on this subject, titled The 5 Materials of the Abyss, which is divided into 5 sections: ingredients, medicinal materials, consumables, construction materials, and waste materials. Of course, this disparity does not stem from the low intelligence of the abyssal beings. Rather, the nature of abyssal energy renders creatures more aggressive and prone to frenzied states. As a result, while their average combat prowess is formidable, they struggle to calm their minds to ponder problems and develop techniques. Consequently, most abyssal entities find it challenging to fully harness their intelligence. Even those with exceptional strength or innate talents that could defy such influences are still constrained by the overarching environment. Even if they can suppress through brute force, it is merely a temporary measure. Conversely, those beings who have departed from the abyss and spent a considerable duration on Blue Star have, to varying degrees, achieved notable accomplishments. Every time Yu Xiaoyu reflects on this, she cannot help but sigh. It recalls to her mind the time when her small abyssal realm fell into turmoil due to internal strife, inadvertently plummeting into the cosmic battlefield, resulting in a disastrous random intersection with a certain primary plane. Thus, random portals began to manifest in their abyssal realm. Once these portals appeared, they would inevitably open after a certain period. This implied that they possessed greater agency on their side. When the portals opened, what lay beyond was the Blue Star. Initially, they perceived this as a pure boon, for these humans were generally frail, easily concentrated, and susceptible to hunting. Most crucially, the flesh and souls of these humans proved to be immensely nourishing to them, akin to living elixirs. Even the beasts of the mountains and forests here were deemed to be gourmet fare. Consequently, whenever the abyssal rifts would open, countless abyssal creatures, driven by primal instincts, would rush in with fervor. Their singular motivation was encapsulated in one word: consume. However, despite the multitude of creatures that surged forth, few managed to return. After a period of observation, they realized that although these humans were highly nourishing, they also bore an addictive quality. One consumed led to the desire for two. Two sparked the craving for a multitude, until they completely lost their rationality, perishing on the Blue Star, only to be devoured in turn by the very humans they sought to consume. Chapter 84. Pay attention to hygiene. In simpler terms, while humanity is admirable, one must refrain from consuming it directly. To put it another way, one cannot recklessly absorb or refine it without proper methods of handling. Otherwise, such direct consumption may lead to addiction. Once one succumbs to the addiction of humanity, the consequences can be dire. In the past, her brother fell victim to this very addiction, which compelled him to increasingly initiate invasions, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Fortunately, she need not worry about such matters now. Her current form is that of a genuine human, with even a portion of her soul transformed into human essence, making it nearly impossible for her to develop a craving for humanity. Although this means her gains from consuming human flesh and blood will diminish, she has no need for such trivial benefits. Her ambition lies in reaching the stars. Whether it is demons consuming humans or vice versa, it is merely a matter of the survival of the fittest. She refuses to become prey. As her thoughts meandered, Yu Xiaoyu found herself laden with an assortment of bags, making her way back. From a distance, one could hardly discern her figure amidst the myriad of bundles. Since there was no need for her to spend her own money, she indulged freely, purchasing anything that caught her eye, whether it was pleasing, intriguing, or novel. She had long harbored the desire to do so, but previously, her demon-born body had not awakened the essence of a demon king, leaving her only with fleeting thoughts. Of course, she had familiarized herself with the local prices to some extent. The cost of living here seemed well within the means of her thrifty brother, ensuring she would not inadvertently create a host of problems upon her arrival. After all, it would be her who would suffer the consequences. When the two reunited, half an hour had passed. They gazed at each other, astonished by the multitude of bags and items each carried. Bai Yang was surprised by Yu Xiaoyu's behavior. He had anticipated that she, being new to this environment, would feel hesitant and restrained, yet here she was, adorned with over 20 bags, clearly treating this as her own space. Could it be due to amnesia, that she is so at ease? Of course, it is also possible that her amnesia is feigned, considering the substantial experience points. Lost in thought, Bai Yang heard Yu Xiaoyu's retort, "Brother, tell me honestly, did you acquire your girlfriend in bulk?" Yu Xiaoyu, glancing at the numerous items Bai Yang carried, struggled to maintain her composure. How many girlfriends could one possibly need to warrant such a collection? Even if they were inflatable, there wouldn't be enough room at home for all of them. In that moment, Yu Xiaoyu felt it might be better to keep her eyes wide open while sleeping at night. Something was amiss with her thrifty brother. In response to her inquiry, Bai Yang pondered for a moment before nodding slightly, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Not exactly in bulk, but it certainly resembles it. To speak of nothing else, the myriad of white clones in the battlefield are akin to wholesale. In the short time I have been home, the 49th to 54th have already emerged from the battlefield. 2 months later, upon her return, despite a likely reduction in numbers, many would surely come back. They could not continue wearing those grotesque flesh and blood exoskeletons. Could they? Even with the fox fur, it could not be solely dependent on that. Reflecting on this, Bai Yang felt that perhaps he had purchased too little. However, there was little he could do. The cash provided by his mother, combined with the portion of wages that Difeng had advanced him, was only sufficient for these purchases. If he acquired more, he would find himself short on funds for meals. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu, upon hearing Bai Yang's response, instinctively took a step back. Was his view of girlfriends akin to wholesale, or perhaps even surpassing it? What could that possibly mean? Did he mean to imply that they were merely found or dug up? The thought filled her eyes with a hint of disdain. Wasn't that rather unclean? What else would that look? Is having multiple girlfriends so strange? At that moment, Bai Yang also noticed Yu Xiaoyu's peculiar gaze and instinctively retorted, "No, I just hope you can pay more attention to health and safety in the future. Hygiene is quite important." Yu Xiaoyu quickly realized her lapse and blinked sincerely. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang's peripheral vision caught sight of a sanitary napkin in her small bag, and he instantly understood. It's fine. They won't need those things. He waved his hand dismissively, before dragging the shopping carts filled with goods toward the checkout. As for hygiene products, those were for relatives. If they dared to come, whether it was by E or by E, they could promptly enact a gruesome expulsion. If not, a swift severance would suffice. In fact, a complete transformation below the neck was not out of the question. Short pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. It would be far more convenient to simply start anew. Just as Bai Yang completed the checkout and began filling out the delivery address, in the battlefield, Bai Yi lay quietly within a grotesque litter, partially buried beneath a thin layer of soil. As the notification signaling the completion of the generation of her derivatives echoed, she immediately unearthed herself, summoning the 6 newly formed avatars to join the ranks of her bearers. For some unknown reason, she felt that Luo Tianqing was particularly spirited this time, remarkably agile. It had already been over 3 hours, yet the opposing force was still on the move. With no other choice, the derived avatars could only pursue while inflicting self-harm or bleeding to accumulate more disposable worms along the way. Of course, amidst their silent sacrifices, a few stood out conspicuously. For instance, number 36. You are the chosen one, small intestine worm. With that, number 36 made a swift incision to retrieve their own intestines. Number 18. Cool. Then my ribworm will charge. Nearby, number 18, not to be outdone, executed a guillotine maneuver on their chest. They collapsed straight down, yet were quickly seized by number 3, who continued to propel them forward. Simultaneously, they raised the dismembered number 18 high. Sisters, number 18 has gone overboard. Prepare to save her. A healing light flashed, and number 18 rejoined the ranks of the bearers, resuming their frantic dash. The entire team maintained a relentless pace throughout the journey, for this was the command of their leader. The leader demanded an overwhelming force, and they were masters at unleashing such might. Amidst the biting winds, fragments of flesh were scattered, plummeting into the snow, where they froze instantaneously. Yet the peculiar nature of this phenomenon was indifferent to such trivialities. These frozen remnants of flesh soon transformed into a myriad of cold, writhing worms. The sinews, bones, and skin were utilized to further expand the grotesque structure of flesh, while the remainder trailed behind, morphing into a long, dark crimson tide that undulated ominously. The system no longer clamored for rivers of blood, for a mere glance backward revealed the living river of flesh. At this moment, what began as an 8-meter-long grotesque structure had burgeoned to over 10 meters, with its body elongating from 3 to 5 meters. Adorning its exterior were various ornaments crafted from different parts, some resembling butterfly lungs, others taking the form of dragon-like intestines. Tendons served as ropes, securing materials from the ice rock king snake, steadily dragged along behind. From a distance, it appeared as a surge of sanguine energy. In the distant snowfield, a few pairs of fearful eyes occasionally peeked out, only to vanish in an instant. Meanwhile, in the fray ahead, Luo Tianqing found herself ensnared in a predicament. Despite having traversed 3 monster congregations, an inexplicable silence reigned behind her. No sounds of battle echoed. She had executed her ambush with precision, even managing to raid one lair, nearly consuming their offspring. Yet, those monsters, though initially aggressive, had fallen silent after their pursuit. "Meow, sister, please set me down. You could escape more easily on your own." At that moment, Rushua had transitioned from being carried to riding atop Luo Tianqing's back. She attempted to cast a durability restoration spell once more, but this time, her efforts faltered. She had depleted her mana. "Stay still. I need to head to another location. I refuse to believe I cannot save anyone." Luo Tianqing's expression hardened as she abruptly altered her course. In her eyes, both her classmates and Yi Chang'an were treading the well-worn path of their past lives. Yet, she was unwilling to accept this fate. This time, she must instigate a change, even if it meant saving just a newly acquainted cat girl. If she could not alter even these outcomes, how could she hope to change Bai Yang's destiny? With this thought in mind, the remaining spiritual energy within her was fervently extracted. Each limb, now propelled by sheer will, left behind fleeting shadows in their wake. Chapter 85. The Fall of the Snowcrier King. Yi Chang'an. "Let me touch your head." At the very moment when Luo Tianqing altered his course, Bai Yi once again buried herself within the depths of her concealment. The grotesque and ominous procession continued its steady, winding advance, staining the pristine white expanse of the snowfield with a jarring hue. Occasionally, a few unfortunate creatures would wander into their path, but before they could escape, they were encircled by a throng of fox maidens, followed by a grim fate of being flayed and dismembered. The useful pelts were hung at the rear of the grand palanquin for future necessities, while the flesh was roasted and devoured in pieces. The useless bones were carelessly discarded nearby, transforming into markers along the route. Meanwhile, in a distant, tranquil valley, on a blood-soaked snow slope, Yi Chang'an swayed unsteadily as he gazed upon the Snowcrier King before him. His body was drenched in blood, his left hand twisted unnaturally, and various wounds and claw marks adorned his form, rendering him a figure of sanguine horror. A significant chunk of flesh had been torn from one side of his cheek, exposing blood-stained white teeth from lip to ear, creating an exceptionally ghastly visage. "Ha! Ha!" The icy wind infiltrated his mouth through the gaps in his teeth, instantly frosting his tongue. Yet, his chest resembled a vast bellows, expelling hot air that melted the frost and left behind a trail of blood. Strangely, this precarious state made the Snowcrier King more cautious, as it circled Yi Chang'an with a low growl, hesitant to draw near. In the span of just 2 days, the Snowcrier King had experienced 3 tumultuous cycles of life and death. Initially, it had reveled in its power, only to be buried by the snow. Fortunately, It had garnered the favor of the goddess, resurrected and returning as a revenant. Believing that all was turning in its favor, it was confronted instead by the nightmarish sight of the white-tailed bipedal creatures. Those bipeds were terrifying, causing it to hide in a snowdrift for an entire night until the danger had passed. Upon realizing the bipeds had departed, it felt an overwhelming joy. However, it was utterly unprepared for the encounter with a stronger bipedal creature while it was dismantling the remnants of the previous ones. Initially dismissive of the threat, since it was not white, it continued its work unperturbed. Yet at one point it unwittingly stumbled upon a long, snow-white leg that had been gnawed at by some creature. Ecstatic, it intended to consume this find, but this action seemed to provoke the very biped before it. The creature leapt forth, delivering a crushing blow and snatching away the leg it had already begun to devour. In that moment it felt deeply aggrieved. Thus, it commanded its subordinates to attack this oblivious biped. This conflict lasted nearly a day and night. The mighty Snowcrier King, shockingly, could not vanquish this biped in an instant. It struck the creature down to near death. Yet the biped retaliated with an overwhelming surge of strength, delivering a crushing blow in return. As he eagerly anticipated the moment to reap the rewards of his labor, having nearly exhausted his opponent, he found himself repeatedly thwarted. Each time he approached, the creature would erupt in a dazzling display of light, delivering a couple of punishing blows that sent him crashing to the ground. In stark contrast, the beast seemed unfazed. After delivering its own strikes, it appeared rejuvenated, even regrowing some of the flesh it had lost. In that fleeting moment he contemplated returning home, but alas, his adversary was unwilling to grant him that reprieve. A fierce gust howled, swirling the snow into a misty dance. Son thief, grandfather feels his time waning. Cough cough. Let me embrace you before I depart. Yichang'an shouted hoarsely, glancing at the hesitant Snow-Cry King. Yet, the fervent flame hidden within his eyes blazed ever more intensely. At that moment, he had long since transcended the sensation of pain, or perhaps he had simply numbed himself to it. The relentless battles had pushed his will to the brink, causing him to faint several times. Nevertheless, his body, driven by instinct, fought on. If fate had not forsaken him, then he would carve out his own satisfaction. The memories of the previous day's events gnawed at him. Just yesterday afternoon, while searching for traces of Luo Tianqing, he stumbled upon fragments of the latter's equipment. Not far from those remnants lay signs of artificial structures, which were being violently ravaged by a horde of snow-cry beasts. He even witnessed one of them lifting a human leg towards its maw. Although he could not identify whose leg it was, the discovery of Luo Tianqing's equipment fragments instinctively led him to the most dreadful of conclusions. Enraged, he had leaped forth to deliver a punishing blow to the Snow-Cry King, reclaiming the severed limb. How dare you feast upon my sister's head, you beast! As his thoughts swirled, Yichang'an felt a burgeoning energy within him, surging ever more vigorously. He quietly glanced at his status panel. Name, Yichang'an. Physique, 166. Current increase 50, 249. Mental strength, 40. Current increase 50, 60. Spiritual power, 0. Current increase 50, 0. Current battle intent value, 99. Talent, shamanic body. Physique gains are doubled, capable of refining and enhancing the body with any energy. Battle instincts are greatly amplified, and physical potential expands with each confrontation. Immune to 50 of spiritual damage and mind control. That night, after allocating points to his spiritual power, although his spiritual attribute remained largely unchanged, his physique remarkably surged over 100 points. Coupled with the inexplicable enhancements he experienced during the night skirmishes, along with a few pieces of physique-related equipment he obtained, his physique had unwittingly surpassed 160 points. While still significantly inferior to the Snow-Cry King's nearly 300 points, the indomitable enhancement he received granted him the qualification to grapple with his opponent. Thus the battle raged on. The Snow-Cry King could not vanquish him in an instant, yet he too found himself unable to defeat the creature. Even when injured, the beast could restore itself as long as it was enveloped in frost and snow. In the throes of a deadly confrontation, one could only devise a plan for a decisive strike. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Yi Chang'an suddenly closed his eyes and fainted while standing. Time passed, second by second, until 3 minutes later, the Snowming King, observing the immobile Yi Chang'an, formed a snowball the size of a human head and hurled it forth. With a resounding smack, the snowball struck true, the sharp rocks encased within shattering against Yi Chang'an's skull, causing him to collapse motionlessly. Oya, oa! At this sight, the Snowming King let out a jubilant cry, bounding closer. It intended to devour this troublesome biped piece by piece. However, as it approached, it was met by a hand that suddenly emerged from the snow. Thief son, so you've wrapped rocks in your snowballs. You certainly know how to play. Come, let me pat your head. Yi Chang'an's voice rang out, filled with gritted teeth. If not for the resilience of his skull, he might have truly been crushed by this creature. Fortunately, it was now his turn to retaliate. Here, take this. With a thunderous roar, a golden flame surged forth, as if a dragon were rising from the parched earth. Fur, bones, and blood scattered chaotically, the body vanishing into the snowy expanse. Current battle intent value, 100. Current unyielding amplification, 53. You have slain the area boss, Snowming King, in the second tier. Rewarded. You have participated in the initial defeat of the area boss. Rewarded. Ah! I have avenged you. The battlefield notifications echoed around him, yet he could no longer hear them. Though his physical wounds had healed, his will had ultimately reached its limit. Thus, he remained in his striking posture, unconscious, until Mu Qingqing, following his footprints, arrived to carry him away. Chapter 86. The fury of four-wheel drive in the boundless expanse of snow. As the sun sank lower in the sky, Mu Qingqing bore Yi Chang'an across her shoulder, presenting quite an unconventional sight from afar. Despite being a transcendent awakened beyond limits, she was not primarily a physical powerhouse. Initially, it seemed that carrying such a physique would be quite arduous for her. However, it proved to be somewhat lighter than anticipated, though still not effortless. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chang'an appeared remarkably emaciated, his once robust form now reduced to little more than bone. Lacking the stored spiritual energy within him, he had to rely solely on his formidable physicality to sustain himself repeatedly. Although the battle-intent fist could replenish his state, it did not provide sufficient restoration. To the contrary, each replenishment left him slightly short of full vigor. While the first few instances went unnoticed, the cumulative effect of repeated exertion eventually revealed its drawbacks. Merely a night had passed, and this once 2-meter-3 muscle-bound giant was now reduced to a mere skeleton. You promised to return last night, and I searched all night for you. Are you part honey badger? You can run this far after a fight? And why have you become so gaunt, yet still weigh so much? Mu Qingqing exclaimed, nearly collapsing as she traversed another snowdrift, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Fortunately, with the assistance of her spiritual energy, she steadied herself, and after a brief respite, she adjusted her approach. Unable to carry him any longer, she decided to drag him instead, hoping she wouldn't catch a cold. With that thought, she removed the neatly folded bare skin that she had draped over herself for warmth. Without it, her frail physique would struggle to navigate the frigid environment of over 40 degrees below zero, but such concerns were secondary at this moment. Yi Chang'an not only required mental rest but also desperately needed energy replenishment. Though she had fed him a small amount earlier, it was hardly sufficient. She had primarily packed rescue tools for their journey, with minimal food supplies. Fortunately, she had prepared ample provisions in the cave prior to their departure. Once they returned, all problems would be resolved. With this in mind, she secured Yi Chang'an in a starfish position on the bare skin, placing several soft bones beneath to balance the weight and reduce the resistance from the snow. After completing her preparations, she hoisted her burden and began her slow trek back to the cave. Outside the snow valley, Luo Tianqing was still fervently crawling alongside Ruo Shui. To conserve her strength, she had taken to rolling down slopes and lying flat to slide across icy surfaces. Almost there, the ice plain loomed ahead. After rolling down yet another incline, she gasped for breath, her heart calming slightly at the sight of the crystalline expanse before her. This ice plain was one of the most familiar places in this novice battlefield. Here, there was no snow, only a pure, solid frozen lake. Arriving at this location instilled in her a profound sense of safety, akin to returning home. In this region, thoughts of what is edible, what holds value, and where to venture all emerge vividly in her mind. Now, she intends to indulge in a hearty meal with the kitten girl to swiftly regain her strength. Following that, her destination is an island in the heart of the ice field, where a multitude of creatures, unable to leave the island, gather at night. At that moment, she plans to lure those entities behind her into that area, allowing herself to escape using her familiarity with the terrain. If there exists a place within the snow-covered battlefield where one can evade pursuit, it is undoubtedly this pristine, unmarked ice expanse before she learns to fly. With this thought, she steadies herself and begins to crawl rapidly, holding the unconscious cat girl, Mayo Rukshu. This method of movement on the slick ice surface offers significant advantages in terms of speed, responsiveness, and stability, far surpassing the conventional running posture. This technique, dubbed four-wheel frenzy, was learned from observing the swift shadows of the ice field and has undergone numerous refinements to reach its current form. Its merits lie in traversing smooth, snowy, muddy, and marshy terrains with enhanced speed, agility, energy efficiency, and stability, while also providing greater concealment when paired with camouflage for ground crawling. The only drawback is that once executed, one's dignity may be compromised. Were it not for the peculiar entity trailing her, she would not have resorted to such a tactic. However, on the bright side, with no one else around, she could merely caution the kitten girl afterward. If neither of them speaks of it, then it shall remain a secret. With this in mind, her speed increases. From a distance, her limbs flail, creating a shadow reminiscent of a rampaging spider. Meanwhile, in the present world, Bai Yang, having finished shopping, is indulging in a feast with Yu Xiaoyu. However, when Bai Yi in the battlefield witnesses Luo Tianqing's bizarre running style once more, he nearly spews soup onto Yu Xiaoyu's face. Fortunately, he turns his head just in time. Yu Xiaoyu, with a playful expression, "If you don't want the fish soup, you can give it to me. There's no need to force yourself. Your mind is already unhealthy. At the very least, you should maintain a healthy body." Observing the glistening droplet at the corner of Bai Yang's mouth, Yu Xiaoyu feels a pang of sympathy. How could you dare to spit out such a delicious dish? Once I ascend to the stars, I shall starve you for 10 or 8 days to make you appreciate the value of good food. Yu Xiaoyu silently vows. In response, Bai Yang resolutely lifts the large bowl from the center of the table and drains its contents in one gulp. He then looks at Yu Xiaoyu with utmost seriousness. Firstly, my mental state is perfectly healthy. Secondly, I can drink it. Just kidding. Bai Yi's mental health assessment is entirely satisfactory. Yu Xiaoyu retorts, but which mentally healthy adult would drink their sister's portion of soup as well? Now that you've drained the soup, what am I supposed to drink? Yu Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. Just moments ago, when Bai Yang had brought her out for a sumptuous meal, she had silently given him a thumbs up. Yet, it seemed she had overthought the situation. In response, Bai Yang merely smiled and said, "That's quite simple. I shall order another portion." With that, he promptly placed an additional serving in front of Yu Xiaoyu, urging her, "Hurry and eat. After you finish, we should tidy up the house." Yu Xiaoyu was about to agree, but soon realized a flaw in his reasoning, and immediately inquired, "What about you?" "I intend to take it easy," Bai Yang replied, shrugging his shoulders with a candid expression. Chapter 87. Well, can we be partners? Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. Has humanity become so brazen in their idleness? Wait, hold on. Idle? Idle what? Sharks? Salted fish? Or mermaids? Or perhaps she, Yu Xiaoyu? With this thought, she immediately became alert, even pausing her action of drinking fish soup. Given that this man could acquire girlfriends in bulk, her initial trust in him was understandably low. After all, which respectable person buys clothes for their girlfriend by the truckload? No, I must remain vigilant, Yu Xiaoyu resolved silently. Yet, she soon found herself puzzled. Why should I be wary of an ordinary person who has never even set foot in the battlefield? She furrowed her brow in contemplation, replaying the events of their meeting in her mind. Firstly, she had not sensed any signs of him having been to the battlefield, nor had she detected any significant energy fluctuations. Simply put, he was an ordinary person. She was confident in her perceptiveness, even in her current weakened state. It was impossible for any being below the 7th tier to completely deceive her senses. Furthermore, she did not believe that Bai Luan and Yang Qingguo, both below the 5th tier, could cultivate such a young powerhouse. Secondly, he bore no formidable equipment. If one were to insist, the few bottles of drink hanging from his waist appeared to be dubious gear. At best, they could be classified as green quality. Thus, it could be concluded that he was merely a somewhat capable second-generation pioneer. Although she currently possessed great strength that she could not freely wield, this body was growing stronger each day. Not to mention, in terms of physicality, she could at least contend with a tiger barehanded without much issue. Once she reached her destination, she would acquire some equipment to don. By that time, even a typical 3rd or 4th tier pioneer would find it challenging to compel her to unleash the power of the Demon King. If she could wait a year until she fully recovered, it would mark the moment when the strength of the Demon King could be transformed into nourishment for this body. At that point, she could attempt to ascend the stars, and everything happening now would merely become a humorous memory. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but chuckle at herself and attributed her earlier fright to the unique instinctive reactions of the human body. In her view, aside from the malevolent deity in the ocean, there was no singular life form in Blue Star capable of overpowering her. Even the strongest among humanity could only trade blows with her. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu laid aside her concerns, even finding her meal to be a touch more delightful. This fish soup is truly delicious. I should let the little fluffy sparrow have some too. With that thought, she gazed at the recently awakened, fluffy white little sparrow and felt a surge of affection. She delicately placed a small piece of fish onto a plate and offered it to him, even thoughtfully ladling a bit of soup. The little sparrow tilted its head. Chirp chirp? Yu Xiaoyu chuckled. It's tasty. As the words fell, the little sparrow's eyes sparkled with delight, and it immediately flew onto the table to feast. However, after pecking a few bites, it shook its head and hopped away. The little sparrow chirped. Chirp chirp chirp. The seasoning is far too overpowering. It pales in comparison to the delectable morsels the master provided earlier. In response, Yu Xiaoyu cast a curious glance at Bai Yang. What kind of meat could elicit such high praise from the little sparrow? She too longed to savor it. What kind of gaze is that? Could it be that this portion is insufficient for you? Allow me to procure an additional serving. Bai Yang felt increasingly uneasy under the scrutiny, and just as he was about to continue ordering, Yu Xiaoyu hastily interjected. There is no need. Any more would go to waste. With that, the atmosphere shifted back to the sounds of dining. Meanwhile, Bai Yang opted to open his phone nearby. Latest update. The Heavenly Court initiative officially commences its societal rollout. Effective immediately, 3,000 Dragon Kings take their positions to ensure favorable weather. 80,000 Mountain Lords embark on their duties to safeguard our lands for eternity. In a world devoid of divine intervention, only humanity persists in governing the heavens. Majestic and resplendent, the eternal flame shines bright. The wisdom of our ancestors, an eternal beacon. The Tianjing Jioding Group cordially invites extraordinary talents from across the realm to register for the Heavenly Palace. For current vacancies and application criteria, click to inquire. Good news! Explosive in the recent coastal battlefield, our side achieved a resounding victory, annihilating over 3 million enemies. Among them, we vanquished 2 8th-tier foes, 87 7th-tier adversaries, 1,200 6th-tier enemies, and over 15,000 5th-tier foes. Battle report: Explosive Luo City, Lin City, Yang City, along with 5 others, have entered a state of emergency. Most residents are evacuating in an orderly manner, with over 7.86 million already relocated. Urgent notice: Explosive A massive abyssal rift has opened, unleashing abyssal creatures. Luo City has become a battleground. Defender Zhou Wan and his deputy Zhou Qing have sustained serious injuries, and a level 1 distress call has been issued from the abyssal front in Luo City. Western Alliance visit new. What intentions do they harbor? The moment he opened his phone, a flurry of notifications arrived in quick succession. However, adhering to the principle of not prying into societal affairs, he opted to clear them all at once. Rather than concern himself with these matters, he pondered what the special clone might be. The 2 opportunities for clone extraction he received in the early hours had yet to be utilized, especially since the special clone could share all benefits with the original. This made him feel as though every second spent without using it equated to missing out on a fortune. It seemed that the system sensed Bai Yang's thoughts, as it promptly remarked, "Be cautious. The special clone might just yield a meat pig for you. Then you shall oversee the pig." Upon hearing this, Bai Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. A meat pig clone? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Surely it would be a fragrant and soft young lady. "I see you, random fish, are simply lecherous, yearning to touch the clone. Perverted random fish, I see through you, humph." Bai Yang retorted, "What's wrong with wanting to touch my clone? Is it a crime to touch oneself? System. What makes you so brazenly perverse?" Bai Yang. "Of course, it's because of a certain random fish system. I did not. I am not. Stop making unfounded accusations." As Bai Yang awaited Yu Xiaoyu's culinary display, Bai Yi finally enjoyed a brief respite. "Sister Bai, you have worked tirelessly to save lives. Please have a sip of water," Jiang Sidu said enthusiastically, presenting Bai Yi with a cup. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at her. "In a mere 4 hours, you have already saved over 700 individuals. On average, every 20 seconds, 1 life is restored. You are truly benevolent." Despite Bai Yi being covered in blood, Jiang Sidu felt nothing but admiration rather than disgust. A minor detail. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Bai Yi waved her hand modestly, unsure if she could admit that her motivation was merely financial gain. However, Jiang Sidu's next statement left her momentarily stunned. After several moments of hesitation, he earnestly looked at Bai Yi and asked, "Would you like to have a spirit companion?" Bai Yi was taken aback. She gazed at Jiang Sidu, her heart suddenly enlightened. But could this be too hasty? "No, our attributes and traits align perfectly. This is indeed a rare occurrence. Initially, I plan to learn more about you over time, but spending this short while saving lives with you has solidified my resolve. You may perceive this as youthful enthusiasm or a premeditated approach, yet I genuinely believe we can become the best of partners. So, shall we become companions?" Chapter 88. Jiang Saida. "Please don't mind my expletives. Can we become partners?" The room fell silent as Jiang Saida awaited a response from Bai Yi, who remained uncharacteristically quiet. She clenched her fists, realizing she hadn't intended to speak so soon. However, when Bai Yi saved someone, she felt as if he were a celestial angel, and that fleeting quality struck a chord deep within her. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she found herself uttering the question. Yet, once the words left her lips, anxiety washed over her. This unease stemmed not only from the fear of rejection but also from the public nature of her declaration. It is essential to note that within the Blue Star, the instrument spirits were both powerful and highly coveted entities. Their very existence represented a chance to defy fate, a tantalizing prospect for many. Had it not been for the protection of 9th-tier powerhouses within their clan and the presence of formidable allies outside, they would hardly dare to venture beyond their territory. Even so, she still needed to conceal her identity when stepping out. Should the news of a pure-blood instrument spirit without a contract spread, she would soon find herself besieged by numerous individuals eager to ingratiate themselves. The resulting annoyance would compel her to retreat back to her clan. Meanwhile, Bai Yi pondered the situation. Naturally, she would not mind having an additional instrument spirit by her side. Moreover, the benefits of their eventual contract would extend to her own attributes, providing immense satisfaction. However, she understood that as a mere avatar, her potential was inherently limited. She needed to clarify this to Jiang Saida. With this in mind, she turned to the visibly anxious young girl and solemnly stated, "Let it be clear, my potential is not particularly high, and I am not skilled in combat. My talent is at best 2nd tier, and due to certain unique circumstances, even with a contract I cannot advance further. Thus, entering into a contract with me may likely impede your future. Are you certain you will not regret your decision? There is still time to reconsider." Upon hearing this, Jiang Saida, previously anxious, sighed in relief. "It's all right, I have no regrets. My instrument body is practically useless. We can just take things easy. Let us work together to heal and save lives." With a grin, she added. I look forward to your guidance. My instincts tell me we are destined to be a perfect match. As their fingertips touched, there were no elaborate incantations or dazzling effects. Bai felt a surge of energy attempting to establish a connection with her body. Once she mentally consented, Jiang Saida transformed into a brilliant white light that coalesced into her hand, taking the form of a shimmering longsword forged from pure white flames. Simultaneously, information about Jiang Saida's instrument body flooded her mind, and in that moment, Bai comprehended why this partnership was so essential. Her attributes mirrored her own. Artifact Spirit, Blade of Sacred Sun, Blue, rank, First Level Healing, 20, 10-10 based on current rank, Durability, 200, 100, 100 based on current rank, Overall Base Attribute Enhancement, 20, 10-10 based on current rank. Traits, Holy Spirit, enhances affinity with light attributes. If the affinity matches the wielder's attribute traits, an additional 100 healing attributes are granted, resulting in 100 final healing output, along with an additional 10 enhancement to all base attributes. Blazing Sun. Under sunlight, all base attributes are further enhanced by 20. Additionally, health, mental energy, injury, and spiritual recovery rates are increased by 1,000. Skills. Punishment of evil good deeds. Upon using this skill, when dealing damage to a target with malicious intent, the wielder gains a life severance effect equivalent to their maximum healing output. Additionally, for each layer of good deeds consumed, this effect increases by 10. If the target harbors no malice, the weapon will become dulled upon attack. Good deeds can be slowly accumulated when the individual intentionally heals extraordinary beings, with a maximum of 10 layers. Current accumulation progress of the first layer, 0. Sun Flash consumes all health, spiritual energy, and mental energy to channel light, delivering a powerful strike to the target, while also inflicting life severance and burn effects. Each layer of good deeds consumed enhances this effect by 10. Special. Artifact Spirit. The artifact will not be damaged. However, when durability reaches 0, it will be forcibly disarmed and the wielder will suffer severe injury. Contract Spirit. The minimum rank of the contract parties is set at the higher rank of the 2-1. On paper, it is indeed challenging for both parties to find a more suitable contract partner. But, can you call this a waste? Bai was filled with confusion. When the other party referred